We're coming on the air tonight with high drama at the Hunter Biden trial. Inside the courtroom, prosecutors looking to use his own words about drugs and gun use against him. Outside in the hallway, his wife calling a former Trump aide a Nazi piece of blank. We're live in Wilmington. Plus, President Biden igniting a potential humanitarian, legal, and political firestorm with that executive order that could shut down the border. We've got the real-time response at the country's busiest southern border crossing in just a minute. And what prosecutors say is something right out of a mob movie. New details on the big old bag of cash that just showed up at a juror's doorstep before deliberations in a big fraud case. Then why the FDA is moving closer, perhaps, to approving ecstasy to help with PTSD. And the big business decision Diddy's making tonight as he faces sex assault and abuse allegations. That's coming up a little later in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and right as we were coming on the air, we saw Hunter Biden walk out of that courthouse in Wilmington after opening statements in the historic trial of the president's son. You see him there, flanked, it appears, by his team. That's his wife he's with. Jurors today hearing from Hunter Biden himself, not just on the stand, or not on the stand, but instead his voice filled the courtroom as prosecutors played clips from his audiobook. Biden, in his own words, saying in his memoir, "I had no plans beyond the moment-to-moment demands of the crack pipe." Our reporters in court telling us several jurors took notes. No cameras there, but you can see the First Lady here in this sketch. Here she is, sitting right behind the defense table again today, a little earlier, at times looking right at her son. All of it coming after the prosecution and defense laid out how this trial is going to go, with Hunter Biden accused of lying on a form to buy a gun back in 2018. He's pleaded not guilty. Prosecutor Derek Hines saying while no one chooses to be an addict, Hunter Biden chose to purchase that weapon. And one of the key witnesses for the prosecution, Hallie Biden, the widow of Beau Biden, Hunter's brother, who later started dating Hunter. She's the one who found and got rid of Hunter Biden's gun. Hines says her testimony will be embarrassing to hear. As for the defense, Hunter Biden's attorney, Abby Lowell, says the president's son had periods of sobriety and didn't consider himself to be addicted at the time he checked that box to buy the gun. Mike Memley is outside court in Wilmington, Delaware. Danny Savalos has our legal breakdown. But, Mem, let me start with you because there was a slew of things that were introduced by the prosecution today, not just excerpts from that audiobook, but Hunter Biden's laptop as one piece of evidence, this now infamous laptop, if you will. In some ways, based on my reporting, it's really more like a whole bunch of data that's in the cloud, that's on a variety of different devices. But talk us through the significance here.
Well, I think, we're going to hear in the coming days from some of the more sensitive, the family witnesses, Hunter Biden's ex-wife, Kathleen Buell, Hallie Biden, Beau Biden's widow, with whom Hunter had a romantic relationship. Today was all about using an FBI special agent who was working this case as the vehicle to introduce the mounds of evidence from the prosecution as they attempt to establish the fact pattern that is core to this case, that Hunter Biden was, in the depths of his addiction, was actively abusing substance abuse during the time when he purchased this weapon. And so that was the context in which they not just introduced this laptop, the physical, actual laptop itself was brought into the courtroom, which was an interesting moment, but also the audiobook from Hunter Biden's own memoir in which he, as you say, it's an interesting strategy on the part of the prosecution not to put Hunter Biden on the stand just yet, but to have his own voice detailing the lengths to which he would try to get illegal drugs, the risk he was willing to incur upon himself to do so. And as part of that evidence in the cloud, you also saw some text messages between one of the other witnesses we expect to hear from later this week, another woman with whom Hunter was romantically involved, as they use code words that I have to confess, Hallie, I was not familiar with for drugs, like Brillo pad, to talk about obtaining some more drugs. So all of this is part of the brick-by-brick effort by the prosecution to establish the timeline around the purchase of this gun in October 2018 to say that, yes, he knowingly and illegally checked the box testifying that he was not a drug abuser when he purchased that gun.
From the beginning, Danny, based on our team in court, prosecutors seem to have jurors pretty engaged. They were introducing a whole lot of evidence with this first witness. Mem has gone through some of it. How effective is their strategy so far, do you believe?
Well, this first FBI witness wasn't really just an FBI witness testifying about things that she observed. She was really used to introduce actual documentary evidence, including a book, which is a kind of document, and other information. So she was very effective because it wasn't really her testifying, it was the things that she was introducing. Every witness, or excuse me, every document must be authenticated, and often the government will use an FBI agent who has reviewed the document as part of their investigation to introduce it. They can't just play the tape otherwise. They need someone to authenticate it and introduce it. So in that sense, she's devastatingly effective because she introduces this kind of documentary evidence. And just as an aside, when Mike Memoli was talking about the code words, criminal defendants beware. If you use code words in drug transactions, what they do is they call an agent who says, in my experience, I'm familiar with code words, I'm an expert on code words, here is what Brillo pads meant. And Brillo pads means drugs. In fact, fill in the blank will mean drugs if you try to use code words.
Interesting, Danny. And let me go to you here on sort of the reaction in the room, because it was interesting to see the First Lady again in there today. Clearly, this show of support from the Biden family, as we've talked about, to Hunter here, not just on day one of this trial. I imagine that's something we could expect to see. Not the First Lady necessarily, but at least family members, friends, allies showing up to support Hunter Biden through the course of this trial.
Yeah, this showed on the part of the First Lady, this was not just meant for day one. She came back again for this second day. And in fact, as the president prepares to leave for France tonight, the first of 2 overseas trips in the next few weeks, the First Lady will not be going with him. She's traveling a day later where she will join her husband, which leaves open the possibility that she will return here yet again tomorrow. And we have seen members of the family continue to be there. And it was interesting today, the degree to which we saw even more sort of demonstrable responses to various moments. When they were playing parts of the audiobook, for instance, there were arms put around one another. When they were introducing the, again, physical copy of the laptop, I thought one of the more interesting notes from our colleagues in the room was not just that the Hunter Biden's wife was shaking her head. They still maintain that there is information on that laptop that was manipulated, that is inauthentic, and so they have opposed the introduction of it. But the laptop, the jury, it seemed to be the only ones in the room, which is reporters, other individuals with, let's say, interests in this case, who were sort of gasping at the fact that this was introduced. It shows the disconnect between sort of your everyday citizen who is called for a jury and those who are, like us, living and breathing the details, that they were kind of unaware of the significance of that moment when it happened.
Ma'am, hold that thought for 1 second. I want to come back to that. But, Daniel, let me go to you first, because we talked about Hallie Biden, Hunter Biden, the relationship that is, I think, fair to say, already fairly complicated. In this case, prosecutors are expected to really shine a light on it. Can you explain to people then how this relationship, and just to remind folks, Hallie Biden is the one who says she took the gun out of Hunter Biden's truck in a moment, ended up throwing it away in a trash can at a nearby grocery store. Explain to people why it matters what Hallie Biden did or did not do with Hunter Biden's gun if the charge that he's facing here has to do with essentially paperwork in the purchase of that gun. In other words, once he already had it, why does it matter what happened to the gun?
Yeah, Hallie Biden is a critical witness because she's not an eyewitness in the sense that she just observed things. She was a participant in the conduct that eventually led to Hunter Biden being arrested and charged. She allegedly was the one who found the firearm, as you said, and then drove it to a dumpster behind a grocery store and threw it in. She is the beginning of this case against Hunter Biden. And unfortunately for the defense, this is the kind of witness who will also carry a lot of information that won't paint Hunter Biden in a fantastic light. She is the widow of his brother. They engaged in a relationship. She will, I presume, at least reportedly testify that he may have introduced her to crack cocaine. So there are a lot of facts that are going to come in through Hallie Biden, in addition to the facts that gave rise to this prosecution that are pretty harmful to Hunter Biden. And normally you try to keep out stuff that's prejudicial if it's too prejudicial and not probative enough. But this is probably all going to come in no problem because it's all part of the same thing.
So just to put a fine point on it, Danny, it sounds like what you're saying is that prosecutors may try to use Hallie Biden to demonstrate clearly to the jury that she was concerned that Hunter Biden was on drugs at the time that he checked that box, at the time that he made that false statement, that she was concerned about his not-so-sobriety, if you will.
Exactly right. So if she's concerned about the firearm and concerned about his drug use and concerned about allegedly finding paraphernalia in the car at the time, then that is circumstantial evidence that a jury can infer that Hunter Biden was then at that time using. And that's the key. That's the defense's whole defense. They're going to try and argue that, hey, he may have intermittently used drugs, but they can't meet their burden, the government, to prove that at the time, during those 11 days and when he filled out the form, he was an addict or an unlawful user of drugs.
So, ma'am, let me go to you because Hunter Biden is obviously in a different relationship now. He is married. He has a son with his wife, Melissa Cohen Biden. And there was a very intense moment, it sounds like today, that one of our team members witnessed where she called a former Trump aide who was at the trial I'm quoting here, a Nazi piece of expletive, a Nazi piece of blank, essentially. It seems like an indication that emotions really are high at this moment.
Yeah, and credit to Sarah Fitzpatrick, who documented this all for us. She has been all over the Hunter Biden story and the legal drama around the laptop and other things. So Garrett Ziegler, he is the former Trump administration official who founded a company that posted all the data from the cloud, from the laptop in a public searchable fashion. And Hunter Biden has filed a lawsuit for defamation, trying to, again, argue that this was manipulated data that doesn't represent the full truth of the last several years. And so what he has been, as a member of the general public, can be in the courtroom so far for each of the 2 days so far. And so as they were breaking from the proceedings for a moment, Melissa Cohen Biden made it known in very blunt terms that she did not think it was appropriate for him to be there. Now, Sarah caught up with him later, Garrett Ziegler, and he did say it was prudent for him to be attending it. He did not respond. He did not engage in that back and forth with her. But yes, absolutely, just shows the degree to which Hunter Biden's family is really feeling this at the moment.
Mike Memley in Wilmington, Danny Savalos back home at 30 Rock. Thank you both very much for that. To the White House now, because President Biden, in just the last few hours, is putting in place that executive action that'll shut down potentially the U.S.-Mexico border and asylum requests there when there's a surge in illegal border crossings. It's coming as he's facing more and more political pressure to do something about immigration. Watch.
So today, I'm moving past Republican obstruction and using the executive authorities available to me as president to do what I can on my own to address the border. Frankly, I would have preferred to address this issue through bipartisan legislation because that's the only way to actually get the kind of system we have now that's broken fixed.
The president says that Mexico will cooperate on some parts of this plan. He's spoken to the Mexican president just today, and the White House earlier filling in Congress on the whole thing, with party leaders reacting to the president's decision to basically go it alone.
This is like turning a garden hose on a five-alarm fire. This play is too little, too late.
Given how obstinate Republicans have become, turning down any real opportunity for strong border legislation, the president is left with little choice but to act on his own.
Remember what the polling shows here in this election year, that immigration and economy are the top two biggest issues for voters. They've said that repeatedly. And on this particular issue, certain numbers show that former President Trump is leading President Biden on this. He took to Truth Social, Mr. Trump did, to go after the president, saying he's, quote unquote, pretending to finally do something about the border. Already, this is a legal morass, essentially. The ACLU says it's going to sue the administration over this move. David Noriega is joining us from the border in San Diego. So, David, we said it at the top of the show that President Biden is in many ways igniting a legal and a political firestorm with this move. Explain why and explain the reaction you're seeing there.
So, Hallie, this is for sure going to get challenged in court. The ACLU has indicated that they intend to challenge it. When I sat down with Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas a few weeks ago, this exact executive order had not taken shape yet, but he told me that any executive order he understood was going to get challenged in court. The question really is whether this is going to get enjoined while that challenge works its way through the courts or not. Will we actually see it get implemented? It's supposed to go into effect at midnight tonight. But here's the key thing, Hallie. What this executive order does on paper and what it does politically, in other words, what it allows Biden and other Democrats to say they are doing on the border versus the actual material consequences that it has on the ground are two separate things. On paper, this is quite dramatic. It's quite important. It's very significant that a Democratic president, after years of criticizing the Trump administration, are essentially banning asylum for anybody who crosses the border between ports of entry. Big deal. In reality, I am pretty skeptical that this is going to have any kind of really dramatic, immediate impact on the border. And here's why. For this to really have an immediate effect, it would have required something like what we saw under Title 42, which means basically immediate summary expulsions of people who cross the border into Mexico, regardless of where they come from, regardless of what country they come from. Mexico, like you said, is cooperating on some of this, but they have not agreed to accept more expulsions of migrants from more countries than they are already accepting. I've heard this from White House officials. I've heard it from a couple of Mexican immigration officials who have told me that they have not been told to prepare for more expulsions. That means that people are still going to be able to cross the border, and they're still going to be able to enter the immigration system in one way or another. The Biden administration may be able to deport some of them more quickly, particularly people from Mexico and Central America, but not people from other parts of the world. And Hallie, that's important because right now, for the first time ever, more than half of the people who cross the border illegally between ports of entry don't come from Mexico or Central America. They come from elsewhere in the Western Hemisphere or even from places as far away as Africa and Asia.
So, David, talk us through sort of the immediate impact, because you've laid out, I think, long-term what this means. What about short-term?
Yeah, so far, there is no impact. This goes into effect at midnight. I am going to come back here where I am tomorrow to see whether there is an immediate impact or not. Look, I think if there is an immediate impact, it probably has less to do with the policy and actually a lot more to do with migrant smugglers on the Mexico side of the border who more or less direct when and where people cross, taking a step back, taking what people call a wait-and-see approach, before kind of choosing whether to test the system. So it's possible we'll see numbers go down, but it's not because the border has been quote unquote shut down. It's because smugglers are biding their time before sending people back over. Once the smugglers start sending people back over, that's where this is going to really stress how much of an effect this really has. And at this point, again, it's hard to predict, especially earlier, just less than an hour ago, a group of about 20 or 30 people from the Indian subcontinent, from India, Pakistan, and Nepal, crossed the border right here where we are. I spoke to some of them. They told me they had no idea this was happening. They were not aware of this supposed border shutdown. We'll see whether we see more of that again tomorrow. Again, this is not going to have a dramatic and immediate effect. It's going to be a little more attenuated, a little bit more complicated than that. Hallie?
David Noriega live for us there in San Diego along the border. David, thank you. Back here to Washington now. A sharp but blunt message from the Attorney General lashing out at House Republicans, saying he will not back down in the face of what he describes as unprecedented attacks against the DOJ. Listen.
I will not be intimidated, and the Justice Department will not be intimidated. We will continue to do our jobs free from political influence, and we will not back down from defending democracy.
You see Merrick Garland there also slamming what he calls a conspiracy theory that the Department of Justice was somehow behind former President Donald Trump's conviction, state felony conviction, in that hush money trial against him. Of course, that false claim that Mr. Trump has reiterated. All of it as Republicans threaten to hold Garland in contempt because of the White House's refusal to hand over audio of President Biden's interview with the special counsel and the investigation into his handling of classified documents. Remember, Robert Hur, Sahil Kapoor is joining us. Robert Hur had declined to prosecute President Biden, suggesting, of course, very memorably, that a jury would likely be sympathetic to the president because he would come off as, in Hur's words, a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. This was explosive when it came out earlier. The transcripts have been released from this interview between Hur and President Biden. But over and over, you heard from Republicans, we want to hear it. We want to hear the tapes. We want to hear the audio because we think some context and some things may be missing.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. Merrick Garland made clear that he's not going to release the audio tapes of the Biden interview with special counsel Robert Hur. He said the transcript is there for everyone to see. He said that releasing the audio would set a bad precedent. It would chill cooperation, in his words, with the Justice Department. And the department has also argued that it could be manipulated and weaponized by people in bad faith if the audio is released. Now, Garland is, of course, facing threats by House Republicans to hold him in contempt. The committee has advanced on a party line basis a contempt resolution, but it's not been scheduled for a floor on the House of Representatives yet. Even if it does come up and even if it does pass, it's not really going anywhere because House Republicans would literally be asking Merrick Garland's department to prosecute Merrick Garland. Now, the hearing did get very contentious, and we don't often see Merrick Garland getting as heated as he did today. He talked about, he fired back against conservative attacks on the Justice Department as unprecedented and unfounded in the wake of Donald Trump being convicted of felonies in New York and facing charges federally. One of the major contentious exchanges was between Garland and Congressman Matt Gaetz with the backdrop of the Hunter Biden trial starting. Let's play that exchange.
Did you ever have a family member profit off of the notoriety of any case that you sat over?
Say again, you're asking
yes or no?
You're asking me to comment on a case currently.
Well, it seems you're connecting the dots, Mr. Attorney General.
Now, Republicans don't have evidence that the DOJ manipulated that Manhattan prosecution, but Gates thinks he has a connection here. He brought up a man named Matthew Colangelo, a former DOJ official who jumped ship to the New York DA's office in December 2022 to be a special counsel. He insisted repeatedly, he demanded to know whether Merrick Garland placed him there or dispatched him there. Garland emphatically rejected that, said it's false.
It is clear, Sahel, that while this hearing may be over, the Republican fight against the Justice Department is certainly not, because you have Speaker Johnson now, the Republican House Speaker, of course, today, rolling out what he describes as a three-pronged plan to continue to go after the Department of Justice over the course of this election year, right?
Yeah, absolutely. There will be a near-term fight, Hallie, over funding for the Justice Department when government funding comes up again at the end of September. House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan has asked the full chamber to defund the special prosecutor who is looking into Trump, who has secured several indictments of Donald Trump. That's a project that Jim Jordan has been trying to pursue since last year. Open question remains whether the conviction of Donald Trump in New York will move enough Republicans to his side, because he didn't have the votes last year. And of course, this election will have an enormous consequence on the future of the rule of law and how Americans define the rule of law. Donald Trump has convinced his base, with the help of Republicans, that the DOJ is no longer impartial, that it's being that there's so-called weaponization happening for political purposes. And Democrats say that if Trump wins, he will do to them what he falsely claims Democrats are doing to him, that he will turn the DOJ into his personal kind of vendetta machine, going after people, that there'll be no guardrails, and he'll appoint loyalists to essentially prosecute who he tells them to prosecute. Hallie.
Sahel Kapoor, thank you very much. Lots to follow there on the Hill. Thanks. Tonight out west, the first stretch of really dangerous heat this season, with tens of millions of people from Texas to California under alerts for the rest of the week. And temperatures, they could hit above triple digits. Some spots 20 degrees higher than normal. You know what hot, dry weather means? Bigger risk that wildfires could end up sparking, like the one we saw over the weekend in Northern California. Dana Griffin is joining us now. And Dana, it is a real concern when it gets this hot this early. Talk us through it.
Absolutely, Hallie, and you may can see it a little bit. We've got the wind blowing. It is 99 degrees right now. The temperature is going to spike to 102 today. These are what's considered elevated fire weather conditions. It takes one spark and the dry vegetation that we've got all over, thanks to a wet, plentiful winter. So that's why there's a concern here, because of the heat. Now, also, we've got this heat wave in effect, and several areas are going to reach triple-digit temps. I spoke to a UC Davis ER doctor, and he says that when you get these early heat waves, it can have a harder impact on the body simply because people aren't used to it. Take a look, listen to what we talked about moments ago. What are people coming into your office saying and into the emergency room saying?
Well, it's definitely a spectrum of disease. So a lot of times we'll have people come in after fainting, or they just feel weak and dizzy and don't know why, have muscle cramps, and that's kind of heat exhaustion. But then we'll also occasionally get the person that was out for too long, didn't drink enough fluids, and has actual heat stroke, where they're confused, even to the point where they could be unconscious.
Yeah, and that's why they are stressing for those that are across the Southwest. If you're in an area that's going to experience triple-digit temps, or you're getting a 10 to 25 degree difference in temperatures, you definitely want to stay hydrated, stay indoors if you can, keep small pets and animals, small pets and young children out inside if possible. This is some serious stuff here. And you mentioned the deaths. Maricopa County, the largest county in Arizona, had some 645 deaths last year related to heat. And that's why officials want to try to make sure we don't reach that number again, because these are really serious conditions that can have a major impact. Hallie?
Dana Griffin, we can tell it is windy there in Sacramento, as you say. Dana, thanks. A surprising setback tonight for the Indian Prime Minister, claiming a win for his historic third term, but early results show it wasn't the landslide he was hoping for, with his party's majority shrinking. Something like 970 million people were expected to hit the polls during this 6-week-long election. It's the biggest in the world. Final vote counts aren't expected until local time tomorrow. But assuming the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, wins, he's going to be only the second Indian leader to win a third term. Still, that tighter than expected margin is raising some new questions about his popularity. Janice Mackey-Frayer has made her way to India for this election. She's joining us now. So what does it mean? What does it mean practically for people in India, for international relations, if this margin of victory is smaller than expected for him?
Well, Modi was always expected to win. The real surprise here, Hallie, is this stronger than expected performance by opposition parties. It now leaves Modi in a position where he's going to have to rely on the goodwill of some of his coalition partners in order to build a government, because his BJP party, which has had a majority for the past 10 years, no longer has that hold on power. So this is a shocker for a lot of voters, and certainly for the BJP here. Voters we were talking to at the polls said that jobs, inequality, inflation, these were all issues for them. As well, there has been simmering dissent among farmers with huge protests by them, and this looming concern people had about the Constitution, fears that a more powerful Modi in a third term may make moves to change India's Constitution, where India is enshrined as a secular nation, to have it be declared a Hindu nation, to bring it more in line with Narendra Modi and the BJP's ideology. So certainly people here see this as a huge shock and not the outcome that the exit polls or most analysts were looking at.
And with good reason, Janice, so much international attention, of course, on what's happening in India.
Well, and the State Department has already sent congratulations to Modi on the vibrant democratic process. But, Hallie, all of this matters to the United States, as the Biden administration is looking to India for its help to balance China's influence in the region. And also, we're seeing more American companies growing their manufacturing here, and a lot of that production moving from China to India. So Modi is claiming this third term, this historic third term, but the opposition is saying this is a victory for the people, that he's going into third term in a weaker position.
Janice Mackey-Frayer, we're glad to have you there in Delhi for us tonight. Appreciate it. We've got to get to some breaking news back here at home now. We're just learning about a nationwide outage apparently affecting AT&T and Verizon customers. So check your cell phones, because AT&T is telling us this national issue is, I'm quoting here, it's affecting the ability of customers to complete calls. Verizon says this problem affects people trying to call or text people who are using other carriers. Brian Chung is joining us now. Wait a second. So both of these huge telecom companies are both having issues all across the country? What's up?
Yeah, and this is still developing. We're trying to figure out why this is happening, but this appears to be affecting any sort of phone calls that are going from one carrier to the other. AT&T and Verizon both acknowledging that they're having these issues. AT&T says it's nationwide, and Verizon says that it appears to be impacting their Northeast and also, I believe, Midwest areas. So, again, this is still developing. We're trying to figure out exactly what the reason is behind this. Verizon says that they're experiencing issues with text messages as well. We did just hear from AT&T, a spokesperson telling me that this isn't impacting their 911 services.
That was my next question.
We're working to correct a wireless impact notification that was sent in error to 911 call centers. That coming in from an AT&T spokesperson to me just a few minutes ago. So again, it seems like there's a lot to sort out here, but again, this appears to be impacting calls primarily from one carrier to the other, namely, in most cases, AT&T to Verizon or vice versa, Hallie.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, Brian. The answer may totally be we don't know yet, and that's fine. But when you say it's affecting calls from one carrier to the other, meaning AT&T and Verizon, is like T-Mobile affected, or some of these other carriers affected as well, or do we not know yet?
We don't know. I mean, these carriers are kind of pointing the finger and saying this is anything that's maybe outside of the carrier. But again, when we look at downdetector.com, this is a website where people can report issues. So it might not be the best measurement of exactly how many people are reporting issues. We're seeing the most amount of reported problems at Verizon and also at AT&T. T-Mobile remains to be seen. But I want to emphasize that people might be thinking about that issue back in February, where there were those massive issues.
Yes,
right, there were those massive issues
outage,
at AT&T. The scale of this, at least when you're looking at what's being reported on downdetector.com, it's much less. In total, including Verizon, it's about 5,000 reported issues as of now. It was something in the tens of thousands in that February problem.
And just to reiterate, 911 emergency calls, those can go through no problem?
AT&T says that it is not experiencing issues with 911 emergency call centers.
Okay, Brian Chung, more to watch on that. Thank you for scrambling to a camera and bringing us that developing news here tonight. Appreciate it. A lot more to get to here on the show, including coming up this FDA panel that could approve a party drug for PTSD. But there's a few red flags we'll explain in a sec. Plus, some quite literally wild video showing what happens when a bobcat faces off with a rattlesnake.
Report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
President Biden now saying he has, I'm quoting here, every reason to believe that Israel's prime minister is prolonging the war in Gaza for political gain. New comments from the president to Time magazine as his national security advisor meets with families of American hostages believed to be held by Hamas in Gaza, according to a senior administration official talking with NBC News. That includes the father of Omir Nutra, a 22-year-old American missing now for 8 months. I want to bring in Ronan Nutra, who is joining us here in Washington. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
I wish I could say we were chatting under better circumstances. What else can you tell us about this meeting today between you, other families, and Jake Sullivan?
Well, I have to say it's not the first time. We've been meeting in the White House with Jake Sullivan and his team probably 8 times now by now. It's almost like a monthly meeting. We have to say that they're very open and candid with us. The situation right now is that there is an Israeli deal that President Biden obviously laid out on Friday, and there is tremendous pressure on Hamas to accept it by all the participating mediators and other countries as well. This deal can bring relief to everybody in the Middle East, including the people in Gaza. So we are surely hoping that it's time to really bring our son back together with the other hostages and bring relief to the area.
Are you any more hopeful now, having met with the National Security Advisor, than you were, let's say, when you woke up this morning before that meeting?
I'm cautiously optimistic, but unfortunately, we've been in this place before. And having said that, we feel that this is almost like money time. There is a real good, acceptable deal because the terms of the deal were laid out by Hamas a few weeks back. Israel has brought this deal very close to the one Hamas wanted. So by them not accepting it will be a declaration that they really don't want any deal, which is obviously not good for us because we like to see our son back.
We have learned from a senior White House official that there will be top diplomats going back, at least one, going back to the Middle East for talks at some point this week. That we have seen a lot of U.S. leaders come and go in the region. I'm thinking of, for example, the CIA director who has been to and from repeatedly. I wonder what that's like for you as a parent, to see these diplomats come and go, knowing that your son is still in the same place.
Listen, we are as parents of Omar, we're stuck on October 7. I think people don't remember that 1,200 people were murdered, slaughtered at that day. Out of them, 45 Americans. 12 Americans were taken hostages, 8 are still in captivity. Out of the 8, 5 are considered alive, among them our son Omar, and 3 are considered dead. Isn't it time after 242 days, almost 8 months, to bring them back? This is a real humanitarian crisis. There are hostages from 24 different nations, almost all religions. There are Muslims hostages. There are Christian, there are Jews. They need to come home to their families. We're craving. We are in deep pain, all of us. And our pain is nothing comparing to the hostages' pain that is happening as we speak in the tunnels of Gaza.
We've been showing some images, of course, of your son, of others. I spent some time in Israel a few months ago and spent some time at Hostage Square, as it's now known, as you're aware, in Tel Aviv, which is a place of people coming together. It is a place at times of protest, frustration, of course, with the Israeli government here. A top Israeli security official tells NBC News that the prime minister, they don't believe, will make a deal to try to release these hostages unless public opinion polls shows that it benefits him politically there. I wonder how you see that. I wonder how you feel or respond to that.
Well, everybody I talk in Israel wanted the hostages back. I think there is a tremendous consensus in Israel and worldwide that the hostages are the urgent matter. We all understand that Hamas must be eliminated. There's no question about that. But there is urgent and there is the long term. And on the urgent are the hostages. Only yesterday, 4 hostages were announced dead, right? So they are dying there. These were elderly people in a kibbutz that Omar, my son, was trying to protect. And isn't it time that after 8 months, the remaining hostages should be released? It's unbearable to the people down there. We know the conditions are very, very difficult. We know that there is no food or water enough for them. There's no oxygen. These people are suffering tremendously.
Do you believe that the prime minister wants to see these hostages released?
I believe he wants to see them released. I hope that politically he's now motivated and that he will do everything in his power to bring his coalition to agree to vote yes for a deal that hopefully will come very shortly.
Before I let you go, what would your message be to your son tonight, if you could get him one?
If Omar would have heard me, I would say, Omar, you got to be strong. We're fighting the fight. We've been everywhere for you, and we'll continue to fight. There's so many good people in this world. We need to show the good in the world, and you are one of them. You have so much more to do, and we'll do anything to bring you back. Don't lose hope. We don't lose hope.
Ronen Nutra, thank you so much for making the time for us tonight after yet another difficult and emotionally, I know, devastating day for you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We'll be right back.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
To a pretty stunning twist in a big fraud trial in Minneapolis, a juror suddenly dismissed after someone allegedly tried to bribe her with a big bag of cash. Like literally a big bag of cash, $120,000 that showed up at her house. Then a second juror ended up dropped after a family member asked, hey, have you heard about the bribe situation? Now, the judge is putting in the alternates. Deliberations are continuing in the first of probably many trials in a big conspiracy alleged to steal money during the pandemic. Here's Maura Barrett.
Tonight, something a prosecutor called the stuff that happens in mob movies, as a Minneapolis jury heads into deliberations without two jurors, after someone allegedly tried to bribe one and a second juror was asked about it by her family. Photos from a search warrant filed by the FBI showing a big bag decorated with butterflies on the outside and $120,000 cash on the inside. According to the warrant, a woman showed up at the doorstep of Juror 52 on Sunday night with a bag, handing it to the juror's relative, saying it was a present for the juror, referencing her first name. The woman told the relative to tell Juror 52 to say not guilty tomorrow, and there would be more of that present. Juror 52 immediately called 911 to report the incident, police finding $100, $50, and $20 bills.
Does this come off as a blatant attempt to tamper with the jury?
When we have someone interfering with the jury process, that is supposed to be sacrosanct. That is supposed to be something that is not touched throughout the trial. And this is really an interference into that.
In court, the defense attorney telling the judge the bag of cash is a, quote, troubling and upsetting accusation. A wild development after the 7-week-long trial over the alleged theft of COVID funds, the first of a chain of expected trials, and now a possible new crime under investigation.
Maura is joining us now. Wait a second, Maura. Go back. Jurors are supposed to be anonymous. How would somebody even know who they are and much less where they lived?
That's the really concerning part, Hallie, because only the legal teams and the defendants in the case had access to that information, to the names and addresses specifically. And so that's why the judge ordered, first of all, the judge took all of the defendants' phones and confiscated them. The judge also ordered that all 7 of them are taken into custody until the verdict. Those 2 jurors have been replaced by alternates that had been privy to the entire trial, and so they're beginning their deliberations. But now the judge has also sequestered the jury as well, Hallie.
Maura Barrett, thank you very much for bringing us that one. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, a former assistant for Ye, of course Kanye West, is now suing him for sexual harassment in a new civil lawsuit. She's also accusing him of breach of contract and wrongful termination, saying she's owed millions of dollars, according to these court documents. Ye's team denies the allegations and says he'll be filing his own countersuit. Number 2, singer Halsey announcing new music and sharing on Instagram that she's been privately battling an illness. We don't know what exactly, but the singer says she's lucky to be alive. A press release says she's making a donation to both the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society and the Lupus Research Alliance. Number 3, Alec and Hilaria Baldwin announcing a new reality show about their life. It's called The Baldwins. It's supposed to air on TLC next year. The announcement timing is interesting. It's a month before Baldwin's set to go on trial for involuntary manslaughter in connection to the death of Rust cinematographer Helena Hutchins. Number 4, the former translator for one of baseball's biggest stars, pleading guilty today to those bank and tax fraud charges. Remember, this is the guy who allegedly stole $17 million from Shohei Ohtani to cover his gambling debts. We covered it a bunch on the show. His sentencing is set for October. Number 5, check it out. New video, Bobcat v. Rattlesnake. Who wins? This is in an Arizona national park. We don't know who wins because they ended up moving too much into the bushes to be able to see, but it's very dramatic looking. Here's your little nightmare fuel for the day, I guess. So listen, we've got some breaking news that's into us now. We're learning that an FDA panel has decided that MDMA is not effective in treating PTSD, saying that the risks outweigh the benefits. Now, this is super interesting. They've been considering this as part of this decades-long push by advocates who say, hey, there's a lot of benefits to this party drug. Right now, it's classified as a Schedule I substance. That means it has no accepted medical use and a high potential for abuse. Ann Thompson is joining us now. Super interesting that this is just coming into us, Ann, that the FDA has said, wait a second, let's pump the brakes here. Talk us through the factors behind it.
Well, this is an outside panel, or this is an independent panel of experts, Hallie, that has now recommended to the FDA that, in their opinion, MDMA is not effective in treating PTSD, even when combined with talk therapy. That was the question before the panel. For those of you who may not know, MDMA is also called ecstasy. It is a party drug, but what's really interesting here is that veterans groups came to the table, many of them, and said, look, we really need this because our people are suffering. And they pointed to some benefits. Take a look at the benefits. They said MDMA can help with anxiety, depression, substance abuse, and eating disorders. But there were also risks including cardiovascular issues, such as increased blood pressure and heart rate, dizziness, injury, and again, substance abuse on that end. What happened here? Well, the panel looked at all of this, but it really had great concerns with the way the study was conducted. There was a phase 3 study that found that more than 2/3 of the patients who took both the drug and the therapy, they didn't suffer from PTSD anymore. But there were a couple of problems. First of all, 40% of those patients, they had taken MDMA illicitly before enrolling in this trial. And the doctors and patients knew who was on the drug. It was pretty obvious. Those were two things that gave the panel great concern. The third thing, the fact that this drug makes patients emotionally vulnerable and could put them at risk for sexual assault. That was another issue. They were not dismissive of this. They just want more study, and they don't feel that the studies that have been presented to them are enough for them to recommend MDMA and talk therapy as a way to treat PTSD. Hallie?
Ann Thompson, thank you very much for being all over it tonight. Appreciate it. Coming up, one city declaring an emergency over the opioid crisis, how officials say they're going to address a spike in overdoses just this year, and an NBC News exclusive, why the CEO of GM says the company's going all in on EVs. Our Tom Costello in the driver's seat. Next.
Good Morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Southern Bureau, more than 20 people are in the hospital after a scary carbon monoxide leak in Miami this morning at a condo building. We don't know the people's exact conditions, but dozens of others had to evacuate. Officials say they think this leak came from a malfunctioning boiler. It's not clear whether these condos had carbon monoxide alarms. Out of our Western Bureau, the mayor of Spokane, Washington, announcing an emergency plan to deal with the opioid crisis there, to move some money around to support people experiencing homelessness. She says the city will partner with treatment and recovery services to help people struggling with substance abuse. And out of our Western Bureau, Major League Baseball now banning a San Diego Padres player for life for betting on games. Remember we told you yesterday about how Tucupita Marcano was accused of gambling last season on the team's injured list? Well, now he's becoming the first active player in a century to be banned for betting on the sport. Remember, Pete Rose was just a manager when he got banned. The agent that reps Marcano did not reply to our request for comment today, and a rep for the Players Association declined to comment. To an exclusive look tonight at a new EV that General Motors says or hopes will be a game changer. America's biggest car company, betting big, rolling out new electric versions of its best-selling Silverado pickup and the Equinox SUV. In an NBC News exclusive interview, the CEO of GM says the company is all in on electric, even though EV sales across all brands have really slowed down. Listen to this.
We're committed to this technology, getting it right, and offering the consumer something that's going to make their life better.
Our Tom Costello, of course, right there for that exclusive. He got that. He got the test drive. He's joining us now. So wait a second. What's so interesting here is there have been a whole bunch of headlines lately about how EV sales are slowing down. So why is GM going so big on them?
Well, of course, this was all in the pipeline, right? But you're right. The growth of sales has slowed. They now make up about 7.3% of total new EV sales nationwide, that is. The prices are coming down, but still the average across all prices are somewhere in the neighborhood of $50,000, $55,000. And a lot of people think that is simply way too expensive. That keeps them out of the market. They're also concerned about range. Will it give me the range I need? So I went driving with the CEO of GM, Mary Barra, in this brand new Equinox EV. I got to tell you, it was kind of like cool like Tesla, right? There's a 17-inch display inside. It drives great even through lower Manhattan. But we talked about the money and how much it would cost. Take a listen.
We're going to have a model out later this year that starts around $35,000. Then with the tax credit, you think about $7,500. This is under $30,000. And look at the technology. This is a 17.7-inch screen.
And this is critical. This is the sweet spot for the market. People want a vehicle that's in this $30,000, $35,000 range.
Absolutely. That is where the bulk of new car purchases happen. So it's very important to win in vehicles.
Is this the future? Regardless of what you're driving today, anywhere in America, is an EV in your future?
I believe it is because they're better.
So she's committed. Yeah, she's selling it. Yeah. But she's also, listen to this, she reiterates that they are going to hopefully switch to all electrics by 2035. Oh. That's 11 years away.
So
in 11 years, all electrics at GM.
I can't help but be wearing my political reporter hat as we're having this conversation, because there's been some reporting on a little bit of a red-blue divide on the issue of EVs, right?
So EV sales are not as strong in red states as blue states. As you know, President Trump has been bad-mouthing EVs, bad-mouthing the incentives people get for getting an EV, suggesting if he were elected, he might dismantle some of that, courting oil and gas company executives, trying to get their pledge, if you will, on their money. So that's the big question. What happens if President Trump is reelected? Might these incentives go away? Regardless, Mary Barra says they're committed regardless. Whoever's president, they'll work with that person. They're committed to this being the future. They think that batteries are the future.
Tom Costello, what a great interview. So glad we're getting to be able to watch a bit of it and watch you navigate through the streets of downtown Manhattan so capably.
Well, we only got to go like 16 miles an hour. It is lower Manhattan after a while.
Still makes me nervous. Tom Costello, appreciate it, friend. Thanks.
Okay.
Still to come here on the show, some new fallout for Sean Diddy Combs tonight in the face of those sexual assault allegations. Why he's now selling his stake in the media company he founded.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We are just learning that Sean Diddy Combs, who's of course facing that long list of sex assault and abuse allegations, is now selling his majority stake in the media company he founded more than a decade ago with this company called Revolt, making the announcement in just the last couple hours, saying in a statement that the rapper and mogul's shares, and I'm quoting here, have been fully redeemed and retired. Of course, it comes on the backdrop of not just the lawsuit that Diddy's former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, filed against him, accusing him of years of physical and sexual abuse, but also 5 other women alleging Combs sexually assaulted them as well. We should note that he denies all the allegations against him. Chloe Malas has more.
Hallie, that's right. Sean Diddy Combs selling the majority stake in Revolt, a media company that he founded over 10 years ago. In a statement, Revolt telling NBC News shares held by the company's former chair, Sean Diddy Combs, have been fully redeemed and retired. Now, the company said it will remain Black-owned and operated. You know, this comes amid a slew of lawsuits and allegations, everything from sex trafficking to harassment to sexual assault by numerous individuals. And, you know, Sean Combs has continuously denied any wrongdoing. But what's really damning here, Hallie, is that the surveillance footage that was obtained by CNN not that long ago that showed Sean Diddy Combs beating up his then-girlfriend, Cassandra Cassie Ventura, in a hotel room in 2016 in Los Angeles. That went against every single denial that he had made when Cassie filed that federal civil suit several months ago. And in her civil suit, she made all sorts of allegations, including physical abuse. And at the time, Diddy said that he would never have laid his hand on anyone. And then this video comes out. So a lot of people are just saying that they believe, you know, more will come out. But again, Sean Combs maintains his innocence. NBC News, we've reached out to Diddy's team for comment over this news of him selling the majority stake in Revolt. And you got to say, it's a massive fall from grace, Hallie.
Our thanks to Chloe Malas for that reporting. That's a wrap for this hour. We've got more coverage picking up right now.
Tonight, taking control of the border, President Biden signing an executive order effective immediately to restrict migrant crossings. The move capping the number of asylum requests at the U.S.-Mexico border, turning people away as numbers surge. Biden facing months of fierce criticism over his handling of immigration, taking action with just 5 months until the November election. Tonight, the ACLU joining Top Story live as the organization sues the Biden administration over what they call an illegal move. Also, prosecuting Hunter Biden, opening statements in Hunter Biden's gun trial. Prosecutors using his own words against him with clips about his drug use from his audiobook. First Lady Jill Biden by her stepson's side for a second straight day. And Hunter's financial lifeline, what we know about the man footing his legal bills. Nationwide phone outages, AT&T customers unable to make calls to other carriers. What we're learning about the widespread disruptions. Turning away patients, an NBC News investigation into a hospital accused of declining treatment to cancer patients when they needed it the most, claiming they didn't qualify for coverage. We hear from a patient who used to be a nurse at that hospital and still couldn't receive care. Is this part of a bigger issue? Monster truck burst power lines, terrifying moments. A truck goes airborne, taking down wires, sending utility equipment tumbling on spectators, parents narrowly escaping as they hold their kids. Plus, meet the Baldwins. Actor Alex Baldwin and his family set to star in their own reality TV show. The announcement as Baldwin prepares for trial facing involuntary manslaughter charges connected to the fatal shooting on the Rust film set. And from X to X-rated, the social media platform once known as Twitter, changing its rules, allowing porn and adult content on their site. Top Story starts right now. And good evening. Tonight, for the first time, President Biden signing an executive order restricting access at the southern border. The president announcing his strongest immigration action yet. But will it work, and is it even legal? Here's the president today.
Republicans have left me no choice. Today, I'm announcing actions to bar migrants who cross our southern border unlawfully from receiving asylum. This action will help us gain control of our border, restore order into the process. We must face the simple truth. To protect America as a land that welcomes immigrants, we must first secure the border and secure it now.
So here's what the order will do. Once illegal crossings surpass 2,500, as you see right here, it will bar migrants from requesting asylum. The restrictions will last until they dip below 1,500 per day. And right now, the daily average of encounters is around 4,000, which means this order will go into effect immediately. And a reminder, the border spans nearly 2,000 miles from Southern California all the way to Texas, which means the order will impact more than 300 points of entry. So there are questions tonight on whether the U.S. even has the manpower to make this a reality. Biden's executive order signals a massive shift in his political stance on immigration. The move, something he sharply criticized on the debate stage before becoming president.
I would, in fact, make sure that we immediately surge to the border. All those people are seeking asylum. We're a nation that says if you want to flee and you're fleeing oppression, you should come. And those who come seeking asylum, we should immediately have the capacity to absorb them, keep them safe until they can be heard. This is the first president in the history of the United States of America that anybody seeking asylum has to do it in another country. That's never happened before in America.
So why the massive change? Well, here's one potential reason. Immigration is top of mind for voters. Faced with a slew of issues, the situation at the border coming in at just number 2 behind inflation, according to our most recent NBC News poll. And it's a big issue, especially in an election year. This NBC News poll finding 69% say they disapprove of how Biden has handled the border. Biden seemingly determined to tackle his major political weakness against former President Trump with just 5 months until the November election, leaving some wondering, is there even enough time? His opponent, former President Trump, saying this about the new executive order.
He could have done it very easily. All he had to do is say, close the border. That's the power of the presidency.
Now, the courts haven't always agreed with that point and didn't when President Trump tried it. And also keep in mind the bipartisan border bill failed twice as Republicans, at the request of Trump, rejected it. Today's move comes after a record nearly 10 million migrants have crossed into the U.S. since President Biden took office. Though the number of monthly border encounters has sharply decreased from reaching record highs back in December, we should point out. It's not just the U.S. working to handle the immigration crisis. Panama's president saying he will shut down one of the world's busiest immigration routes, the Darien Gap, and now Mexico working on the other side of the border through interdiction efforts as well. This morning, NBC News spoke with a Venezuelan family who came through a port of entry seeking asylum, saying they slept on the streets in Mexico while waiting.
How long were you waiting? 7 months and 6 days, he tells us, saying he came to the U.S. to work to feed his young family.
That was Julia Ainsley, who's at the border. It's because of stories like that that the ACLU is now suing the Biden administration. That's right, the same ACLU that took on the Trump administration for its immigration policies. Everything from child separation to policies similar to what President Biden is now doing. So what does the ACLU think about this new executive order and the major change coming from Joe Biden? Joining us now is Lee Gallant. He's deputy director of the Immigrants' Rights Project with the ACLU. He led some of the biggest lawsuits against the Trump administration. Lee, we thank you so much for joining Top Story tonight. You've been the face of the ACLU when it comes to the immigration crisis, both under the Trump administration and now under the Biden administration. Talk to me about why the ACLU is now suing the Biden administration.
Yeah, so we sued under Trump, and we have to sue under Biden. They've left us no choice. The policy from our vantage point is legally the same as what President Trump did. And so we successfully sued under Trump, and so we think we're going to have to sue under Biden. We will bring that suit, timing to be determined. And let me explain why we think it's illegal. So it's basically that the executive can't do this without Congress. Congress has very clearly said you may apply for asylum regardless of where you enter. And the reason is very clear. Sometimes people can't get to a port because it's hundreds of miles away. They're with a little child. Sometimes cartels are pushing you through at different places. Sometimes they just don't know where the port is. So what Congress said is, if you're genuinely in danger, just get to U.S. soil and we'll screen you. And I want to be very clear about a few things. We are not saying everyone's entitled to asylum, but we are saying you're entitled to a screening, and that's a solemn promise we made after World War II. This would not even give people a screening on asylum. And I know in your intro, you talked about the American public, and I think that's right. But I think there's a misconception about what the American public wants. I think they want something balanced and in the middle. They don't want something like shutting off asylum completely. If you said to people, look, there's a family and they're being persecuted because of their religion, because they're Christian, because whatever, and they're going to be in serious danger, maybe deadly danger, would you want them to have a screening for asylum? I think most people would say yes, but they also want it to be streamlined so people are not spending years waiting for asylum and there's chaos at the border. We are all in favor of streamlining the process, but we don't want to see President Biden go to the other end that Trump did and say we're going to ban asylum completely.
I want to play a little bit more of what President Biden said today and get your take on the other end. Let's play that.
Today, I'm moving past Republican obstruction and using the executive authorities available to me as president to do what I can on my own to address the border. Frankly, I would have preferred to address this issue through bipartisan legislation because that's the only way to actually get the kind of system we have now that's broken, fixed.
So, Lee, you just mentioned this, right? He needs Congress. He tried. He says he tried. He couldn't get anywhere with the Republicans. He's left with no other options.
Well, so it's right that Congress didn't want to take it up, and that's been a problem for years. But what I think President Biden had is other options than completely shutting off asylum. What we would have liked to have seen is surging resources to the border and try that, because I think, as you know, and been to the border many, many times, families are not actually trying to evade border agents. They walk across the border, they sit down, waiting for an officer to come up and say, when is my time to apply for asylum and be screened? So we don't need more enforcement officers. What we need are more asylum officers to screen people, to move it quickly. We get that the American public wants the asylum system to work more efficiently, to move it so there's not chaos. That takes more asylum officers. We think the president could have sent more asylum officers there. But more importantly, we think Congress needs to allocate even more resources to send asylum officers. I think that's the way to do it. And I think, as your reporting has shown over the years, when people are that desperate, they're going to leave their countries no matter what. And so the only way is, I also think that ultimately we need more legal pathways for people who want to work, because there are no legal pathways. I don't know a single economist now who's saying we don't need more workers in the U.S. and more immigrant workers. If we opened up all these legal pathways, people wouldn't be so desperate to line up at the border, and then we would have shorter lines for asylum for people who genuinely need it, and we would have people coming in through legal pathways to work, and that would be a benefit to our country. I think what the other side has done is so polarized at making people think all these families are here to do harm. They are not here to do harm. Think about the immigrants you know. They are not fitting that narrative.
And I want to ask you about that. New York City Mayor Eric Adams has been trying to push for those worker programs here in this city as well. But I do want to go back to what President Biden said as a candidate and what he's doing today, now, in 2024, right before this election. Do you feel duped?
You know, look, the reality is a lot of things play into these situations.
You think it's politics?
I would say we are disappointed that the administration has taken this road because we think the policies are misguided. I think probably politics plays into every decision every White House makes, you know, and I don't want to focus on that completely. I'm hoping that we can convince the administration, if not the courts, that this is misguided and illegal, and maybe the administration can pull it back or mitigate it. I think that the Biden administration needs to hear from people and saying, yeah, we've named immigration as a big issue for us, but that's not how we wanted to go. We didn't want to go to an extreme Trump policy. We want something in the middle. There's still time for the Biden administration to mitigate it if it wants to.
Lee, let me ask you something, because I have covered the border for years. It's where I first met you, was down on the border during child separation. And I have noticed a difference, though, when you talk to migrants, and I'm able to talk to migrants, right, because I speak Spanish.
Right.
And I'm very sensitive to this issue because I am the son of Cuban refugees. The difference I noticed is that when you talk to migrants years ago, they would give you a variety of reasons of why they're coming over. Now, when I survey migrants, and it's a lot of it are Venezuelan, and trust me, I've been in Venezuela. They have serious issues there, and they should ask for asylum because of what I've seen in Venezuela. That being said, they all seek asylum. This family's come in Venezuela. They said they can't work, they can't eat, they're seeking asylum. If everyone's seeking asylum, doesn't that hurt your argument and what the ACLU is trying to do in saying that we need to give asylum? But if everyone's asking for asylum, is President Biden's hands not tied?
So that's a fair point, and this is what I would say about two things. One is, if you have people who want to work and they see no other path than to apply for asylum, that's a problem with how we've designed our immigration system. Let's have legal pathways for people to work. But the other thing I would say is, you're right, not everyone has an asylum claim, but we still need screenings, because for the people we send back to real danger who really have asylum claims, it's no solace to them to say, well, lots of other people didn't have asylum, so we're going to send you back to torture or death. So we need a proper screening system, and you're absolutely right. It has to be more efficient, but we can't say because lots of people won't win, we're going to send everyone back.
From your history filing these lawsuits, explain to our viewers what happens next, right? So this executive order takes effect immediately, but it's going to be stopped pretty quickly by the courts, possibly.
Well,
if they rule like they ruled under the Trump administration, and I know the orders are a little different.
Right. Well, I mean, we're hopeful. We have to figure out the timing of the lawsuit. We haven't filed yet. We just got the rule today. We're going to go through it carefully and decide the timing of the lawsuit and where we're going to file it. And then we hope to get quick action by the courts in joining it. I think President Biden and his team have acknowledged that there are real doubts about the legality of it. I think they were expecting a lawsuit. We'll see. I think they tried to.
Nothing's going to prevent you from filing that lawsuit.
You know, unless the Biden administration pulls back, we see that we're going to have.
You're going forward with the lawsuit.
I mean, we have no choice, we think, unless the Biden administration pulls back.
Where are you filing, in California or New York?
So we haven't decided yet. I mean, the options are anywhere from California to D.C. We haven't decided timing, but I will certainly keep you posted on that.
And then, do you think this is even possible, knowing the manpower issues at the border? If this were to go into effect, and say you lose in court, and the executive order is the law of the land, will border officials, will this actually work? Is this feasible?
So I don't think it will work in the sense that people won't still come to the border because they're so desperate. It's not as if they're going to hear about this policy and say, well, let's just take our chances with danger in our country. So they're still going to come. What I think is so troubling about this policy that hasn't got enough attention is I'm not sure how much resources it's going to take, because under normal policies, you have to affirmatively ask people Will you be tortured? Will something happen to you? And so then they'll get a screening, and that takes resources to implement. What the Biden administration is doing, which is really draconian, is saying, unless you affirmatively, the migrant, ask to be screened, you're going to get no screening. So they won't need asylum officers there. They're just going to push you back across the border. And so we're very worried that everyone's going to get pushed back across the border without any asylum officers ever seeing them.
And here's the reality, right? If you're a Mexican immigrant, you'll go back to Mexico. But if you're Venezuelan, if you're from Africa, if you're from Asia, there's no saying these countries are going to take you back.
Right. And so the Biden administration is saying they're going to put you in Mexico, and I guess they've gotten some agreement from Mexico, and people don't know where to go in Mexico. It's very dangerous for
migrants. The U.S. couldn't even house all those migrants. We've been there, right? And now they're going to try to do this in Mexico.
They're going to be sleeping in the streets. They're going to be subject to cartels. It's going to be really a nightmare.
I want to put up something else that's sort of curious. This is from earlier today, on the same day Biden announced his order. This is an interview with Time magazine. I want to put it up for our viewers here. It was published. In it, Time writes, Biden says his only regret about lifting Trump's anti-immigration measures is that he didn't do it sooner. His goal in a second term, he says, is to finish what he started. Isn't that a complete reversal of what we're seeing today?
Yeah, I mean, I am not one of those people that would say Biden is Trump, on family separation.
And we're not saying that.
Right. But this is extremely disappointing. He did promise that he would have a humane asylum system. This is not a humane asylum system.
Where do you think the next step is here? Do you think that you're successful in your lawsuit, or do you think the executive order is pushed through?
I think they're not looking to pull back the executive order. I think this has been in the works for a while, and they've made a decision they're going to do it. I think at this point, we probably have to rely on the courts, and we'll see what happens. I would never say we're definitely going to win or lose, just being the cautious lawyer, but I will give it our best. I think there's too much at stake here. I think we are really in a sea change in America now. No asylum system, and we're diverging from the rest of the world. I mean, we said after World War II, we would at least screen people before we send them back to danger.
But what is, I know we're running out of time here, but what's the solution? 10 million since he took office. Clearly there's a crisis. I mean, we have to have laws. We have to have borders. I know you're on the front lines of fighting for immigrants for the right reasons, but what is the solution?
So I think two things. One is we need more legal pathways for workers. That's one thing, so that everyone doesn't have to line up at the border. They come in and they contribute to the economy, and the employers want it. And the second thing is we need to put more asylum officers at the border to do the screenings. We have the resources to screen them. There is already a law in place that allows the screenings to happen very quickly. We need to do that rather than stopping the screenings. We don't need more enforcement agents, because these families are not trying to escape. They are trying to apply for asylum. So I think those are the solutions we need to try.
Legal Alert from the ACLU, we thank you for coming on tonight to explain what you guys plan on doing, and we hope to keep talking to you throughout this process.
Thanks. I appreciate it, Tom.
All right, for more on the political fallout from President Biden's immigration executive order, let's go right to the White House and Gabe Gutierrez tonight, who joins Top Story Live. So, Gabe, the Biden administration was very much expecting a legal fight over this order. You just heard what Lee said. What are your sources telling you about the lawsuit from the ACLU and what the White House plans on doing?
Well, Tom, they definitely are expecting more legal challenges. And according to a senior administration official, the Department of Justice is prepared to defend this. Tom, the official added that the administration is accustomed to being litigated from both sides of the political spectrum on immigration. And that is yet another sign that there's no lasting solution unless Congress acts. Now, Tom, there are questions about how this change is really all that different from what the Trump administration tried to do in 2018. And the White House says that this is more targeted and it carves out more humanitarian exceptions, Tom.
You know, the White House had to have known this order would face blowback from both sides of the aisle. Republicans, unsurprisingly, right, had been critical. But how are Democrats responding to this move from Biden?
Well, we've heard throughout the day, Tom, from Democrats who are furious. Look, many progressives are calling this a betrayal by the Biden administration. You just heard the ACLU say it was a disappointment. They're also calling this, Democrats are, some of them, a throwback to the Trump years. But, Tom, there are also other Democrats who think the president has little choice here, as you were just discussing. What they're really trying to do is blame Republicans who, at the urging of former President Trump, killed that bipartisan border funding bill earlier this year, Tom.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez with a lot of new reporting for us on this breaking news story tonight here on Top Story. Gabe, we thank you. Next tonight, to the opening statements today in the trial of President Biden's son Hunter on federal gun charges. The prosecution telling jurors he lied about his drug use on a government background check to buy a gun, and they introduced evidence from his laptop. NBC's Ryan Nobles has the late details.
Tonight, the prosecution kicking off their case against the son of the president with one simple message to the jury. No one is above the law. In opening arguments, prosecutor Derek Hines saying Hunter Biden was a user of crack and a drug addict. He chose to lie on a government form about his drug use when he purchased a .38 caliber handgun. No one is allowed to lie on a federal form like that, even Hunter Biden, he said. Hines pointing to the defendant's own words in his own voice.
Mainly, however, we just planted ourselves on the couch and smoked a ton of crack.
Hines playing these audio clips from Hunter Biden's memoir for the jury.
By now, I possessed a new superpower, the ability to find crack in any town at any time, no matter how unfamiliar the terrain.
First Lady Jill Biden, his wife Melissa, and sister Ashley were in court, sitting together while the excerpts played, visibly shaken and embracing each other. Hunter Biden is charged with 3 counts related to allegedly purchasing and possessing a gun while using narcotics, and faces prison time if convicted. But defense attorney Abby Lowell telling the jury today, you will see that he is not guilty. He said that Hunter Biden did not knowingly lie on the form, arguing that during that narrow window of time, Biden was not acting like, quote, someone who was smoking crack every 20 minutes. Late today, the first prosecution witness, an FBI agent, testifying about Hunter Biden's laptop, telling jurors investigators found text messages detailing his interactions with drug dealers around the time he made the gun purchase.
Ryan joins us tonight from Wilmington, Delaware, outside of that courthouse. And Ryan, in full transparency for our viewers, and we just saw your report there, from what we're seeing and learning from inside the courtroom, it seems like the prosecution is not holding back in this case. Can you tell us more about that?
No, I think that's a correct assessment, Tom. You know, one of the many reasons that Hunter Biden and his legal team were hoping to get rid of this issue through a plea agreement is that they did not want to bring all these salacious details of his checkered past out into the limelight. And that's exactly what prosecutors are doing in a very open and painful way. They are detailing his very difficult battle with drugs and addiction in a way to truly demonstrate to the jury that this was a 4-year-long battle that he never really recovered from until after this period of time when he would have purchased that gun. They're trying to establish that when he checked that box, there was no way that he could have considered himself to not be an addict. And they're using his own words to demonstrate that, his own voice with the use of his audiobook. So there's no doubt that it was painful and difficult for not only Hunter Biden, but members of his family. I was sitting right behind Jill Biden and Ashley Biden, his wife, Melissa. It was a very difficult thing for them to have to deal with in the courtroom today, Tom.
Yeah, and speaking of Hunter's wife, Melissa, can you tell us about an interaction that happened between her and a former aide to an aide to former President Trump?
Yeah, that aide is a gentleman by the name of Garrett Ziegler, who actually has written extensively in the right-wing internet about the laptop that Hunter Biden left at a repair shop. He was in the courtroom today, and I was there as he was walking back into the court, and Melissa Cohen Biden approached him and yelled at him, asked him what he was doing there, and even accused him of being a Nazi. It was a pretty dramatic moment. Then inside the courtroom, as Ziegler was sitting there, she walked by Ziegler and stared him down before sitting next to the First Lady. Just one of the many different facets of this trial that have to be difficult for the Biden family to have to deal with. Obviously, Hunter Biden has become a political pawn in many respects, even though this case really has nothing to do with his father and his reelection bid. Republicans would like to make it so.
All right, Ryan Nobles with what is starting out to be a very, very interesting trial. Okay, Ryan, we appreciate that. And there is one member of Hunter Biden's support system that has been heavily scrutinized. Entertainment lawyer Kevin Morris has been in court supporting Hunter in this trial and a longtime benefactor to the president's son. NBC News reporting back in January that Morris had loaned Hunter Biden $6.5 million, and his involvement with the president's son continues to draw growing questions. NBC News senior investigative producer Sarah Fitzpatrick joins Top Story Tonight live. So, Sarah, first, explain to our viewers who Kevin Morris is, how he met Hunter Biden, and what we know about why he started helping him with so much money.
Absolutely. So Kevin Morris is a really fascinating and colorful character. He's well known in Hollywood for producing documentary films, for being a novelist, for helping kind of put together large deals for the TV and other entertainment agency. He's best known for negotiating this massive deal with the South Park creators that is reportedly worth about $1.4 billion in kind of the totality of all of its arrangements. So he's known as a kind of Hollywood mover and shaker and actor, and someone who can kind of develop concepts and ideas and make them very profitable. He first met Hunter Biden in December of 2019 at a fundraiser. They were introduced by a mutual friend. And they later met, I think, within a day or two, just the two of them sitting down with yellow legal pads. And it's been described to me as kind of a friendship at first sight, that they were kind of kindred spirits who recognized in each other a common struggle with sobriety from alcohol. And Kevin kind of from that day forward set out to help Hunter Biden as best he can, both financially, legally, and emotionally. They lean on each other quite a bit.
And then, yeah, Sarah, we have reporting, as I mentioned, that he lent him over $6 million. What has that gone towards so far?
So we've reported that that money has gone towards loans to Hunter Biden that has then been used to pay much of the back taxes that Hunter did not submit when he was in the depths of his addiction, and that he has been charged in a separate case, not the case that he is on trial for today, but a case that is expected to go to trial later in the summer. So it's been used to pay back the IRS, as well as the extensive legal bills that Hunter has for defending these criminal cases, a host of civil cases that he's been facing, including child support, as well as his appearances in front of Congress, which have been extensive.
Yeah, and then so finally I want to ask you, you hear about this sort of donations and their loans, from what we understand, that may have to be paid back with interest. I understand that there's been reports out there, there are members of the Biden family, maybe even the White House, that don't necessarily like this man or his relationship with Hunter Biden. Do we know why?
So I think you have to be clear about who that is and kind of what they're referring to. I will just wait one moment. There's a car going by. So Hunter Biden has a very close circle of family and friends that are around him, and Kevin Morris is absolutely a close part of that circle. You saw him in court today. I sat right behind him. He was sitting right next to Ashley Biden, who was sitting next to the First Lady, and he was comforting them throughout some of the really dramatic testimony. So he is absolutely embraced by the Biden family and the close friends that Hunter has had throughout his life. They're, really tight, quite tight, and with Kevin. However, we have reported that Kevin's style and his proposed kind of plan of attack for Hunter on a legal and a kind of public relations front has drawn a lot of kind of hesitation, discouragement from senior advisors within the White House who felt that it was not an effective strategy and could potentially put the president at risk.
All right, Sarah Fitzpatrick for us tonight here. Sarah, we appreciate all your reporting. Still ahead tonight, did you have trouble making calls today? Well, you're not alone. What two of the biggest U.S. cell carriers are saying about ongoing network issues that's impacting customers nationwide. Plus, major flooding in Oklahoma as more than 20 million are under alert for heavy rain, large hail, and possible tornadoes. We have the track. And the shocking video showing a monster truck, look at this, colliding with a power line, sending a utility pole crashing onto spectators. The condition of those on the ground. Stay with us.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the elections.
All right, it just fit, too.
Okay, we're back now with the developing story. Some AT&T and Verizon customers unable to make calls. The company's saying a, quote, network issue is affecting calls between the carriers. The FCC says it's now looking into the issue. So I want to bring in NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung, who's been following the disruption. Brian, I know there's a lot we don't know, but tell our viewers what we do know so far.
And it's still ongoing right now, Tom. And what we know is that there have been apparently some issues with AT&T and Verizon customers trying to reach users on other networks. Now, AT&T says that they have been working with Verizon, which suggests it's just an AT&T and Verizon issue. T-Mobile has told NBC News that they're not experiencing issues. We're really looking at downdetector.com. This is basically a third-party source where people can report issues for any sort of numbers on this. And what we saw was about an hour ago, it was about 5,000 total issues with AT&T and Verizon customers. But this is across the country. Some of the big cities you can see on the map ahead of you are largely affected. But again, we don't have a resolution. And we also don't have a reason for this at this time, Tom, for why this might be happening. It appears to just be impacting calls, and we'll have to see whether or not that gets resolved.
It happened to me today. It's a firm reminder of how dependent we are on our cell phones, and it's kind of crazy when you think about it. If cell phone coverage ever goes out, what's happening with 911 calls?
Yeah, and again, we have to remember there have been recent issues just a few weeks ago and months ago where there were problems with cell phones, in some cases even contacting emergency services. Now, AT&T has told NBC News that they are not seeing any interruptions with ability to access 911 services. However, we have seen some reporting from some localities around the country as of earlier this afternoon that suggested there may have been some 911 problem. AT&T tells NBC News that there was an alert that went out. They are going out to correct and say that any sort of 911 services that were alerted to any possible issues were sent out in error, Tom. So again, there's some communication-related confusion as a result of what happened this afternoon. But again, broadly speaking, it appears to just be impacting cell services, and AT&T says that 911 services are not interrupted.
Hopefully it gets better and not worse. All right, Brian, we appreciate that update. We want to go to the forecast now. The 24 million people under severe weather risk tonight. In Moore, Oklahoma, major flooding forcing crews to rescue people from their homes. Look at that. That flooding threat now stretching from Texas to Louisiana, bringing with it possibly large hail, strong winds, and tornadoes. Let's get right over to NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, this is not let up there in that part of the country.
Yeah, it's night after night. Oklahoma, North Texas, and that's the area of greatest concern from Oklahoma City back to Dallas in the northeast Texas. The ground is super saturated. Another round of thunderstorms is expected late tonight into tomorrow, and that's when we're going to expect to see flash flooding, large hail, and damaging wind. And trees are falling down because the roots aren't holding as well as they normally would with solid soil. So that's another issue. So we have numerous severe thunderstorm watches that are up right now, one in Kansas. We're waiting for these storms to fire up in Oklahoma. This should happen as we get closer to like 10 p.m. or midnight. And the other area of concern, we got really strong storms knocking on the door near New Orleans. And I just noticed a new tornado warning now just in areas north of I-10 and extreme southwestern portions of Mississippi here. So this is the New Orleans area under a severe thunderstorm warning. And this to the north, that's Picatoon right here, tornado warning for you. So your sirens are going off. Everyone's getting to their safe room. And Tom, as you mentioned, the flash flood risk is in this maroon color right through the middle of the night. Dangerous night tonight, Oklahoma into Texas.
Okay, we're going to have to check back with you tomorrow and later tonight if anything else happens. Bill, we appreciate it. When we come back, an NBC News investigation, a New Mexico hospital accused of turning away cancer patients over their insurance coverage. Our team speaks to several of those patients who say they were left with nowhere else to go. Stay with us.
Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
We're back now with Top Stories newsfeed, and we begin with the monster truck stunt in Maine injuring several people. The video posted to social media showing the truck going over a jump and getting stuck in a power line. Both utility poles brought down, including one that crashed into the crowd of spectators. 2 people were hospitalized but are expected to be okay. Several others were treated for minor injuries on the scene. Toyota in hot water for cheating on collision tests. The Japanese auto giant suspending production on 3 models after an investigation found they falsified test results for airbag inflation, rear seat damage, and engine power. The company apologizing but saying that it does not affect safety of vehicles already on the roads. And actor Alec Baldwin and his wife announcing a new reality show about their life with 7 kids. Baldwin posting a video on Instagram sharing that the series, currently titled The Baldwins, is slated to begin on TLC in 2025. The announcement coming as Baldwin faces manslaughter charges for the shooting death of Rust cinematographer Helena Hutchins, involuntary manslaughter. The trial is set to begin next month. Now to an NBC News investigation into the concerning allegations against a hospital in New Mexico. Our team speaking with a dozen cancer patients who say they've been denied care from the only treatment center in their community. NBC's Valerie Castro traveled to Las Cruces, New Mexico, and spoke with patients who say the hospital turned its back on them.
For 30 years, Barbara Corral dedicated her life to nursing.
It's my calling. It's why God put me here.
During 6 of those years, she found a second home at Memorial Medical Center in Las Cruces, New Mexico.
We were a family. You know, all the nurses I worked with on the floor, we were a close team, and we took care of each other.
She eventually left the hospital for another job, but as life would have it, 2 years ago, she would return, diagnosed with a gynecologic cancer.
My own body betrayed me, basically.
Her doctor ordering radiation as the best course of treatment, so she turned to MMC, which prides itself on being the only nationally accredited cancer program in the region, and it's the only radiation provider for miles.
The doctor called back and he said, well, they won't treat you. And I said, why? Well, they don't take your insurance.
Corral says she was insured through True Health New Mexico, paying $800 a month for coverage. But she says the hospital she'd worked at for years turned her away when she needed them most.
How did you feel? I felt betrayed. I was heartbroken. I was scared. Because what was I going to do now? Where was I going to go get treatment if I couldn't do it here in my own hometown?
Corral isn't alone. An NBC News investigation found a dozen other cancer patients who reported experiencing similar treatment, denied care if they didn't have insurance or were covered by a provider that MMC told them it didn't accept. Some say they were told they could get treatment if they made costly upfront payments.
Como ellos no están enfermos, ellos no saben lo que padecemos. A ellos les importa recibir el dinero.
Veronica Hernandez, a 2-time breast cancer survivor, wife and mother to 2 special needs children, says the hospital turned her down for not having insurance and even refused her offer to pay cash for a consultation.
Yo me sentía tan desesperada y le dije a la muchacha, de verdad, si yo no tengo una aseguranza, ¿me van a dejar morir? ¿Me voy a morir? Me dijo, sí, te vamos a dejar morir y te vas a morir.
Yoli Diaz runs Care Las Cruces, a nonprofit that provides financial assistance to cancer patients, including Barbara and Veronica.
People are worth more than money. What is the most common complaint that you hear? The most common is that they won't give them an appointment because they don't have health insurance.
Las Cruces is part of Doña Ana County, the region Memorial Medical serves, where the most recent census shows 23% of residents live in poverty. That's double the nationwide rate. Almost 70% of the population is Hispanic. 15% have no health insurance. MMC opened in the 1950s and for decades operated as a non-profit facility until 2004, when a for-profit company later acquired by LifePoint Health took over, signing a 40-year lease with the city and county. Under its lease agreement, MMC is required to continue providing care to those unable to pay the full cost of healthcare services rendered to them. Hospital documents obtained by NBC News show its written indigent care policy covered cancer treatments for years, but that changed after it was bought by a New York private equity firm, Apollo Global Management.
That is our priority.
John Harris, the hospital's CEO, declined requests for an interview. A LifePoint spokesperson telling NBC News it's, quote, very rare that it can't help uninsured or underinsured people qualify for financial assistance, also disputing that they've turned people away. Adding, any changes to policies or procedures have always been done in close partnership with local government and community leaders to ensure compliance with the terms of the lease. But Diaz is not convinced.
I am concerned for sick residents who live here, and I'm disappointed that access to needed health care does not seem to be a priority.
She's been vocal about the issue since 2021, blaming not just the hospital.
It's not living up to the lease because also the county's not, in my opinion, and the city, because they're both lessees, they're not living up to the lease either.
Becky Corin, a Las Cruces City Council member elected after the lease agreement was already in place, says local leaders have called for transparency from MMC.
There are a few things that are outlined in the lease, including monthly reports about where the money is going and who's being cared for, that we haven't seen from Memorial Medical, and I think that would be one of the first steps to understanding what all is going on here.
What efforts have been made to hold them accountable, and what has the reaction been from them?
So we've asked them to come to several meetings. Those meetings, almost universally, Memorial chooses not to come.
MMC's own marketing materials say delivering care to all of our neighbors, regardless of their ability to pay, is foundational to our mission and our commitment to our community. Corral would end up traveling more than 200 miles from home for treatment. Today, she's in remission, but still fighting.
I'm tired, like exhausted.
How do you feel about Memorial now?
I could be dying and I wouldn't go there. But I would never tell anybody to go to Memorial if they were sick. Never in a million years.
All right, Valerie Castro joins us now in studio. So, Valerie, your report focuses specifically on that one hospital in New Mexico, but LifePoint, the company you profiled there, they have other hospitals. Are there other concerns beyond Memorial Medical?
There are more concerns, and they've actually caught the attention of lawmakers on Capitol Hill. LifePoint operates the largest chain of rural hospitals in the country in at least 16 different states, but the company and the private equity firm that owns it, Apollo Global, are named in 2 Senate inquiries looking into how these firms manage emergency room departments and patient care. But private equity firms continue to take over these community hospitals. And Tom, according to an NBC News estimate, the companies that they own, like LifePoint, they manage, staff, or operate more than 40% of emergency rooms across the U.S.
All right, an important story. I know you and the investigative team are going to stay on top of it. Valerie, thank you. Coming up, the largest election in history. Get this, more than 600 million people in India casting their ballots despite stifling heat. But the current prime minister not getting the clear victory he wanted. We're going to explain that. Our team on the ground in New Delhi as the results are still being counted. That's next.
Democracy is happening
now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Now, with the results still coming in tonight from the largest election in history, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi looking poised to win a third term in office. But this is not the dominant victory he and his supporters were expecting. NBC's Janice Mackey-Frayer is in New Delhi tonight for us with the latest.
The celebration went on as planned, with drums, dancing, and a band. Setting aside the fact this was not the landslide victory predicted for Narendra Modi's BJP party. By the time the Indian Prime Minister appeared for supporters, election results were sobering, pointing to a third term for Modi, but not a majority. In his speech, Modi thanked the people of India and promised a new chapter for the country.
Narendra Modi and the BJP were always expected to win. The surprise here, that stronger showing by the opposition to make this election competitive.
Opposition parties, led by Rahul Gandhi's Congress Party, rejoiced at pulling off such an upset. Gandhi called it a fight for India's constitution, saying the poorest of this country have done this. The largest election in world history, a record 642 million voters, enduring a heat wave so punishing, officials say at least 30 election workers died of heat stroke. In Varanasi, the Hindu holy city that is Modi's constituency, voters said they worried about jobs and inflation.
Employment especially, and the bad influence on youth because of the social media and all.
At one polling station, a debate escalated between Tasneem Fatah and a man who didn't agree with her views on unity or jobs. Modi is incredibly popular, his approval rating over 70%, but critics say his nationalist politics have divided the country. His speeches ramping up rhetoric against minorities, especially India's Muslims.
He's used his cult of personality very effectively to make himself present and visible in the eyes of the voter always. It is his picture that you see when you receive benefits from the government.
Modi must now rely on the goodwill of coalition partners in order to form a government for his historic third term. The opposition here calling it democracy's victory, that he will go into it weaker.
Janice Mackey-Frayer joins Top Story tonight from New Delhi. So, Janice, two questions. First, what can America expect from a third term with Modi? And the second question is, I know AI played a big role in this election. Explain to our viewers how.
Well, on your first question, U.S.-India relations are not quite an alliance, but the relations are good, they're stable, they're expected to grow as the Biden administration looks to India to help balance China's influence in the region and as more American companies grow manufacturing here. India has become more of a global player under Modi, and that is due to its growing economy. But he has domestic issues that he's going to face in this third term. The biggest complication is this lack of a majority. The BJP is no longer the single dominant political power here, and that's not something Modi has experienced yet as leader. On your question of AI, that was the other defining factor of this election process, just how much money was being spent not only on digital ads, but deep fakes, not always for malicious purposes. In a lot of cases, low-level politicians were using it to speak different languages to be able to communicate with their constituents. We kept an eye on this trend because AI has been showing up in elections all around the world, and this is a very consequential year for elections. And of course, it all serves as a big warning sign for what could be ahead for voters in the U.S. ahead of November. Tom?
Janice Mackey-Frayer for us again from New Delhi. Janice, we thank you for that. And we continue our international news tonight here in Top Story. Time now for Global Watch. South Korea says it's suspending a 2018 military agreement with North Korea. South Korea says the move is in response to hundreds of trash balloons sent into the country by North Korea, suspending the agreement, paving the way for the South to conduct military training along their border. A major cyber attack impacting hospitals across London. Officials say the ransomware attack targeted a pathology partner of the UK's National Health Service. Several hospitals in the capital say blood transfusions have been heavily affected, which has resulted in procedures being canceled or redirected. Pathology results are also now delayed. The attack is still under investigation. And climate change now displacing hundreds of families in Panama. Video shows residents evacuating the tiny Panamanian island of Gardi Sujdob due to rising sea levels threatening homes. More than 1,300 indigenous people will be relocated to the mainland. Panamanian authorities say this is Latin America's first displacement due to climate change, but warning it will not be the last. Okay, when we come back, from X to X-rated, the social media site formerly known as Twitter announcing a new policy change that will allow users to share pornography. What Elon Musk is saying about the update, and could this hurt or help the app's brand? That's next.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
All right, we're back now with a social media policy getting the attention of some users. Elon Musk's X has updated a policy that now formally allows pornography on the site. X saying this: we believe that users should be able to create, distribute, and consume material related to sexual themes as long as it is consensually produced and distributed. X is the only leading social networking site that allows users to share nudity or sexual behavior, and this comes at a time when these companies are facing major pressure to protect children and young people from the risks of social media. I want to bring in tonight Alexandra Canal. She's a senior reporter for Yahoo Finance who covers the business of media and entertainment, and Max Chafkin. He's a features editor and tech reporter for Bloomberg Business Week. We thank you guys both for being here. So, Max, explain to our viewers what exactly is happening here on Twitter. I mean, is porno now going to be allowed on X?
So, a lot of people don't know this, but porn has always basically been on X. It's been one of the most permissive platforms, as you're saying, besides Tumblr, which for a time also had pornography. What's different is the explicit nature of the policy. What X is trying to do is separate, what they're thinking of as like legitimate pornography from stuff that's illegal, and make it a little bit easier to filter it out and, keep it away from children.
But when you say it's always been on Twitter, I mean, I can remember when Twitter came out, when we used it a lot as journalists for several years. I don't remember seeing it. Sometimes images would slip in here and there, but it didn't feel like it was very blatant.
So the change that's happened actually has to do more with spam. So like porn spam. You're talking about an experience I think is familiar to anyone who's using Twitter on the regular now, X, I guess it's called now, which is that you're going through it and all of a sudden there will be porn just in your feed. That is kind of that's the result of a bunch of different things. The main thing is that Elon Musk, when he took over Twitter, let go of a huge percentage of the people who were doing the work to filter that stuff out.
Alexander, explain how this is going to work for people that are still using X. We have an image that we want to put up for our viewers that they may see if they use X on their timeline. It kind of reminds me sort of what it looks like when you see a violent video, right? It's going to give you some kind of warning sign. It may look like this. Is this how they plan on protecting people and children?
Well,
not that children are on X. I also want to be clear about that. I don't know a lot of kids on X, but...
Right. Well, as we've been saying, this pretty much makes the unofficial official, but there are a few caveats here when it comes to this content. Number one, all adult content, it must be consensual. Number two, as you were saying, there must have that one-time warning before a user can go and view that content. And number three, no minors of any kind. And if you're under the age of 18 or you do not have your age listed on your account, you cannot view that post. It's the same rules and restrictions for violent content. X also added that any sexual violence, anything that's too gory, too excessive, that's a no-no as well. And it comes at a time when X is really trying to brand itself as this platform for the people, where people can come together and have conversations, and that they should have the freedom to decide whether or not they want to view that type of content.
Okay, let's get real here, Max. So X, right, and Elon Musk, he's underwater with X. He paid a very big number for it. It is not worth that anymore, according to Wall Street. So my question to you is this a financial play by making the unofficial official and going out there and announcing it?
It's not clear. You know, there are a couple of different things going on here. As I said, one thing is they're trying to fight spam. Another thing is there is activity, you know, in Congress. There are people who want tech companies to do more to protect kids. And the last thing is that Elon Musk has made pretty clear that he does not care about advertisers. He wants to have a business that involves taking money from users. That's why he changed the whole blue check system. And you could imagine a situation where being friendlier to porn providers would kind of work with that business model, whereas it doesn't with advertising. I mean, the reason Facebook doesn't allow pornography, the reason all these social media companies restrict it is because advertisers don't like it. They do not want their content next to this. Now, if you give up advertising as a business model, that allows you arguably to do these other things. I will say, I don't think there are going to be a lot of debt holders on Wall Street excited about this.
But it has to get, at some point, they have to start making more money again. No ads, and people are still using it for free. Where do they start making money?
Well, so I think the plan is
data, selling data.
To the extent that there is a plan, yes, AI training. So Elon Musk has this other company, XAI. The bot that it runs is called Grok, very similar to ChatGPT. And you could sort of squint and see a world where that business, XAI, which is trained against Twitter, becomes worth a lot of money. In fact, on paper, you could argue that this company XAI is actually worth more right now than Twitter.
But 20% of the Twitter users, or even less than that, put out 80% or 90% of the tweets. So it's like you wonder about this AI chatbot, how much information it's going to have and how diversified it's going to be. Alexander, back to you. Is Elon Musk essentially making Twitter? Because he wanted X to be a lot of things, right? At one point, a paying platform, some type of digital bank. Is he essentially making X the internet? Because porn exists on the internet, so why shouldn't it exist on X?
Right, and it seems like he's going after marginalized groups, perhaps content creators that were kicked off other social media sites or banned from posting that type of content on those sites. It's interesting because already some X users are weighing in on this and saying it's turning X into an OnlyFans, and that could maybe be a ploy by Elon Musk. Perhaps he wants to create a business subsidiary of X and compete with OnlyFans. And like you were saying, the fact that we are seeing advertisers flee the platform due to the controversial practices of X and really the controversial comments of Elon Musk, this could be another opportunity to maybe potentially make money.
Is this a weird play, right? Because as we mentioned earlier, and you mentioned Meta, Instagram, they're thinking about younger users, they're thinking about kids, so they're trying to make things as safe as possible. At least they say that. This is going in the complete different direction. But listen, disruption works in tech. So is this a smart play?
I mean, look, Elon Musk, if you had Elon Musk here and you said, what he would say is these policies actually protect users because they make it easier to filter pornography from normal content. That said, I mean, it's pretty clear that Elon Musk has not moved Twitter in a direction that's more sort of like what you might think of as family friendly. I mean, even his own tweets are full of, you know, very edgy material, stuff that people might find uncomfortable. And I think, honestly, there's just a tension here. Elon Musk is going to be Elon Musk. He's got much bigger fish to fry. You know, Tesla worth many, many more billions of dollars than Twitter. So on some level, I just don't think he totally cares whether this is good business.
Max and Alexandra, we thank you so much. And if you use Twitter at work, X at work, make sure you know about these new policies. All right, we thank you so much for watching Top Story tonight. I'm Tom Yamas in New York. Stay right there. More news on the way.
This is the first president in the history of the United States of America that anybody seeking asylum has to do it in another country. That's never happened before in America. That's never happened before in America. You come to the United States and you make your case.
That was candidate Joe Biden back in 2020. Today, it looks like he is aiming to become the second president, at least by his math, to limit asylum seekers in a similar way. I'm Ellison Barber in for Gotti Schwartz, and this is Stay Tuned Now. Just days before his first presidential debate with former President Donald Trump and less than 6 months before the 2024 presidential elections, President Biden signing a rather dramatic executive action into law today. It would temporarily shut down the southern border to asylum seekers.
So today, I'm moving past Republican obstruction and using the executive authorities available to me as president to do what I can on my own to address the border. Frankly, I would have preferred to address this issue through bipartisan legislation because that's the only way to actually get the kind of system we have now that's broken fixed.
The administration is getting praise as well as criticism for the move. Democrats argue that President Biden had no other option here because Republicans refused to work with them on bipartisan legislation. Republicans, on the other hand, they say the whole thing is too little too late and still not enough.
This is like turning a garden hose on a five-alarm fire. This play is too little, too late.
How obstinate Republicans have become, turning down any real opportunity for strong border legislation. The president is left with little choice but to act on his own.
So this is how the order will work. Officials, they will be given broad authority to deny asylum claims. If daily border crossings reach 2,500 a day or higher, those restrictions will be lifted when that number drops to 1,500. Right now, those numbers remain in the 4,000s. So what does that mean? Has the border already been closed? Let's bring in NBC News correspondent David Noriega, who is at the U.S.-Mexico border in California. David, walk us through what you were seeing there and this big question people have of what do these numbers mean? Is the border closed right now? How will this work moving forward?
Right, so this executive order is not set to take effect officially until tonight at midnight. So if we see any kind of immediate effect, it won't be until sort of overnight and into tomorrow morning. However, even then, it's very unclear that this will actually have any kind of dramatic immediate effect. There's a big gap between what this executive action does on paper and the way it's being talked about in Washington and what it will actually do here on the ground for a number of reasons. This isn't going to cause an actual immediate shutdown in any meaningful sense because migrants will still be able to cross the border onto U.S. soil where they'll be apprehended by Border Patrol and then put in removal proceedings. Some of those deportations, not for all migrants, but for potentially a substantial number of them, may now happen a lot faster. It will still take time for that change to actually deter future migrants. It is possible that we'll see a significant drop in numbers. If we do, it's more likely because migrant smugglers on that side of the fence often take a sort of wait-and-see approach to crack down efforts like this one. They sort of pause, stop sending people to the border in significant numbers, wait and see how the policy actually plays out, and then, depending on what they assess, start sending people across once again. So if we do see a drop in numbers, it won't be because of the immediate effect of this policy. It'll be because of decisions that smugglers are making on the other side of the line. One of the big factors here is that the U.S. doesn't have any more authority, won't have any more authority tomorrow than it did today to summarily expel people to Mexico the way it did under Title 42. It still has to deport people to their home countries, and that's time and resource intensive. Allison?
David, just looking at some numbers here, a lot of the ones that you mentioned, but border crossings, they are actually down right now compared to other peaks. And immigration, it is one of the top issues for voters. It has consistently been this election cycle and even prior to that. But Biden right now is polling low in comparison to former President Donald Trump on this issue. So just looking at all those numbers, the fact that border crossings are down, the fact that this is such a big political issue for a lot of American voters right now, it begs the question, is this something that's actually necessary, or is this all political?
So the numbers are down border-wide, particularly from the record highs that they hit in December. Interestingly, they're actually up here in San Diego. The San Diego sector of the Border Patrol is the only sector along the border where numbers are actually up a little bit from where they were in December, from where they were last year. It's still true, though, Ellison, that the overall number of crossings is high by historical standards. The drops that we have seen are largely attributed by U.S. officials and experts to Mexican authorities cracking down on migrant routes, not to any particular action by the U.S. government itself. As to whether this is primarily political, I mean, there's no question that immigration and the border is a huge vulnerability for Biden and the Democrats in the elections. Like I said, there's also a significant gap between what this executive order does on paper and what it allows, you know, people like President Biden and other Democrats to say is happening, such as a border shutdown that has potentially political consequences. We'll see how that plays out. There's, again, a difference between those political consequences and any material consequences here on the ground.
All right, David Noriega at the U.S.-Mexico border there in San Diego, California. Thank you. We appreciate it. We're going to turn now to Arizona, where today the state legislature passed a ballot measure that could become one of the toughest immigration laws in the country. The Republican-sponsored bill is called the Secure the Border Act, and it would allow local law enforcement to arrest migrants they suspect of crossing the border illegally. Typically, that's something that falls under the jurisdiction of federal authorities. It's a big change for the area, but it is not over yet. Arizona voters do have the final say in November. NBC's Alex Tabbitt has this report.
The Arizona state legislature just advanced a controversial immigration bill. Sponsored by Republicans and known as the Secure the Border Act, HCR 2060 puts immigration policy on the ballot in November.
We are putting border security policy to the voters.
And bypasses the need for Democratic Governor Katie Hobbs' signature, who's come out against it. It would require welfare programs to use the federal E-Verify system to check recipients' immigration status, mandate employers to use E-Verify for contractors, and the biggest point of contention, allow state and local law enforcement officials to arrest people who cross the border illegally, a job courts have ruled falls to the federal government.
The Biden administration's failure to take care that the laws of Congress be faithfully executed has a lot to do with it.
Critics of HCR 2060 likening its ramifications to Arizona's controversial 2010 immigration policy, SB 1070. A policy that sparked nationwide protests.
State of Arizona finding itself at the center of a growing storm over its tough new immigration law.
And allowed police to question the immigration status of Arizonans.
Critics accuse Arizona authorities of racial profiling.
Known then as the Show Me Your Papers law, SB 1070 led to thousands of Latinos in the state living in fear.
We had to fear getting out of our house. We had to fear going to the grocery store, fearing going to school.
Republican state legislators like Alex Colladin say HCR 2060 is different to SB 1070.
SB 1070 had a Show Me Your Papers provision. Then I went and read this HCR. It's not in there.
But Democrats like State Senator Flavio Bravo, who represents one of the most diverse districts in the state, think vaguely worded language in the bill could leave his constituents living in fear.
They shouldn't have to live in fear that they would be detained or apprehended or asked about their immigration status when they're just trying to work and provide for their families.
The fate of Arizona's immigration policy now up to the voters in November.
It joins us now with more. Alex, walk us through what people should be paying attention to next. Is there any chance this could be taken to the courts prior to the election?
Ellison, not only could there be legal challenges to HCR 2060, that's something that the Republican legislatures here in Arizona were actively considering while crafting this piece of legislation. So the most controversial part of this bill is the part that allows state and local law enforcement to arrest and detain undocumented border crossers or people they suspect of being undocumented border crossers. That's what critics are pointing to say that there's a potential there for racial profiling. That provision in HCR 2060 is almost copy and paste from SB 4, a piece of legislation in Texas. So what the Republican legislators who crafted this bill wrote in the text is HCR 2060's provision, which allows the arrest and detainment of undocumented border crossers, can't go into effect at least 60 days after SB 4 is upheld by the courts. That's their attempt to mitigate for any legal challenges. Allison?
All right. Alex Tabbitt in Phoenix, Arizona. Thank you. Over in Delaware, a rather dramatic second day in Hunter Biden's federal gun trial. During a break in opening statements, Biden's wife, Melissa Cohen Biden, confronted a former Trump aide named Garrett Ziegler. He was part of an effort back in 2020 to make the contents of Hunter Biden's laptop public. When she confronted him, she said this, quote, "You have no right to be here, you Nazi piece of blank." Ziegler told NBC News, quote, "For the record, I am not a Nazi. I'm a believer in the U.S. Constitution." That same laptop, by the way, it was in the courtroom today as prosecution called their first witness, an FBI agent, and also introduced 75 pages of text messages as evidence. The goal here is to show the depths of Hunter Biden's drug addiction and confirm his possession of a gun at the time. This is the first time the child of a sitting president has been tried for federal crimes. Hunter Biden is facing 3 felony gun possession charges, and that carries a maximum sentence of 25 years. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Mike Nimely. Mike, let's just start with this exchange that played out between moments inside of the courtroom. I presume this took place in the hallway. It sounds pretty dramatic. Walk us through what happened and exactly who are these people and why did this seem significant?
Yeah, Allison, I'll set the scene for you because this is a public building. The trial is open to the general public, and it's a small courtroom. And so those people who are inside have a chance to look around and get a measure of who else is in the room. For the most part, it's reporters like myself and members of the family. But Garrett Ziegler, who did serve in the Trump administration working on trade policy, was another person who has been here for each of the day's proceedings. And he's a familiar name and face to the Biden family. And so when there was a break in the action, we saw Hunter Biden's current wife, Melissa Cohen Biden, confront him, tell him that he shouldn't be there, and not so many kind words. And this was really speaking to the back and forth that's already been underway between these two. When Ziegler left the White House in the Trump administration, he started this company that created an online searchable database of the infamous Hunter Biden laptop. That laptop, the contents of it, this whole episode has really been at the root of a lot of stressful moments for the Biden family. And so seeing him in that room at a very stressful time for this family, if there was any indication, any more need for evidence of what the toll is going to be on this family, you saw it. Now, Ziegler, in addition to testifying for the fact that he's not a Nazi and speaking with our colleague Sarah Fitzpatrick, who has been really owning this story for months, he said when he was asked why he was in the room today, he simply said it was prudent for me to do so, Ellison.
Talk to us about where things stand with the case and what the strategy might be for both the prosecution and the defense. I'll remind viewers, Hunter Biden did have a plea agreement related to these charges and now separate tax-related allegations of tax fraud. That case is separate, going to take place out in California. But that plea deal, once it collapsed, he pled not guilty to these gun charges. Any indication that that past plea deal might come back up in this case?
Well, there are certainly some legal analysts who are suggesting that would be prudent for Mr. Biden, but it is important to make that point because the facts of this case seem very cut and dry. And that was exactly what the prosecution was efforting to do today. They simply feel that they need to establish the timeline of Hunter Biden's addiction, which and they used his own words, the audiobook in which he described some of the episodes at the same time, October of 2018, when he was dealing with drugs. In fact, talking about the fact that it was his superpower that he could find drugs in any city. to tie it to the date when he purchased this gun and show that he then therefore knowingly lied when he filled out that form. Now, on the part of the defense, their task here is to simply do their best to poke as many holes to create reasonable doubt among the jury pool about whether Hunter Biden, in his own mindset, may have actually knowingly lied in that situation. At one point, Abby Lowell, Hunter Biden's attorney, did call upon the jury, some of whom had said during the questioning to be selected for the jury that they knew members of their family. They had friends who were dealing with addiction themselves. Said, put yourselves in their mindset to think that in his own mind he was not an addict at the time, therefore he did not break the law.
And Mike, there's been so many headlines related to the personal nature of this case, the fact that we will likely hear from a former romantic partner of Hunter Biden's, who also is was married to his late brother, Beau Biden. Hallie, walk us through some of the aspects of that part of this case. What do we expect to hear in the coming days?
Yeah, of course, we saw, again, Dr. Jill Biden sitting behind her son for part of the day. She had to return to Washington for an event, as well as other members of the family. There were some emotional moments in the courtroom as, they heard their brother, their son's voice in his audiobook describing some of his dark moments, but also as they were describing in the prosecutor's opening statements, the testimony we expect to hear in the coming days from Hallie Biden, who is Beau Biden, Hunter's brother's widow, and with whom he had a romantic relationship as well, that she also did drugs with Hunter Biden. It's going to be a very difficult moment, especially when you consider that there's going to have to be a cross-examination by Hunter Biden's attorney of both Hallie Biden and his ex-wife, Kathleen Buell, who we expect to be on the witness stand to start the day tomorrow. This is something that the president, as we saw, put out that statement yesterday of support for his son, acknowledging this is a difficult moment. He's going to be traveling tonight overseas for the better part of the week, but we expect he'll be getting updates from the many family members who have been and will continue to be, we're told, attending this trial each day until it concludes. Allison.
All right. White House correspondent Mike Mimily in Wilmington, Delaware. Thank you. If you have AT&T or Verizon, you might have had some trouble making phone calls today. Both companies reporting issues just a few hours ago. AT&T saying, quote, "Our network is not experiencing a nationwide outage. There is a nationwide issue that is affecting the ability of some customers to complete calls between carriers. We are working closely with Verizon to determine the nature of the issue." They added that this did not impact 911 calls. Verizon, they claim that their network is operating normally, saying this, quote, "Some customers, primarily in the Northeast and Midwest, are experiencing issues when calling or texting with customers served by another carrier." We will bring you more updates on this when we have it. Right now, millions of people from Texas to California are starting to see the first stretch of a dangerous heat wave that's expected to last until Friday at least. Temperatures are soaring into the triple digits much earlier than usual for this time of year. By Thursday, cities like Phoenix, Palm Springs, and Las Vegas, they could see temperatures up to 112 and 113 degrees. As temperatures go up, so does the concern for fires. Already today, firefighters in Sacramento contained a brush fire that got a little too close to homes in that area. And over in Tracy, California, firefighters there managed to get control of the massive Corral fire, containing about 90% of it since it first started on Saturday. But officials are staying on high alert there in case more fires spark up. Our team is tracking the latest conditions tonight. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by with the forecast. But first, let's go to NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin. She is in Sacramento, California. Dana, there's an excessive heat warning where you are. First of all, we really appreciate you and your team being out there reporting for us. But talk to us about the very real risks that come with a heat wave. I mean, we talk about heat so much because it kills more people than any other weather-related event. How are people there managing to stay cool?
Yeah, you're right. You know, cooling stations have opened up across the Southwest to try to protect people that are outside and maybe don't have a place to go. And you talk about those dangerous conditions. Maricopa County, Arizona's largest county, had some 645 deaths, heat-related deaths, last year alone. So these sort of conditions are really detrimental to your health. They can range from dehydration to heat stroke to even death. I spoke to a doctor at UC Davis here in Sacramento, and he told me that when you have these earlier heat waves, people, they're not used to it. So the impacts of this weather can hit you a lot harder than you might assume. Listen to what else we talked about moments ago. What are people coming into your office saying and into the emergency room saying?
Well, it's definitely a spectrum of disease. So a lot of times we'll have people come in after fainting, or they just feel weak and dizzy and don't know why, have muscle cramps, and that's kind of heat exhaustion. But then we'll also occasionally get the person that was out for too long, didn't drink enough fluids, and has actual heat stroke where they're confused, even to the point where they could be unconscious.
And so obviously the message here is to stay hydrated, stay indoors, and to keep small kids and pets indoors, especially as we make it through the rest of this week, where you're going to see triple-digit temps in several cities up and down the West Coast. Ellison?
Dana, the fire risk there, it's going to be pretty high throughout the week. How are officials staying prepared for that?
You know, we spoke to CAL FIRE officials yesterday, and they were the ones that tackled that massive corral fire that happened over the weekend. They say they have crews on standby waiting to respond because of days like today, where you've got triple-digit temperatures here in Sacramento. We're having up to 30-mile-per-hour wind gusts. These are ripe conditions for wildfires to pop up. You talked about the wildfire that was put out earlier here in Sacramento. So these things can pop up very quickly, and when you have the wind driving them, it can create a very fast-moving wildfire that easily goes out of control. So right now, crews are monitoring, and they're reminding people on days like today, you don't want to toss a cigarette out the window. You don't want to park your vehicle running on dry grass that could possibly spark a fire. So these are all important reminders, especially as we head through the rest of this week. Ellison?
Dana Griffin in Sacramento, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, what is driving this heat wave? And in terms of numbers, how hot could it get?
Yeah, this is in some areas unprecedented for so early in our summer season, which we consider, June, July, and August. Now, the reason it's so hot is that the jet stream has left us. That's typical. It usually goes north and eventually, just a little earlier this year. And everyone's wondering, does this mean the whole summer is going to be this hot? Well, for now it is, but it does look like it will give a break next week. So the high pressure is what controls everything. The jet stream, you can see it up here all the way into Canada, British Columbia. So the air is just sitting here. Obviously, this time of year, the sun is just baking down on the ground. You know how early the sunrise is and how late the sunset is. And so the next few days, this is just going to build and build and get hotter and hotter until it looks like peak on Thursday, Friday, then a little bit, waning as we head towards the weekend. But the high temperatures will be about 15 to 20 degrees warmer than they should be for this time of year. We got 32 million people in this. So it goes from South Texas with some warnings for areas from San Antonio southwards, and then through the desert southwest and the valley locations in California. And today was exceptionally hot. San Angelo was 111 degrees. That's one of the hottest temperatures that's ever recorded in the month of June, 5th highest ever. And so tomorrow, a little cooler in San Angelo, but then we really start turning it up. Sacramento goes up to 104, 19 degrees warmer than it should be. And as we go into Thursday, that's the day, Elson, that's the day when we should break records in like Phoenix, Las Vegas, Fresno. So that's the day to be careful.
All right, you already touched on it. A lot of people are wondering, will the whole summer be this hot? I'm going to put you on the spot again and say, is there anything from a science standpoint as a meteorologist where you look at, okay, this heat wave happening this early in the summer, and it tells us that maybe this summer will be hotter than the record-breaking summer we had last year?
I know. That's what a lot of people are remembering, right? Last year was
last summer, brutal
in the West. I mean, so the Southwest and South Texas, that's the same areas that right now everyone's like, oh my goodness, like it's so exceptionally hot. So this heat wave, as I've mentioned, it does appear that it will go through the upcoming weekend, Saturday, Vegas 107, then it kind of tapers off a little bit. But what we need is pattern change. So last year we got stuck in the weather pattern. It didn't change. Indications are this summer that it will change, that we are going to cool things off eventually. But we're off to a blistering hot start in June, and everyone's fear is, memories are short. Yeah. Everyone's like, don't do this again.
So and we all need to pay attention and learn more about weather patterns, and then maybe we'll have a good guess. Bill Cairns, thank you. We appreciate it. All right, don't go anywhere because we are just getting started. Up next, Attorney General Merrick Garland testified on Capitol Hill today, and things got pretty heated. NBC's Sahil Kapoor has the details. Plus, a war of words broke out today between President Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. What was said and how it's impacting ceasefire talks. And later this hour, the future of the road. An NBC News exclusive with the CEO of General Motors on when more EVs will be hitting the road and how much it'll cost you.
We're committed to this technology, getting it right, and offering the consumers something that's going to make their life better.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Welcome back. Here are some of the other headlines we're watching tonight. An FDA panel says MDMA should not be used as a treatment for PTSD. The ruling came down just a few hours ago. It's a potential setback for advocates. Some have said this use of a psychedelic would be beneficial in treating the disorder. But the panel cited flawed data in the study, some questionable research, and the potential for heart problems in their ruling. Some disturbing video shot in New York City on Sunday. City Park police officers forcibly arresting a 14-year-old girl said to be with her mother, a migrant who was illegally selling fruit in a park. The scuffle happening as the officers used handcuffs and one of them at least, wrapped his arms around the girl. Multiple people appeared to get involved as they tumbled on the ground. Officers say they were attempting to confiscate perishable items at the time and that her parents were working and operating an unlicensed cart. Mayor Adams has said the girl's mother is a repeat offender. He claims the family was back in the same spot selling fruit on Sunday, but amid the criticism, he has also said the city is investigating. Wisconsin's Attorney General filed felony forgery charges against 2 attorneys and an aide who worked for former President Donald Trump. They're accused of helping to submit paperwork that falsely said Trump won the battleground state back in 2020. There's been similar charges in states like Arizona and Michigan, part of the so-called fake elector scheme. Look at this fight right here. It broke out in Arizona at a national park. That is a bobcat poking at a rattlesnake, which is not the smartest idea. And the rattlesnake, it strikes back as the two continue to go at it. You can see the bobcat jumping up in the area as it keeps trying to swat at the snake. And NASA's Hubble telescope is remaining operational, but on a limited scale. NASA says it's moving to what's called one gyro mode, basically meaning there will be fewer observations. It's because of an equipment failure, which has been acting up over the last few months. NASA officials say the Hubble should keep making discoveries at least the next decade or so. Today, Attorney General Merrick Garland testified at a House Judiciary Committee hearing, and the country's usually mild-mannered top lawyer did not hold back. NBC Capitol Hill correspondent Sahil Kapoor has more.
Ellison, it was a contentious hearing at the Republican-led House Judiciary Committee today as Attorney General Merrick Garland faced aggressive questioning from lawmakers about a range of issues in the wake of former President Trump being indicted on 34 counts of felonies in New York for falsifying business records and facing more counts elsewhere, including federally. Garland emphatically rejected conspiracy theories about the DOJ manipulating Manhattan DA's prosecution of Trump on falsifying business records. He defended the DOJ as operating fairly and promised not to be cowed by political pressure or political threats. He also made clear that he won't hand over the audio tapes of President Biden's interviews with the special counsel, despite the House Republican threat to hold him in contempt for that refusal. Take a listen to what Merrick Garland said.
I view contempt as a serious matter, but I will not jeopardize the ability of our prosecutors and agents to do their jobs effectively in future investigations. I will not be intimidated, and the Justice Department will not be intimidated. We will continue to do our jobs free from political influence, and we will not back down from defending democracy.
Now, the contempt vote has not been scheduled yet in the full House of Representatives, even though it has cleared committee several weeks ago. Garland argued that the transcripts are out there for anyone who wants to read them, and that posting the audio would, quote, chill cooperation with the department in future investigations. He went on to argue that it could influence witnesses' answers if they thought the audio of their law enforcement interviews could be released publicly, could be broadcast to Congress. And he also said he has not listened to the tapes himself, and that was irrelevant to his determination. Garland further said he does not regret appointing Jack Smith as a special counsel who's investigating Trump. He said he's never spoken to Hunter Biden, who's on trial right now. That's the president's son, who's also being prosecuted by the DOJ alongside Democratic Congressman Henry Cuellar, Democratic Senator Bob Menendez, which to many in that party cuts against the argument that the DOJ is being weaponized for political purposes. Ted Lieu, a Democratic congressman, noted that under Trump's own Justice Department, several of his own allies were prosecuted, including Paul Manafort, Rick Gates, Roger Stone. Lieu went on to say, quote, it is not the fault of the Department of Justice that Donald Trump has surrounded himself with criminals, unquote. Allison?
Sahil Kapoor on Capitol Hill, thank you. Coming up next, the role of deep fakes in the biggest election on the planet. Our Janice Mackey-Freyer gives us insight into generated videos that spread across India. Could there be similarities in the U.S. ahead of November's presidential election? But first, you gotta see this. Fans love a good day of baseball under the lights, but what about baseball under no lights? That's what Cosmic Baseball is. It's played in the dark with glow-in-the-dark equipment, like glow-in-the-dark bases and jerseys. Even the balls glow in the dark. Last Saturday, the Tri-City Peppers, a Virginia-based college summer team, hosted the first ever Cosmic Baseball game, and they won 9-4. Even with the darkness, it's lighting up the baseball scene. Tickets to the first game sold out in a day. The Chili Peppers will have their next game next week, and we will be right back after this.
happened now? Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Welcome back. Let's take a quick look around the world. Evacuations are underway in the Philippines after a volcano erupted overnight. Ash and steam filled the night sky near Mount Calon as hundreds of people escaped to evacuation camps. The Philippines is located in the Ring of Fire, and the volcano that exploded last night is among the country's most active. Over to Nigeria now, where all electricity and major airports closed down following a labor union strike. The national electricity grid was shut off by workers who also blocked off operators trying to restore power. People there are demanding wage increases as the country faces its worst cost of living crisis in decades. Hundreds of travelers were left stranded as airlines suspended flights. And it turns out the historical paintings damaged and rescued in that April Copenhagen fire can almost be fully restored. Conservators say they'll be able to repair the pieces of art so you won't be able to notice any damage, but it might come at a steep cost, as almost 350 artifacts now need fixing. And tennis superstar, Novak Djokovic has pulled out of the French Open after hurting his knee. It's a huge blow to Djokovic, who was looking to defend his title and stay first in the rankings. He'd been dealing with some knee issues before the competition. He even called for a medical timeout during his match against Francisco Cerundolo and took painkillers to come back and continue playing. Sharp criticism from President Joe Biden toward Israel's government. In an interview with Time magazine conducted last month but just released today, Biden suggested Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was prolonging the Israel-Hamas war to stay in power, telling the magazine, quote, "There is every reason for people to draw that conclusion." The comments come amid growing stress about that ceasefire proposal in the Middle East. NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley has this report.
Yeah, so these comments from President Biden, they were actually made last week, but they were just published, and they really are the latest barb to emerge between President Biden in the United States and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel. And in many ways, this is kind of the most personal. We've heard Biden criticize Netanyahu repeatedly over Netanyahu's conduct of the war in the Gaza Strip, his regard for civilians, while at the same time, Biden has always supported and said that the United States was fully behind Israel. We've seen a very, very public falling out in the last couple of months. But this is really the first time that we're seeing the U.S. president accusing Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, essentially of trying to exploit this situation to stay in power. It's a very, very serious allegation. But again, it's one that folks in the Middle East, including Israelis, say over and over and over again. And it comes at a very, very hard time for Israel's fight in the Gaza Strip. Israel just announced yesterday the death of 4 additional hostages who are being held in Gaza before the Israelis were able to save them. And that has become the real race against time among Israelis, trying to save what's thought to be nearly 80 hostages who are still thought to be alive. At the same time, the Israelis are trying to crush what is left of the militant group Hamas. And it looks as though the most recent negotiations to try to free these hostages and end the fighting is now no closer than it has been before to getting over the line. We just heard from Hamas that they wouldn't be able to sign on to any sort of accord that doesn't guarantee a full and permanent end to the fighting in the Gaza Strip. Now, this is something that the Israelis have repeatedly dismissed as a non-starter, and this has been very much to the impatience of the White House and the Biden administration.
Matt Bradley, thank you. In India, it looks like Prime Minister Modi is all set to wrap up a consecutive third term in office. But since his party lost a bunch of seats, he'll have to work with coalition partners for the first time since coming to power in 2014. However, the bigger story might be the role AI played in all of this and whether we could see the same thing play out here in the U.S. NBC News international correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has this story.
In a consequential year for global elections, few match the scale of India. Nearly 1 billion voters and over 700 political parties. While election-related deepfakes generated by artificial intelligence spread like wildfire across Indian social media. Like this video of a politician who died in 2018 and was digitally resurrected to endorse his son.
Hi, nice to meet you.
It's the AI handiwork of Senthil Nagayam. His company is at the forefront of a thriving but loosely regulated industry here, using AI tools to create deepfakes, mostly for films. But at a studio in Chennai, he recorded my voice, took photos and videos, and in a matter of hours produced a deepfake of me.
I'm Janice Mackey-Freyer, and I'm not running for office. But I'm doing this political ad to make a point, to show how easy it is for
La mia voce e la mia immagine da catturare in un computer.
And with AI tools, I can say
anything to anybody in any language.
You could make multiple videos with my likeness.
Literally, you have been cloned. It's like we have a seed and we can plant it anywhere. And we have way past the deepfake era and we have gone into superfakes.
That AI-driven content is appearing in elections around the world could be a sign of what's ahead for voters in the U.S.
If you have lots and lots of different models out there that can be used by bad actors for lots of bad stuff, it still has to get to people for it to matter. And that means that bad actors still have to go through the distribution channels that we're familiar with.
The bad actors aren't always, say, foreign governments looking to disrupt financial systems or national security. More often, AI-generated content happens at a local level with text messaging or speech replacement that can be made to be believable.
And somebody like me, if I wanted to speak Hindi, if I wanted to speak Japanese, I could.
Speak Klingon.
And in a country as connected as India, tech platforms can become pipelines for disinformation. As a test, digital rights groups Access Now and Global Witness sent 4 fake election ads to YouTube and say they had every single video accepted.
If you don't try to combat the collection and misuse of data by tech platforms, it will feed this problematic, often toxic sort of AI growth ecosystem we're seeing.
The increasing use of AI-driven messaging also raises the risk of it becoming a normalized part of the election process, as deepfakes are set to transform the landscape for real.
I feel like I've been arrested.
Janice Mackey-Freyer, NBC News, Chennai, India.
Still ahead, a fraud trial, a bag of cash, and a dismissed juror. No, this is not the plot of a new thriller movie. We'll take you through the twists and turns of the real-life drama right after the break.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. Here are some of the stories happening out west that we're following. The former translator for the LA Dodgers star player Shohei Ohtani pleaded guilty today to bank and tax fraud charges. He allegedly stole $17 million from Ohtani to cover gambling debts. His sentencing is scheduled for October. And believe it or not, that is not the only baseball drama going down on the West Coast. Major League Baseball has banned a San Diego Padres player for life for allegedly betting on games. Tucupita Marcano was accused of gambling last season while he was on the Pittsburgh Pirates injured list. He's the first active player in over a century to be banned for betting on the sport. And last night, LAPD cleared out a short-lived pro-Palestinian tent encampment outside of City Hall. About 20 tents started going up yesterday afternoon. Police began clearing the area after midnight, saying that it was a, quote, non-permitted demonstration. A Minneapolis juror was dismissed this week from a high-profile fraud trial after someone allegedly tried to bribe her with cash. A lot of it. It is one of many trials in a case involving stolen funds during the pandemic. NBC News correspondent Mara Barrett has this incredibly odd report.
Tonight, something a prosecutor called the stuff that happens in mob movies, as a Minneapolis jury heads into deliberations without two jurors, after someone allegedly tried to bribe one and a second juror was asked about it by her family. Photos from a search warrant filed by the FBI showing a big bag decorated with butterflies on the outside and $120,000 cash on the inside. According to the warrant, a woman showed up at the doorstep of Juror 52 on Sunday night with a bag, handing it to the juror's relative, saying it was a present for the juror, referencing her first name. The woman told the relative to tell Juror 52 to say not guilty tomorrow, and there would be more of that present. Juror 52 immediately called 911 to report the incident. Police finding $100, $50, and $20 bills.
Does this come off as a blatant attempt to tamper with the jury?
When we have someone interfering with the jury process, that is supposed to be sacrosanct. That is supposed to be something that is not touched throughout the trial. And this is really an interference into that.
In court, the defense attorney telling the judge the bag of cash is a, quote, troubling and upsetting accusation. A wild development after the 7-week-long trial over the alleged theft of COVID funds, the first of a chain of expected trials, and now a possible new crime under investigation.
And Mara Barrett joins us now. Mara, this is just insane. I mean, how would someone even know where the juror lived? I didn't even know you could get that much cash out in like 20s and hundreds. What is going on here and what happens next?
I mean, the cash is one question, right? But the most concerning part of this is the fact that we all think jurors are supposed to be anonymous. But in reality, in this case, the legal team and the defendants actually have access to the jurors' names and addresses. And so that's why the judge has since ordered all 7 defendants to be in custody until the verdict is read. And she's also confiscated all of their phones. Those 2 jurors that are now out of the jury pool have been replaced by alternates. And the judge has also ordered for the remainder of the deliberations for the jury to be sequestered. Now, Allison.
Wow. Mara Barrett, thank you. Before we go, it is time for the future of everything. Putting the X in explicit. Why you should expect to see much more adult content on Elon Musk's platform. We're breaking down the future of social media next.
now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Now, for the future of everything, the social media platform formerly known as Twitter, now X, is going all in on adult content. New terms of service officially allow nudity and, quote, sexual behavior with some safeguards, which we'll get into in just a moment. But here's the thing. Plenty of that kind of content already existed on Twitter. According to Reuters, the company estimated 13% of posts on the platform contained adult content. And that was back in 2022, long before Elon Musk took over. So what is new here? Well, first, there are now official policies for not safe for work stuff. But what is also new is the specific mention of AI-generated adult content, which is being allowed as long as it's marked as such and is, quote, consensually produced. Joining me now is CNBC contributor and columnist for the Wall Street Journal, Tim Higgins. Tim, thank you for being with us here. Take us through this, right? X is saying that there's going to be these safeguards in place to make sure the AI-generated content is marked. They're also saying there will be safeguards in place to make sure this sort of content is hidden from children and people who do not want to see it. How would those work? And do people close to this think those safeguards are going to be enough?
Well, it's probably one of these things where you opt into it. And I've heard from users who are concerned about this. And Elon was out there today talking about how this was a top priority, making sure that you as a user can say, I don't want this. I don't want to see this. And that, that is an important step. Right now, if you've been on the X platform in recent weeks or months, there's a good possibility that maybe you've seen some racy or spicy content, if you will, in your replies or in other people's replies, especially as they try to trace that kind of engagement and user experience out there.
So in terms of regulators or possible government involvement here, this is a thing that we often see Congress have hearings to discuss, right? Especially if it is something in this social media and kids space or potentially in those two spheres. At what point do you think regulators would actually get involved if some of these safeguards maybe aren't working as planned?
Well, two big areas. One would be not content that's not consensual, and other content that is kiddie porn. These are two areas of great concern. But potentially the bigger risk here for X is that this kind of embrace, this official embrace of this kind of content scares off advertisers. Elon Musk's provocative stances over the last few months have really rattled some of those advertisers. We've seen a pullback. This could just be another log on that fire that makes advertisers worry that this is a kind of a platform that encourages the kind of content that they don't want to be near. Though I'll say X executives would argue they have the tools to allow brands to say, this is the kind of content we want to be around. And if they don't want to be, again, around spicy content, well, then they can choose not to be there. But still, the perception and for the ad buyer, there might be concern there.
Yeah, how will this work for the company's marketing strategy?
It's interesting. Elon Musk has definitely staked out a position that X is a platform for robust debate, free speech, the kinds of speech that might offend you. He wants that there. And that's the argument the company's making. By officially kind of allowing this, they are ensuring that people who can engage in this kind of speech. It's almost, you go back to the early day fights over free speech, I think of with the pornography years ago. They're taking kind of a lane here that a lot of the other social media platforms don't want to be near. You look at the likes of Meta and TikTok. This is the kind of stuff that they don't want to engage in.
Is that idea of a lane that others in the social media space don't want to be in, is that something that actually could be profitable for Elon Musk? I mean, it seems like when we watch what's happening with Twitter or X that it keeps losing value on some of the decisions that he's made under his leadership. But is this whole idea of we're in the lane no one else wants to be in possibly advantageous in the long run?
It's interesting when you talk about the platform being a free speech platform. Elon Musk has continually talked about that's the importance to him, that if he's going to lose money, then that's kind of the cost of doing business in this grander kind of societal thing that he's pursuing. It's almost not a charity, but definitely kind of a mission for him. That being said, he does want people engaged and on that platform. And if people are spending a lot of time looking at dirty pictures, they're going to be there.
Really interesting stuff. Tim Higgins, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our rapidly evolving and interconnected digital world is full of new technology, but with artificial intelligence advancing so quickly, it can feel incredibly overwhelming, especially for parents. That is the subject of an NBC News Now special town hall that's co-hosted by anchors Kate Snow and Savannah Sellers. Kate Snow gives us a preview.
Hi there, Ellison. Our special has a lot going on in it tonight. We are taking a closer look at how AI, social media, screens, new technologies are impacting our kids and parents and what they can do to help their children. We all know that AI is kind of the future. Everybody's talking about it. And with that comes a lot of possibility, but it also potentially comes with peril if we're not careful. There are a lot of ethical factors to consider with kids, like whether it's okay to use AI to help write an essay in school. But we also know that it can be used for negative things as well, like kids in classrooms making deep fake images of their classmates to bully them. We're talking about fake nude photos with real heads on the nude body. We asked a panel of experts, big picture, why is it important to talk about this? And here's what one of them told me. What should parents be talking about now with their kids, and what should kids be talking about with their parents when it comes to AI? How do we start that conversation?
Yeah, I think, and it's a really important one. And I actually don't think there's an age that's too young to start this conversation, because AI is really all around them. So I think first and foremost, kids need to know that AI isn't your friend. It's a tool. And these systems are going to seem more and more human-like the more advanced and sophisticated they get. But a tool is very different than a human person. So a tool we use to answer our questions, it can be a creative partner, it can help us understand the world, but we don't divulge secrets to an AI system.
So, Ellison, the point that she just made is really the reason why we decided to do this special. As she said, AI isn't your friend. It's a tool. A tool can be used for good or for bad, and it depends on how you're using it and how the people around you are using AI. And even though it may seem like a human is interacting with you, it is not, and kids have a hard time sometimes, especially younger kids, understanding that. It's why we're trying to help parents parent their kids around this and figure out how to even start those conversations early on and make a safe space for kids to talk to them about AI and so much else. Ellison?
It is such an important topic, and one I know both Kate and Savannah are very passionate about. We look forward to seeing that, and you can watch it as well. Make sure you don't miss this one. Kate Snow and Savannah Sellers hosting the Town Hall special, Digital Parenting, Raising the AI Generation. That is tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC News Now. Well, the electric vehicle race in the United States is heating up. The CEO of GM says they're betting big on electric despite a slowdown in sales. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello has a one-on-one with GM's CEO.
Rolling off the assembly line, 2 new electric vehicles on which General Motors is betting big. An EV version of its best-selling Silverado and the Equinox SUV.
We're executing, we're launching.
Despite a slowdown in EV sales across all brands, CEO Mary Barra says GM is all in on all electric.
We're committed to this technology, getting it right, and offering the consumers something that's going to make their life better.
All right. I'm driving?
Yeah, you're driving.
Barra had me drive the new Equinox EV, which she insists will be a game changer. An SUV with 17-inch displays, able to go 300 miles on a single charge, and with a $7,500 tax rebate priced to attract middle America.
This is the sweet spot for the market. People want a vehicle that's in this $30,000, $35,000 range.
Absolutely. That is where the bulk of new car purchases happen.
The new Silverado EV pickup has even more range, 440 miles. In all, GM offers 11 EV models. But while EVs make up 7.3% of all new vehicle sales in the U.S., sales growth has slowed. Prices are also dropping. The average now $55,000 and more popular in blue states than red.
Is that a political divide, a cultural divide that will hurt sales, especially of the Silverado EV.
Well, when we look at it, right next to the Silverado EV in that showroom at that dealer is going to be a Silverado that's gas-powered. So the consumer's going to get to choose what they want.
But consumers are both price and range sensitive.
Do you still envision to stop selling gas-powered vehicles by the mid-2030s, as you'd suggested at one point?
Well, again, we'll be guided by the customer, but in the end, I think, and we're seeing this around the globe, it will be led by what customers want. Because again, a car is a very expensive purchase for people. So they need to get what they want and what they're willing to pay for and what it represents.
The Equinox EV has tough competition from Tesla, Hyundai, Kia, and Nissan. And former President Trump's criticism of EVs is raising concerns among proponents. He could dismantle the tax incentives if elected.
Will you be just as committed to EVs if there's a Trump administration?
We will be just committed because we think in the long term they're better.
Our thanks to Tom, and thank you at home for watching. That does it for us tonight. I'm Ellison Barber. We will see you tomorrow, but until then, stay tuned now.
This is an NBC News Now special presentation, sponsored by Aura. This is digital parenting, raising the AI generation. Here now, Kate Snow and Savannah Sellers.
Hello and welcome to our town hall on parenting in the digital world. We're coming to you from Studio 8H here at Rockefeller Center.
That is right. Over the next hour, we are going to explore how families are navigating the AI age.
Technology is changing faster than kids and parents can keep up, right? It can be overwhelming. We're going to speak with leading experts today about how all of it affects our families, what conversations we need to have with each other.
And we have our audience here. It's filled with parents, teachers, and kids who will be asking their questions right to our panelists.
Before we get going, we want to thank our sponsor, Aura, the creators behind Digital Parenthood, an online resource that brings experts together to provide support to parents raising children in this often challenging and confusing digital environment.
We're going to get started with the results of our new survey on families' attitudes about AI. Here's CNBC's Julia Borston.
As generative AI has burst onto the scene with the introduction of ChatGPT and a wide range of competing chatbots, it's being used by companies and consumers in a range of ways. But new technology like this doesn't come without risks. Even the CEO of Microsoft has his concerns.
One of the existential risks people talk about in AI is, what if AI is so powerful that it's not in human control? That obviously is an existential issue for us.
And as parents grapple with how to monitor their children's use of mobile devices, the internet, and social media, now they're also forced to figure out how AI could impact their kids.
If unchecked AI is just going to go the same way that social media is gone, it's just going to be disaster, only on a larger scale.
Parents are worried. In a CNBC survey conducted with Generation Lab, 3/4 of parents say they are somewhat or extremely concerned about AI's impact on their kids. And the new technology is still foreign for most families. 56% say their families rarely or never use AI tools, while 34% use them a couple of times per week.
I think it's important that parents realize how our addiction to media and smartphones and social media and AI is creating a chaotic, unhealthy information environment for their kids.
While artificial intelligence brings risks for parents to consider, new technology also offers opportunity, including new apps that use AI to assist parents. One of them, called Ojai, is an AI-powered scheduling assistant to help families manage their household calendar, to-do lists, and keep up on school emails. The CEO and founder of advocacy group Moms First, Reshma Sojani, created an AI-powered tool to help families understand their paid leave eligibility, to prevent parents from unnecessarily rushing back to work after a baby is born.
There are risk and safety concerns with AI that parents need to be concerned with. But it's also not going anywhere. So I'm really encouraging people to think about aspirational AI. How can AI be used to make the world a better place? How can AI be used to put money in the hands of parents?
For now, parents are split on the question of whether AI is a force for good. Our survey found 51% of parents think there are more risks associated with the technology, while 49% believe there are more benefits.
To talk more about artificial intelligence and its impact on digital parenting, let's bring in our experts now. Sinead Bovell is a futurist, entrepreneur, and the founder of tech education company Way, spelled W-A-Y-E. Dr. Jenny Radeski is here. She's a media researcher and the director of developmental behavioral pediatrics at the University of Michigan Medical School. Also with us is Merv Lapus. He is the vice president of outreach and engagement at the nonprofit organization Common Sense Media.
Great to have you all with us. Thank you so much for joining for such an important conversation. Sinead, I'll start with you because in surveying our audience and surveying families on this, we just really kind of wanted to get a baseline understanding of what do people want to know. And a lot of people actually said very simply and very honestly, just, I need to know everything. So let's just kind of start with the basics because we hear a lot of different terms. Generative AI. I liked one we just heard there, aspirational AI. What does this all mean?
Right, so there are many different types of AI systems that parents and kids would be interacting with. So generative AI would be AI systems that can generate new content that's in many ways indistinguishable from human-generated content. So whether that's text-based things like a story or an essay, that could be music, that could be different audio sounds or short video clips. But then there's also AI like recommendation algorithms. So these are AI systems that recommend you content, whether you're streaming something on a streaming platform or you're on social media, AI systems that make decisions about you and what they want to show you. And then you have things like natural language processing. So if there's an Amazon Alexa in your house or you're using a Siri, these are AI systems that help process and understand human language and interact back with you.
People keep saying generative AI. That's the one that's sort of almost thinking on its own or learning as it goes. Is that right?
They all kind of learn on the fly, but with generative AI, why it's actually gone so viral is because these AI systems are so easy to use and to co-create with. The barrier to working with a system like ChatGPT is natural language. You ask it a question the same way you would ask a friend in a group chat, and that's why it's just kind of taken off. But AI has been all around us. People say AI is coming. AI is here, and it's been here for almost half a decade in our daily lives.
Fair point. Dr. Radeski, you study kind of the intersection between technology and development, human development. So what are your concerns from that standpoint about the way children are developing with AI integrated into everyday life?
Yeah, and there's a few concerns. One is with the automated decision making. So kids are interacting with automated recommendation feeds on so many different platforms. It's kind of taking away some of the decision making and recommending things that sometimes are meeting the needs of the platform. So we just published a study last week showing that on a very popular video sharing platform, if you type in things that are very popular with a 6-year-old or an 8-year-old, like Roblox, you wind up getting this whole recommendations feed filled with things competing for your attention. Things that are sexy and dramatic and violent and kind of over the top. And that's because that algorithm is optimized for engagement, click-throughs and viewing. It's not optimized for children's well-being. So it really matters how you're training that algorithm and who's checking in to make sure it's serving kids the right things. The other concern is with, only being able to chat through language with a platform. Kids have very different ways that they conceptualize these artificial agents. I once asked my 6-year-old who Siri was, and he said, she's a nice woman who lives in California who answers our questions, okay? Like, they really think that these things are alive. When they've done studies on kids and robots or virtual assistants, they think very differently and they trust.
Because developmentally, they're not there yet.
Exactly.
But that definitely brings up concerns about your emotional attachment that can start to be there, especially with younger people. Merv, I know that you work with people in different types of positions of leadership at schools across the country. Is there anything that can be being done on those campuses in classrooms to get ahead of some of these issues, maybe in a way that we didn't do so well with social media?
Yeah, I mean, I would say the past 2 years have been kind of the crux of that conversation for school administrators and district leadership, where they're, in hindsight, really looking at the effect of media and technology, but especially social media in the classroom and in their school communities. So there's been a lot of focus in really wanting to address kind of what is this and what does this look like in the classroom. And at first we take it in with a real real critical eye, because obviously our kids spend the most time in school, and also this has implications then with instruction as well as the way that our kids are going to be learning. So we do want to make sure that we're kind of measuring it and getting a sense of, is this the same as when televisions and smart boards came in, or is it a little different? And the reality is districts currently right now are currently at the place where they're looking at two main things. One is AI literacy. So how do we really make sure that our educators know what generative AI is versus the other types of AI that are out there? And how are we providing instruction to our kids so that they are thinking critically, behaving safely, and really interacting more responsibly with the media and tech that they're providing them that access to? And then we're also looking at policy. Reality is most administrators and district leaders are still combating, like, what are the policies we're going to have in place? We're waiting on our local leadership, federal government, and others to help give us that guidance, when the reality is we already have policies in place around PII, personal identifiable information, where can it be shared, where can't it be shared, privacy, looking at responsible use of tech. But now we need to really then look at it through the lens of, because this generative AI allows us to do X, how does that field into our policies that we have in place and then impact our school communities?
Sinead, there are positive uses of AI, right? In the classroom, for example, I just shot a story that's going to air soon that's about something called Quill that teachers of English are using for reading and writing, and the AI can go so fast that the teacher is saved time because the AI is kind of helping teach the kids punctuation and grammar. What should parents be talking about now with their kids, and what should kids be talking about with their parents when it comes to AI? How do we start that conversation?
Yeah, I think, and it's a really important one, and I actually don't think there's an age that's too young to start this conversation, because AI is really all around them. So I think first and foremost, kids need to know that AI isn't your friend. It's a tool. And these systems are going to seem more and more human-like the more advanced and sophisticated they get. But a tool is very different than a human person. So a tool we use to answer our questions, it can be a creative partner, it can help us understand the world, but we don't divulge secrets to an AI system. And there's also things we do in our life that don't involve AI, that it's not appropriate to bring this tool. And we also, I think, want to get kids thinking about the decision AI makes about them. So if you're watching something on a streaming platform, ask, when you kind of explain, an AI system has suggested this show to you. Why do you think it made that decision? And the child, even if they're 4 or 5, might say, well, because we watched a show about, Finding Nemo, and so it makes sense that they're recommending another fish show. So getting kids to think critically about how and why artificial intelligence is making decisions about them. That's where I would recommend you start. And I don't think that there's an age that it's too young to have that sort of a conversation.
That's a really smart way to go about it. I want to tell everybody something kind of crazy, especially speaking of generative AI. All these images around the studio right now, they were created using AI, just to give you a little bit of an idea of how it can actually create content. And that's going to tie in to an audience question that we have from somebody who came here today. Hi there.
Hi, my name is Annabelle. So I'm 26, and I didn't grow up around this level of technology. So I'm just curious how kids today, growing up with and going to school around AI, will be taught how to differentiate between what's real and what isn't.
Oh, that is a great question.
You want to take that?
So I really think starting at a young age, it's important to be talking to kids about what you're seeing on the screen. Who made that? Why did they make it? Did they make it to make us laugh, to tell us a good story, or to be rude to someone else, right? That's part of media literacy, is understanding who's behind the screen and who created that. That's step one. And then also talk about when you are seeing things on your favorite platforms, some of them are already created by AI. Can they spot that? Can they find, I'm sure there's ways to search for either songs or images that have been generated by AI. Take a look at those together with your kids. I say, sit down and listen to a song played by your favorite musical artist, and listen to a song made by AI. What sounds different? What is missing? Where's the human part that's really missing from what AI has generated? Ask AI to tell you a story. Ask your grandpa to tell you a story. What's the difference that's missing there? And I think that's one way to help teach kids a little bit of that difference.
It's really good.
And I can add, and I think it's important to recognize this is the worst artificial intelligence will ever be. So right now we can maybe detect there might be 7 fingers, or maybe it has multicolored eyes or something. But going forward, we can't count on the human brain to beat a supercomputer. So instead, I think we need to teach kids to think critically about the entire information ecosystem, regardless of what content they come across. who did share this content, as you had mentioned? What do you think the narrative was behind this content? And the flip side of that is teaching kids at a young age to be ethical AI users themselves. So when they use AI to write a story, that they sign their name, but also co-created by AI. We get them thinking about the ethics at a very young age, because these are the AI creators of the future.
Yeah.
So get them to think critically about what they see, read, and create.
Is it even okay to use AI to help write your story? I mean, that's, as a parent, that's a question that I have.
I mean, I think that was the biggest fear when it came into education, was the academic integrity behind it all. But I think it's what are we measuring? What are we trying to measure in terms of what our kids are learning and what we hope to get out of that instructional value? And in many ways, if they do understand the flow of how to create a writing piece already, and we know we've done that, especially coming to high school level, then using AI to help you kind of like give you a clean slate on something new where you're experiencing writer's block, you've saved hours of stress, and now you can actually work off of it now through my own words, right? Oh, I know what they got wrong here. Oh, this is actually false information. Let me correct that. And it actually can provide an opportunity for our kids to think more critically about the information they're receiving and knowing that, okay, this is biased, this is actually not factual. Here's the real information. Okay, now I get a sense of where I can actually add more value in a way that maybe I couldn't get 15 minutes ago.
Dr. Rodesky, how does AI and what we're seeing intersect with mental health?
Well, AI is based on data, and whenever we put in a search term or ask a question or click on something or like something, that is data that reveals something about our psyche, right? It could reveal whether we don't like our body size and we're searching for, things that relate to diets and fitness. It may reveal that we're in a bad mood, or what our personality is, or how impulsive we are, that we click right away. All of this can profile us to a degree and understand some of our vulnerabilities. And that's what advocates have been really worried about, is that as a pediatrician, if I see a child, or as an educator, if you see a child who is struggling with some sort of vulnerability, you just want to help support them and grow and build some skills and have a really supportive environment around them. You don't want to take advantage of it. And that's what we're worried about, is that either an AI that doesn't know it's taking advantage of a child or sending them something wrong or false or manipulative, that can lead to worse outcomes for kids who are already struggling.
Yeah. I want to go to another audience question here in the room. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Hillary. I have a 15-year-old, a freshman in high school, so a parent question. How do we guide our teens in deciding how much to share online, and how do they understand their digital footprint and the long-standing impact of their digital footprint?
Merv, do you want to start with that?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, that is a heavy cross to bear for parents. And I say that as a way of also for myself to remember, like, one, communication and conversation. These shouldn't be things we talk about only when things are bad. We should be talking about this daily. It should be active conversation so that when something does go awry or something feels uncomfortable, they know that they can come to you and you're not just going to kind of be either dismissive or overreact. That's actually the O section. But before then, there is the R, which is rings of responsibility. Have an active discussion that when you make a decision online, it affects you first. Like, how does this affect you? How does this affect your friends and family? And how could this affect my entire community? Taking that pause and really taking stock of, do I really want this out there if it goes further than I intended, is something to really be thoughtful about. And then we're really then looking at how do we make sure that we're not overreacting? If oftentimes as a parent, the first thing you want to do is take them away or completely cut it off. In some cases, that is the thing to do, depending on the severity of it. But the reality is, if that's the only way you react and it's very punitive, then they'll always associate that kind of parenting or caregiving side of like, oh, I'm not going to talk to them about this. They just don't understand. And they're always taking it away. And then lastly is look for, unfortunately, some of the symptoms. The reality is online life and offline life are intermingling so much as part of just life. And so when things are going off a little bit online, you'll start to see that even in the physical space. And so being very thoughtful and just, genuinely wanting to get a sense of how are you feeling? How did this make you feel? What can I do? And not doing it in a way where you're trying to get them for something, but really be supportive in nature.
What a fantastic conversation and an incredible panel. Merv Lapus, Dr. Jenny Rodesky, and Sinead Bedell, thank you very much for joining us for such an important conversation.
NBC News, by the way, did reach out to OpenAI for a statement. A spokesperson said, "We care deeply about the safety of everyone who uses our tools, including young people, which is why we've built strong guardrails and safety measures into ChatGPT and DALL-E."
We also reached out to Roblox. A spokesperson told us they are committed to protecting children online. They said, "This is why we have a safety-first culture and continue to invest in robust tools and partnerships to keep kids safe on our platform. Parents can visit roblox.com nbcnews.com/family center for helpful resources and tools. Well, another big topic for teens, how AI can impact relationships with their classmates and why parents should pay attention. We will dig into that up next.
This NBC News Now special town hall is sponsored by Aura, a leader in family online safety.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Over the past year, we've seen an explosion of what have become known as deep fakes, AI-generated videos and images online that have been edited. Well, now teens are finding their own real photos being altered in disturbing and offensive ways, often by classmates.
Yeah, NBC's Valerie Castro has a closer look at this growing problem.
15-year-old Stevie Hyder's memory of prom last year is no longer a happy one.
I can't look at the photo anymore.
Stevie's family says she was one of dozens of students at Richmond Burton High School in Illinois targeted by classmates who police say used artificial intelligence to create fake nudes. In Stevie's case, taking her face from this prom photo and swapping it onto a sexually explicit image. Students then texting the images around school.
And I asked them if they could just pull up the photo, and it was just immediately it felt like nauseous and gross. Yeah, it's my face there, but that's not my body.
The school saying it is unable to discuss an ongoing investigation involving students. Stevie's mother, Stephanie, furious.
We shouldn't have to teach our girls to have to hide their prom photos. That's just ridiculous.
But increasingly, young people, usually girls, are at risk from their own peers using so-called nudification apps, with cases like Stevie's popping up all over the country. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children says it's seeing a spike in AI-related calls to its tip line.
Is this a situation where the law is trying to play catch up to this technology?
I think so, and I think that's something that we oftentimes see where technology moves so fast across all sectors of tech. The laws and legislation are continually having to catch up.
The law surrounding these AI-generated pictures is often murky because they aren't considered real, intimate images. Existing laws don't necessarily apply to them, though a few states have now passed legislation specifically to combat sexually explicit AI images of minors. And the FBI says child sexual abuse material created with content manipulation technologies to include generative artificial intelligence is illegal.
You want to see criminal charges?
Absolutely. There absolutely should be criminal charges.
Some parenting advocates say what's needed is more focus on prevention and teaching kids how to use AI tools ethically. In Stevie's case, 2 minors were arrested, according to the state's attorney's office, charged with a total of 34 counts of child pornography. The impact on Stevie, ongoing, worried about what to do with this year's prom pictures.
Yeah, I'm definitely nervous for posting that. I just hope those don't end up on the news too.
Stevie trying to enjoy the authentic parts of her teenage years while living with a very real, artificially generated threat.
And Valerie Castro joins us now. Valerie, just incredible reporting. Gosh, it really hits you when you think she's worried to even just put prom pictures up.
Yeah, exactly.
I know that you spoke with parents and teens. What options do they have if they're targeted like this?
So if these images end up online, there's a great resource from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. It's a free online tool called Take It Down, and it will assign a digital fingerprint to an image of a minor, a nude image, and it will send that digital fingerprint to the social media platforms that it partnered with, things like Facebook, TikTok, TikTok, even OnlyFans, which is typically adult content. Those platforms can then search for the image using that digital fingerprint to take it down, and this will also apply to an AI-generated content as well.
Oh my goodness, it's heartbreaking, really, how much there is to worry about right now as you're a teenager growing up. Valerie Castro, really, thank you very much. Great reporting. Thank you, Kate.
All right, well, joining us to talk more about this and about technology and teens in general, family psychologist Jen Hartstein, who specializes in working with adolescents. And we have digital safety expert Adam Dodge. He's the creator of EndTab, a company that educates organizations and people about online safety. He's also the founder of the Tech Savvy Parent. Good to have both of you with us. I just want to start where you left off. I mean, this issue of deep fakes, Adam, I'll start with you. What do we do? I'm a parent. I don't know how to talk about this. What do we do?
Well, I think raising awareness about what these are, how they work. What AI has done is it's given our kids, their friends, and people who want to do them harm the ability to edit and create videos that they were never in, photos that they were never in. And so by having the conversation, first off, and letting them know, hey, as your parent, I'm aware of this technology. I know it's harmful. And having this conversation regularly can at least open up a dialogue and lets them know that you understand and you're there for them.
Dr. Jen, let's get into the nitty-gritty, though, how we do that, right? Especially if a teenager doesn't want to talk about a picture or an image that might involve nudity. I mean, what do you say? Give us the words.
Give you the words. So, I mean, there's some steps before we get to the words, right? So the first thing is we want to just kind of ask the question, as Adam said, like, what do you know about this? Let's kind of understand knowledge base and lean in with curiosity. Don't lean in with anger, frustration, punitively, right? Which is really hard when you're already with judgment, right? It's so hard when you're already nervous. As adults in the lives of kids, we talk too much. So I recommend that everybody listen more, talk less.
I see the teenagers in the audience going like, yep.
I'm on your side, I promise. Talk, so listen more, talk less, and then start to ask things like, tell me what you know. I'm really curious to understand what might be happening. Can you show me what you're looking at, right? If I know that I can approach you with that stuff without you being super judgmental and getting mad at me, I'm gonna be more open to sharing it with you as a teenager. And the truth is that you're learning about it at the same rate, probably more slowly than the teens are.
And then how do you, yes, it is good advice. How do you get kids on the right track to have a healthy relationship with this technology?
So I think that's part of the conversation, right? As you're all learning about it, I want to know more about, well, what are you doing with it? And what do you think is the right thing? Just the same way we would talk about how are you being engaged with your friends and how are you being engaged with social media. Those lessons that we've been kind of practicing up till now are the things we need to be continuing to discuss with AI because it is a little bit more unharnessed.
Adam, I'm going to read some statistics. I find some of these numbers just stunning. The number of deepfake videos online skyrocketing, up 550% in 2023 compared to 2019. But here's the big one, with pornography making up 98% of those videos. Tell us, especially like in the halls of a school and stuff like that, not necessarily some we think a lot of political videos or something when we say deepfakes, but just among classmates, how is this being used for things like bullying with teens?
Yeah, make no mistake, deepfakes are about sexual violence. They're about sexualizing women and girls, like that. Full stop. And the way it's being used to bully folks is by inserting them into videos, often pornographic, that they were never in fact in, or using, that's what deepfakes are. That's why most people have sort of negative connotations about deepfakes. But then with photos, you have undressing apps, which with the push of a button, you can make a non-explicit photo appear explicit. And because it's so easy to do, because these things are being marketed on social media platforms through targeted ads, it creates a legitimacy around them. And if we're not having these conversations in our schools, in our communities, then the first point of contact about this is going to be an algorithm instead of a trusted voice like a parent.
You just said marketed. Like you're saying that kids are seeing this stuff being pushed at them, like, hey, buy this app so that you can make a nude photo.
Yeah, and I think it's worth repeating. You just said it's a normal picture and you can take the clothes off someone.
Yeah, it's like Photoshop in your pocket. So you press a button and it digitally removes, using AI, digitally removes the clothing and makes it appear to be a hyper-realistic nude image. And the problem is, these are synthetic. They're not, in fact, real photos. But, and this is, I think, where parents can have a lot of agency, is by understanding the fact that even though the images aren't real, the harm is very real, right? Because no one cares that they're fake.
Well, Jen, so if you have a child that this has happened to, I want to ask you about both things. I want to ask you about you have a child who's accidentally had a photo made of them that they had no agency in. Also, on the flip side, what if you have the child who's making them?
Yes.
Who's creating these photos and sending them around?
Correct. So let's start with the kind of the kid that didn't ask for it and got it, right? So I don't want to call them victims because I really think that there is an empowerment opportunity to take back your identity and take back your space. But I am the person who didn't ask for this. And we have to be that. Again, I'm going to go back to the idea that as a parent, I have to be that safe space so that if this happens, my child does not have to suffer in silence because they don't have to be embarrassed to come because my parent isn't going to approach me with judgment, right? So we want to be a safe space, an open space, and then, like the parents in Valerie's piece, what do we want to do about it? How do we get it taken down? How do we use those sites? How do we get any sort of protection for our child so it doesn't become something spread everywhere is kind of the first piece of that. And you might have to get them some professional help to get some additional support to talk through it. It's traumatic. Right? And when you're the bully, which is essentially what this is a new wave of, and a new, as you mentioned, a new kind of bullying, there are different psychological issues for the bully, and we have to be able to get them support. We all just get really mad and punitive, but there's a reason someone feels they have to act that way. I am not excusing behavior at all. Behavior is the thing that gets us into trouble. But what's the emotional component, the psychological component behind that? And if you know that you are the parent of a kid who's doing the bullying, you have to get them some help because this isn't probably the only time or the only place that that's happening, and they need to be able to talk to someone safely about it.
We did get some viewer questions from people who are not in the room but who will be watching this, who are interested in this. Here is one from a parent of a 16-year-old who asks, how can kids safely use technology while protecting their privacy? Because that's really, it's the balance here, right? How do you do it but do it safely? Adam, what do you say to that?
Well, so much about this is about privacy and about consent. Right? These images are being created, they're violating our privacy, and we're not giving anybody consent to do this. I think it's why people find them so, even though they know they're not real, they find them so distressing and awful because it really does violate our bodily autonomy, it violates our consent, we didn't give permission for that. And a lot about privacy, people are trafficking in our data all the time. We didn't give them permission to do that. So really centering permission and consent around this, having conversations about bodily autonomy that don't just include our physical bodies, but also include our images. And if someone's thinking about like creating these images, helping them understand how harmful this is and how it's such a violation of their privacy if you create an explicit nude of them.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Adam Dodge.
Dr. Jen Hartstein, thank you both very much. What a fascinating conversation.
Thank you. Well, up next, kids are facing a growing threat from predators online as well. We're going to dig into how to spot them, what to really look for, and how to stop them. Up next.
This NBC News Now special town hall is sponsored by Aura, a leader in family online safety.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. Well, the threats young people face online are not only from their peers. FBI data reveals 500,000 predators are a daily threat to kids online. Also, sextortion. That's when a predator coerces a victim into sending nude images or performing other sexual acts and then uses it as blackmail. That's a growing threat targeting young people.
So how can parents help protect their children from online predators in this increasingly digital world? We're going to bring in a panel of experts. Farida Shahid is an internet safety expert who advises parents and caregivers, and Abigail Boccaccio. She is Unit Chief of the FBI's Child Exploitation Operational Unit. She's with us as well.
Thank you both so much for being here. Yes, welcome. Abby, let's start with you here because we really want to understand what it is that the FBI is seeing. Tell us about the threats that you're tracking and certainly tell us about what's new, what's changed.
Absolutely. I can tell you over the last 10 or 15 years, the threat landscape with what the FBI is seeing has shifted dramatically. It was very uncommon 10 to 15 years ago to have an individual who was targeted in a traditional sextortion case. That offender could have 200 to 300 victims. That was daunting at the time. Fast forward now to 2024, that is commonplace, both with traditional sextortion and with the financially motivated sextortions. So the reach that technology has given our offenders and the effect that they can have on so many of our children worldwide.
You make that distinction right there, like the one with financial.
Traditional and financial?
Exactly.
Yes.
Walk us through that, like the kind of traditional predator and then when somebody's actually being extorted for something like money, the difference in those threats.
Absolutely. So traditional sextortion is an older threat for the FBI, which we are still seeing active today. That typically involves an offender targeting a young female between the ages of 10 and 17, but I'll caution parents that any child can be a victim and that the FBI has seen children as young as 7 years old in traditional sextortion schemes. The offender coerces or tricks the child into producing content, and then that child is beholden to answer the offender's requests on that. And the motivation is purely to obtain more content, more sexually explicit imagery and videos of your children. That is the end game for traditional sextortion. Financially motivated sextortion, on the flip side, is the new trend that we've noticed since about 2001. And the scripts are very similar. However, the speed at which the extortion takes place, traditional sextortion can take place over months, if not years. Financially motivated sextortion can take place within 10 minutes. So while you're in the kitchen cooking dinner, your child can be targeted and victimized online.
Because it's someone asking for like a nude photo, for example, and then saying, I'm going to release this. Unless you pay me.
Absolutely. So the victimization happens very quickly. The offender obtains that explicit image of your child and then immediately moves to a script of extortion. If you don't send me money, it's a financially motivated prong. I will ruin your life. I will expose you to your friends, to your family, to law enforcement. I will make you believe that you are the subject, that you are the one that's at fault for producing the content. And oftentimes, even if you send money, they still release the images or you are now on the hook to provide more money.
Wow. Farida, how do you advise parents to navigate all of this?
Well, there's a lot of focus on technology and parental controls and parental monitoring, and that's great. But I always say the two focuses that you need to have is yourself, developing safe spaces in the household so that your kids can trust you. Kids who don't trust their parents, who can't talk to their parents, who feel that their parents are going to take away their devices or get angry at them, typically aren't going to want to open up if something happens. And so that's the first step for a parent to be that safe space. So instead of focusing so much on how do I become an expert in the internet, how do you become an expert in your child and their experiences and relating to them?
Abby, what do you tell the families that come to the FBI for help when you're working on some of these? How can you actually help them?
Well, I'd say first and foremost, we want to assure the victims that they are victims, that the FBI will not prosecute them if they've been tricked or coerced into producing content. The second is that the FBI has very, very significant victim services component. And so sadly, as in the case with financially motivated sextortion, we've seen a huge uptick in suicide rates of minor male children. Because of that, we want to make sure we get the victim and the family members engaged with victim services immediately. And then we want to move into the investigation prong. We want to make sure we thoroughly investigate the crime that has been committed, and we work with the Department of Justice to prosecute that.
Yeah, it stuck with me that you said male, that a lot of the extortion victims are young boys or young men. Farida, I know this is personal work for you. Can you tell us a little bit about why you got into this?
So I'm an avid online gamer. I've been gaming since I was 13 years old. And since I'm a girl gamer, There's a lot of focus on you when you're in chat rooms or when you're in voice calls. And so I've had my own experiences with a predator, and they're not really a predator to your child. Like as a kid, that's just my friend. And maybe I felt a little uncomfortable, maybe I didn't understand what was happening, but I just felt like that was just my friend. And the moment that I felt that I was able to trust my mother and I wrote a book about this called I Think I'm Ready to Tell You Now. The moment I was able to trust her and to come to her and to know that, hey, she's not gonna be judging me, she's not gonna say like, oh my God, this is the worst thing in the world. I told you not to talk to predators online or strangers online. When I felt that safe space, I was able to open up to her. And then my background in cybersecurity awareness and threat intelligence taught me the side of what Abigail's doing in terms of what's actually going on in the tech world. And so those combination of experiences made me feel that this was what I wanted to do. And this is how I believe that parents can protect their kids online, is by focusing on how can we create that safe space and how do I learn more about my child's experience on the internet versus everybody's experience on the internet. What is your child doing? What do they like? What do they not like? And so I developed something called the SAFE method to keep kids safe online based off of that. So first is safe spaces. So that is therapy, that is safe spaces within yourself, self-regulation, being okay, developing a safe space for your child to come to you and know that you're not going to be mad at them if something happens. Accountability is if you say I'm not going to be mad, you're not mad, you're staying cool, calm, and collected. And when you mess up, because you absolutely will, you go and you apologize. The third one is fun. And that is developing a space where your child can have fun and talk to you about the good sides of the internet. If you're so focused on the bad, your child won't want to tell you about the bad, because then they're going to think that, oh, if I tell my parent more about the bad, then they're going to shut down the internet and they're not going to trust me. So developing spaces where your child can have fun with you, to play games with them, to ask them about what they like, share TikTok videos, whatever it is, just have fun. And predators don't like kids that are able to have fun with their parents on the internet. And empathy is developing a space where you can tell your child about your own experiences growing up. Even though you have not grown up in the digital age, you still have experiences that can help you talk to them about what they can do. So whatever, something happened in college, something happened in high school, you can say, well, a bully came to me and said this, and this is how I dealt with it. I understand how it feels. I don't know your space, but I understand how I did it, and this is how I did it. So just opening up, making them realize that you're a human being. Because, as a teen, you're like, oh, they're not human.
And thank you for being vulnerable and sharing your story with us about what happened.
Thank you.
Well, look for the book as well. Abigail Boccaccio, thank you so much. For Rita Shahid, great to have both of you. So interesting.
Yeah, fascinating conversation. We really appreciate it. Still ahead, my conversation with kids and parents about how their families are grappling with AI and all this other technology. That's up next.
This NBC News Now special town hall is sponsored by Aura, a leader in family online safety.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We have heard a lot this hour from really engaged experts on the issues surrounding digital parenting.
Yeah, but we also do want to take a moment to hear from families about their everyday experience with screens, social media, and artificial intelligence. I recently sat down with a group of 3 parents and 4 teens, all of them meeting for the first time in this conversation. Here's our chat. This question is for everybody to answer, show of hands. That social media is a fairly constant topic of conversation in your house. If that's true, raise your hand. What type of role does tech and do screens play within your family?
It's like the obvious don'ts, like be careful what you post, like who you talk to on social media?
It's pretty honest in my household. Use it as like it's more of communication, if anything, but also know that there's a fakeness to it.
Like, everyone in my family can track each other, so we always know where each other is. And a lot of people, I feel like my age, like, very much don't like that because they think they don't want their parents seeing their every move. But I actually really like it because I'm tracking my parents.
Who else uses tracking within their family? Wow.
For me, as a dad, it's a case-by-case basis. My daughter didn't have any problems with the tracking mechanism, and she knows that I need to know where she is at all times.
I would not track my children. I wouldn't let them track me. I want them to learn to be responsible independently on their own and to know that they're capable of doing that. My conversation is much more around that we're not having phones. I get a lot of, you're gonna need it in middle school, you're gonna need it in middle school. Not getting it in middle school. That's not happening. The same as social media, it's not happening under any circumstances, so the conversations are much more about why it's not happening and what my concerns are related to that.
I wasn't allowed to have social media until high school, and while I was in middle school and like seeing all of my friends on social media and a bunch of people active like all the time, like a part of me felt excluded, and I resented my parents for it because I was like, why aren't you letting me? Like, everybody's doing it. But once I finally got it in high school, like, I could not be more grateful for the fact that they didn't allow me to have it. I think that like my self-esteem, like when I compare it to my friends or to people in my school, is like way higher.
And you can remember moments though where you were angry about it in middle school.
Mm-hmm. It was really hard, especially as a kid trying to navigate middle school. I'm happy with where I am now, and I'm glad that they made that decision.
I have a third grader, and she has friends that are on TikTok all the time, and then the number of times where it's like, well, I don't have friends because I'm not on TikTok, and they don't let me do this at recess because I'm not on TikTok and I don't know the dances, and it is hard.
It sounds like I'm hearing from each of these little anecdotes, and even just the way that people are agreeing or kind of being like, yeah, I've been there. Is it fair to say that for each one of you, there has been some amount of tension at some point when it comes to screens, tech, social media?
Absolutely, especially with my my oldest. He's always loved his computer and his phone. And it has been when he's missed assignments, or I'm like, hey, bud, it's 12 o'clock. Why is your light on in your room? And it's harmless, but it's also, you know, excessive.
Most of my classes have no technology in it at all. All on paper, all.
Is that public school?
Well, yeah. No phones, like all your phones have to go to like the side of the class. You're not allowed them on you. I set limits for myself, 2 hours for social media. And that's really all I've set.
So 2 hours a day?
2 hours a day, yeah.
Which to some people might still sound like a lot. Does it feel like a lot?
To compare to my friends and everybody else and the school, it's not as much as...
It's not a lot.
No, I'm not allowed to have TikTok. I do have access to Instagram and Snapchat, and when I got social media at the beginning of high school, my parents sat me down and I had to sign a contract with rules about using social media, about keeping accounts private, telling them if I ever saw anything that upset me, about just like, again, like restricting myself with what I consume.
No TikTok. They have Instagram, Snapchat.
As a parent, how did you decide TikTok was the one?
I downloaded it, and there was just a lot that I could see that we shouldn't be seeing.
One thing that my mom was like clear about when I got social media was like she wanted me to follow certain accounts. So like she was like, the Today Show, you're following them. Upworthy, you're following them. New York Times, you're following them. One of her biggest things about TikTok and social media as a whole is like the misinformation that is spread. You know, kids see a 20-second video and they just think that that's what fact is. So that was like another kind of like added thing that she was like, it's important for you to be receiving the information posted by these reliable sources.
My mom had like a few requirements like she did. I had to follow her, I had to follow my aunt, and I had to follow my uncle. I have all my stories privated. It's not anything I hide. So I feel like my mom taught me like how to make good friends and how to stay private on social media so the whole world doesn't know everything about me, you know?
We would talk about how to be safe on it, always to keep your accounts private, what's acceptable to post. Like,
the internet kind of never dies. Like once it's up, it's up. Instagram, I got it pretty young. I would say like 6th grade, which is young, but my parents always followed me. And kind of like a big thing that they said is like your aunts and uncles in your family follow you, like the person you intern under follows you, like are you okay with them seeing everything that you're posting?
And there's so much information out there via, technology that as a parent, discerning, because you don't know. There's a lot of negative and bad things out there, and we're just trying to protect them.
You have started toying around with ChatGPT.
Yes. Yeah, a bit. Not like for school as much, but it's cool with the new AI. If you ask it like to make an essay on like a random topic, it'll make an essay fairly quick. And it's like a good essay too. It's pretty impressive.
That's debatable. But okay.
I mean, it's good for an AI.
Does your school allow that? That's the question, because a lot of
not
schools
at all.
don't, right?
No,
They're like,
no
they have
school.
this,
I
right?
don't think any school's like allowed.
And the amount of kids that my teacher, bless his heart, caught this year, like it's crazy because these kids, the concept is fairly simple.
There's a point to writing an essay and to completing an assignment. It all leads you somewhere and it teaches you something. Like, I mean, that's why we're in school. And if you're using AI to complete this work, you're setting yourself up for failure.
At one point, I was like, write a poem for my grandmother, like using keywords, right? I was like, oh, this is interesting. Just playing around with it because this is the future, y'all, right?
A lot of school districts that are now using it just because of the shortage of teachers. But Aaron, in your school district, do they use it in the classroom as well, or are they just...
Some of the teachers and the staff in the district were researching it, like how they can use the AI to almost like better the curriculum and like see what they can add, and because AI could be helpful in some cases. So
it's not going
they're seeing how you can use it, it's not just bad as it can do your homework for you, but how can it like help you learn and stuff. So that's what they were looking at.
I think we should all be having really difficult conversations with ourselves and what we want, and to not say it's just here to stay. And so there has to be an element of saying like, let's maybe not wait.
Is enough enough?
It's
funny.
Yeah. The AI, it's good, but it's not there yet.
It's not.
It's not, but again.
But do we need it? Do you guys
How
feel like
badly
we
do
need
we
it?
really need it? How badly do we really need these phones? Like, how much happier we could actually be if we were just more connected with each other.
Do you monitor your own screen time in an effort to be a good example to your kids?
Yes, 100%. Because my model has always been, you learn by me doing, not by me saying. Love and just showing everything is an action word. So how I want to model behavior for you is to literally lead.
The whole with social media, and you just have to keep it under control. Whether you go outside first or do your homework first before social media, it's all up to you.
I feel like at the end of the day, your parents really just want what's best for you, and it's different. I mean, a lot of the way that you guys parent your children and that your parents parent you is different from the way that my family does it, but that's just because we're different.
Wow, what a conversation. All right, please join me in welcoming back our family panel. We have Jermaine, Sonia, Benafsha, Sade, Jacqueline, Erin, and Abigail. All of you all came back.
I know,
So
and they put up with me for an hour first, and they still came.
That conversation was riveting to me when I watched it. Sade, what was your impression when you heard the teens in that conversation?
That the kids are all right. Oh. They really are just very mature, smart, well-trained, tiny humans, and I'm looking forward to what they do in this world.
That's pretty amazing. Benafsha, I understand that you've kind of been talking, thinking since our conversation and have been doing things a little bit differently after talking to your mom. Is that right?
Yeah, I feel like lately, from what everyone, like the parents' opinion, we learned to like maybe turn off the phone maybe and just like talk more, especially because like with my brother, it's really just us playing games, and now we are able, like board games are more present in our household now.
Oh, that's nice.
That's really cool to hear.
Is there a certain time that you're protecting to talk to each other face to face?
Yeah, I think it's like almost like after dinner, because honestly, we both have work on that piles onto our shoulders, but we do try to make it so we're able to do this. And I got to know a lot more about my brother.
Show of hands, who went home and had some deeper conversations with their family after that? Yeah, most of you, all of you. Okay. And Jermaine, you talked with other parents, I think, after that about social media, yeah?
Yes, yeah, I'm a part of the PTSO at my son's school, and I just kind of wanted to know what their thoughts were about AI, and knowing that our charter school, North Star Academy, we don't allow any cell phones during instruction. You know, they don't want kids to be distracted, things of that nature. So it is a little bit different, but after school, kids do have access because they got to catch the bus, things of that nature. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of get their opinions, and a lot of them, you know, haven't really had a conversation, you know, with their kids, and it was something that they weren't necessarily, you know, familiar with, you know, in terms of AI.
Jacqueline, still no tracking?
No.
I appreciate in the conversation how you just kept it real about what you're doing with your kids and how so far it's working.
I feel lucky that my kids are younger. I have the benefit of the experience that so many of these other children and parents have had, and to me it's almost a no-brainer now. The science is here. Anxiety, depression, those are major concerns. Not to mention, especially, this is unfair, boys have their challenges, girls have their challenges, and from a self-esteem standpoint, I'm trying to hold strong. I reserve the right to say no. We all joked that that now we have proof when I caved on TV that I said they couldn't have one, but I'm sticking with it.
I like that you all kind of learned a little bit from each other, it feels like. So we feel glad about that.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your time, really. Thank you for shining a light on what's really happening.
You guys are so great to come here for us twice, so we really appreciate it. Thank you for being part of this. Good to see you. And now we did reach out to TikTok for a statement. A spokesperson told us we continually listen to the experiences of teens and launched a global youth council to further strengthen our measures that make TikTok a safer platform. They also pointed to what they say are industry-leading safeguards to support teens, including age and time restrictions.
And we'll be right back with some final thoughts and important resources for families.
This NBC News Now special town hall is sponsored by Aura, a leader in family online safety.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
We have covered a lot of ground here, and before we go, we want to make sure that parents have the resources that they need. Dr. Jenny Radesky's back with us. Thank you. So there was a survey, a new survey from our sponsor, Aura, that shows that 1 in 3 parents want more support in keeping their kids safe. Of course they do. For you, what are the top 3 takeaways for parents?
Well, number 1 is keep having curious conversations, right? One of the findings of that Common Sense Media Hope Lab study is that teens are going to chatbots because they're not judgmental. They can ask them questions and not feel judged. So that's a lesson for us as
parents are judgmental
right?
sometimes.
Is to do exactly what Dr. Jen had said, is listen more, talk less. So that's number 1, keep up the conversations. Number 2 is keep yourself informed. So watching programs like this, you know, subscribing to the Common Sense Media newsletter at our AAP Center of Excellence on Social Media and Youth Mental Health. We have a question and answer portal where parents can just ask a question. So
what is it?
AAP.org/. NBCNews.com/social media.
Okay.
So parents can subscribe to our newsletter. And then there's the Aura Digital Parenthood Hub also, which is going to have tons of resources from different organizations.
If you're a parent and you've been watching this and maybe you're feeling a little bit more scared and overwhelmed than you are informed, what's something that you think that they can just kind of hold on to know that they can get through this?
Well, number one, things are moving rapidly, so it's normal for you to feel like this is overwhelming. So partly just saying that out loud, don't feel guilty. You know best how to connect with your kids, right? And as we're facing this wave of AI, the most important thing is holding on to our humanity. So work with your kids on all that human stuff that helps us make meaning of life. I always say AI is really good at facts, not very good at meaning making. It's not very wise, right? And that's what we are as humans. So keep up those relationships and connections so you can teach your kids as they start to use AI how to do it in a humane way.
Dr. Radesky, thank you very, very much for being with us and for those important tips. We do also want to share some resources that are available to parents online. So to reiterate, our sponsor, Aura, just launched a new tool called Digital Parenthood. There you can read advice from experts, ask questions, and connect with other parents.
And again, the American Academy of Pediatrics Center of Excellence, Social Media and Youth Mental Health has a question and answer portal. You can use it to look through a whole library of questions asked by other parents, or you can ask a new question yourself.
There is also the Centers for Disease Control's Essentials for Parenting Teens. It has a whole video series actually on how to prepare your kids for the teen years and tips on how to manage their feelings and emotions.
It is important for parents to stay engaged. NBC has some great resources. You can go to today.com/parents for stories, tips, and trends. You can also watch my show, NBC News Daily. We do segments on modern parenting and mental health every single week. Savannah's show does it too, Morning News Now.
That's right.
We want to thank all of our correspondents and guests who contributed to such an important discussion, and to Aura for sponsoring this event, and to all of you here in the audience.
Yes, thank you.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We will continue to bring you stories like these on NBC News Now, which you can watch 24/7 wherever you stream. And for all of us here at NBC News, stay safe, stay well. Thank you very much for watching.
Tonight, President Biden signing a sweeping executive action on security at the U.S. southern border. Facing mounting criticism over immigration, the president making his most aggressive move yet to control the border. Mr. Biden saying he's doing, quote, what Republicans in Congress refuse to do. The power the new order gives him just weeks before his first debate with Donald Trump. Also tonight, opening statements in Hunter Biden's federal gun trial. The text messages the prosecution showed to the jury taken from his purported laptop, and what the defense is saying about his past drug use and purchase of a firearm. The nationwide disruptions impacting AT&T and Verizon customers. What's causing it? The first major heat wave of 2024, triple-digit temperatures in the West. We're tracking it. Attorney General Merrick Garland defiant on Capitol Hill, telling Republicans, I will not be intimidated, as they demand tapes of President Biden's interview with special counsel Robert Hur. Our NBC News exclusive, the new electric vehicles rolling off GM's assembly line. The CEO and why GM is still betting big on EVs despite a sales slowdown. And after he stole the show from his congressman dad, the 6-year-old telling us about his viral moment of fame.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening and welcome. President Biden tonight sidestepping Congress and taking his own action to sharply tighten controls at the southern border. With his signature alone, the president using his executive authority to shut down asylum requests when the average daily number of illegal crossings between ports of entry exceeds 2,500. Tonight, that average number tops 4,000, putting the new directive into immediate effect. The president looking to turn the tables on Republicans on an issue that has left him politically vulnerable. In his remarks announcing the new order, President Biden saying doing nothing is not an option, and that he would have preferred to address this issue through bipartisan legislation. But many Republicans in Congress tonight dismissing the president's actions as too little, too late. Our Julia Ainsley is at the border in Texas with more.
Facing fierce criticism of his handling of the border crisis, President Biden tonight unveiling new executive action.
This action will help us gain control of our border.
The executive order will bar many migrants who cross the border illegally from requesting asylum when illegal crossings are over 2,500 per day, like they have been for the past 3 years. The restrictions last until they dip below 1,500 per day.
If they choose to come without permission and against the law, they'll be restricted from receiving asylum and staying in the United States.
It's 3:30 p.m. in Hidalgo, Texas, and this bus is transporting migrants who just came through the border wall. They'll be able to claim asylum, but those who cross after midnight will not. But there are exceptions to the restrictions, including unaccompanied children. Plus, migrants can still request asylum at ports of entry. Today's move comes after a record. Nearly 10 million migrants have crossed into the U.S. since President Biden took office. Our recent poll shows just 28% of Americans approve of President Biden's handling of the border. Today, the president blaming Republicans for blocking a bipartisan border security bill.
I've come here today to do what the Republicans in Congress refuse to do. Take the necessary steps to secure our border.
But Republicans say Biden sparked the crisis by reversing Trump border policies, blasting today's move as an election year stunt.
He can close the border down entirely. He's not going to do that. He has no interest in doing that. They want it wide open. So this weak measure here, don't be fooled.
While some Democrats also slamming the president's action.
It's not a time for us to turn to Trump-era policies. It's not time to go and use the tools that Trump used.
Today, we met a Venezuelan family who entered at a port of entry this morning, using the CBP One app created by the Biden administration to book appointments for asylum screenings. They said they slept on the streets in Mexico while waiting.
¿Cuánto tiempo tienes esperando?
How long were you waiting? 7 months and 6 days, he tells us, saying he came to the U.S. to work to feed his young family.
And Julia, we're already expecting legal challenges to this executive order.
Yes, Lester, the ACLU is threatening to sue, saying this order prevents migrants from exercising their right to claim asylum. Meanwhile, Border Patrol agents I've talked to say they're worried about a logjam when migrants who cannot claim asylum cannot be deported fast enough. Lester?
Julia Ainsley starting us off. Thank you. Opening statements today in the trial of President Biden's son Hunter on federal gun charges. The prosecution telling jurors he lied about his drug use on a government background check to buy a gun, and they introduced evidence from his laptop. Ryan Nobles has late details.
Tonight, the prosecution kicking off their case against the son of the president with one simple message to the jury. No one is above the law. In opening arguments, prosecutor Derek Hines saying Hunter Biden was a user of crack and a drug addict. He chose to lie on a government form about his drug use when he purchased a .38 caliber handgun. No one is allowed to lie on a federal form like that. Even Hunter Biden, he said. Hines pointing to the defendant's own words in his own voice.
Mainly, however, we just planted ourselves on the couch and smoked a ton of crack.
Hines playing these audio clips from Hunter Biden's memoir for the jury.
By now, I possessed a new superpower, the ability to find crack in any town at any time, no matter how unfamiliar the terrain.
First Lady Jill Biden, his wife Melissa, and sister Ashley were in court, sitting together while the excerpts played, visibly shaken and embracing each other. Hunter Biden is charged with 3 counts related to allegedly purchasing and possessing a gun while using narcotics and faces prison time if convicted. But defense attorney Abby Lowell telling the jury today, you will see that he is not guilty. He said that Hunter Biden did not knowingly lie on the form, arguing that during that narrow window of time, Biden was not acting like, quote, someone who was smoking crack every 20 minutes. Late today, the first prosecution witness, an FBI agent, testifying about Hunter Biden's laptop, telling jurors investigators found text messages detailing his interactions with drug dealers around the time he made the gun purchase. Tomorrow, Hunter Biden's ex-wife will be on the stand, and eventually Hallie Biden, the widow of his late brother Beau, with whom Hunter had a romantic relationship. Lester?
All right, thank you. And a problem with AT&T's cellular network left thousands of customers unable to make calls today. Brian Chung is following this. Brian, what happened?
Good evening, Lester. The issue appears to have impacted AT&T and Verizon customers trying to call each other throughout the day. There were more than 5,000 service issues reported nationwide. Verizon said its network was operating normally, with some experiencing issues when calling or texting with customers served by another carrier. AT&T said the issue between carriers had been resolved after about 7 hours and that 911 calls were not impacted. This comes 4 months after another major AT&T disruption that impacted tens of thousands of customers, which took about a half a day to resolve. Lester?
Brian, thank you. We'll turn now to an early season heat wave, the first major one of 2024, bringing dangerous triple-digit temperatures to parts of the West. 32 million people under heat alert stretching from California to Texas. High temperatures are expected to tie or break records through at least Friday. At a combative House hearing, Attorney General Merrick Garland fought back against Republican attacks, including the false accusation the Justice Department was behind the Manhattan prosecution of former President Trump. Here's Hallie Jackson.
A message both blunt and sharp tonight from the Attorney General.
I will not be intimidated, and the Justice Department will not be intimidated.
A full-throated defense from the typically soft-spoken AG, targeting Republican attacks on the Justice Department and slamming suggestions the DOJ had a hand in former President Trump's state felony conviction last week, as Mr. Trump falsely claims.
That conspiracy theory is an attack on the judicial process itself.
But many Republicans insist the Biden DOJ is playing politics.
Many Americans believe there's now a double standard in our justice system. They believe that because there is.
The House GOP looking to hold Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress for defying a subpoena for the audio of the interview between President Biden and Special Counsel Robert Hur, who ultimately declined to prosecute the president over his handling of classified documents, suggesting a jury would be unlikely to convict a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. The interview transcript has already been released, but Republicans want more.
We haven't heard the tapes. We don't know if they match up. If you have audio or video, that is better than a transcript.
Substantively, the transcript may be accurate, but you know what? The audio would tell us so much more.
But the White House asserted executive privilege over the recordings at the request of Garland, who today says he'd be concerned about a possible chilling effect if they were released.
It could influence witnesses' answers if they thought the audio of their law enforcement interviews would be broadcast to Congress and the public.
And with the House Speaker rolling out a new three-part plan today to go after the Justice Department, the GOP fight is clearly not over yet. Lester?
Hallie Jackson, thank you. We'll turn now to the war in Gaza and the newly published comments from President Biden suggesting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu may be prolonging the war for his political survival. Let's get more on this from Gabe Gutierrez.
Tonight, President Biden is walking a fine line with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, offering some of his harshest criticism yet. In a new interview with Time magazine, the president was asked whether he thought Netanyahu is prolonging the war for his own political self-preservation. He said, "I'm not going to comment on that. There is every reason for people to draw that conclusion." That response is drawing backlash from Israel.
It is outside the diplomatic norms of every right-thinking country to comment on the leaders, whether they should be a prime minister or not be a prime minister.
Today, I asked the president to clarify, and he walked the comments back.
Is Prime Minister Netanyahu playing politics with the war? I don't think so. He's trying to work out a serious problem he has.
Asked by Time whether Israeli forces have committed war crimes in Gaza, President Biden answered that it's uncertain and has been investigated by the Israelis themselves. The president also saying he did not think Israel was starving civilians intentionally, but I think they've engaged in activity that is inappropriate. Still, even after this warning to Israel last month,
They go into Rafah. I'm not supplying the weapons.
The U.S. is still backing its ally. Now, with ceasefire negotiations stalled, today the White House National Security Advisor met with families of the hostages, including Omer Nutra's mother.
Once again, we're in this cycle where everyone is waiting on an answer, right? We're really, really hoping that the deal goes through.
The president also says his biggest disagreement with the prime minister is about what should happen after the war and whether there's a two-state solution. Lester?
Gabe Gutierrez, thank you. In 60 seconds, the future of the road. Our exclusive with the CEO of General Motors, what Mary Barra says about when more people will switch to EVs and the price that will get them there. Late today, an FDA advisory panel weighed in on the potential use of MDMA, better known as ecstasy, as a treatment for PTSD. Some studies have found that it helped when combined with talk therapy, but the panel overwhelmingly concluded the data shows it is not effective in patients with PTSD. Now to our NBC News exclusive. The CEO of America's biggest car company, GM, still betting big on electric vehicles despite a slowdown in EV sales and criticism from former President Trump. She spoke with Tom Costello.
Rolling off the assembly line, 2 new electric vehicles on which General Motors is betting big. An EV version of its best-selling Silverado and the Equinox SUV.
We're executing, we're launching.
Despite a slowdown in EV sales across all brands, CEO Mary Barra says GM is all in on all electric.
We're committed to this technology, getting it right, and offering the consumers something that's going to make their life better.
All right. I'm driving?
Yeah, you're driving.
Barra had me drive the new Equinox EV, which she insists will be a game changer. An SUV with 17-inch displays, able to go 300 miles on a single charge, and with a $7,500 tax rebate priced to attract middle America. This is the sweet spot for the market. People want a vehicle that's in this $30,000, $35,000 range.
Absolutely. That is where the bulk of new car purchases happen.
The new Silverado EV pickup has even more range, 440 miles. In all, GM offers 11 EV models. But while EVs make up 7.3% of all new vehicle sales in the U.S., sales growth has slowed. Prices are also dropping. The average now $55,000 and more popular in blue states than red. Is that a political divide, a cultural divide that will hurt sales, especially of the Silverado EV?
Well, when we look at it, right next to the Silverado EV in that showroom at that dealer is going to be a Silverado that's gas powered. So the consumer's going to get to choose what they want.
But consumers are both price and range sensitive. Do you still envision to stop selling gas-powered vehicles by the mid-2030s, as you'd suggested at one point?
Well, again, we'll be guided by the customer, but in the end, I think, and we're seeing this around the globe, it will be led by what customers want. Because, again, a car is a very expensive purchase for people, so they need to get what they want and what they're willing to pay for and what it represents.
The Equinox EV has tough competition from Tesla, Hyundai, Kia, and Nissan. And former President Trump's criticism of EVs is raising concerns among proponents. He could dismantle the tax incentives if elected. Will you be just as committed to EVs if there's a Trump administration?
We will be just committed because we think in the long term they're better.
Barra says GM customers will soon have access to Tesla and other charging stations, which should address concerns about charger availability. Lester?
All right, Tom, thank you. Up next, with election season upon us, how the rise of AI deep fakes is impacting one of the biggest elections on the planet. Is it a sign of what's to come? Back now with the election surprise on the world's biggest democracy. India's powerful Prime Minister Narendra Modi claiming he's won a 3rd term, but his party losing seats to a surging opposition. And as Janice Mackey-Freyer reports, the role AI played in the race could be a warning sign for our elections here at home.
In a consequential year for global elections, nothing matches the scale of India. Nearly 1 billion voters and over 700 political parties. While election-related deepfakes generated by artificial intelligence spread like wildfire across Indian social media. Like this video of a politician who died in 2018 and was digitally resurrected to endorse his son. Hi, nice to meet you. It's the AI handiwork of Senthil Nagayam. His company is at the forefront of a thriving but loosely regulated industry here, using AI tools to create deepfakes, mostly for films. But at a studio in Chennai, he recorded my voice, took photos and videos, and in a matter of hours produced a deepfake of me.
I'm Janice Mackey-Freyer, and I'm not running for office. But I'm doing this political ad to make a point, to show how easy it is for
la mia voce e la mia immagine da catturare in un computer.
And with AI tools, I can say
anything to anybody in any language.
Literally, you have been cloned. It's like we have a seed and we can plant it anywhere. And
that AI-driven content is appearing in elections around the world could be a sign of what's ahead for voters in the U.S. There are some guardrails in place, with President Biden's executive order last year and the FCC making robocalls made with AI-generated voices illegal. But there's still no sweeping federal legislation on AI.
There's a risk that people, normal people,
will lose sight of what it means to trust reality.
Here, as a test for tech platforms, digital rights groups Access Now and Global Witness sent 4 fake election ads to YouTube and say every video was accepted. In a statement, Google said none of these ads ever ran, adding their enforcement process has multiple layers to ensure ads comply with policies.
If you don't try to combat the collection and misuse of data by tech platforms, it will feed this problematic, often toxic sort of AI growth ecosystem we're seeing.
There is also the risk of AI-generated content becoming a normalized part of the election process, as deep fakes are set to transform the landscape for real. Janice Mackey-Freyer, NBC News, Chennai, India.
And for more on the AI revolution, watch Raising the AI Generation at 9 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now. And coming up here tonight, perhaps no one could cut through the tense atmosphere in Congress quite like one lawmaker's 6-year-old. That's next. Finally, the little scene stealer on Capitol Hill telling us tonight what inspired his funny moment of fame, bringing a little levity to a deeply divided Congress. Here's Liz Kreutz.
He's the 6-year-old everyone's talking about, as Tennessee Congressman John Rose spoke on the House floor Monday denouncing former President Trump's recent guilty verdict, his young son Guy stealing the show, making one silly face after another and another, even signing out his little brother Sam's name. The viral moment propelling this recent kindergarten grad into newfound internet fame.
I like that kid. I like that kid. 10 minutes before that, his dad was like, I think Mountain Dew is fine for kids.
Today,
hello, anyone on?
Guy telling us he was simply bored.
What made you say, I'm just going to start making these funny faces?
I was trying to make my brother laugh.
Did you expect that you would make the entire country laugh?
A little.
The congressman unaware of his son's antics behind him.
I had no idea. I told him, smile at your brother. And so I was just hoping that he would be behaving and smiling at his brother.
Even as our cameras rolled, Guy yet again upstaging his dad.
So, Guy, do you know what your dad does?
Yeah.
What does he do?
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I don't really know.
It's that blissful innocence that's captured the country's hearts.
What's your message to America?
Nothing really. Eat more candy every day.
A reminder that even in these historic halls, we shouldn't take ourselves too seriously. Liz Kreutz, NBC News.
Absolutely priceless. That's Nightly News for this Tuesday. Thank you for watching. I'm Lester Holt. Please take care of yourself and each other. Good night.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border. Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Tonight, President Biden signing a sweeping executive action on security at the U.S. southern border. Facing mounting criticism over immigration, the president making his most aggressive move yet to control the border. Mr. Biden saying he's doing, quote, what Republicans in Congress refuse to do. The power the new order gives him just weeks before his first debate with Donald Trump. Also tonight, opening statements in Hunter Biden's federal gun trial. The text messages the prosecution showed to the jury taken from his purported laptop, and what the defense is saying about his past drug use and purchase of a firearm. The nationwide disruptions impacting AT&T and Verizon customers. What's causing it? The first major heat wave of 2024, triple-digit temperatures in the West. We're tracking it. Attorney General Merrick Garland defiant on Capitol Hill, telling Republicans, I will not be intimidated, as they demand tapes of President Biden's interview with special counsel Robert Hur. Our NBC News exclusive, the new electric vehicles rolling off GM's assembly line. The CEO and why GM is still betting big on EVs despite a sales slowdown. And after he stole the show from his congressman dad, the 6-year-old telling us about his viral moment of fame.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening and welcome. President Biden tonight sidestepping Congress and taking his own action to sharply tighten controls at the southern border. With his signature alone, the president using his executive authority to shut down asylum requests when the average daily number of illegal crossings between ports of entry exceeds 2,500. Tonight, that average number tops 4,000, putting the new directive into immediate effect. The president looking to turn the tables on Republicans on an issue that has left him politically vulnerable. In his remarks announcing the new order, President Biden saying doing nothing is not an option and that he would have preferred to address this issue through bipartisan legislation. But many Republicans in Congress tonight dismissing the president's actions as too little, too late. Our Julia Ainsley is at the border in Texas with more.
Facing fierce criticism of his handling of the border crisis, President Biden tonight unveiling new executive action.
This action will help us gain control of our border.
The executive order will bar many migrants who cross the border illegally from requesting asylum when illegal crossings are over 2,500 per day, like they have been for the past 3 years. The restrictions last until they dip below 1,500 per day.
If they choose to come without permission and against the law, they'll be restricted from receiving asylum and staying in the United States.
It's 3:30 p.m. in Hidalgo, Texas, and this bus is transporting migrants who just came through the border wall. They'll be able to claim asylum, but those who cross after midnight will not. But there are exceptions to the restrictions, including unaccompanied children. Plus, migrants can still request asylum at ports of entry. Today's move comes after a record. Nearly 10 million migrants have crossed into the U.S. since President Biden took office. Our recent poll shows just 28% of Americans approve of President Biden's handling of the border. Today, the president blaming Republicans for blocking a bipartisan border security bill.
I've come here today to do what the Republicans in Congress refuse to do. Take the necessary steps to secure our border.
But Republicans say Biden sparked the crisis by reversing Trump border policies, blasting today's move as an election year stunt.
He can close the border down entirely. He's not going to do that. He has no interest in doing that. They want it wide open. So this weak measure here, don't be fooled.
While some Democrats also slamming the president's action.
It's not a time for us to turn to Trump-era policies. It's not time to go and use the tools that Trump used.
Today, we met a Venezuelan family who entered at a port of entry this morning, using the CBP One app created by the Biden administration to book appointments for asylum screenings. They said they slept on the streets in Mexico while waiting.
¿Cuánto tiempo tienes esperando?
How long were you waiting? 7 months and 6 days, he tells us, saying he came to the U.S. to work to feed his young family.
And Julia, we're already expecting legal challenges to this executive order.
Yes, Lester, the ACLU is threatening to sue, saying this order prevents migrants from exercising their right to claim asylum. Meanwhile, Border Patrol agents I've talked to say they're worried about a logjam when migrants who cannot claim asylum cannot be deported fast enough. Lester?
Julia Ainsley starting us off. Thank you. Opening statements today in the trial of President Biden's son Hunter on federal gun charges. The prosecution telling jurors he lied about his drug use on a government background check to buy a gun, and they introduced evidence from his laptop. Ryan Nobles has late details.
Tonight, the prosecution kicking off their case against the son of the president with one simple message to the jury. No one is above the law. In opening arguments, prosecutor Derek Hines saying Hunter Biden was a user of crack and a drug addict. He chose to lie on a government form about his drug use when he purchased a .38 caliber handgun. No one is allowed to lie on a federal form like that, even Hunter Biden, he said. Hines pointing to the defendant's own words in his own voice.
Mainly, however, we just planted ourselves on the couch and smoked a ton of crack.
Hines playing these audio clips from Hunter Biden's memoir for the jury.
By now, I possessed a new superpower, the ability to find crack in any town at any time, no matter how unfamiliar the terrain.
First Lady Jill Biden, his wife Melissa, and sister Ashley were in court, sitting together while the excerpts played, visibly shaken and embracing each other. Hunter Biden is charged with 3 counts related to allegedly purchasing and possessing a gun while using narcotics and faces prison time if convicted. But defense attorney Abby Lowell telling the jury today, you will see that he is not guilty. He said that Hunter Biden did not knowingly lie on the form, arguing that during that narrow window of time, Biden was not acting like, quote, someone who was smoking crack every 20 minutes. Late today, the first prosecution witness, an FBI agent, testifying about Hunter Biden's laptop, telling jurors investigators found text messages detailing his interactions with drug dealers around the time he made the gun purchase. Tomorrow, Hunter Biden's ex-wife will be on the stand, and eventually Hallie Biden, the widow of his late brother Beau, with whom Hunter had a romantic relationship. Lester?
All right, thank you. And a problem with AT&T's cellular network left thousands of customers unable to make calls today. Brian Chung is following this. Brian, what happened?
Good evening, Lester. The issue appears to have impacted AT&T and Verizon customers trying to call each other throughout the day. There were more than 5,000 service issues reported nationwide. Verizon said its network was operating normally, with some experiencing issues when calling or texting with customers served by another carrier. AT&T said the issue between carriers had been resolved after about 7 hours and that 911 calls were not impacted. This comes 4 months after another major AT&T disruption that impacted tens of thousands of customers, which took about a half a day to resolve. Lester?
Brian, thank you. We'll turn now to an early season heat wave, the first major one of 2024, bringing dangerous triple-digit temperatures to parts of the West. 32 million people under heat alert stretching from California to Texas. High temperatures are expected to tie or break records through at least Friday. At a combative House hearing, Attorney General Merrick Garland fought back against Republican attacks, including the false accusation the Justice Department was behind the Manhattan prosecution of former President Trump. Here's Hallie Jackson.
A message both blunt and sharp tonight from the Attorney General.
I will not be intimidated, and the Justice Department will not be intimidated.
A full-throated defense from the typically soft-spoken AG, targeting Republican attacks on the Justice Department and slamming suggestions the DOJ had a hand in former President Trump's state felony conviction last week, as Mr. Trump falsely claims.
That conspiracy theory is an attack on the judicial process itself.
But many Republicans insist the Biden DOJ is playing politics.
Many Americans believe there's now a double standard in our justice system. They believe that because there is.
The House GOP looking to hold Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress for defying a subpoena for the audio of the interview between President Biden and Special Counsel Robert Hur, who ultimately declined to prosecute the president over his handling of classified documents, suggesting a jury would be unlikely to convict a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. The interview transcript has already been released, but Republicans want more.
We haven't heard the tapes. We don't know if they match up. If you have audio or video, that is better than a transcript.
Substantively, the transcript may be accurate, but you know what? The audio would tell us so much more.
But the White House asserted executive privilege over the recordings at the request of Garland, who today says he'd be concerned about a possible chilling effect if they were released.
It could influence witnesses' answers if they thought the audio of their law enforcement interviews would be broadcast to Congress and the public.
And with the House Speaker rolling out a new three-part plan today to go after the Justice Department, the GOP fight is clearly not over yet. Lester?
Hallie Jackson, thank you. We'll turn now to the war in Gaza and the newly published comments from President Biden suggesting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu may be prolonging the war for his political survival. Let's get more on this from Gabe Gutierrez.
Tonight, President Biden is walking a fine line with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, offering some of his harshest criticism yet. In a new interview with Time magazine, the president was asked whether he thought Netanyahu is prolonging the war for his own political self-preservation. He said, "I'm not going to comment on that. There is every reason for people to draw that conclusion." That response is drawing backlash from Israel.
It is outside the diplomatic norms of every right-thinking country to comment on the leaders, whether they should be a prime minister or not be a prime minister.
Today, I asked the president to clarify, and he walked the comments back.
Is Prime Minister Netanyahu playing politics with the war? I don't think so. He's trying to work out a serious problem he has.
Asked by Time whether Israeli forces have committed war crimes in Gaza, President Biden answered that it's uncertain and has been investigated by the Israelis themselves. The president also saying he did not think Israel was starving civilians intentionally, but I think they've engaged in activity that is inappropriate. Still, even after this warning to Israel last month,
They go into Rafah. I'm not supplying the weapons.
The U.S. is still backing its ally. Now, with ceasefire negotiations stalled, today the White House National Security Advisor met with families of the hostages, including Omer Nutra's mother.
Once again, we're in this cycle where everyone is waiting on an answer, right? We're really, really hoping that the deal goes through.
The president also says his biggest disagreement with the prime minister is about what should happen after the war and whether there's a two-state solution. Lester?
Gabe Gutierrez, thank you. In 60 seconds, the future of the road. Our exclusive with the CEO of General Motors, what Mary Barra says about when more people will switch to EVs and the price that will get them there. Late today, an FDA advisory panel weighed in on the potential use of MDMA, better known as ecstasy, as a treatment for PTSD. Some studies have found that it helped when combined with talk therapy, but the panel overwhelmingly concluded the data shows it is not effective in patients with PTSD. Now to our NBC News exclusive. The CEO of America's biggest car company, GM, still betting big on electric vehicles despite a slowdown in EV sales and criticism from former President Trump. She spoke with Tom Costello.
Rolling off the assembly line, 2 new electric vehicles on which General Motors is betting big. An EV version of its best-selling Silverado and the Equinox SUV.
We're executing, we're launching.
Despite a slowdown in EV sales across all brands, CEO Mary Barra says GM is all in on all electric.
We're committed to this technology, getting it right, and offering the consumer something that's going to make their life better.
All right. I'm driving?
Yeah, you're driving.
Barra had me drive the new Equinox EV, which she insists will be a game changer. An SUV with 17-inch displays, able to go 300 miles on a single charge, and with a $7,500 tax rebate priced to attract middle America.
This is the sweet spot for the market. People want a vehicle that's in this $30,000, $35,000 range.
Absolutely. That is where the bulk of new car purchases happen.
The new Silverado EV pickup has even more range, 440 miles. In all, GM offers 11 EV models. But while EVs make up 7.3% of all new vehicle sales in the U.S., sales growth has slowed. Prices are also dropping. The average now $55,000 and more popular in blue states than red.
Is that a political divide, a cultural divide that will hurt sales, especially of the Silverado EV?
Well, when we look at it, right next to the Silverado EV in that showroom at that dealer is going to be a Silverado that's gas-powered. So the consumer's going to get to choose what they want.
But consumers are both price and range sensitive.
Do you still envision to stop selling gas-powered vehicles by the mid-2030s, as you'd suggested at one point?
Well, again, we'll be guided by the customer, but in the end, I think, and we're seeing this around the globe, it will be led by what customers want. Because, again, a car is a very expensive purchase for people, so they need to get what they want and what they're willing to pay for and what it represents.
The Equinox EV has tough competition from Tesla, Hyundai, Kia, and Nissan. And former President Trump's criticism of EVs is raising concerns among proponents. He could dismantle the tax incentives if elected.
Will you be just as committed to EVs if there's a Trump administration?
We will be just committed because we think in the long term they're better.
Barra says GM customers will soon have access to Tesla and other charging stations, which should address concerns about charger availability. Lester?
All right, Tom, thank you. Up next, with election season upon us, how the rise of AI deep fakes is impacting one of the biggest elections on the planet. Is it a sign of what's to come?
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Tonight, President Biden signing a sweeping executive action on security at the U.S. southern border. Facing mounting criticism over immigration, the president making his most aggressive move yet to control the border. Mr. Biden saying he's doing, quote, what Republicans in Congress refuse to do. The power the new order gives him just weeks before his first debate with Donald Trump. Also tonight, opening statements in Hunter Biden's federal gun trial. The text messages the prosecution showed to the jury taken from his purported laptop, and what the defense is saying about his past drug use and purchase of a firearm. The nationwide disruptions impacting AT&T and Verizon customers. What's causing it? The first major heat wave of 2024, triple-digit temperatures in the West. We're tracking it. Attorney General Merrick Garland defiant on Capitol Hill, telling Republicans, I will not be intimidated, as they demand tapes of President Biden's interview with special counsel Robert Hur. Our NBC News exclusive, the new electric vehicles rolling off GM's assembly line. The CEO and why GM is still betting big on EVs despite a sales slowdown. And after he stole the show from his congressman dad, the 6-year-old telling us about his viral moment of fame.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening and welcome. President Biden tonight sidestepping Congress and taking his own action to sharply tighten controls at the southern border. With his signature alone, the president using his executive authority to shut down asylum requests when the average daily number of illegal crossings between ports of entry exceeds 2,500. Tonight, that average number tops 4,000, putting the new directive into immediate effect. The president looking to turn the tables on Republicans on an issue that has left him politically vulnerable. In his remarks announcing the new order, President Biden saying doing nothing is not an option and that he would have preferred to address this issue through bipartisan legislation. But many Republicans in Congress tonight dismissing the president's actions as too little, too late. Our Julia Ainsley is at the border in Texas with more.
Facing fierce criticism of his handling of the border crisis, President Biden tonight unveiling new executive action.
This action will help us gain control of our border.
The executive order will bar many migrants who cross the border illegally from requesting asylum when illegal crossings are over 2,500 per day, like they have been for the past 3 years. The restrictions last until they dip below 1,500 per day.
If they choose to come without permission and against the law, they'll be restricted from receiving asylum and staying in the United States.
It's 3:30 p.m. in Hidalgo, Texas, and this bus is transporting migrants who just came through the border wall. They'll be able to claim asylum, but those who cross after midnight will not. But there are exceptions to the restrictions, including unaccompanied children. Plus, migrants can still request asylum at ports of entry. Today's move comes after a record. Nearly 10 million migrants have crossed into the U.S. since President Biden took office. Our recent poll shows just 28% of Americans approve of President Biden's handling of the border. Today, the president blaming Republicans for blocking a bipartisan border security bill.
I've come here today to do what the Republicans in Congress refuse to do. Take the necessary steps to secure our border.
But Republicans say Biden sparked the crisis by reversing Trump border policies, blasting today's move as an election year stunt.
He can close the border down entirely. He's not going to do that. He has no interest in doing that. They want it wide open. So this weak measure here, don't be fooled.
While some Democrats also slamming the president's action.
It's not a time for us to turn to Trump-era policies. It's not time to go and use the tools that Trump used.
Today, we met a Venezuelan family who entered at a port of entry this morning, using the CBP One app created by the Biden administration to book appointments for asylum screenings. They said they slept on the streets in Mexico while waiting.
¿Cuánto tiempo tienes esperando?
How long were you waiting? 7 months and 6 days, he tells us, saying he came to the U.S. to work to feed his young family.
And Julia, we're already expecting legal challenges to this executive order.
Yes, Lester, the ACLU is threatening to sue, saying this order prevents migrants from exercising their right to claim asylum. Meanwhile, Border Patrol agents I've talked to say they're worried about a logjam when migrants who cannot claim asylum cannot be deported fast enough. Lester?
Julia Ainsley starting us off. Thank you. Opening statements today in the trial of President Biden's son Hunter on federal gun charges. The prosecution telling jurors he lied about his drug use on a government background check to buy a gun, and they introduced evidence from his laptop. Ryan Nobles has late details.
Tonight, the prosecution kicking off their case against the son of the president with one simple message to the jury. No one is above the law. In opening arguments, prosecutor Derek Hines saying Hunter Biden was a user of crack and a drug addict. He chose to lie on a government form about his drug use when he purchased a .38 caliber handgun. No one is allowed to lie on a federal form like that, even Hunter Biden, he said. Hines pointing to the defendant's own words in his own voice.
Mainly, however, we just planted ourselves on the couch and smoked a ton of crack.
Hines playing these audio clips from Hunter Biden's memoir for the jury.
By now, I possessed a new superpower, the ability to find crack in any town at any time, no matter how unfamiliar the terrain.
First Lady Jill Biden, his wife Melissa, and sister Ashley were in court, sitting together while the excerpts played, visibly shaken and embracing each other. Hunter Biden is charged with 3 counts related to allegedly purchasing and possessing a gun while using narcotics, and faces prison time if convicted. But defense attorney Abby Lowell telling the jury today, you will see that he is not guilty. He said that Hunter Biden did not knowingly lie on the form, arguing that during that narrow window of time, Biden was not acting like, quote, someone who was smoking crack every 20 minutes. Late today, the first prosecution witness, an FBI agent, testifying about Hunter Biden's laptop, telling jurors investigators found text messages detailing his interactions with drug dealers around the time he made the gun purchase. Tomorrow, Hunter Biden's ex-wife will be on the stand, and eventually Hallie Biden, the widow of his late brother Beau, with whom Hunter had a romantic relationship. Lester?
All right, thank you. And a problem with AT&T's cellular network left thousands of customers unable to make calls today. Brian Chung is following this. Brian, what happened?
Good evening, Lester. The issue appears to have impacted AT&T and Verizon customers trying to call each other throughout the day. There were more than 5,000 service issues reported nationwide. Verizon said its network was operating normally, with some experiencing issues when calling or texting with customers served by another carrier. AT&T said the issue between carriers had been resolved after about 7 hours and that 911 calls were not impacted. This comes 4 months after another major AT&T disruption that impacted tens of thousands of customers, which took about a half a day to resolve. Lester?
Brian, thank you. We'll turn now to an early season heat wave, the first major one of 2024, bringing dangerous triple-digit temperatures to parts of the West. 32 million people under heat alert stretching from California to Texas. High temperatures are expected to tie or break records through at least Friday. At a combative House hearing, Attorney General Merrick Garland fought back against Republican attacks, including the false accusation the Justice Department was behind the Manhattan prosecution of former President Trump. Here's Hallie Jackson.
A message both blunt and sharp tonight from the Attorney General.
I will not be intimidated, and the Justice Department will not be intimidated.
A full-throated defense from the typically soft-spoken AG, targeting Republican attacks on the Justice Department and slamming suggestions the DOJ had a hand in former President Trump's state felony conviction last week, as Mr. Trump falsely claims.
That conspiracy theory is an attack on the judicial process itself.
But many Republicans insist the Biden DOJ is playing politics.
Many Americans believe there's now a double standard in our justice system. They believe that because there is.
The House GOP looking to hold Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress for defying a subpoena for the audio of the interview between President Biden and Special Counsel Robert Hur, who ultimately declined to prosecute the president over his handling of classified documents, suggesting a jury would be unlikely to convict a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. The interview transcript has already been released, but Republicans want more.
We haven't heard the tapes. We don't know if they match up. If you have audio or video, that is better than a transcript.
Substantively, the transcript may be accurate, but you know what? The audio would tell us so much more.
But the White House asserted executive privilege over the recordings at the request of Garland, who today says he'd be concerned about a possible chilling effect if they were released.
It could influence witnesses' answers if they thought the audio of their law enforcement interviews would be broadcast to Congress and the public.
And with the House Speaker rolling out a new three-part plan today to go after the Justice Department, the GOP fight is clearly not over yet. Lester?
Hallie Jackson, thank you. We'll turn now to the war in Gaza and the newly published comments from President Biden suggesting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu may be prolonging the war for his political survival. Let's get more on this from Gabe Gutierrez.
Tonight, President Biden is walking a fine line with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, offering some of his harshest criticism yet. In a new interview with Time magazine, the president was asked whether he thought Netanyahu is prolonging the war for his own political self-preservation. He said, "I'm not going to comment on that. There is every reason for people to draw that conclusion." That response is drawing backlash from Israel.
It is outside the diplomatic norms of every right-thinking country to comment on the leaders, whether they should be a prime minister or not be a prime minister.
Today, I asked the president to clarify, and he walked the comments back.
Is Prime Minister Netanyahu playing politics with the war? I don't think so. He's trying to work out a serious problem he has.
Asked by Time whether Israeli forces have committed war crimes in Gaza, President Biden answered that it's uncertain and has been investigated by the Israelis themselves. The president also saying he did not think Israel was starving civilians intentionally, but I think they've engaged in activity that is inappropriate. Still, even after this warning to Israel last month,
They go into Rafah. I'm not supplying the weapons.
The U.S. is still backing its ally. Now, with ceasefire negotiations stalled, today the White House National Security Advisor met with families of the hostages, including Omer Nutra's mother.
Once again, we're in this cycle where everyone is waiting on an answer, right? We're really, really hoping that the deal goes through.
The president also says his biggest disagreement with the prime minister is about what should happen after the war and whether there's a two-state solution. Lester?
Gabe Gutierrez, thank you. In 60 seconds, the future of the road. Our exclusive with the CEO of General Motors, what Mary Barra says about when more people will switch to EVs and the price that will get them there.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Live from studio.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
This is the first president in the history of the United States of America that anybody seeking asylum has to do it in another country. That's never happened before in America. That's never happened before in America. You come to the United States and you make your case.
That was candidate Joe Biden back in 2020. Today, it looks like he is aiming to become the second president, at least by his math, to limit asylum seekers in a similar way. I'm Ellison Barber in for Gotti Schwartz, and this is Stay Tuned Now. Just days before his first presidential debate with former President Donald Trump and less than 6 months before the 2024 presidential elections, President Biden signing a rather dramatic executive action into law today. It would temporarily shut down the southern border to asylum seekers.
So today, I'm moving past Republican obstruction and using the executive authorities available to me as president to do what I can on my own to address the border. Frankly, I would have preferred to address this issue through bipartisan legislation because that's the only way to actually get the kind of system we have now that's broken fixed.
The The administration is getting praise as well as criticism for the move. Democrats argue that President Biden had no other option here because Republicans refused to work with them on bipartisan legislation. Republicans, on the other hand, they say the whole thing is too little too late and still not enough.
This is like turning a garden hose on a fire alarm fire. This play is too little, too late.
How obstinate Republicans have become, turning down any real opportunity for strong border legislation. The president is left with little choice but to act on his own.
So this is how the order will work. Officials, they will be given broad authority to deny asylum claims. If daily border crossings reach 2,500 a day or higher, those restrictions will be lifted when that number drops to 1,500. Right now, those numbers remain in the 4,000s. So what does that mean? Has the border already been closed? Let's bring in NBC News correspondent David Noriega, who is at the U.S.-Mexico border in California. David, walk us through what you were seeing there and this big question people have of what do these numbers mean? Is the border closed right now? How will this work moving forward?
Right, so this executive order is not set to take effect officially until tonight at midnight. So if we see any kind of immediate effect, it won't be until sort of overnight and into tomorrow morning. However, even then, it's very unclear that this will actually have any kind of dramatic immediate effect. There's a big gap between what this executive action does on paper and the way it's being talked about in Washington and what it will actually do here on the ground for a number of reasons. This isn't going to cause an actual immediate shutdown in any meaningful sense because migrants will still be able to cross the border onto U.S. soil where they'll be apprehended by Border Patrol and then put in removal proceedings. Some of those deportations, not for all migrants, but for potentially a substantial number of them, may now happen a lot faster. It will still take time for that change to actually deter future migrants. It is possible that we'll see a significant drop in numbers. If we do, it's more likely because migrant smugglers on that side of the fence often take a sort of wait-and-see approach to crack down efforts like this one. They sort of pause, stop sending people to the border in significant numbers, wait and see how the policy actually plays out, and then, depending on what they assess, start sending people across once again. So if we do see a drop in numbers, it won't be because of the immediate effect of this policy. It'll be because of decisions that smugglers are making on the other side of the line. One of the big factors here is that the U.S. doesn't have any more authority, won't have any more authority tomorrow than it did today to summarily expel people to Mexico the way it did under Title 42. It still has to deport people to their home countries, and that's time and resource intensive. Allison?
David, just looking at some numbers here, a lot of the ones that you mentioned, but border crossings, they are actually down right now compared to other peaks. And immigration, it is one of the top issues for voters. It has consistently been this election cycle and even prior to that. But Biden right now is polling low in comparison to former President Donald Trump on this issue. So just looking at all those numbers, the fact that border crossings are down, the fact that this is such a big political issue for a lot of American voters right now, it begs the question, is this something that's actually necessary or is this all political?
So the numbers are down border-wide, particularly from the record highs that they hit in December. Interestingly, they're actually up here in San Diego. The San Diego sector of the Border Patrol is the only sector along the border where numbers are actually up a little bit from where they were in December, from where they were last year. It's still true, though, Ellison, that the overall number of crossings is high by historical standards. The drops that we have seen are largely attributed by U.S. officials and experts to Mexican authorities cracking down on migrant routes, not to any particular action by the U.S. government itself. As to whether this is primarily political, I mean, there's no question that immigration and the border is a huge vulnerability for Biden and the Democrats in the elections. Like I said, there's also a significant gap between what this executive order does on paper and what it allows, you know, people like President Biden and other Democrats to say is happening, such as a border shutdown that has potentially political consequences. We'll see how that plays out. There's, again, a difference between those political consequences and any material consequences here on the ground.
All right, David Noriega at the U.S.-Mexico border there in San Diego, California. Thank you. We appreciate it. We're going to turn now to Arizona, where today the state legislature passed a ballot measure that could become one of the toughest immigration laws in the country. The Republican-sponsored bill is called the Secure the Border Act, and it would allow local law enforcement to arrest migrants they suspect of crossing the border illegally. Typically, that's something that falls under the jurisdiction of federal authorities. It's a big change for the area, but it is not over yet. Arizona voters do have the final say in November. NBC's Alex Tabbitt has this report.
The Arizona state legislature just advanced a controversial immigration bill. Sponsored by Republicans and known as the Secure the Border Act, HCR 2060 puts immigration policy on the ballot in November.
We are putting border security policy to the voters.
And bypasses the need for Democratic Governor Katie Hobbs' signature, who's come out against it. It would require welfare programs to use the federal E-Verify system to check recipients' immigration status, mandate employers to use E-Verify for contractors, and the biggest point of contention, allow state and local law enforcement officials to arrest people who cross the border illegally, a job courts have ruled falls to the federal government.
The Biden administration's failure to take care that the laws of Congress be faithfully executed has a lot to do with it.
Critics of HCR 2060 likening its ramifications to Arizona's controversial 2010 immigration policy, SB 1070. A policy that sparked nationwide protests.
State of Arizona finding itself at the center of a growing storm over its tough new immigration law.
And allowed police to question the immigration status of Arizonans.
Critics accuse Arizona authorities of racial profiling.
Known then as the Show Me Your Papers law, SB 1070 led to thousands of Latinos in the state living in fear.
We had to fear getting out of our house. We had to fear going to the grocery store, fearing going to school.
Republican state legislators like Alex Colladin say HCR 2060 is different to SB 1070.
SB 1070 had a Show Me Your Papers provision. Then I went and read this HCR. It's not in there.
But Democrats like State Senator Flavio Bravo, who represents one of the most diverse districts in the state, think vaguely worded language in the bill could leave his constituents living in fear.
They shouldn't have to live in fear that they would be detained or apprehended or asked about their immigration status when they're just trying to work and provide for their families.
The fate of Arizona's immigration policy now up to the voters in November. It joins us now with more. Alex, walk us through what people should be paying attention to next. Is there any chance this could be taken to the courts prior to the election?
Allison, not only could there be legal challenges to HCR 2060, that's something that the Republican legislatures here in Arizona were actively considering while crafting this piece of legislation. So the most controversial part of this bill is the part that allows state and local law enforcement to arrest and detain undocumented border crossers or people they suspect of being undocumented border crossers. That's what critics are pointing to say that there's a potential there for racial profiling. That provision in HCR 2060 is almost copy and paste from SB 4, a piece of legislation in Texas. So what the Republican legislators who crafted this bill wrote in the text is HCR 2060's provision, which allows the arrest and detainment of undocumented border crossers, can't go into effect at least 60 days after SB 4 is upheld by the courts. That's their attempt to mitigate for any legal challenges. Allison?
All right. Alex Tabbitt in Phoenix, Arizona. Thank you. Over in Delaware, a rather dramatic second day in Hunter Biden's federal gun trial. During a break in opening statements, Biden's wife, Melissa Cohen Biden, confronted a former Trump aide named Garrett Ziegler. He was part of an effort back in 2020 to make the contents of Hunter Biden's laptop public. When she confronted him, she said this, quote, "You have no right to be here, you Nazi piece of blank." Ziegler told NBC News, quote, "For the record, I am not a Nazi. I'm a believer in the U.S. Constitution Constitution. That same laptop, by the way, it was in the courtroom today as prosecution called their first witness, an FBI agent, and also introduced 75 pages of text messages as evidence. The goal here is to show the depths of Hunter Biden's drug addiction and confirm his possession of a gun at the time. This is the first time the child of a sitting president has been tried for federal crimes. Hunter Biden is facing 3 felony gun possession charges, and that carries a maximum sentence of 25 years. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Mike Mimily. Mike, let's just start with this exchange that played out between moments inside of the courtroom. I presume this took place in the hallway. It sounds pretty dramatic. Walk us through what happened and exactly who are these people and why did this seem significant?
Yeah, Allison, I'll set the scene for you because this is a public building. The trial is open to the general public, and it's a small courtroom. And so those people who are inside have a chance to look around and get a measure of who else is in the room. For the most part, it's reporters like myself and members of the family. But Garrett Ziegler, who did serve in the Trump administration working on trade policy, was another person who has been here for each of the day's proceedings. And he's a familiar name and face to the Biden family. And so when there was a break in the action, we saw Hunter Biden's current wife, Melissa Cohen Biden, confront him, tell him that he shouldn't be there, and not so many kind words. And this was really speaking to the back and forth that's already been underway between these two. When Ziegler left the White House in the Trump administration, he started this company that created an online searchable database of the infamous Hunter Biden laptop. That laptop, the contents of it, this whole episode has really been at the root of a lot of stressful moments for the Biden family. And so seeing him in that room at a very stressful time for this family, if there was any indication, any more need for evidence of what the toll is going to be on this family, you saw it. Now, Ziegler, in addition to testifying for the fact that he's not a Nazi and speaking with our colleague Sarah Fitzpatrick, who has been really owning this story for months, he said when he was asked why he was in the room today, he simply said it was prudent for me to do so, Ellison.
Talk to us about where things stand with the case and what the strategy might be for both the prosecution and the defense. I'll remind viewers, Hunter Biden did have a plea agreement related to these charges and now separate tax-related allegations of tax fraud. That case is separate, going to take place out in California. But that plea deal, once it collapsed, he pled not guilty to these gun charges. Any indication that that past plea deal might come back up in this case?
Well, there are certainly some legal analysts who are suggesting that would be prudent for Mr. Biden, but it is important to make that point because the facts of this case seem very cut and dry. And that was exactly what the prosecution was efforting to do today. They simply feel that they need to establish the timeline of Hunter Biden's addiction, which and they used his own words, the audiobook in which he described some of the episodes at the same time, October of 2018, when he was dealing with drugs. In fact, talking about the fact that it was his superpower that he could find drugs in any city, to tie it to the date when he purchased this gun and show that he then therefore knowingly lied when he filled out that form. Now, on the part of the defense, their task here is to simply do their best to poke as many holes to create reasonable doubt among the jury pool about whether Hunter Biden, in his own mindset, may have actually knowingly lied in that situation. At one point, Abby Lowell, Hunter Biden's attorney, did call upon the jury, some of whom had said during the questioning to be selected for the jury that they knew members of their family. They had friends who were dealing with addiction itself. Said, put yourselves in their mindset to think that in his own mind he was not an addict at the time, therefore he did not break the law.
And, Mike, there's been so many headlines related to the personal nature of this case, the fact that we will likely hear from a former romantic partner of Hunter Biden's who also is was married to his late brother, Beau Biden. Hallie, walk us through some of the aspects of that part of this case. What do we expect to hear in the coming days?
Yeah, of course, we saw, again, Dr. Jill Biden sitting behind her son for part of the day. She had to return to Washington for an event, as well as other members of the family. There were some emotional moments in the courtroom as, they heard their brother, their son's voice in his audiobook describing some of his dark moments, but also as they were describing in the prosecutor's opening statements, the testimony we expect to hear in the coming days from Hallie Biden, who is Beau Biden, Hunter's brother's widow, and with whom he had a romantic relationship as well, that she also did drugs with Hunter Biden. It's going to be a very difficult moment, especially when you consider that there's going to have to be a cross-examination by Hunter Biden's attorney of both Hallie Biden and his ex-wife, Kathleen Buell, who we expect to be on the witness stand to start the day tomorrow. This is something that the president, as we saw, put out that statement yesterday of support for his son, acknowledging this is a difficult moment. He's going to be traveling tonight overseas for the better part of the week, but we expect he'll be getting updates from the many family members who have been and will continue to be, we're told, attending this trial each day until it concludes. Allison.
All right. White House correspondent Mike Mimily in Wilmington, Delaware. Thank you. If you have AT&T or Verizon, you might have had some trouble making phone calls today. Both companies reporting issues just a few hours ago. AT&T saying, quote, "Our network is not experiencing a nationwide outage. There is a nationwide issue that is affecting the ability of some customers to complete calls between carriers. We are working closely with Verizon to determine the nature of the issue." They added that this did not impact 911 calls. Verizon, they claim that their network is operating normally, saying this, quote, "Some customers, primarily in the Northeast and Midwest, are experiencing issues when calling or texting with customers served by another carrier." We will bring you more updates on this when we have it. Right now, millions of people from Texas to California are starting to see the first stretch of a dangerous heat wave that's expected to last until Friday at least. Temperatures are soaring into the triple digits much earlier than usual for this time of year. By Thursday, cities like Phoenix, Palm Springs, and Las Vegas, they could see temperatures up to 112 and 113 degrees. As temperatures go up, so does the concern for fires. Already today, firefighters in Sacramento contained a brush fire that got a little too close to homes in that area. And over in Tracy, California, firefighters there managed to get control of the massive Corral fire, containing about 90% of it since it first started on Saturday. But officials are staying on high alert there in case more fires spark up. Our team is tracking the latest conditions tonight. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by with the forecast. But first, let's go to NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin. She is in Sacramento, California. Dana, there's an excessive heat warning where you are. First of all, we really appreciate you and your team being out there reporting for us. But talk to us about the very real risks that come with a heat wave. I mean, we talk about heat so much because it kills more people than any other weather-related event. How are people there managing to stay cool?
Yeah, you're right. You know, cooling stations have opened up across the Southwest to try to protect people that are outside and maybe don't have a place to go. And you talk about those dangerous conditions. Maricopa County, Arizona's largest county, had some 645 deaths, heat-related deaths, last year alone. So these sort of conditions are really detrimental to your health. They can range from dehydration to heat stroke to even death. I spoke to a doctor at UC Davis here in Sacramento, and he told me that when you have these earlier heat waves, people, they're not used to it. So the impacts of this weather can hit you a lot harder than you might assume. Listen to what else we talked about moments ago. What are people coming into your office saying and into the emergency room saying?
Well, it's definitely a spectrum of disease. So a lot of times we'll have people come in after fainting, or they just feel weak and dizzy and don't know why, have muscle cramps, and that's kind of heat exhaustion. But then we'll also occasionally get the person that was out for too long, didn't drink enough fluids, and has actual heat stroke where they're confused, even to the point where they could be unconscious.
And so obviously the message here is to stay hydrated, stay indoors, and to keep small kids and pets indoors, especially as we make it through the rest of this week, where you're going to see triple-digit temps in several cities up and down the West Coast. Ellison?
Dana, the fire risk there, it's going to be pretty high throughout the week. How are officials staying prepared for that?
You know, we spoke to CAL FIRE officials yesterday, and they were the ones that tackled that massive Corral fire that happened over the weekend. They say they have crews on standby waiting to respond because of days like today where you've got triple-digit temperatures here in Sacramento. We're having up to 30-mile-per-hour wind gusts. These are ripe conditions for wildfires to pop up. You talked about the wildfire that was put out earlier here in Sacramento. So these things can pop up very quickly, and when you have the wind driving them, it can create a very fast-moving wildfire that easily finding people on days like today. You don't want to toss a cigarette out the window. You don't want to park your vehicle running on dry grass that could possibly spark a fire. So these are all important reminders, especially as we head through the rest of this week. Ellison?
Dana Griffin in Sacramento, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, what is driving this heat wave? And in terms of numbers, how hot could it get?
Yeah, this is in some areas unprecedented for so early in our summer season, which we consider, June, July, and August. Now, the reason it's so hot is that the jet stream has left us. That's typical. It usually goes north and eventually, just a little earlier this year. And everyone's wondering, does this mean the whole summer is going to be this hot? Well, for now it is, but it does look like it will give a break next week. So the high pressure is what controls everything. The jet stream, you can see it up here all the way into Canada, British Columbia. So the air is just sitting here. Obviously, this time of year, the sun is just baking down on the ground. You know how early the sunrise is and how late the sunset is. And so the next few days, this is just going to build and build and get hotter and hotter until it looks like peak on Thursday, Friday, then a little bit, waning as we head towards the weekend. But the high temperatures will be about 15 to 20 degrees warmer than they should be for this time of year. We got 32 million people in this. So it goes from South Texas with some warnings for areas from San Antonio southwards, and then through the desert southwest and the valley locations in California. And today was exceptionally hot. San Angelo was 111 degrees. That's one of the hottest temperatures that's ever recorded in the month of June, 5th highest ever. And so tomorrow, a little cooler in San Angelo, but then we really start turning it up. Sacramento goes up to 104, 19 degrees warmer than it should be. And as we go into Thursday, that's the day, Allison, that's the day when we should break records in like Phoenix, Las Vegas, Fresno. So that's the day to be careful.
All right, you already touched on it. A lot of people are wondering, will the whole summer be this hot? I'm going to put you on the spot again and say, is there anything from a science standpoint as a meteorologist where you look at, okay, this heat wave happening this early in the summer, and it tells us that maybe this summer will be hotter than the record-breaking summer we had last year?
I know. That's what a lot of people are remembering, right?
Last summer, brutal
in the West. I mean, so the Southwest and South Texas, that's the same areas that right now everyone's like, oh my goodness, like it's so exceptionally hot. So this heat wave, as I've mentioned, it does appear that it will go through the upcoming weekend, Saturday, Vegas 107, then it kind of tapers off a little bit. But what we need is pattern change. So last year we got stuck in the weather pattern. It didn't change. Indications are this summer that it will change, that we are going to cool things off eventually. But, we're off to a blistering hot start in June, and everyone's fear is, memories are short. Yeah. Everyone's like, don't do this again.
So we all need to pay attention and learn more about weather patterns, and then maybe we'll have a good guess. Bill Cairns, thank you. We appreciate it. All right, don't go anywhere because we are just getting started. Up next, Attorney General Merrick Garland testified on Capitol Hill today, and things got pretty heated. NBC's Sahil Kapoor has the details. Plus, a war of words broke out today between President Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. What was said and how it's impacting ceasefire talks. And later this hour, the future of the road. An NBC News exclusive with the CEO of General Motors on when more EVs will be hitting the road and how much it'll cost you.
We're committed to this technology, getting it right, and offering the consumers something that's going to make their life better.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
report live from Tel Aviv. From Juarez, Mexico, top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. Here's some of the other headlines we're watching tonight. An FDA panel says MDMA should not be used as a treatment for PTSD. The ruling came down just a few hours ago. It's a potential setback for advocates. Some have said this use of a psychedelic would be beneficial in treating the disorder. But the panel cited flawed data in the study, some questionable research, and the potential for heart problems in their ruling. Some disturbing video shot in New York City on Sunday. City Park police officers forcibly arresting a 14-year-old girl said to be with her mother, a migrant who was illegally selling fruit in a park. The scuffle happening as the officers used handcuffs and one of them at least, wrapped his arms around the girl. Multiple people appeared to get involved as they tumbled on the ground. Officers say they were attempting to confiscate perishable items at the time and that her parents were working and operating an unlicensed cart. Mayor Adams has said the girl's mother is a repeat offender. He claimed the family was back in the same spot selling fruit on Sunday, but amid the criticism, he has also said the city is investigating. Wisconsin's attorney general filed felony forgery charges against 2 attorneys and an aide who worked for former President Donald Trump. They're accused of helping to submit paperwork that falsely said Trump won the battleground state back in 2020. There's been similar charges in states like Arizona and Michigan, part of the so-called fake elector scheme. Look at this fight right here. It broke out in Arizona at a national park. That is a bobcat poking at a rattlesnake, which is not the smartest idea. And the rattlesnake, it strikes back as the two continue to go at it. You can see the bobcat jumping up in the area as it keeps trying to swat at the snake. And NASA's Hubble telescope is remaining operational, but on a limited scale. NASA says it's moving to what's called one gyro mode, basically meaning there will be fewer observations. It's because of an equipment failure, which has been acting up over the last few months. NASA officials say the Hubble should keep making discoveries at least the next decade or so. Today, Attorney General Merrick Garland testified at a House Judiciary Committee hearing, and the country's usually mild-mannered top lawyer did not hold back. NBC Capitol Hill correspondent Sahil Kapoor has more.
Ellison, it was a contentious hearing at the Republican-led House Judiciary Committee today as Attorney General Merrick Garland faced aggressive questioning from lawmakers about a range of issues in the wake of former President Trump being indicted on 34 counts of felonies in New York for falsifying business records and facing more counts elsewhere, including federally. Garland emphatically rejected conspiracy theories about the DOJ manipulating Manhattan DA's prosecution of Trump on falsifying business records. He defended the DOJ as operating fairly and promised not to be cowed by political pressure or political threats. He also made clear that he won't hand over the audio tapes of President Biden's interviews with the special counsel, despite the House Republican threat to hold him in contempt for that refusal. Take a listen to what Merrick Garland said.
I view contempt as a serious matter, but I will not jeopardize the ability of our prosecutors and agents to do their jobs effectively in future investigations. I will not be intimidated, and the Justice Department will not be intimidated. We will continue to do our jobs free from political influence, and we will not back down from defending democracy.
Now, the contempt vote has not been scheduled yet in the full House of Representatives, even though it has cleared committee several weeks ago. Garland argued that the transcripts are out there for anyone who wants to read them and that posting the audio would, quote, chill cooperation with the department in future investigations. He went on to argue that it could influence witnesses' answers if they thought the audio of their law enforcement interviews could be released publicly, could be broadcast to Congress. And he also said he has not listened to the tapes himself, and that was irrelevant to his determination. Garland further said he does not regret appointing Jack Smith as a special counsel who's investigating Trump. He said he's never spoken to Hunter Biden, who's on trial right now. That's the president's son. who's also being prosecuted by the DOJ, alongside Democratic Congressman Henry Cuellar, Democratic Senator Bob Menendez, which to many in that party cuts against the argument that the DOJ is being weaponized for political purposes. Ted Lieu, a Democratic congressman, noted that under Trump's own Justice Department, several of his own allies were prosecuted, including Paul Manafort, Rick Gates, Roger Stone. Lieu went on to say, quote, "It is not the fault of the Department of Justice that Donald Trump has surrounded himself with criminals," unquote. Allison?
Sahil Kapoor on Capitol Hill, thank you. Coming up next, the role of deepfakes in the biggest election on the planet. Our Janice Mackey-Freyer gives us insight into generated videos that spread across India. Could there be similarities in the U.S. ahead of November's presidential election? But first, you gotta see this. Fans love a good day of baseball under the lights, but what about baseball under no lights? That's what Cosmic Baseball is. It's played in the dark with glow-in-the-dark equipment, like glow-in-the-dark bases and jerseys. Even the balls glow in the dark. Last Saturday, the Tri-City Peppers, a Virginia-based college summer team, hosted the first ever Cosmic Baseball game, and they won 9-4. Even with the darkness, it's lighting up the baseball scene. Tickets to the first game sold out in a day. The Chili Peppers will have their next game next week, and we will be right back after this.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and listen in.
Welcome back. Let's take a quick look around the world. Evacuations are underway in the Philippines after a volcano erupted overnight. Ash and steam filled the night sky near Mount Calon as hundreds of people escaped to evacuation camps. The Philippines is located in the Ring of Fire, and the volcano that exploded last night is among the country's most active. Over to Nigeria now, where all electricity and major airports closed down following a labor union strike. The national electricity grid was shut off by workers who also blocked off operators trying to restore power. People there are demanding wage increases as the country faces its worst cost of living crisis in decades. Hundreds of travelers were left stranded as airlines suspended flights. And it turns out the historical paintings damaged and rescued in that April Copenhagen fire can almost be fully restored. Conservators say they'll be able to repair the pieces of art so you won't be able to notice any damage, but it might come at a steep cost, as almost 350 artifacts now need fixing. And tennis superstar, Novak Djokovic has pulled out of the French Open after hurting his knee. It's a huge blow to Djokovic, who was looking to defend his title and stay first in the rankings. He'd been dealing with some knee issues before the competition. He even called for a medical timeout during his match against Francisco Cerundolo and took painkillers to come back and continue playing. Sharp criticism from President Joe Biden toward Israel's government. In an interview with Time magazine conducted last month but just released today, Biden suggested Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was prolonging the Israel-Hamas war to stay in power, telling the magazine, quote, "There is every reason for people to draw that conclusion." The comments come amid growing stress about that ceasefire proposal in the Middle East. NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley has this report.
Yeah, so these comments from President Biden, they were actually made last week, but they were just published, and they really are the latest barb to emerge between President Biden in the United States and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel. And in many ways, this is kind of the most personal. We've heard Biden criticize Netanyahu repeatedly over Netanyahu's conduct of the war in the Gaza Strip, his regard for civilians, while at the same time, Biden has always supported and said that the United States was fully behind Israel. We've seen a very, very public falling out in the last couple of months. But this is really the first time that we're seeing the U.S. president accusing Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, essentially of trying to exploit this situation to stay in power. It's a very, very serious allegation. But again, it's one that folks in the Middle East, including Israelis, say over and over and over again. And it comes at a very, very hard time for Israel's fight in the Gaza Strip. Israel just announced yesterday the death of 4 additional hostages who are being held in Gaza before the Israelis were able to save them. And that has become the real race against time among Israelis, trying to save what's thought to be nearly 80 hostages who are still thought to be alive. At the same time, the Israelis are trying to crush what is left of the militant group Hamas. And it looks as though the most recent negotiations to try to free these hostages and end the fighting is now no closer than it has been before to getting over the line. We just heard from Hamas that they wouldn't be able to sign on to any sort of accord that doesn't guarantee a full and permanent end to the fighting in the Gaza Strip. Now, this is something that the Israelis have repeatedly dismissed as a non-starter, and this has been very much to the impatience of the White House and the Biden administration.
Matt Bradley, thank you. In India, it looks like Prime Minister Modi is all set to wrap up a consecutive third term in office. But since his party lost a bunch of seats, he'll have to work with coalition partners for the first time since coming to power in 2014. However, the bigger story might be the role AI played in all of this and whether we could see the same thing play out here in the U.S. NBC News international correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has this story.
In a consequential year for global elections, few match the scale of India. Nearly 1 billion voters and over 700 political parties. While election-related deepfakes generated by artificial intelligence spread like wildfire across Indian social media. Like this video of a politician who died in 2018 and was digitally resurrected to endorse his son.
Hi, nice to meet you.
It's the AI handiwork of Senthil Nagayam. His company is at the forefront of a thriving but loosely regulated industry here, using AI tools to create deepfakes, mostly for films. But at a studio in Chennai, he recorded my voice, took photos and videos, and in a matter of hours produced a deepfake of me.
I'm Janice Mackey-Frayer, and I'm not running for office. But I'm doing this political ad to make a point, to show how easy it is for
la mia voce e la mia immagine da catturare in un computer.
And with AI tools, I can
say anything to anybody in any language.
You could make multiple videos with my likeness.
Literally, you have been cloned. It's like we have a seed and we can plant it anywhere. And we have way past the deepfake era and we have gone into superfakes.
That AI-driven content is appearing in elections around the world could be a sign of what's ahead for voters in the U.S.
If you have lots and lots of different models out there that can be used by bad actors for lots of bad stuff, it still has to get to people for it to matter. And that means that bad actors still have to go through the distribution channels that we're familiar with.
The bad actors aren't always, say, foreign governments looking to disrupt financial systems or national security. More often, AI-generated content happens at a local level with text messaging or speech replacement that can be made to be believable.
And somebody like me, if I wanted to speak Hindi, if I wanted to speak Japanese, I could.
Speak Klingon.
And in a country as connected as India, tech platforms can become pipelines for disinformation. As a test, digital rights groups Access Now and Global Witness sent 4 fake election ads to YouTube and say they had every single video accepted.
If you don't try to combat the collection and misuse of data by tech platforms, it will feed this problematic, often toxic sort of AI growth ecosystem we're seeing.
The increasing use of AI-driven messaging also raises the risk of it becoming a normalized part of the election process, as deepfakes are set to transform the landscape for real.
I feel like I've been arrested.
Janice Mackey-Freyer, NBC News, Chennai, India.
Still ahead, a fraud trial, a bag of cash, and a dismissed juror. No, this is not the plot of a new thriller movie. We'll take you through the twists and turns of the real-life drama right after the break.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Yeah, you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. Here are some of the stories happening out west that we're following. The former translator for the LA Dodgers star player Shohei Ohtani pleaded guilty today to bank and tax fraud charges. He allegedly stole $17 million from Ohtani to cover gambling debts. His sentencing is scheduled for October. And believe it or not, that is not the only baseball drama going down on the West Coast. Major League Baseball has banned a San Diego Padres player for life for allegedly betting on games. Tucupita Marcano was accused of gambling last season while he was on the Pittsburgh Pirates injured list. He's the first active player in over a century to be banned for betting on the sport. And last night, LAPD cleared out a short-lived pro-Palestinian tent encampment outside of City Hall. About 20 tents started going up yesterday afternoon. Police began clearing the area after midnight, saying that it was a, quote, non-permitted demonstration. A Minneapolis juror was dismissed this week from a high-profile fraud trial after someone allegedly tried to bribe her with cash. A lot of it. It is one of many trials in a case involving stolen funds during the pandemic. NBC News correspondent Mara Barrett has this incredibly odd report.
Tonight, something a prosecutor called the stuff that happens in mob movies, as a Minneapolis jury heads into deliberations without 2 jurors, after someone allegedly tried to bribe one and a second juror was asked about it by her family. Photos from a search warrant filed by the FBI showing a big bag decorated with butterflies on the outside and $120,000 cash on the inside. According to the warrant, a woman showed up at the doorstep of juror 52 on Sunday night with a bag, handing it to the juror's relative, saying it was a present for the juror, referencing her first name. The woman told the relative to tell juror 52 to say not guilty tomorrow, and there would be more of that present. Juror 52 immediately called 911 to report the incident. Police finding $100, $50, and $20 bills.
Does this come off as a blatant attempt to tamper with the jury?
When we have someone interfering with the jury process, that is supposed to be sacrosanct. That is supposed to be something that is not touched throughout the trial. And this is really an interference into that.
In court, the defense attorney telling the judge the bag of cash is a, quote, troubling and upsetting accusation. A wild development after the 7-week-long trial over the alleged theft of COVID funds, the first of a chain of expected trials, and now a possible new crime under investigation.
And Mara Barrett joins us now. Mara, this is just insane. I mean, how would someone even know where the juror lived? I didn't even know you could get that much cash out in like 20s and hundreds. What is going on here and what happens next?
I mean, the cash is one question, right? But the most concerning part of this is the fact that we all think jurors are supposed to be anonymous. But in reality, in this case, the legal team and the defendants actually have access to the jurors' names and addresses. And so that's why the judge has since ordered all 7 defendants to be in custody until the verdict is read. And she's also confiscated all of their phones. Those 2 jurors that are now out of the jury pool have been replaced by alternates. And the judge has also ordered for the remainder of the deliberations for the jury to be sequestered. Now, Allison.
Wow. Maura Barrett, thank you. Before we go, it is time for the future of everything. Putting the X in explicit. Why you should expect to see much more adult content on Elon Musk's platform. We're breaking down the future of social media next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Now, for the future of everything. The social media platform formerly known as Twitter, now X, is going all in on adult content. New terms of service officially allow nudity and, quote, sexual behavior with some safeguards, which we'll get into in just a moment. But here's the thing. Plenty of that kind of content already existed on Twitter. According to Reuters, the company estimated 13% of posts on the platform contained adult content. And that was back in 2022, long before Elon Musk took over. So what is new here? Well, first, there are now official policies for not safe for work stuff. But what is also new is the specific mention of AI-generated adult content, which is being allowed as long as it's marked as such and is, quote, consensually produced. Joining me now is CNBC contributor and columnist for the Wall Street Journal, Tim Higgins. Tim, thank you for being with us here. Take us through this, right? X is saying that there's going to be these safeguards in place to make sure the AI-generated content is marked. They're also saying there will be safeguards in place to make sure this sort of content is hidden from children and people who do not want to see it. How would those work? And do people close to this think those safeguards are going to be enough?
Well, it's probably one of these things where you opt into it. And I've heard from users who are concerned about this. And Elon was out there today talking about how this was a top priority, making sure that you as a user can say, I don't want this. I don't want to see this. And that, that is an important step. Right now, if you've been on the X platform in recent weeks or months, there's a good possibility that maybe you've seen some racy or spicy content, if you will, in your replies or in other people's replies, especially as they try to trace that kind of engagement and user experience out there.
So in terms of regulators or possible government involvement here, this is a thing that we often see Congress have hearings to discuss, right? Especially if it is something in this social media and kids space or potentially in those two spheres. At what point do you think regulators would actually get involved if some of these safeguards maybe aren't working as planned?
Well, two big areas. One would be not content that's not consensual, and other content that is kiddie porn. These are two areas of great concern. But potentially the bigger risk here for X is that this kind of embrace, this official embrace of this kind of content scares off advertisers. Elon Musk's provocative stances over the last few months have really rattled some of those advertisers. We've seen a pullback. And this could just be another log on that fire that makes advertisers worry that this is a kind of a platform that encourages the kind of content that they don't want to be near. Though I'll say X executives would argue they have the tools to allow brands to say, this is the kind of content we want to be around. And if they don't want to be, again, around spicy content, well, then they can choose not to be there. But still, the perception and for the ad buyer, there might be concern there.
Yeah, how will this work for the company's marketing strategy?
It's interesting. Elon Musk has definitely staked out a position that X is a platform for robust debate, free speech, the kinds of speech that might offend you. He wants that there. And that's the argument the company's making. By officially kind of allowing this, they are ensuring that people who can engage in this kind of speech. It's almost, you go back to the early day fights over free speech, I think of with the pornography years ago. They're taking kind of a lane here that a lot of the other social media platforms don't want to be near. You look at the likes of Meta and TikTok. This is the kind of stuff that they don't want to engage in.
Is that idea of a lane that others in the social media space don't want to be in, is that something that actually could be profitable for Elon Musk? I mean, it seems like when we watch what's happening with Twitter or X that it keeps losing value on some of the decisions that he's made under his leadership. But is this whole idea of we're in the lane no one else wants to be in possibly advantageous in the long run?
It's interesting when you talk about the platform being a free speech platform. Elon Musk has continually talked about that's the importance to him, that if he's going to lose money, then that's kind of the cost of doing business and this grander kind of societal thing that he's pursuing. It's almost not a charity, but definitely kind of a mission for him. That being said, he does want people engaged and on that platform. And if people are spending a lot of time looking at dirty pictures, they're going to be there.
Really interesting stuff. Tim Higgins, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our rapidly evolving and interconnected digital world is full of new technology, but with artificial intelligence advancing so quickly, it can feel incredibly overwhelming, especially for parents. That is the subject of an NBC News Now special town hall that's co-hosted by anchors Kate Snow and Savannah Sellers. Kate Snow gives us a preview.
Hi there, Ellison. Our special has a lot going on in it tonight. We are taking a closer look at how AI, social media, screens, new technologies are impacting our kids and parents and what they can do to help their children. We all know that AI is kind of the future. Everybody's talking about it. And with that comes a lot of possibility, but it also potentially comes with peril if we're not careful. There are a lot of ethical factors to consider with kids, like whether it's okay to use AI to help write an essay in school. But we also know that it can be used for negative things as well, like kids in classrooms making deep fake images of their classmates to bully them. We're talking about fake nude photos with real heads on the nude body. We asked a panel of experts, big picture, why is it important to talk about this? And here's what one of them told me. What should parents be talking about now with their kids, and what should kids be talking about with their parents when it comes to AI? How do we start that conversation?
Yeah, I think, and it's a really important one. And I actually don't think there's an age that's too young to start this conversation, because AI is really all around them. So I think first and foremost, kids need to know that AI isn't your friend. It's a tool. And these systems are going to seem more and more human-like the more advanced and sophisticated they get. But a tool is very different than a human person. So a tool we use to answer our questions, it can be a creative partner, it can help us understand the world, but we don't divulge secrets to an AI system.
So Ellison, the point that she just made is really the reason why we decided to do this special. As she said, AI isn't your friend, it's a tool. A tool can be used for good or for bad, and it depends on how you're using it and how the people around you are using AI. And even though it may seem like a human is interacting with you, it is not, and kids have a hard time sometimes, especially younger kids, understanding that. It's why we're trying to help parents parent their kids around this and figure out how to even start those conversations early on and make a safe space for kids to talk to them about AI and so much else. Ellison?
It is such an important topic, and one I know both Kate and Savannah are very passionate about. We look forward to seeing that, and you can watch it as well. Make sure you don't miss this one. Kate Snow and Savannah Sellers hosting the Town Hall special, Digital Parenting, Raising the AI Generation. That is tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC News Now. Well, the electric vehicle race in the United States is heating up. The CEO of GM says they're betting big on electric despite a slowdown in sales. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello has a one-on-one with GM's CEO.
Rolling off the assembly line, two new electric vehicles on which General Motors is betting big. An EV version of its best-selling Silverado and the Equinox SUV.
We're executing, we're launching.
Despite a slowdown in EV sales across all brands, CEO Mary Barra says GM is all in on all electric.
We're committed to this technology, getting it right, and offering the consumer something that's going to make their life better.
All right. I'm driving?
Yeah, you're driving.
Barra had me drive the new Equinox EV, which she insists will be a game changer. An SUV with 17-inch displays, able to go 300 miles on a single charge, and with a $7,500 tax rebate priced to attract middle America.
This is the sweet spot for the market. People want a vehicle that's in this $30,000, $35,000 range.
Absolutely. That is where the bulk of new car purchases happen.
The new Silverado EV pickup has even more range, 440 miles. In all, GM offers 11 EV models. But while EVs make up 7.3% of all new vehicle sales in the U.S., sales growth has slowed. Prices are also dropping. The average now $55,000 and more popular in blue states than red.
Is that a political divide, a cultural divide that will hurt sales, especially of the Silverado EV?
Well, when we look at it, right next to the Silverado EV in that showroom at that dealer is going to be a Silverado that's gas-powered. So the consumer is going to get to choose what they want.
But consumers are both price and range sensitive.
Do you still envision to stop selling gas-powered vehicles by the mid-2030s, as you'd suggested at one point?
Well, again, we'll be guided by the customer, but in the end, I think, and we're seeing this around the globe, it will be led by what customers want. Because again, a car is a very expensive purchase for people. So they need to get what they want and what they're willing to pay for and what it represents.
The Equinox EV has tough competition from Tesla, Hyundai, Kia, and Nissan. And former President Trump's criticism of EVs is raising concerns among proponents. He could dismantle the tax incentives if elected.
Will you be just as committed to EVs if there's a Trump administration?
We will be just committed because we think in the long term they're better.
Our thanks to Tom, and thank you at home for watching. That does it for us tonight. I'm Ellison Barber. We will see you tomorrow, but until then, stay tuned now.
Tonight, taking control of the border, President Biden signing an executive order effective immediately to restrict migrant crossings. The move capping the number of asylum requests at the U.S.-Mexico border, turning people away as numbers surge. Biden facing months of fierce criticism over his handling of immigration, taking action with just 5 months until the November election. Tonight, the ACLU joining Top Story live as the organization sues the Biden administration over what they call an illegal move. Also, prosecuting Hunter Biden, opening statements in Hunter Biden's gun trial. Prosecutors using his own words against him with clips about his drug use from his audiobook. First Lady Jill Biden by her stepson's side for a second straight day. And Hunter's financial lifeline, what we know about the man footing his legal bills. Nationwide phone outages, AT&T customers unable to make calls to other carriers. What we're learning about the widespread disruptions. Turning away patients, an NBC News investigation into a hospital accused of declining treatment to cancer patients when they needed it the most, claiming they didn't qualify for coverage. We hear from a patient who used to be a nurse at that hospital and still couldn't receive care. Is this part of a bigger issue? Monster truck bursts power lines, terrifying moments. A truck goes airborne, taking down wires, sending utility equipment tumbling on spectators, parents narrowly escaping as they hold their kids. Plus, meet the Baldwins. Actor Alex Baldwin and his family set to star in their own reality TV show. The announcement as Baldwin prepares for trial facing involuntary manslaughter charges connected to the fatal shooting on the Rust film set. And from X to X-rated, the social media platform once known as Twitter, changing its rules, allowing porn and adult content on their site. Top Story starts right now. And good evening. Tonight, for the first time, President Biden signing an executive order restricting access at the southern border. The president announcing his strongest immigration action yet. But will it work, and is it even legal? Here's the president today.
Republicans have left me no choice. Today, I'm announcing actions to bar migrants who cross our southern border unlawfully from receiving asylum. This action will help us gain control of our border, restore order into the process. We must face the simple truth. To protect America as a land that welcomes immigrants, we must first secure the border and secure it now.
So here's what the order will do. Once illegal crossings surpass 2,500, as you see right here, it will bar migrants from requesting asylum. The restrictions will last until they dip below 1,500 per day. And right now, the daily average of encounters is around 4,000, which means this order will go into effect immediately. And a reminder, the border spans nearly 2,000 miles from Southern California all the way to Texas, which means the order will impact more than 300 points of entry. So there are questions tonight on whether the U.S. even has the manpower to make this a reality. Biden's executive order signals a massive shift in his political stance on immigration. The move, something he sharply criticized on the debate stage before becoming president.
I would, in fact, make sure that we immediately surge to the border. All those people are seeking asylum. We're a nation that says if you want to flee and you're fleeing oppression, you should come. And those who come seeking asylum, we should immediately have the capacity to absorb them, keep them safe until they can be heard. This is the first president in the history of the United States of America that anybody seeking asylum has to do it in another country. That's never happened before in America.
So why the massive change? Well, here's one potential reason. Immigration is top of mind for voters. Faced with a slew of issues, the situation at the border coming in at just #2 behind inflation, according to our most recent NBC News poll. And it's a big issue, especially in an election year. This NBC News poll finding 69% say they disapprove of how Biden has handled the border. Biden seemingly determined to tackle his major political weakness against former President Trump with just 5 months until the November election, leaving some wondering, is there even enough time? His opponent, former President Trump, saying this about the new executive order.
He could have done it very easily. All he had to do is say, close the border. That's the power of the presidency.
Now, the courts haven't always agreed with that point and didn't when President Trump tried it. And also keep in mind the bipartisan border bill failed twice as Republicans, at the request of Trump, rejected it. Today's move comes after a record nearly 10 million migrants have crossed into the U.S. since President Biden took office. Though the number of monthly border encounters has sharply decreased from reaching record highs back in December, we should point out. It's not just the U.S. working to handle the immigration crisis. Panama's president saying he will shut down one of the world's busiest immigration routes, the Darien Gap, and now Mexico working on the other side of the border through interdiction efforts as well. This morning, NBC News spoke with a Venezuelan family who came through a port of entry seeking asylum, saying they slept on the streets in Mexico while waiting.
How long were you waiting? 7 months and 6 days, he tells us, saying he came to the U.S. to work to feed his young family.
That was Julia Ainsley, who's at the border. It's because of stories like that that the ACLU is now suing the Biden administration. That's right, the same ACLU that took on the Trump administration for its immigration policies. Everything from child separation to policies similar to what President Biden is now doing. So what does the ACLU think about this new executive order and the major change coming from Joe Biden? Joining us now is Lee Gallant. He's deputy director of the Immigrants' Rights Project with the ACLU. He led some of the biggest lawsuits against the Trump administration. Lee, we thank you so much for joining Top Story tonight. You've been the face of the ACLU when it comes to the immigration crisis, both under the Trump administration and now under the Biden administration. Talk to me about why the ACLU is now suing the Biden administration.
Yeah, so we sued under Trump, and we have to sue under Biden. They've left us no choice. The policy from our vantage point is legally the same as what President Trump did. And so we successfully sued under Trump, and so we think we're gonna have to sue under Biden. We will bring that suit, timing to be determined. And let me explain why we think it's illegal. So it's basically that the executive can't do this without Congress. Congress has very clearly said, you may apply for asylum regardless of where you enter. And the reason is very clear. Sometimes people can't get to a port because it's hundreds of miles away. They're with a little child. Sometimes cartels are pushing you through at different places. Sometimes they just don't know where the port is. So what Congress said is, if you're genuinely in danger, just get to U.S. soil and we'll screen you. And I want to be very clear about a few things. We are not saying everyone's entitled to asylum, but we are saying you're entitled to a screening, and that's a solemn promise we made after World War II. This would not even give people a screening on asylum. And I know in your intro, you talked about the American public, and I think that's right, but I think there's a misconception about what the American public wants. I think they want something balanced and in the middle. They don't want something like shutting off asylum completely. If you said to people, look, there's a family and they're being persecuted because of their religion, because they're Christian, because whatever, and they're gonna be in serious danger, maybe deadly danger, would you want them to have a screening for asylum? I think most people would say yes, but they also want it to be streamlined so people are not spending years waiting for asylum and there's chaos at the border. We are all in favor of streamlining the process, but we don't want to see President Biden go to the other end that Trump did and say we're going to ban asylum completely.
I want to play a little bit more of what President Biden said today and get your take on the other end. Let's play that.
Today, I'm moving past Republican obstruction and using the executive authorities available to me as president to do what I can on my own to address the border. Frankly, I would have preferred to address this issue through bipartisan legislation because that's the only way to actually get the kind of system we have now that's broken, fixed.
So, Lee, you just mentioned this, right? He needs Congress. He tried. He says he tried. He couldn't get anywhere with the Republicans. He's left with no other options.
Well, so it's right that Congress didn't want to take it up, and that's been a problem for years. But what I think President Biden had is other options than completely shutting off asylum. What we would have liked to have seen is surging resources to the border and try that, because I think, as you know, and been to the border many, many times, families are not actually trying to evade border agents. They walk across the border, they sit down, waiting for an officer to come up and say, when is my time to apply for asylum, and be screened. So we don't need more enforcement officers. What we need are more asylum officers to screen people, to move it quickly. We get that the American public wants the asylum system to work more efficiently, to move it so there's not chaos. That takes more asylum officers. We think the president could have sent more asylum officers there, but more importantly, we think Congress needs to allocate even more resources to send asylum officers. I think that's the way to do it. And I think, as your reporting has shown over the years, when people are that desperate, they're going to leave their countries no matter what. And so the only way is, I also think that ultimately we need more legal pathways for people who want to work, because there are no legal pathways. I don't know a single economist now who's saying we don't need more workers in the U.S. and more immigrant workers. If we opened up all these legal pathways, people wouldn't be so desperate to line up at the border, and then we would have shorter lines for asylum for people who genuinely need it, and we would have people coming in through legal pathways to work, and that would be a benefit to our country. I think what the other side has done is so polarized at making people think all these families are here to do harm. They are not here to do harm. Think about the immigrants you know. They are not fitting that narrative.
And I want to ask you about that. New York City Mayor Eric Adams has been trying to push for those worker programs here in this city as well. But I do want to go back to what President Biden said as a candidate and what he's doing today, now, in 2024, right before this election. Do you feel duped?
You know, look, the reality is a lot of things play into these situations.
You think it's politics?
I would say we are disappointed that the administration has taken this road, because we think the policies are misguided. I think probably politics plays into every decision every White House makes. You know, and I don't want to focus on that completely. I'm hoping that we can convince the administration, if not the courts, that this is misguided and illegal, and maybe the administration can pull it back or mitigate it. I think that the Biden administration needs to hear from people and saying, yeah, we've named immigration as a big issue for us, but that's not how we wanted to go. We didn't want to go to an extreme Trump policy. We want something in the middle. There's still time for the Biden administration to mitigate it if it wants to.
Lee, let me ask you something, because I have covered the border for years. It's where I first met you, was down on the border during child separation. And I have noticed a difference, though, when you talk to migrants, and I'm able to talk to migrants, right, because I speak Spanish.
Right.
And I'm very sensitive to this issue because I am the son of Cuban refugees. The difference I noticed is that when you talk to migrants years ago, they would give you a variety of reasons of why they're coming over. Now, when I survey migrants, and it's a lot of it are Venezuelan, and trust me, I've been to Venezuela. They have serious issues there, and they should ask for asylum because of what I've seen in Venezuela. That being said, they all seek asylum. This family's coming from Venezuela. They said they can't work, they can't eat, they're seeking asylum. If everyone's seeking asylum, doesn't that hurt your argument and what the ACLU is trying to do, and saying that we need to give asylum? But if everyone's asking for asylum, is President Biden's hands not tied?
So that's a fair point, and this is what I would say about two things. One is, if you have people who want to work and they see no other path than to apply for asylum, that's a problem with how we've designed our immigration system. Let's have legal pathways for people to work. But the other thing I would say is, you're right, not everyone has an asylum claim, but we still need screenings, because for the people we send back to real danger who really have asylum claims, it's no solace to them to say, well, lots of other people didn't have asylum, so we're going to send you back to torture or death. So we need a proper screening system, and you're absolutely right. It has to be more efficient, but we can't say because lots of people won't win, we're going to send everyone back.
From your history filing these lawsuits, explain to our viewers what happens next, right? So this executive order takes effect immediately, but it's going to be stopped pretty quickly by the courts, possibly.
Well,
if they rule like they ruled under the Trump administration, and I know the orders are a little different.
Right. Well, I mean, we're hopeful. We have to figure out the timing of the lawsuit. We haven't filed yet. We just got the rule today. We're going to go through it carefully and decide the timing of the lawsuit and where we're going to file it. And then we hope to get quick action by the courts and joining it. I think President Biden and his team have acknowledged that there are real doubts about the legality of it. I think they were expecting a lawsuit. We'll see. I think they tried to.
Nothing's going to prevent you from filing that lawsuit.
Unless the Biden administration pulls back, we see that we're going to have.
You're going forward with the lawsuit.
I mean, we have no choice, we think, unless the Biden administration pulls back.
Where are you filing, in California or New York?
So we haven't decided yet. I mean, the options are anywhere from California to D.C. We haven't decided timing, but I will certainly keep you posted on that.
And then, do you think this is even possible, knowing the manpower issues at the border? If this were to go into effect, and say you lose in court, and the executive order is the law of the land, will
still come to the border because they're so desperate. It's not as if they're going to hear about this policy and say, well, let's just take our chances with danger in our country. So they're still going to come. What I think is so troubling about this policy that hasn't got enough attention is I'm not sure how much resources it's going to take, because under normal policies, you have to affirmatively ask people, will you be tortured? Will something happen to you? And so then they'll get a screening, and that takes resources to implement. What the Biden administration is doing, which is really draconian, is saying, unless you affirmatively, the migrant, ask to be screened, you're going to get no screening. So they won't need asylum officers there. They're just going to push you back across the border. And so we're very worried that everyone's going to get pushed back across the border without any asylum officers ever seeing them.
And here's the reality, right? If you're a Mexican immigrant, you'll go back to Mexico. But if you're Venezuelan, if you're from Africa, if you're from Asia, there's no saying these countries are going to take you back.
Right. And so the Biden administration is saying they're going to put you in Mexico, and I guess they've gotten some agreement from Mexico, and people don't know where to go in Mexico. It's very dangerous for migrants.
The U.S. couldn't even house all those migrants. We've been there, right? And now they're going to try to do this in Mexico.
They're going to be sleeping in the streets. They're going to be subject to cartels. It's going to be really a nightmare.
I want to put up something else that's sort of curious. This is from earlier today, on the same day Biden announced his order. This is an interview with Time magazine. I want to put it up for our viewers here. It was published. In it, Time writes, Biden says his only regret about lifting Trump's anti-immigration measures is that he didn't do it sooner. His goal in a second term, he says, is to finish what he started. Isn't that a complete reversal of what we're seeing today?
Yeah, I mean, I am not one of those people that would say Biden is Trump, on family separation.
And we're not saying that.
Right. But this is extremely disappointing. He did promise that he would have a humane asylum system. This is not a humane asylum system.
Where do you think the next step is here? Do you think that you're successful in your lawsuit, or do you think the executive order is pushed through?
I think they're not looking to pull back the executive order. I think this has been in the works for a while, and they've made a decision they're going to do it. I think at this point, we probably have to rely on the courts, and we'll see what happens. I would never will say we're definitely going to win or lose, just being the cautious lawyer, but I will give it our best. I think there's too much at stake here. I think we are really in a sea change in America now. No asylum system, and we're diverging from the rest of the world. I mean, we said after World War II, we would at least screen people before we send them back to danger.
But what is, I know we're running out of time here, but what's the solution? 10 million since he took office. Clearly there's a crisis. I mean, we have to have laws. We have to have borders. I know you're on the front lines of fighting for immigrants for the right reasons, but what is the solution?
So I think two things. One is we need more legal pathways for workers. That's one thing, so that everyone doesn't have to line up at the border. They come in and they contribute to the economy, and the employers want it. And the second thing is we need to put more asylum officers at the border to do the screenings. We have the resources to screen them. There is already a law in place that allows the screenings to happen very quickly. We need to do that rather than stopping the screenings. We don't need more enforcement agents, because these families are not trying to escape. They are trying to apply for asylum. So I think those are the solutions we need to try.
Legal Alert from the ACLU, we thank you for coming on tonight to explain what you guys plan on doing, and we hope to keep talking to you throughout this process.
Thanks, I appreciate it, Tom.
All right, for more on the political fallout from President Biden's immigration executive order, let's go right to the White House and Gabe Gutierrez tonight, who joins Top Story Live. So, Gabe, the Biden administration was very much expecting a legal fight over this order. You just heard what Lee said. What are your sources telling you about the lawsuit from the ACLU and what the White House plans on doing?
Well, Tom, they definitely are expecting more legal challenges. And according to a senior administration official, the Department of Justice is prepared to defend this. Tom, the official added that the administration is accustomed to being litigated from both sides of the political spectrum on immigration. And that is yet another sign that there's no lasting solution unless Congress acts. Now, Tom, there are questions about how this change is really all that different from what the Trump administration tried to do in 2018. And the White House says that this is more targeted and it carves out more humanitarian exceptions, Tom.
You know, the White House had to have known this order would face blowback from both sides of the aisle. Republicans, unsurprisingly, right, had been critical. But how are Democrats responding to this move from Biden?
Well, we've heard throughout the day, Tom, from Democrats who are furious. Look, many progressives are calling this a betrayal by the Biden administration. You just heard the ACLU say it was a disappointment. They're also calling this, Democrats are, some of them, a throwback to the Trump years. But, Tom, there are also other Democrats who think the president has little choice here, as you were just discussing. What they're really trying to do is blame Republicans who, at the urging of former President Trump, killed that bipartisan border funding bill earlier this year, Tom.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez with a lot of new reporting for us on this breaking news story tonight here on Top Story. Gabe, we thank you. Next tonight to the opening statements today in the trial of President Biden's son Hunter on federal gun charges. The prosecution telling jurors he lied about his drug use on a government background check to buy a gun, and they introduced evidence from his laptop. NBC's Ryan Nobles has the late details.
Tonight, the prosecution kicking off their case against the son of the president with one simple message to the jury. No one is above the law. In opening arguments, prosecutor Derek Hines saying Hunter Biden was a user of crack and a drug addict. He chose to lie on a government form about his drug use when he purchased a .38 caliber handgun. No one is allowed to lie on a federal form like that, even Hunter Biden, he said. Hines pointing to the defendant's own words in his own voice.
Mainly, however, we just planted ourselves on the couch and smoked a ton of crack.
Hines playing these audio clips from Hunter Biden's memoir for the jury.
By now, I possessed a new superpower, the ability to find crack in any town at any time, no matter how unfamiliar the terrain.
First Lady Jill Biden, his wife Melissa, and sister Ashley were in court, sitting together while the excerpts played, visibly shaken and embracing each other. Hunter Biden is charged with 3 counts related to allegedly purchasing and possessing a gun while using narcotics, and faces prison time if convicted. But defense attorney Abby Lowell telling the jury today, you will see that he is not guilty. He said that Hunter Biden did not knowingly lie on the form, arguing that during that narrow window of time, Biden was not acting like, quote, someone who was smoking crack every 20 minutes. Late today, the first prosecution witness, an FBI agent, testifying about Hunter Biden's laptop, telling jurors investigators found text messages detailing his interactions with drug dealers around the time he made the gun purchase.
Ryan joins us tonight from Wilmington, Delaware, outside of that courthouse. And Ryan, in full transparency for our viewers, and we just saw your report there, from what we're seeing and learning from inside the courtroom, it seems like the prosecution is not holding back in this case. Can you tell us more about that?
No, I think that's a correct assessment, Tom. You know, one of the many reasons that Hunter Biden and his legal team were hoping to get rid of this issue through a plea agreement is that they did not want to bring all these salacious details of his checkered past out into the limelight. And that's exactly what prosecutors are doing in a very open and painful way. They are detailing his very difficult battle with drugs and addiction in a way to truly demonstrate to the jury that this was a 4-year-long battle that he never really recovered from until after this period of time when he would have purchased that gun. They're trying to establish that when he checked that box, there was no way that he could have considered himself to not be an addict. And they're using his own words to demonstrate that, his own voice with the use of his audiobook. So there's no doubt that it was painful and difficult for not only Hunter Biden, but members of his family. I was sitting right behind Jill Biden and Ashley Biden, his wife, Melissa. It was a very difficult thing for them to have to deal with in the courtroom today, Tom.
Yeah, and speaking of Hunter's wife, Melissa, can you tell us about an interaction that happened between her and a former aide to an aide to former President Trump?
Yeah, that aide is a gentleman by the name of Garrett Ziegler, who actually has written extensively in the right-wing internet about the laptop that Hunter Biden left at a repair shop. He was in the courtroom today, and I was there as he was walking back into the court, and Melissa Cohen Biden approached him and yelled at him asked him what he was doing there and even accused him of being a Nazi. It was a pretty dramatic moment. Then inside the courtroom, as Ziegler was sitting there, she walked by Ziegler and stared him down before sitting next to the First Lady. Just one of the many different facets of this trial that have to be difficult for the Biden family to have to deal with. Obviously, Hunter Biden has become a political pawn in many respects, even though this case really has nothing to do with his father and his reelection bid. Republicans would like to make it so.
All right, Ryan Nobles with what is starting out to be a very, very interesting trial. Okay, Ryan, we appreciate that. And there is one member of Hunter Biden's support system that has been heavily scrutinized. Entertainment lawyer Kevin Morris has been in court supporting Hunter in this trial and a longtime benefactor to the president's son. NBC News reporting back in January that Morris had loaned Hunter Biden $6.5 million, and his involvement with the president's son continues to draw growing questions. NBC News senior investigative producer Sarah Fitzpatrick joins Top Story Tonight live. So, Sarah, first, explain to our viewers who Kevin Morris is, how he met Hunter Biden, and what we know about why he started helping him with so much money.
Absolutely. So Kevin Morris is a really fascinating and colorful character. He's well known in Hollywood for producing documentary films, for being a novelist, for helping kind of put together large deals for the TV and other entertainment agency. He's best known for negotiating this massive, massive deal with the South Park creators that is reportedly worth about $1.4 billion in kind of the totality of all of its arrangements. So he's known as a kind of Hollywood mover and shaker and actor, and someone who can kind of develop concepts and ideas and make them very profitable. He first met Hunter Biden in December of 2019 at a fundraiser. They were introduced by a mutual friend. And they later met, I think, within a day or two, just the two of them sitting down with yellow legal pads. And it's been described to me as kind of a friendship at first sight, that they were kind of kindred spirits who recognized in each other a common struggle with sobriety from alcohol. And Kevin kind of from that day forward set out to help Hunter Biden as best he can, both financially, legally, and emotionally. They lean on each other quite a bit.
And then, yeah, Sarah, we have reporting, as I mentioned, that he lent him over $6 million. What has that gone towards so far?
So we've reported that that money has gone towards loans to Hunter Biden that has then been used to pay much of the back taxes that Hunter did not submit when he was in the depths of his addiction, and that he has been charged in a separate case, not the case that he is on trial for today, but a case that is expected to go to trial later in the summer. So it's been used to pay back the IRS, as well as the extensive legal bills that Hunter has for defending these criminal cases, a host of civil cases that he's been facing, including child support, as well as his appearances in front of Congress, which have been extensive.
Yeah, and then so finally, I want to ask you, you hear about this sort of donations and their loans, from what we understand, that may have to be paid back with interest. I understand that, and there's been reports out there are members of the Biden family, maybe even the White House, that don't necessarily like this man or his relationship with Hunter Biden. Do we know why?
So I think you have to be clear about who that is and kind of what they're referring to. I will just wait one moment. There's a car going by. So Hunter Biden has a very, very close circle of family and friends that are around him. And Kevin Morris is absolutely a close part of that circle. You saw him in court today. I sat right behind him. He was sitting right next to Ashley Biden, who was sitting next to the First Lady, and he was comforting them throughout some of the really dramatic testimony. So he is absolutely embraced by the Biden family and the close friends that Hunter has had throughout his life. They're, really tight, quite tight, and with Kevin. However, we have reported that Kevin's style and his proposed kind of plan of attack for Hunter on a legal and a kind of public relations front has drawn a lot of kind of hesitation, discouragement from senior advisors within the White House who felt that it was not an effective strategy and could potentially put the president at risk.
All right, Sarah Fitzpatrick for us tonight here. Sarah, we appreciate all your reporting. Still ahead tonight, did you have trouble making calls today? Well, you're not alone. What two of the biggest U.S. cell carriers are saying about ongoing network issues that's impacting customers nationwide. Plus, Major flooding in Oklahoma as more than 20 million are under alert for heavy rain, large hail, and possible tornadoes. We have the track. And the shocking video showing a monster truck, look at this, colliding with a power line, sending a utility pole crashing onto spectators. The condition of those on the ground. Stay with us.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election? Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Okay, we're back down with the developing story. Some AT&T and Verizon customers unable to make calls. The company's saying a, quote, network issue is affecting calls between the carriers. The FCC says it's now looking into the issue. So I want to bring in NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung, who's been following the disruption. Brian, I know there's a lot we don't know, but tell our viewers what we do know so far.
And it's still ongoing right now, Tom. And what we know is that there have been apparently some issues with AT&T and Verizon customers trying to reach users on other networks. Now, AT&T says that they have been working with Verizon, which suggests it's just an AT&T and Verizon issue. T-Mobile has told NBC News that they're not experiencing issues. We're really looking at downdetector.com. This is basically a third-party source where people can report issues for any sort of numbers on this. And what we saw was about an hour ago, it was about 5,000 total issues with AT&T and Verizon customers. But this is across the country. Some of the big cities you can see on the map ahead of you are largely affected. But again, we don't have a resolution. And we also don't have a reason for this at this time, Tom, for why this might be happening. It appears to just be impacting calls, and we'll have to see whether or not that gets resolved.
It happened to me today. It's a firm reminder of how dependent we are on our cell phones, and it's kind of crazy when you think about it. If cell phone coverage ever goes out, what's happening with 911 calls?
Yeah, and again, we have to remember there have been recent issues just a few weeks ago and months ago where there were problems with cell phones, in some cases even contacting emergency services. Now, AT&T has told NBC News that they are not seeing any interruptions with ability to access 911 services. However, we have seen some reporting from some localities around the country as of earlier this afternoon that suggested there may have been some 911 problem. AT&T tells NBC News that there was an alert that went out. They are going out to correct and say that any sort of 911 services that were alerted to any possible issues were sent out in error, Tom. So again, there's some communication-related confusion as a result of what happened this afternoon. But again, broadly speaking, it appears to just be impacting cell services, and AT&T says that 911 services are not interrupted.
Hopefully it gets better and not worse. All right, Brian, we appreciate that update. We want to go to the forecast now. The 24 million people under severe weather risk tonight. In Moore, Oklahoma, major flooding forcing crews to rescue people from their homes. Look at that. That flooding threat now stretching from Texas to Louisiana, bringing with it possibly large hail, strong winds, and tornadoes. Let's get right over to NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, this has not let up there in that part of the country.
Yes, night after night, Oklahoma, North Texas, and that's the area of greatest concern from Oklahoma City back to Dallas in the northeast Texas. The ground is super saturated. Another round of thunderstorms is expected late tonight into tomorrow, and that's when we're going to expect to see flash flooding, large hail, and damaging wind. And trees are falling down because the roots aren't holding as well as they normally would with solid soil. So that's another issue. So we have numerous severe thunderstorm watches that are up right now, one in Kansas. We're waiting for these storms to fire up in Oklahoma. This should happen as we get closer to like 10 p.m. or midnight. And the other area of concern, we got really strong storms knocking on the door near New Orleans. And I just noticed a new tornado warning now just in areas north of I-10 and extreme southwestern portions of Mississippi here. So this is the New Orleans area under a severe thunderstorm warning. And this to the north, that's Picatoon right here, tornado warning fuse. Your sirens are going off. Everyone's getting to their safe room. And Tom, as you mentioned, the flash flood risk is in this maroon color right through the middle of the night. Dangerous night tonight, Oklahoma into Texas.
Okay, we're going to have to check back with you tomorrow and later tonight if anything else happens. Bill, we appreciate it. When we come back, an NBC News investigation, a New Mexico hospital accused of turning away cancer patients over their insurance coverage. Our team speaks to several of those patients who say they were left with nowhere else to go. Stay with us.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the emergency.
All right, it just me too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We're back now with Top Stories Newsfeed, and we begin with the monster truck stunt in Maine injuring several people. The video posted to social media showing the truck going over a jump and getting stuck in a power line. Both utility poles brought down, including one that crashed into the crowd of spectators. 2 people were hospitalized but are expected to be okay. Several others were treated for minor injuries on the scene. Toyota in hot water for cheating on collision tests. The Japanese auto giant suspending production on 3 models after an investigation found they falsified test results for airbag inflation, rear seat damage, and engine power. The company apologizing but saying that it does not affect safety of vehicles already on the roads. And actor Alec Baldwin and his wife announcing a new reality show about their life with 7 kids. Baldwin posting a video on Instagram sharing that the series, currently titled The Baldwins, is slated to begin on TLC in 2025. The announcement coming as Baldwin faces manslaughter charges for the shooting death of Rust cinematographer Helena Hutchins, involuntary manslaughter. The trial is set to begin next month. Now to an NBC News investigation into the concerning allegations against a hospital in New Mexico. Our team speaking with a dozen cancer patients who say they've been denied care from the only treatment center in their community. NBC's Valerie Castro traveled to Las Cruces, New Mexico, and spoke with patients who say the hospital turned its back on them.
For 30 years, Barbara Corral dedicated her life to nursing.
It's my calling. It's why God put me here.
During 6 of those years, she found a second home at Memorial Medical Center in Las Cruces, New Mexico.
We were a family. You know, all the nurses I worked with on the floor, we were a close team, and we took care of each other.
She eventually left the hospital for another job, but as life would have it, 2 years ago she would return, diagnosed with a gynecologic cancer.
My own body betrayed me, basically.
Her doctor ordering radiation as the best course of treatment, so she turned to MMC, which prides itself on being the only nationally accredited cancer program in the region, and it's the only radiation provider for miles.
The doctor called back and he said, well, they won't treat you. And I said, why? Well, they don't take your insurance.
Corral says she was insured through True Health New Mexico, paying $800 a month for coverage. But she says the hospital she'd worked at for years turned her away when she needed them most.
How did you feel? I felt betrayed. I was heartbroken. I was scared. Because what was I going to do now? Where was I going to go get treatment if I couldn't do it here in my own hometown?
Corral isn't alone. An NBC News investigation found a dozen other cancer patients who reported experiencing similar treatment, denied care if they didn't have insurance or were covered by a provider that MMC told them it didn't accept. Some say they were told they could get treatment if they made costly upfront payments.
Como ellos no están enfermos, ellos no saben lo que padecemos. A ellos les importa recibir el dinero.
Veronica Hernandez, a two-time breast cancer survivor, wife and mother to two special needs children, says the hospital turned her down for not having insurance and even refused her offer to pay cash for a consultation.
Yo me sentía tan desesperada y le dije a la muchacha, de verdad, si yo no tengo una aseguranza, ¿me van a dejar morir? ¿Me voy a morir? Me dijo, sí, te vamos a dejar morir y te vas a morir.
Yoli Diaz runs Care Las Cruces, a nonprofit that provides financial assistance to cancer patients, including Barbara and Veronica.
People are worth more than money.
What is the most common complaint that you hear?
The most common is that they won't give them an appointment because they don't have health insurance.
Las Cruces is part of Doña Ana County, the region Memorial Medical serves, where the most recent census shows 23% of residents live in poverty. That's double the nationwide rate. Almost 70% of the population is Hispanic. 15% have no health insurance. MMC opened in the 1950s and for decades operated as a non-profit facility until 2004, when a for-profit company later acquired by LifePoint Health took over, signing a 40-year lease with the city and county. Under its lease agreement, MMC is required to continue providing care to those unable to pay the full cost of healthcare services rendered to them. Hospital documents obtained by NBC News show its written indigent care policy covered cancer treatments for years, but that changed after it was bought by a New York private equity firm, Apollo Global Management.
That is our priority.
John Harris, the hospital's CEO, declined requests for an interview. A LifePoint spokesperson telling NBC News it's, quote, very rare that it can't help uninsured or underinsured people qualify for financial assistance, also disputing that they've turned people away. Adding, any changes to policies or procedures have always been done in close partnership with local government and community leaders to ensure compliance with the terms of the lease. But Diaz is not convinced.
I am concerned for sick residents who live here, and I'm disappointed that access to needed health care does not seem to be a priority.
She's been vocal about the issue since 2021, blaming not just the hospital.
It's not living up to the lease because also the county's not, in my opinion, and the city, because they're both lessees, they're not living up to the lease either.
Becky Corin, a Las Cruces City Council member elected after the lease agreement was already in place, says local leaders have called for transparency from MMC.
There are a few things that are outlined in the lease, including monthly reports about where the money is going and who's being cared for, that we haven't seen from Memorial Medical, and I think that would be one of the first steps to understanding what all is going on here.
What efforts have been made to hold them accountable, and what has the reaction been from them?
So we've asked them to come to several meetings. Those meetings, almost universally, Memorial chooses not to come.
MMC's own marketing materials say delivering care to all of our neighbors, regardless of their ability to pay, is foundational to our mission and our commitment to our community. Corral would end up traveling more than 200 miles from home for treatment. Today, she's in remission, but still fighting.
I'm tired, like exhausted.
How do you feel about Memorial now?
I could be dying and I wouldn't go there. But I would never tell anybody to go to Memorial if they were sick. Never in a million years.
All right, Valerie Castro joins us now in studio. So, Valerie, your report focuses specifically on that one hospital in New Mexico, but LifePoint, the company you profiled there, they have other hospitals. Are there other concerns beyond Memorial Medical?
There are more concerns, and they've actually caught the attention of lawmakers on Capitol Hill. LifePoint operates the largest chain of rural hospitals in the country in at least 16 different states, but the company and the private equity firm that owns it, Apollo Global, are named in 2 Senate inquiries looking into how these firms manage emergency room departments and patient care. But private equity firms continue to take over these community hospitals. And Tom, according to an NBC News estimate, the companies that they own, like LifePoint, they manage, staff, or operate more than 40% of emergency rooms across the U.S.
All right, an important story. I know you and the investigative team are going to stay on top of it. Valerie, thank you. Coming up, the largest election in history. Get this, more than 600 million people in India casting their ballots despite stifling heat. But the current prime minister not getting the clear victory he wanted. We're going to explain that. Our team on the ground in New Delhi as the results are still being counted. That's next.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization. More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Now, with the results still coming in tonight from the largest election in history, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi looking poised to win a 3rd term in office. But this is not the dominant victory he and his supporters were expecting. NBC's Janice Mackey-Frayer is in New Delhi tonight for us with the latest.
The celebration went on as planned, with drums, dancing, and a band. Setting aside the fact this was not the landslide victory predicted for Narendra Modi's BJP party. By the time the Indian Prime Minister appeared for supporters, election results were sobering, pointing to a 3rd term for Modi, but not a majority. In his speech, Modi thanked the people of India and promised a new chapter for the country.
Narendra Modi and the BJP were always expected to win. The surprise here, that stronger showing by the opposition to make this election competitive.
Opposition parties, led by Rahul Gandhi's Congress Party, rejoiced at pulling off such an upset. Gandhi called it a fight for India's constitution, saying the poorest of this country have done this. The largest election in world history, a record 642 million voters, enduring a heat wave so punishing, officials say at least 30 election workers died of heat stroke. In Varanasi, the Hindu holy city that is Modi's constituency, voters said they worried about jobs and inflation.
Employment especially, and the bad influence on youth because of the social media and all.
At one polling station, a debate escalated between Tasneem Fatah and a man who didn't agree with her views on unity or jobs. Modi is incredibly popular, his approval rating over 70%, but critics say his nationalist politics have divided the country. His speeches ramping up rhetoric against minorities, especially India's Muslims.
He's used his cult of personality very effectively to
make himself present and visible in the eyes of the voter always. It is his picture that you see when you receive benefits from the government.
Modi must now rely on the goodwill of coalition partners in order to form a government for his historic third term. The opposition here calling it democracy's victory, that he will go into it weaker.
Janice Mackey-Frayer joins Top Story tonight from New Delhi. So, Janice, two questions. First, what can America expect from a third term with Modi? And the second question is, I know AI played a big role in this election. Explain to our viewers how.
Well, on your first question, U.S.-India relations are not quite an alliance, but the relations are good, they're stable, they're expected to grow as the Biden administration looks to India to help balance China's influence in the region and as more American companies grow manufacturing here. India has become more of a global player under Modi, and that is due to its growing economy. But he has domestic issues that he's going to face in this third term. The biggest complication is this lack of a majority. The BJP is no longer the single dominant political power here, and that's not something Modi has experienced yet as leader. On your question of AI, that was the other defining factor of this election process, just how much money was being spent not only on digital ads, but deep fakes, not always for malicious purposes. In a lot of cases, low-level politicians were using it to speak different languages to be able to communicate with their constituents. We kept an eye on this trend because AI has been showing up in elections all around the world, and this is a very consequential year for elections. And of course, it all serves as a big warning sign for what could be ahead for voters in the U.S. ahead of November. Tom?
Janice Mackey-Frayer for us again from New Delhi. Janice, we thank you for that. And we continue our international news tonight here in Top Story. Time now for Global Watch. South Korea says it's suspending a 2018 military agreement with North Korea. South Korea says the move is in response to hundreds of trash balloons sent into the country by North Korea, suspending the agreement, paving the way for the South to conduct military training along their border. A major cyber attack impacting hospitals across London. Officials say the ransomware attack targeted a pathology partner of the UK's National Health Service. Several hospitals in the capital say blood transfusions have been heavily affected, which has resulted in procedures being canceled or redirected. Pathology results are also now delayed. The attack is still under investigation. And climate change now displacing hundreds of families in Panama. Video shows residents evacuating the tiny Panamanian island of Gardi Sujdob due to rising sea levels threatening homes. More than 1,300 indigenous people will be relocated to the mainland. Panamanian authorities say this is Latin America's first displacement due to climate change, but warning it will not be the last. Okay, when we come back, from X to X-rated, the social media site formerly known as Twitter announcing a new policy change that will allow users to share pornography. What Elon Musk is saying about the update, and could this hurt or help the app's brand? That's next. We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top Story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Live from studio. Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. This is where it all begins. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
All right, we're back now with a social media policy getting the attention of some users. Elon Musk's X has updated a policy that now formally allows pornography on the site. X saying this: we believe that users should be able to create, distribute, and consume material related to sexual themes as long as it is consensually produced and distributed. X is the only leading social networking site that allows users to share nudity or sexual behavior, and this comes at a time when these companies are facing major pressure to protect children and young people from the risks of social media. I want to bring in tonight Alexandra Canal. She's a senior reporter for Yahoo Finance who covers the business of media and entertainment, and Max Chafkin. He's a features editor and tech reporter for Bloomberg Business Week. We thank you guys both for being here. So, Max, explain to our viewers what exactly is happening here on Twitter. I mean, is porno now going to be allowed on X?
So, a lot of people don't know this, but porn has always basically been on X. It's been one of the most permissive platforms, as you're saying, besides Tumblr, which for a time also had pornography. What's different is the explicit nature of the policy. What X is trying to do is separate, what they're thinking of as like legitimate pornography from stuff that's illegal and make it a little bit easier to filter it out and, keep it away from children.
But when you say it's always been on Twitter, I mean, I can remember when Twitter came out, when we used it a lot as journalists for several years. I don't remember seeing it. Sometimes images would slip in here and there, but it didn't feel like it was very blatant.
So the change that's happened actually has to do more with spam. So like porn spam. You're talking about an experience I think is familiar to anyone who's using Twitter on the regular now, X, I guess it's called now, which is that you're going through it and all of a sudden there will be porn just in your feed. That is kind of that's the result of a bunch of different things. The main thing is that Elon Musk, when he took over Twitter, let go of a huge percentage of the people who were doing the work to filter that stuff out.
Alexander, explain how this is going to work for people that are still using X. We have an image that we want to put up for our viewers that they may see if they use X on their timeline. It kind of reminds me sort of what it looks like when you see a violent video, right? It's going to give you some kind of warning sign. It may look like this. Is this how they plan on protecting people and children?
Well,
not that children are on X. I also want to be clear about that. I don't know a lot of kids on X, but
right. Well, as we've been saying, this pretty much makes the unofficial official, but there are a few caveats here when it comes to this content. Number one, all adult content, it must be consensual. Number two, as you were saying, there must have that one-time warning before a user can go and view that content. And number three, no minors of any kind. And if you're under the age of 18 or you do not have your age listed on your account, you cannot view that post. It's the same rules and restrictions for violent content. X also added that any sexual violence, anything that's too gory, too excessive, that's a no-no as well. And it comes at a time when X is really trying to brand itself as this platform for the people, where people can come together and have conversations, and that they should have the freedom to decide whether or not they want to view that type of content.
Okay, let's get real here, Max. So X, right, and Elon Musk, he's underwater with X. He paid a very big number for it. It is not worth that anymore, according to Wall Street. So my question to you is this a financial play by making the unofficial official and going out there and announcing it?
It's not clear. There are a couple of different things going on here. As I said, one thing is they're trying to fight spam. Another thing is there is activity, in Congress. There are people who want tech companies to do more to protect kids. And the last thing is that Elon Musk has made pretty clear that he does not care about advertisers. He wants to have a business that involves taking money from users. That's why he changed the whole blue check system. And you could imagine a situation where being friendlier to porn providers would kind of work with that business model, whereas it doesn't with advertising. I mean, the reason Facebook doesn't allow pornography, the reason all these social media companies restrict it is because advertisers don't like it. They do not want their content next to this. Now, if you give up advertising as a business model, that allows you arguably to do these other things. I will say, I don't think there are going to be a lot of debt holders on Wall Street excited about this.
But it has to get, at some point, they have to start making more money again. No ads, and people are still using it for free. Where do they start making money?
Well, so I think the plan is
data, selling
to the
data?
extent that there is a plan. Yes, AI training. So Elon Musk has this other company, XAI. The bot that it runs is called Grok, very similar to ChatGPT. And you could sort of squint and see a world where that business, XAI, which is trained against Twitter, becomes worth a lot of money. In fact, on paper, you could argue that this company XAI is actually worth more right now than Twitter.
But 20% of the Twitter users, or even less than that, put out 80% or 90% of the tweets. So it's like you wonder about this AI chatbot, how much information it's going to have and how diversified it's going to be. Alexandra, back to you. Is Elon Musk essentially making Twitter? Because he wanted X to be a lot of things, right? At one point, a paying platform, some type of digital bank. Is he essentially making X the internet? Because porn exists on the internet, so why shouldn't it exist on X?
Right, and it seems like he's going after marginalized groups, perhaps content creators that were kicked off other social media sites or banned from posting that type of content on those sites. It's interesting because already some X users are weighing in on this and saying it's turning X into an OnlyFans, and that could maybe be a ploy by Elon Musk. Perhaps he wants to create a business subsidiary of X and compete with OnlyFans. And like you were saying, the fact that we are seeing advertisers flee the platform due to the controversial practices of X and really the controversial comments of Elon Musk, this could be another opportunity to maybe potentially make money.
Is this a weird play, right? Because as we mentioned earlier, and you mentioned Meta, Instagram, they're thinking about younger users, they're thinking about kids, so they're trying to make things as safe as possible. At least they say that. This is going in the complete different direction. But listen, disruption works in tech, so is this a smart play?
I mean, look, Elon Musk, if you had Elon Musk here and you said, what he would say is these policies actually protect users because they make it easier to filter pornography from normal content. That said, I mean, it's pretty clear that Elon Musk has not moved Twitter in a direction that's more sort of like what you might think of as family friendly. I mean, even his own tweets are full of, very edgy material, stuff that people might find uncomfortable. And I think, honestly, there's just a tension here. Elon Musk is going to be Elon Musk. He's got much bigger fish to fry. Tesla worth many, many more billions of dollars than Twitter. So on some level, I just don't think he totally cares whether this is good business.
Max and Alexandra, we thank you so much. And if you use Twitter at work, X at work, make sure you know about these new policies. All right, we thank you so much for watching Top Story tonight. I'm Tom Yamas in New York. Stay right there. More news on the way.
Tonight, President Biden signing a sweeping executive action on security at the U.S. southern border. Facing mounting criticism over immigration, the president making his most aggressive move yet to control the border. Mr. Biden saying he's doing, quote, what Republicans in Congress refuse to do. The power the new order gives him just weeks before his first debate with Donald Trump. Also tonight, opening statements in Hunter Biden's federal gun trial. The text messages the prosecution showed to the jury taken from his purported laptop, and what the defense is saying about his past drug use and purchase of a firearm. The nationwide disruptions impacting AT&T and Verizon customers. What's causing it? The first major heat wave of 2024, triple-digit temperatures in the West. We're tracking it. Attorney General Merrick Garland defiant on Capitol Hill, telling Republicans, I will not be intimidated, as they demand tapes of President Biden's interview with special counsel Robert Hur. Our NBC News exclusive, the new electric vehicles rolling off GM's assembly line. The CEO on why GM is still betting big on EVs despite a sales slowdown. And after he stole the show from his congressman dad, the 6-year-old telling us about his viral moment of fame.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening and welcome. President Biden tonight sidestepping Congress and taking his own action to sharply tighten controls at the southern border. With his signature alone, the president using his executive authority to shut down asylum requests when the average daily number of illegal crossings between ports of entry exceeds 2,500. Tonight, that average number tops 4,000, putting the new directive into immediate effect. The president looking to turn the tables on Republicans on an issue that has left him politically vulnerable. In his remarks announcing the new order, President Biden saying doing nothing is not an option and that he would have preferred to address this issue through bipartisan legislation. But many Republicans in Congress tonight dismissing the president's actions as too little, too late. Our Julia Ainsley is at the border in Texas with more.
Facing fierce criticism of his handling of the border crisis, President Biden tonight unveiling new executive action.
This action will help us gain control of our border.
The executive order will bar many migrants who cross the border illegally from requesting asylum when illegal crossings are over 2,500 per day, like they have been for the past 3 years. The restrictions last until they dip below 1,500 per day.
If they choose to come without permission and against the law, they'll be restricted from receiving asylum and staying in the United States.
It's 3:30 p.m. in Hidalgo, Texas, and this bus is transporting migrants who just came through the border wall. They'll be able to claim asylum, but those who cross after midnight will not. But there are exceptions to the restrictions, including unaccompanied children. Plus, migrants can still request asylum at ports of entry. Today's move comes after a record. Nearly 10 million migrants have crossed into the U.S. since President Biden took office. Our recent poll shows just 28% of Americans approve of President Biden's handling of the border. Today, the president blaming Republicans for blocking a bipartisan border security bill.
I've come here today to do what the Republicans in Congress refuse to do. Take the necessary steps to secure our border.
But Republicans say Biden sparked the crisis by reversing Trump border policies, blasting today's move as an election year stunt.
He can close the border down entirely. He's not going to do that. He has no interest in doing that. They want it wide open. So this weak measure here, don't be fooled.
While some Democrats also slamming the president's action.
It's not a time for us to turn to Trump-era policies. It's not time to go and use the tools that Trump used.
Today, we met a Venezuelan family who entered at a port of entry this morning, using the CBP One app created by the Biden administration to book appointments for asylum screenings. They said they slept on the streets in Mexico while waiting. How long were you waiting? 7 months and 6 days, he tells us, saying he came to the U.S. to work to feed his young family.
And Julia, we're already expecting legal challenges to this executive order.
Yes, Lester, the ACLU is threatening to sue, saying this order prevents migrants from exercising their right to claim asylum. Meanwhile, Border Patrol agents I've talked to say they're worried about a logjam when migrants who cannot claim asylum cannot be deported fast enough. Lester?
Julia Ainsley starting us off. Thank you. Opening statements today in the trial of President Biden's son Hunter on federal gun charges. The prosecution telling jurors he lied about his drug use on a government background check to buy a gun, and they introduced evidence from his laptop. Ryan Nobles has late details.
Tonight, the prosecution kicking off their case against the son of the president with one simple message to the jury. No one is above the law. In opening arguments, prosecutor Derek Hines saying Hunter Biden was a user of crack and a drug addict. He chose to lie on a government form about his drug use when he purchased a .38 caliber handgun. No one is allowed to lie on a federal form like that. Even Hunter Biden, he said. Hines pointing to the defendant's own words in his own voice.
Mainly, however, we just planted ourselves on the couch and smoked a ton of crack.
Hines playing these audio clips from Hunter Biden's memoir for the jury.
By now, I possessed a new superpower, the ability to find crack in any town at any time, no matter how unfamiliar the terrain.
First Lady Jill Biden, his wife Melissa, and sister Ashley were in court, sitting together while the excerpts played, visibly shaken and embracing each other. Hunter Biden is charged with 3 counts related to allegedly purchasing and possessing a gun while using narcotics and faces prison time if convicted. But defense attorney Abby Lowell telling the jury today, you will see that he is not guilty. He said that Hunter Biden did not knowingly lie on the form, arguing that during that narrow window of time, Biden was not acting like, quote, someone who was smoking crack every 20 minutes. Late today, the first prosecution witness, an FBI agent, testifying about Hunter Biden's laptop, telling jurors investigators found text messages detailing his interactions with drug dealers around the time he made the gun purchase. Tomorrow, Hunter Biden's ex-wife will be on the stand, and eventually Hallie Biden, the widow of his late brother Beau, with whom Hunter had a romantic relationship. Lester?
All right, thank you. And a problem with AT&T's cellular network left thousands of customers unable to make calls today. Brian Chung is following this. Brian, what happened?
Good evening, Lester. The issue appears to have impacted AT&T and Verizon customers trying to call each other throughout the day. There were more than 5,000 service issues reported nationwide. Verizon said its network was operating normally, with some experiencing issues when calling or texting with customers served by another carrier. AT&T said the issue between carriers had been resolved after about 7 hours and that 911 calls were not impacted. This comes 4 months after another major AT&T disruption that impacted tens of thousands of customers, which took about a half a day to resolve. Lester?
Brian, thank you. We'll turn now to an early season heat wave, the first major one of 2024, bringing dangerous triple-digit temperatures to parts of the West. 32 million people are under heat alert stretching from California to Texas. High temperatures are expected to tie or break records through at least Friday. At a combative House hearing, Attorney General Merrick Garland fought back against Republican attacks, including the false accusation the Justice Department was behind the Manhattan prosecution of former President Trump. Here's Hallie Jackson.
A message both blunt and sharp tonight from the Attorney General.
I will not be intimidated, and the Justice Department will not be intimidated.
A full-throated defense from the typically soft-spoken AG, targeting Republican attacks on the Justice Department and slamming suggestions the DOJ had a hand in former President Trump's state felony conviction last week, as Mr. Trump falsely claims.
That conspiracy theory is an attack on the judicial process itself.
But many Republicans insist the Biden DOJ is playing politics.
Many Americans believe there's now a double standard in our justice system. They believe that because there is.
The House GOP looking to hold Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress for defying a subpoena for the audio of the interview between President Biden and Special Counsel Robert Hur, who ultimately declined to prosecute the president over his handling of classified documents, suggesting a jury would be unlikely to convict a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. The interview transcript has already been released, but Republicans want more.
We haven't heard the tapes. We don't know if they match up. If you have audio or video, that is better than a transcript.
Substantively, the transcript may be accurate, but you know what? The audio would tell us so much more.
But the White House asserted executive privilege over the recordings at the request of Garland, who today says he'd be concerned about a possible chilling effect if they were released.
It could influence witnesses' answers if they thought the audio of their law enforcement interviews would be broadcast to Congress and the public.
And with the House Speaker rolling out a new three-part plan today to go after the Justice Department, the GOP fight is clearly not over yet. Lester?
Hallie Jackson, thank you. We'll turn now to the war in Gaza and the newly published comments from President Biden suggesting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu may be prolonging the war for his political survival. Let's get more on this from Gabe Gutierrez.
Tonight, President Biden is walking a fine line with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, offering some of his harshest criticism yet. In a new interview with Time magazine, the president was asked whether he thought Netanyahu is prolonging the war for his own political self-preservation. He said, "I'm not going to comment on that. There is every reason for people to draw that conclusion." That response is drawing backlash from Israel.
It is outside the diplomatic norms of every right-thinking country to comment on the leaders, whether they should be a prime minister or not be a prime minister.
Today, I asked the president to clarify, and he walked the comments back.
Is Prime Minister Netanyahu playing politics with the war? I don't think so. He's trying to work out a serious problem he has.
Asked by Time whether Israeli forces have committed war crimes in Gaza, President Biden answered that it's uncertain and has been investigated by the Israelis themselves. The president also saying he did not think Israel was starving civilians intentionally, but I think they've engaged in activity that is inappropriate. Still, even after this warning to Israel last month,
They go into Rafah. I'm not supplying the weapons.
The U.S. is still backing its ally. Now, with ceasefire negotiations stalled, today the White House National Security Advisor met with families of the hostages, including Omer Nutra's mother.
Once again, we're in this cycle where everyone is waiting on an answer, right? We're really, really hoping that the deal goes through.
The president also says his biggest disagreement with the prime minister is about what should happen after the war and whether there's a two-state solution. Lester?
Gabe Gutierrez, thank you. In 60 seconds, the future of the road. Our exclusive with the CEO of General Motors, what Mary Barra says about when more people will switch to EVs and the price that will get them there. Late today, an FDA advisory panel weighed in on the potential use of MDMA, better known as ecstasy, as a treatment for PTSD. Some studies have found that it helped when combined with talk therapy, but the panel overwhelmingly concluded the data shows it is not effective in patients with PTSD. Now to our NBC News exclusive. The CEO of America's biggest car company, GM, still betting big on electric vehicles despite a slowdown in EV sales and criticism from former President Trump. She spoke with Tom Costello.
Rolling off the assembly line, 2 new electric vehicles on which General Motors is betting big. An EV version of its best-selling Silverado and the Equinox SUV.
We're executing, we're launching.
Despite a slowdown in EV sales across all brands, CEO Mary Barra says GM is all in on all electric.
We're committed to this technology, getting it right, and offering the consumers something that's going to make their life better.
All right. I'm driving?
Yeah, you're driving.
Barra had me drive the new Equinox EV, which she insists will be a game changer. An SUV with 17-inch displays, able to go 300 miles on a single charge, and with a $7,500 tax rebate priced to attract middle America.
This is the sweet spot for the market. People want a vehicle that's in this $30,000, $35,000 range.
Absolutely. That is where the bulk of new car purchases happen.
The new Silverado EV pickup has even more range, 440 miles. In all, GM offers 11 EV models. But while EVs make up 7.3% of all new vehicle sales in the U.S., sales growth has slowed. Prices are also dropping. The average now $55,000 and more popular in blue states than red.
Is that a political divide, a cultural divide that will hurt sales, especially of the Silverado EV?
Well, when we look at it, right next to the Silverado EV in that showroom at that dealer is going to be a Silverado that's gas powered. So the consumer's going to get to choose what they want.
But consumers are both price and range sensitive.
Do you still envision to stop selling gas-powered vehicles by the mid-2030s, as you'd suggested at one point?
Well, again, we'll be guided by the customer, but in the end, I think, and we're seeing this around the globe, it will be led by what customers want. Because, again, a car is a very expensive purchase for people, so they need to get what they want and what they're willing to pay for and what it represents.
The Equinox EV has tough competition from Tesla, Hyundai, Kia, and Nissan. And former President Trump's criticism of EVs is raising concerns among proponents. He could dismantle the tax incentives if elected.
Will you be just as committed to EVs if there's a Trump administration?
We will be just committed because we think in the long term they're better.
Barra says GM customers will soon have access to Tesla and other charging stations, which should address concerns about charger availability. Lester?
All right, Tom, thank you. Up next, with election season upon us, how the rise of AI deep fakes is impacting one of the biggest elections on the planet. Is it a sign of what's to come? Back now with the election surprise on the world's biggest democracy. India's powerful Prime Minister Narendra Modi claiming he's won a 3rd term, but his party losing seats to a surging opposition. And as Janice Mackey-Freyer reports, the role AI played in the race could be a warning sign for our elections here at home.
In a consequential year for global elections, nothing matches the scale of India. Nearly 1 billion voters and over 700 political parties. While election-related deepfakes generated by artificial intelligence spread like wildfire across Indian social media. Like this video of a politician who died in 2018 and was digitally resurrected to endorse his son.
Hi, nice to meet you.
It's the AI handiwork of Senthil Nagayam. His company is at the forefront of a thriving but loosely regulated industry here, using AI tools to create deepfakes, mostly for films. But at a studio in Chennai, he recorded my voice, took photos and videos, and in a matter of hours produced a deepfake of me.
I'm Janice Mackey-Freyer, and I'm not running for office. But I'm doing this political ad to make a point, to show how easy it is for...
La mia voce e la mia immagine da catturare in un computer.
And with AI tools, I can
say anything to anybody in any language.
Literally, you have been cloned. It's like we have a seed and we can plant it anywhere. And
that AI-driven content is appearing in elections around the world could be a sign of what's ahead for voters in the U.S. There are some guardrails in place, with President Biden's executive order last year and the FCC making robocalls made with AI-generated voices illegal. But there's still no sweeping federal legislation on AI.
There's a risk that people, normal people, will lose sight of what it means to trust reality.
Here, as a test for tech platforms, digital rights groups Access Now and Global Witness sent 4 fake election ads to YouTube and say every video was accepted. In a statement, Google said none of these ads ever ran, adding their enforcement process has multiple layers to ensure ads comply with policies.
If you don't try to combat the collection and misuse of data by tech platforms, it will feed this problematic, often toxic sort of AI growth ecosystem we're seeing.
There is also the risk of AI-generated content becoming a normalized part of the election process, as deep fakes are set to transform the landscape for real. Janice Mackey-Freyer, NBC News, Chennai, India.
And for more on the AI revolution, watch Raising the AI Generation at 9 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now. And coming up here tonight, perhaps no one could cut through the tense atmosphere in Congress quite like one lawmaker's 6-year-old. That's next. Finally, the little scene stealer on Capitol Hill telling us tonight what inspired his funny moment of fame, bringing a little levity to a deeply divided Congress. Here's Liz Kreutz.
He's the 6-year-old everyone's talking about, as Tennessee Congressman John Rose spoke on the House floor Monday denouncing former President Trump's recent guilty verdict, his young son Guy stealing the show, making one silly face after another and another, even signing out his little brother Sam's name. The viral moment propelling this recent kindergarten grad into newfound internet fame.
I like that kid. I like that kid. 10 minutes before that, his dad was like, I think Mountain Dew is fine for kids.
Today,
hello, anyone on?
Guy telling us he was simply bored.
What made you say, I'm just going to start making these funny faces?
I was trying to make my brother laugh.
Did you expect that you would make the entire country laugh?
A little.
The congressman unaware of his son's antics behind him.
I had no idea. I told him, smile at your brother. And so I was just hoping that he would be behaving and smiling at his brother.
Even as our cameras rolled, Guy yet again upstaging his dad.
So, Guy, do you know what your dad does?
Yeah.
What does he do?
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I don't really know.
It's that blissful innocence that's captured the country's hearts.
What's your message to America?
Nothing really. Eat more candy every day.
A reminder that even in these historic halls, we shouldn't take ourselves too seriously. Liz Kreutz, NBC News.
Absolutely priceless. That's Nightly News for this Tuesday. Thank you for watching. I'm Lester Holt. Please take care of yourself and each other. Good night. Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Tonight, President Biden signing a sweeping executive action on security at the U.S. southern border. Facing mounting criticism over immigration, the president making his most aggressive move yet to control the border. Mr. Biden saying he's doing, quote, what Republicans in Congress refuse to do. The power the new order gives him just weeks before his first debate with Donald Trump. Also tonight, opening statements in Hunter Biden's federal gun trial. The text messages the prosecution showed to the jury taken from his purported laptop, and what the defense is saying about his past drug use and purchase of a firearm. The nationwide disruptions impacting AT&T and Verizon customers. What's causing it? The first major heat wave of 2024, triple-digit temperatures in the West. We're tracking it. Attorney General Merrick Garland defiant on Capitol Hill, telling Republicans, I will not be intimidated, as they demand tapes of President Biden's interview with special counsel Robert Hur. Our NBC News exclusive, the new electric vehicles rolling off GM's assembly line. The CEO and why GM is still betting big on EVs despite a sales slowdown. And after he stole the show from his congressman dad, the 6-year-old telling us about his viral moment of fame.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening and welcome. President Biden tonight sidestepping Congress and taking his own action to sharply tighten controls at the southern border. With his signature alone, the president using his executive authority to shut down asylum requests when the average daily number of illegal crossings between ports of entry exceeds 2,500. Tonight, that average number tops 4,000, putting the new directive into immediate effect. The president looking to turn the tables on Republicans on an issue that has left him politically vulnerable. In his remarks announcing the new order, President Biden saying doing nothing is not an option and that he would have preferred to address this issue through bipartisan legislation. But many Republicans in Congress tonight dismissing the president's actions as too little, too late. Our Julia Ainsley is at the border in Texas with more.
Facing fierce criticism of his handling of the border crisis, President Biden tonight unveiling new executive action.
This action will help us gain control of our border.
The executive order will bar many migrants who cross the border illegally from requesting asylum when illegal crossings are over 2,500 per day, like they have been for the past 3 years. The restrictions last until they dip below 1,500 per day.
If they choose to come without permission and against the law, they'll be restricted from receiving asylum and staying in the United States.
It's 3:30 p.m. in Hidalgo, Texas, and this bus is transporting migrants who just came through the border wall. They'll be able to claim asylum, but those who cross after midnight will not. But there are exceptions to the restrictions, including unaccompanied children. Plus, migrants can still request asylum at ports of entry. Today's move comes after a record. Nearly 10 million migrants have crossed into the U.S. since President Biden took office. Our recent poll shows just 28% of Americans approve of President Biden's handling of the border. Today, the president blaming Republicans for blocking a bipartisan border security bill.
I've come here today to do what the Republicans in Congress refuse to do. Take the necessary steps to secure our border.
But Republicans say Biden sparked the crisis by reversing Trump border policies, blasting today's move as an election year stunt.
He can close the border down entirely. He's not going to do that. He has no interest in doing that. They want it wide open. So this weak measure here, don't be fooled.
While some Democrats also slamming the president's action.
It's not a time for us to turn to Trump-era policies. It's not time to go and use the tools that Trump used.
Today, we met a Venezuelan family who entered at a port of entry this morning, using the CBP One app created by the Biden administration to book appointments for asylum screenings. They said they slept on the streets in Mexico while waiting.
¿Cuánto tiempo tienes esperando?
How long were you waiting? 7 months and 6 days, he tells us, saying he came to the U.S. to work to feed his young family.
And Julia, we're already expecting legal challenges to this executive order.
Yes, Lester, the ACLU is threatening to sue, saying this order prevents migrants from exercising their right to claim asylum. Meanwhile, Border Patrol agents I've talked to say they're worried about a logjam when migrants who cannot claim asylum cannot be deported fast enough. Lester?
Julia Ainsley starting us off. Thank you. Opening statements today in the trial of President Biden's son Hunter on federal gun charges. The prosecution telling jurors he lied about his drug use on a government background check to buy a gun, and they introduced evidence from his laptop. Ryan Nobles has late details.
Tonight, the prosecution kicking off their case against the son of the president with one simple message to the jury. No one is above the law. In opening arguments, prosecutor Derek Hines saying Hunter Biden was a user of crack and a drug addict. He chose to lie on a government form about his drug use when he purchased a .38 caliber handgun. No one is allowed to lie on a federal form like that, even Hunter Biden, he said. Hines pointing to the defendant's own words in his own voice.
Mainly, however, we just planted ourselves on the couch and smoked a ton of crack.
Hines playing these audio clips from Hunter Biden's memoir for the jury.
By now, I possessed a new superpower, the ability to find crack in any town at any time, no matter how unfamiliar the terrain.
First Lady Jill Biden, his wife Melissa, and sister Ashley were in court, sitting together while the excerpts played, visibly shaken and embracing each other. Hunter Biden is charged with 3 counts related to allegedly purchasing and possessing a gun while using narcotics, and faces prison time if convicted. But defense attorney Abby Lowell telling the jury today, you will see that he is not guilty. He said that Hunter Biden did not knowingly lie on the form, arguing that during that narrow window of time, Biden was not acting like, quote, someone who was smoking crack every 20 minutes. Late today, the first prosecution witness, an FBI agent, testifying about Hunter Biden's laptop, telling jurors investigators found text messages detailing his interactions with drug dealers around the time he made the gun purchase. Tomorrow, Hunter Biden's ex-wife will be on the stand, and eventually Hallie Biden, the widow of his late brother Beau, with whom Hunter had a romantic relationship. Lester?
All right, thank you. And a problem with AT&T's cellular network left thousands of customers unable to make calls today. Brian Chung is following this. Brian, what happened?
Good evening, Lester. The issue appears to have impacted AT&T and Verizon customers trying to call each other throughout the day. There were more than 5,000 service issues reported nationwide. Verizon said its network was operating normally, with some experiencing issues when calling or texting with customers served by another carrier. AT&T said the issue between carriers had been resolved after about 7 hours and that 911 calls were not impacted. This comes 4 months after another major AT&T disruption that impacted tens of thousands of customers, which took about a half a day to resolve. Lester?
Brian, thank you. We'll turn now to an early season heat wave, the first major one of 2024, bringing dangerous triple-digit temperatures to parts of the West. 32 million people under heat alert stretching from California to Texas. High temperatures are expected to tie or break records through at least Friday. At a combative House hearing, Attorney General Merrick Garland fought back against Republican attacks, including the false accusation the Justice Department was behind the Manhattan prosecution of former President Trump. Here's Hallie Jackson.
A message both blunt and sharp tonight from the Attorney General.
I will not be intimidated, and the Justice Department will not be intimidated.
A full-throated defense from the typically soft-spoken AG, targeting Republican attacks on the Justice Department and slamming suggestions the DOJ had a hand in former President Trump's state felony conviction last week, as Mr. Trump falsely claims.
That conspiracy theory is an attack on the judicial process itself.
But many Republicans insist the Biden DOJ is playing politics.
Many Americans believe there's now a double standard in our justice system. They believe that because there is.
The House GOP looking to hold Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress for defying a subpoena for the audio of the interview between President Biden and Special Counsel Robert Hur, who ultimately declined to prosecute the president over his handling of classified documents, suggesting a jury would be unlikely to convict a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. The interview transcript has already been released, but Republicans want more.
We haven't heard the tapes. We don't know if they match up. If you have audio or video, that is better than a transcript.
Substantively, the transcript may be accurate, but you know what? The audio would tell us so much more.
But the White House asserted executive privilege over the recordings at the request of Garland, who today says he'd be concerned about a possible chilling effect if they were released.
It could influence witnesses' answers if they thought the audio of their law enforcement interviews would be broadcast to Congress and the public.
And with the House Speaker rolling out a new three-part plan today to go after the Justice Department, the GOP fight is clearly not over yet. Lester?
Hallie Jackson, thank you. We'll turn now to the war in Gaza and the newly published comments from President Biden suggesting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu may be prolonging the war for his political survival. Let's get more on this from Gabe Gutierrez.
Tonight, President Biden is walking a fine line with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, offering some of his harshest criticism yet. In a new interview with Time magazine, the president was asked whether he thought Netanyahu is prolonging the war for his own political self-preservation. He said, "I'm not going to comment on that. There is every reason for people to draw that conclusion." That response is drawing backlash from Israel.
It is outside the diplomatic norms of every right-thinking country to comment on the leaders, whether they should be a prime minister or not be a prime minister.
Today, I asked the president to clarify, and he walked the comments back.
Is Prime Minister Netanyahu playing politics with the war? I don't think so. He's trying to work out a serious problem he has.
Asked by Time whether Israeli forces have committed war crimes in Gaza, President Biden answered that it's uncertain and has been investigated by the Israelis themselves. The president also saying he did not think Israel was starving civilians intentionally, but I think they've engaged in activity that is inappropriate. Still, even after this warning to Israel last month,
They go into Rafah. I'm not supplying the weapons.
The U.S. is still backing its ally. Now, with ceasefire negotiations stalled, today the White House National Security Advisor met with families of the hostages, including Omer Nutra's mother.
Once again, we're in this cycle where everyone is waiting on an answer, right? We're really hoping that the deal goes through.
The president also says his biggest disagreement with the prime minister is about what should happen after the war and whether there's a two-state solution. Lester?
Gabe Gutierrez, thank you. In 60 seconds, the future of the road. Our exclusive with the CEO of General Motors, what Mary Barra says about when more people will switch to EVs and the price that will get them there. Late today, an FDA advisory panel weighed in on the potential use of MDMA, better known as ecstasy, as a treatment for PTSD. Some studies have found that it helped when combined with talk therapy, but the panel overwhelmingly concluded the data shows it is not effective in patients with PTSD. Now to our NBC News exclusive. The CEO of America's biggest car company, GM, still betting big on electric vehicles despite a slowdown in EV sales and criticism from former President Trump. She spoke with Tom Costello.
Rolling off the assembly line, 2 new electric vehicles on which General Motors is betting big. An EV version of its best-selling Silverado and the Equinox SUV.
We're executing, we're launching.
Despite a slowdown in EV sales across all brands, CEO Mary Barra says GM is all in on all electric.
We're committed to this technology, getting it right, and offering the consumer something that's going to make their life better.
All right. I'm driving?
Yeah, you're driving.
Barra had me drive the new Equinox EV, which she insists will be a game changer. An SUV with 17-inch displays, able to go 300 miles on a single charge, and with a $7,500 tax rebate priced to attract middle America.
This is the sweet spot for the market. People want a vehicle that's in this $30,000, $35,000 range.
Absolutely. That is where the bulk of new car purchases happen.
The new Silverado EV pickup has even more range, 440 miles. In all, GM offers 11 EV models. But while EVs make up 7.3% of all new vehicle sales in the U.S., sales growth has slowed. Prices are also dropping. The average now $55,000 and more popular in blue states than red.
Is that a political divide, a cultural divide that will hurt sales, especially of the Silverado EV?
Well, when we look at it, right next to the Silverado EV in that showroom at that dealer is going to be a Silverado that's gas powered. So the consumer's going to get to choose what they want.
But consumers are both price and range sensitive.
Do you still envision to stop selling gas-powered vehicles by the mid-2030s, as you'd suggested at one point?
Well, again, we'll be guided by the customer, but in the end, I think, and we're seeing this around the globe, it will be led by what customers want. Because, again, a car is a very expensive purchase for people, so they need to get what they want and what they're willing to pay for and what it represents.
The Equinox EV has tough competition from Tesla, Hyundai, Kia, and Nissan. And former President Trump's criticism of EVs is raising concerns among proponents. He could dismantle the tax incentives if elected.
Will you be just as committed to EVs if there's a Trump administration?
We will be just committed because we think in the long term they're better.
Barra says GM customers will soon have access to Tesla and other charging stations, which should address concerns about charger availability. Lester?
All right, Tom, thank you. Up next, with election season upon us, how the rise of AI deep fakes is impacting one of the biggest elections on the planet. Is it a sign of what's to come?
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters.
This is where it all begins.
Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Tonight, President Biden signing a sweeping executive action on security at the U.S. southern border. Facing mounting criticism over immigration, the president making his most aggressive move yet to control the border. Mr. Biden saying he's doing, quote, what Republicans in Congress refuse to do. The power the new order gives him just weeks before his first debate with Donald Trump. Also tonight, opening statements in Hunter Biden's federal gun trial. The text messages the prosecution showed to the jury taken from his purported laptop, and what the defense is saying about his past drug use and purchase of a firearm. The nationwide disruptions impacting AT&T and Verizon customers. What's causing it? The first major heat wave of 2024, triple-digit temperatures in the West. We're tracking it. Attorney General Merrick Garland defiant on Capitol Hill, telling Republicans, I will not be intimidated, as they demand tapes of President Biden's interview with special counsel Robert Hur. Our NBC News exclusive, the new electric vehicles rolling off GM's assembly line. The CEO and why GM is still betting big on EVs despite a sales slowdown. And after he stole the show from his congressman dad, the 6-year-old telling us about his viral moment of fame.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening and welcome. President Biden tonight sidestepping Congress and taking his own action to sharply tighten controls at the southern border. With his signature alone, the president using his executive authority to shut down asylum requests when the average daily number of illegal crossings between ports of entry exceeds 2,500. Tonight, that average number tops 4,000, putting the new directive into immediate effect. The president looking to turn the tables on Republicans on an issue that has left him politically vulnerable. In his remarks announcing the new order, President Biden saying doing nothing is not an option and that he would have preferred to address this issue through bipartisan legislation. But many Republicans in Congress tonight dismissing the president's actions as too little, too late. Our Julia Ainsley is at the border in Texas with more.
Facing fierce criticism of his handling of the border crisis, President Biden tonight unveiling new executive action.
This action will help us gain control of our border.
The executive order will bar many migrants who cross the border illegally from requesting asylum when illegal crossings are over 2,500 per day, like they have been for the past 3 years. The restrictions last until they dip below 1,500 per day.
If they choose to come without permission and against the law, they'll be restricted from receiving asylum and staying in the United States.
It's 3:30 p.m. in Hidalgo, Texas, and this bus is transporting migrants who just came through the border wall. They'll be able to claim asylum, but those who cross after midnight will not. But there are exceptions to the restrictions, including unaccompanied children. Plus, migrants can still request asylum at ports of entry. Today's move comes after a record. Nearly 10 million migrants have crossed into the U.S. since President Biden took office. Our recent poll shows just 28% of Americans approve of President Biden's handling of the border. Today, the president blaming Republicans for blocking a bipartisan border security bill.
I've come here today to do what the Republicans in Congress refuse to do. Take the necessary steps to secure our border.
But Republicans say Biden sparked the crisis by reversing Trump border policies, blasting today's move as an election year stunt.
He can close the border down entirely. He's not going to do that. He has no interest in doing that. They want it wide open. So this weak measure here, don't be fooled.
While some Democrats also slamming the president's action.
It's not a time for us to turn to Trump-era policies. It's not time to go and use the tools that Trump used.
Today, we met a Venezuelan family who entered at a port of entry this morning, using the CBP One app created by the Biden administration to book appointments for asylum screenings. They said they slept on the streets in Mexico while waiting. How long were you waiting? 7 months and 6 days, he tells us, saying he came to the U.S. to work to feed his young family.
And Julia, we're already expecting legal challenges to this executive order.
Yes, Lester, the ACLU is threatening to sue, saying this order prevents migrants from exercising their right to claim asylum. Meanwhile, Border Patrol agents I've talked to say they're worried about a logjam when migrants who cannot claim asylum cannot be deported fast enough. Lester?
Julia Ainsley starting us off. Thank you. Opening statements today in the trial of President Biden's son Hunter on federal gun charges. The prosecution telling jurors he lied about his drug use on a government background check to buy a gun, and they introduced evidence from his laptop. Ryan Nobles has late details.
Tonight, the prosecution kicking off their case against the son of the president with one simple message to the jury. No one is above the law. In opening arguments, prosecutor Derek Hines saying Hunter Biden was a user of crack and a drug addict. He chose to lie on a government form about his drug use when he purchased a .38 caliber handgun. No one is allowed to lie on a federal form like that, even Hunter Biden, he said. Hines pointing to the defendant's own words in his own voice.
Mainly, however, we just planted ourselves on the couch and smoked a ton of crack.
Hines playing these audio clips from Hunter Biden's memoir for the jury.
By now, I possessed a new superpower, the ability to find crack in any town at any time, no matter how unfamiliar the terrain.
First Lady Jill Biden, his wife Melissa, and sister Ashley were in court, sitting together while the excerpts played, visibly shaken and embracing each other. Hunter Biden is charged with 3 counts related to allegedly purchasing and possessing a gun while using narcotics, and faces prison time if convicted. But defense attorney Abby Lowell telling the jury today, you will see that he is not guilty. He said that Hunter Biden did not knowingly lie on the form, arguing that during that narrow window of time, Biden was not acting like, quote, someone who was smoking crack every 20 minutes. Late today, the first prosecution witness, an FBI agent, testifying about Hunter Biden's laptop, telling jurors investigators found text messages detailing his interactions with drug dealers around the time he made the gun purchase. Tomorrow, Hunter Biden's ex-wife will be on the stand, and eventually Hallie Biden, the widow of his late brother Beau, with whom Hunter had a romantic relationship. Lester?
All right, thank you. And a problem with AT&T's cellular network left thousands of customers unable to make calls today. Brian Chung is following this. Brian, what happened?
Good evening, Lester. The issue appears to have impacted AT&T and Verizon customers trying to call each other throughout the day. There were more than 5,000 service issues reported nationwide. Verizon said its network was operating normally, with some experiencing issues when calling or texting with customers served by another carrier. AT&T said the issue between carriers had been resolved after about 7 hours and that 911 calls were not impacted. This comes 4 months after another major AT&T disruption that impacted tens of thousands of customers, which took about a half a day to resolve. Lester?
Brian, thank you. We'll turn now to an early season heat wave, the first major one of 2024, bringing dangerous triple-digit temperatures to parts of the West. 32 million people under heat alert stretching from California to Texas. High temperatures are expected to tie or break records through at least Friday. At a combative House hearing, Attorney General Merrick Garland fought back against Republican attacks, including the false accusation the Justice Department was behind the Manhattan prosecution of former President Trump. Here's Hallie Jackson.
A message both blunt and sharp tonight from the Attorney General.
I will not be intimidated, and the Justice Department will not be intimidated.
A full-throated defense from the typically soft-spoken AG, targeting Republican attacks on the Justice Department and slamming suggestions the DOJ had a hand in former President Trump's state felony conviction last week, as Mr. Trump falsely claims.
That conspiracy theory is an attack on the judicial process itself.
But many Republicans insist the Biden DOJ is playing politics.
Many Americans believe there's now a double standard in our justice system. They believe that because there is.
The House GOP looking to hold Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress for defying a subpoena for the audio of the interview between President Biden and Special Counsel Robert Hur, who ultimately declined to prosecute the president over his handling of classified documents, suggesting a jury would be unlikely to convict a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. The interview transcript has already been released, but Republicans want more.
We haven't heard the tapes. We don't know if they match up.
If you have audio or video, that is better than a transcript.
Substantively, the transcript may be accurate, but you know what? The audio would tell us so much more.
But the White House asserted executive privilege over the recordings at the request of Garland, who today says he'd be concerned about a possible chilling effect if they were released.
It could influence witnesses' answers if they thought the audio of their law enforcement interviews would be broadcast to Congress and the public.
And with the House Speaker rolling out a new three-part plan today to go after the Justice Department, the GOP fight is clearly not over yet. Lester?
Hallie Jackson, thank you. We'll turn now to the war in Gaza and the newly published comments from President Biden suggesting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu may be prolonging the war for his political survival. Let's get more on this from Gabe Gutierrez.
Tonight, President Biden is walking a fine line with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, offering some of his harshest criticism yet. In a new interview with Time magazine, the president was asked whether he thought Netanyahu is prolonging the war for his own political self-preservation. He said, "I'm not going to comment on that. There is every reason for people to draw that conclusion." That response is drawing backlash from Israel.
It is outside the diplomatic norms of every right-thinking country to comment on the leaders, whether they should be a prime minister or not be a prime minister.
Today, I asked the president to clarify, and he walked the comments back.
Is Prime Minister Netanyahu playing politics with the war? I don't think so. He's trying to work out a serious problem he has.
Asked by Time whether Israeli forces have committed war crimes in Gaza, President Biden answered that it's uncertain and has been investigated by the Israelis themselves. The president also saying he did not think Israel was starving civilians intentionally, but I think they've engaged in activity that is inappropriate. Still, even after this warning to Israel last month,
If they go into Rafah, I'm not supplying the weapons.
The U.S. is still backing its ally. Now, with ceasefire negotiations stalled, today the White House National Security Advisor met with families of the hostages, including Omer Nutra's mother.
Once again, we're in this cycle where everyone is waiting on an answer, right? We're really hoping that the deal goes through.
The president also says his biggest disagreement with the prime minister is about what should happen after the war and whether there's a two-state solution. Lester?
Gabe Gutierrez, thank you. In 60 seconds, the future of the road. Our exclusive with the CEO of General Motors, what Mary Barra says about when more people will switch to EVs and the price that will get them there.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today?
Closer to the Gaza border.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good Morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
I'm here in pain and so hurt and so sad. I would give anything for Christian to be here.
They were new to college and newly in love. The whole world ahead of them.
He grabs my chin and he pulls me up and he just gives me this magical kiss.
But their secret romance would lead to something shattering when Christian vanished.
Oh God, my young life went out the window.
It was tense, we were nervous, we were scared.
I'm starting to believe that there might be more to this than just a missing person.
Where was he? Did someone have something to hide?
There was blood found in the car.
A lover's triangle, a circle of friends. Was one of them a killer?
This was planned. This was on purpose.
How could you do something so horrific?
I'm Lester Holt, and this is Dateline. Here's Dennis Murphy with Circle of Friends.
Remember going away to college? Maybe your first time away from home. There were new friends waiting to be made. The tingling of possibilities.
Oh God, the first kiss was amazing.
Sometimes disappointments when things didn't work out.
I thought he was just depressed. We just didn't take it that seriously. And, you know, maybe we should have.
For 3 Florida teenagers, the decisions they made as they started campus life had terrifying, lethal consequences.
I mean, it all seems so surreal. When we're actually told about it, we're like, this can't possibly be happening.
The story of our 3 begins at a high school near Miami. Not quite Hogwarts, but Erica, Pedro, and Christian were as inseparable as Harry, Ron, and Hermione. A trio of friends laughing and wrestling through adolescence together at Doral Academy, a charter school for high-achieving smart kids.
I moved there in 2006 for 6th grade.
For Erica Freeman, Doral Academy was a special place.
I met people from all over the world, actually, which was really interesting, and they had a lot of opportunities academically that I don't think you get in an average high school.
Erica was smart, upbeat, pretty. She loved everything from skydiving to Shakespeare. And in her sophomore year, she caught the eye of a cute guy in class, Pedro Bravo.
He was a big clown. He was kind of a funny guy around people. He was always making jokes.
Disruptive, act out in class kind of guy?
Not really act out in class, but he'd act out as soon as class was over. And it was just to, you know, get a crowd laughing or this or that.
Pedro was a fellow rock-solid student with an artistic flair. His journals were full of sketches and doodles that friends thought showed real talent.
I mean, he could draw anything you wanted.
Robert Lopez was a friend and classmate.
So anything from like graphic comics up to picture art, huh?
Right, yeah. He was very, very, very gifted in that sense.
Erica and Pedro quickly became an item. Teenage lovers, but with adult dreams.
We were in a pretty serious relationship. We were a little bit more mature than the average. We didn't go out and drink. We were just very focused on school and each other.
Another sharply focused classmate in their circle was Pedro's good buddy, Christian Aguilar.
I met him through Pedro. He was awesome. He was funny and he was nice, and we were instantly good friends.
Christian was the soccer player who hit the books. The son of Colombian immigrants became the all-American boy. Video games, Kanye West rap in his ears, and plans to become a doctor.
It sounds as though to understand Christian, you have to realize how academically motivated he was.
Oh yeah, he was very driven. And it wasn't like his family was pushing him. It was just that he wanted to make them proud.
These 3 high-achieving musketeers, Christian, Erica, and Pedro, all doubled at prom together and posed for this snapshot in the waning days of high school.
I mean, did you guys do a limo and the whole thing? Or?
We did do a limo, and we all showed up. We took plenty of pictures. You know, it was fun.
For a lot of American kids, it was for these 3, graduation from high school is one of those big paths crossing in the woods. A lot of, what are you going to do next? Let's stay friends forever kind of goodbyes.
Mr. Christian Aguilar.
Christian, scholar that he was, intent on pursuing pre-med, got admitted to the selective University of Florida in Gainesville.
Was Christian happy when his acceptance came through?
Oh, he was so happy. He was ecstatic.
And though all 3 friends wanted to be Gators, had the U of F as a top choice school, only Christian got in. Erica was headed to a different college in Gainesville, Santa Fe, while Pedro planned to take classes near his home in Miami. And as graduation neared, more life decisions. Erica broke it off with Pedro. She didn't want a long-distance relationship. And after all, they were just 18 years old, and the big wide world was ahead of them both.
I wanted him to find someone and fall in love with them and, you know, live a normal life. And I just didn't think he was the one for me.
They were barely unpacked, classes just starting, when a sudden change of plans. Pedro didn't want to be left behind in Miami after all. As the fall semester started, he showed up in Gainesville, as his friend Robert remembered.
He just visited Gainesville, and that was the intention, was just a visit. And then he ended up signing a lease and enrolling for classes in the fall at Santa Fe College.
Maybe there was life after Hogwarts for Pedro, Erica, and Christian. Could the friendship be renewed and survive a 5-hour move up the interstate from Miami? If that was indeed the hope, it was dashed with some awful news on September 21st, 2012.
It was tense. We were nervous. We were scared, you know, what could have happened.
Christian never showed up at his dorm that night and wasn't answering his phone.
It's not like Christian to just not answer. It's not like him not to just disappear. There was something wrong.
Christian Aguilar had vanished.
What could be behind Christian's sudden disappearance? When we come back, retracing his last steps, a rough neighborhood, and a curious stranger.
He tells me at one point they stopped to pick up a hitchhiker.
And then eventually the hitchhiker was like, I want to get out of the car. And then shortly after, Christian said, I want to get out of the car too.
When Dateline continues.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Yeah, you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I can go to space.
I feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Three teenagers, all college freshmen in Gainesville, Florida, longtime friends. But now one of them, Christian, was a no-show for meeting with his circle of friends. Didn't pick up the phone, not so much as a text.
And it got later and later, and I start calling our friends, and I'm like, hey, I just wanted to make sure, like, have you seen Christian?
When you're not getting text back, when do you start to go from worried to really getting freaked out?
Well, honestly, all that night, I couldn't really sleep. I had passed by his dorm room to see if possibly, his phone died and he couldn't answer, his phone got wet. I was thinking of all these different scenarios. And he wasn't in his dorm. Where was he all night? Where was he staying? Where was he sleeping? Where is he?
The next morning, still nothing from Christian. He hadn't come back to his dorm room. So Erica and Pedro, her ex-boyfriend, together went to the Gainesville police.
So we go to the window and we start explaining our situation, and the lady pretty much laughs at me.
So they're blowing you off.
Yeah. And I was just there you know, this lady better hope there's nothing wrong here. I was so upset at that point because I just wanted someone to pay attention and, you know, this is a serious thing.
But after all, Christian wouldn't be the first college freshman to go off the grid for a bit. Maybe taking a break from his studies, crashing at another dorm. But his friends were worried, and the cops told them to go see if the campus police could help.
The big thing that I want to find out is, has anybody been in contact with him? When was the last time they contacted him? Where was the last time anybody was in contact with him?
Officer Tim Peck talked to the concerned pair, found out that Pedro was the last friend to see Christian the previous day.
And he kind of walks me through the day, you know, once he meets Christian. They go to the infirmary because Christian needs to get a flu shot. Then they go back to Pedro's car, which is parked on campus. And then at that point, they go to Best Buy.
A pretty routine afternoon, until Pedro told him they decided to do something a little impulsive.
And he tells me at one point they stopped to pick up a hitchhiker.
Pedro told Officer Peck and Erica they drove around town for a bit.
Eventually, the hitchhiker was like, I want to get out of the car, and then shortly after, Christian said, you know, I want to get out of the car too. You know, just pull over, I want to get out.
And that was where the friends parted, near this auto body shop a few miles off campus. That neighborhood around the body shop raised alarms for Officer Peck. It had some rough spots.
Some of the area is known to be a high drug area, have some gang activity as well. So that kind of concerned me. Were they up there specifically for that reason, or in the process of Christian getting dropped off, did he run into something or wander into a bad area?
I knew there was a large homeless community in Gainesville, and there still is. So I was a little concerned about that. If he was in the woods somewhere and he stumbled into a campground of homeless people and, you know, they decided to do something to him, you know, that was one of the options I had thought of.
A gang area, homeless camps, and a mysterious hitchhiker. There seemed reason enough to be worried. Erica called Christian's parents, Carlos and Claudia Aguilar, down in Miami and told them that Christian was missing.
What did you think?
I know that something was wrong.
So was that worrying for you, that his
Yes.
behavior was not at all
Not at all.
Christian? Huh?
That was not Christian.
Along with Christian's younger brother, Alex, they jumped in the car to make that long drive up to Gainesville.
I can say that car ride was the most silent car ride I've ever had. We really didn't talk. We didn't know what to say to one another.
What did that word missing mean to you?
Missing at first, I guess maybe me trying to be positive, was just him. Maybe he went out to a party. Maybe he got injured. Maybe he got into a car accident. We couldn't really tell because we don't know who he hangs out with.
And once they arrived, police had questions for Alex and his parents, too.
They bring us into this small little room, and we have an officer who gave us a few questions, asking what type of person is Christian. Is he normally like this? Would he usually go out? Does he drink? Does he do any drugs?
What were you seeing in Christian's parents in this period?
Confused, pain. There was just pain in their eyes.
But Erica says they were all about to channel that pain into determination, with more friends heading up from Miami.
I had a whole group of individuals who were now just as concerned as I was, just as focused as I was, just as driven to find Christian. I didn't feel so alone once they got there. I felt, we're gonna find him. We can do this.
Christian's family and friends were hopeful he'd turn up, and soon. And for Officer Peck, the case of the missing student got more baffling when he caught wind of a secret. Christian had been trying to hide something. Was his secret the key to finding him?
There's something else going on here that I'm not aware of, but what exactly that is, I'm not sure.
Coming up, the secret. Turns out someone else knew it too, and it was about to be revealed right there at the police station.
Do you know Christian?
Yeah.
How do you know him?
I was just concerned that I was gonna push him off the edge.
When Dateline continues.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
Place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health. Big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Erica Freeman and Pedro Bravo were at that UF campus police station trying to help the cops track down their friend Christian. Surveillance cameras were rolling as they made their report to Officer Tim Peck. Then his team quickly went to work, tracing the missing student with the usual technological tools. They pinged his cell phone. It was off. Checked the university computers. Christian had not logged on.
We check with the hospitals, the local hospitals, to see if he was in there. Then we'll also check with our notes from the previous night, run his name to see if he's had any contact with us. Check with the city and the county, their main dispatch center, to see if they had any contact with them.
No sign of Christian anywhere.
You're still calling, still texting?
I'm still calling, I'm still texting. I meant sending him messages like, we're gonna find you, I love you so much, I can't wait to see you again, everything's gonna be okay, trying to calm myself down.
And it was in those hours inside the campus police station that Erica disclosed a secret that Christian had been keeping. It was her secret too. Since high school graduation and her breakup with Pedro, she and Christian had become more than friends.
It was very exciting. We thought it was great. We thought this is us learning how to get used to Gainesville. And it was like I had my best friend with me. It was somebody who I could always turn to, somebody I did always turn to, and somebody now that was always going to be there for me.
Who made the move for the first embrace?
Oh, he did. He drove to my house, And I see him, and I instantly, we hug, and I'm there, and I'm just nervous. I haven't been this nervous, and I had all these butterflies in my stomach. And he grabs my chin, and he pulls me up, and he just gives me this magical kiss.
And you became a couple that moment.
Oh yeah, it was like, our first date was going to a restaurant, Chick-fil-A, and we just both had all those butterflies in our stomachs, and we just felt like, is this really happening? Is this still really happening? Like, I just kept, pinching myself like, God, this is crazy. I can't believe this.
And in a matter of weeks, their young lives, she and Christian, had changed completely. They were madly, deeply in love.
What do you think the two of you had?
Something very rare. Something you don't find every day. Something amazing. Something, I don't even know how to explain what we had. It's like not a care in the world because you're just so happy to be with that person.
I mean, young girls are in love sometimes with being in love, but this doesn't sound like that.
Oh, no. This was something where you clicked on every level.
But out of friendship and respect, they'd kept the new romance a secret from Pedro, Erica's ex. Yet his friends knew that something was eating away at Pedro ever since graduating from high school. He'd been in a kind of funk.
Did he change at all?
Yes, as a matter of fact. As time went on, he kind of was a little more withdrawn. He was just starting to keep to himself a little more. I thought he was just depressed, We all go through it. We all feel like, oh my gosh.
Buddy Robert Lopez had noticed some odd, alarming behavior.
We all went out to this restaurant, The Swamp. It's well known in Gainesville. It's right next to the football stadium. And our tab ran up to like $70, and he picked up the whole tab. And we asked him, like, Pedro, why would you pay for our whole tab? You're paying for all your classes out of pocket. And he's like, yeah, I'm not worried about it. I won't need this money soon.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That give you an insight into his head at that point,
yeah,
do you think?
That was when we realized, he's not doing okay.
Was Pedro suicidal? All the more reason for Erica and Christian to keep their happy romance quiet.
I was just concerned that I was going to push him off the edge. I didn't want him to go home that night knowing that I was dating one of our mutual friends and him think, I'm just going to end my life right now.
But now with Christian's disappearance, the cat was out of the bag. At the university police station that day, Erica blurted it out, with Pedro right there in the room.
Do you know Christian?
Yeah.
How do you know him?
His girlfriend.
You're his girlfriend?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And she goes on to tell me that her and Christian had started dating, but they didn't think Pedro knew about them dating.
How would Pedro react to hearing that? The officer sensed that something seemed to be brewing in the circle of friends, but what that wasn't clear. For now, everyone was focused on finding Christian.
They were all feeling like we're all in this together. We all worried about Christian. He's our friend. We're trying to find out, do whatever we can to help locate him.
Officer Peck could see that Erica was becoming increasingly agitated. So as the campus cop was checking out the stories these two friends had told him, he decided it was time to bring in investigators from the Gainesville PD. And the first thing they'd want to do is to talk to Pedro Bravo.
I have to tell you one thing. Okay.
Coming up, a dramatic new clue.
We find Christian's backpack.
Where would this discovery lead?
But I overheard police officers discussing like a love triangle.
I'm starting to believe that there might be more to this than just a missing person.
When Dateline continues.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good Morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Now he's raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now he's real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great.
Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
College kids in a college town. That first whiff of freedom can lead to some less than responsible, even reckless behavior. But in the case of missing freshman Christian Aguilar, campus police had begun to suspect something sinister may have happened. So they called in a veteran detective from the Gainesville PD.
When I first walked in, there was two girls sitting in the lobby, which was Erica Freeman and her sister. There was a male, which later I found out was Pedro Bravo, was in an interview room.
Are you Pedro? Yes, I'm Pedro.
Since Pedro was the last person known to have seen Christian, he topped the list of people Detective Randy Roberts wanted to speak to.
I wanted to hear Mr. Bravo's story from beginning to end exactly as he had told UPD, so I could get a feel for what was going on.
I really hope he's not missing for long. Me too. So, in the last 48 hours, when have you seen Christian? Yesterday.
Pedro repeated his account of that last day he'd seen his friend. How they'd run some errands, grabbed a bite to eat, swung over to Best Buy so Christian could pick up the latest Kanye West CD. That's them around 3 p.m., smiling as they walked through the store.
Like his shoes were muddy and his shirt was tattered.
And again, he told the story of how they picked up a hitchhiker in a rough part of town.
How old do you think he was?
He's around his, I'd say mid-50s, but I can't tell because he had a big white bushy beard with him, so. But I'd say mid-50s around that.
Well, how else was he dressed? Any hat?
He had a cowboy hat.
Detective Roberts then pressed Pedro about how and why he and Christian parted ways that night. Pedro revealed that after dropping off the hitchhiker, he and Christian got into an argument about a girl. But it had nothing to do with Erica. Remember, Christian and Erica had been trying to keep their new relationship a secret. This was about another girl from high school altogether.
And I made a comment about like this girl that he's had a crush on for like 3 years, and he's poured his heart out to her and it didn't work out. And he got mad. Like it was silent for a few minutes, and then he told me to stop the car. He wants to get out.
Okay, and what did you do?
I was angry at him too, so I stopped the car and I said, fine, get out.
The investigator listened with a skeptical ear as Pedro described driving away, stopping at McDonald's, and then going home to bed, with no idea something had happened until his phone rang at 4 a.m. and Erica told him that Christian was missing.
I got up and tried to go back to sleep, but I couldn't because I felt kind of guilty because I dropped him off on the road and I was afraid, like, what if something happens? What if he's lost right now?
Pedro let them search his car for any clues related to Christian. And bingo, they found something interesting.
They found a receipt showing that someone, him or someone else using his vehicle, had made a trip to McDonald's during the night.
McDonald's, where Pedro claimed he'd eaten right after Christian had jumped out of the car. Call it 7 p.m. and change. And yet, the receipt was time-stamped much later, 12:54 a.m., more than 5 hours later than he told them.
You forgot you went to McDonald's in the middle of the night. That maybe you forgot something else.
The back and forth with Detective Roberts started sounding more like an interrogation.
When you leave things out, kind of like
it kind of comes back to bite you in the ass.
It makes you look like you did something bad.
Yeah.
You know.
And as for that story about the hitchhiker, the cops checked it out, but couldn't come up with anything.
We checked surveillance video in the area where they said he dropped him, looking and didn't find anybody. We checked area businesses to see if there was someone like that matched the description of the hitchhiker and didn't find anyone.
So, was Pedro Bravo hiding something?
So is there anything we need to change about where you went, at what times, and things like that?
Well, there was. Just when it seemed the interview was ending, Pedro decided to keep talking. There was something he'd left out.
It's one thing I have to tell you because you're right, I can't keep everything from you, and I have to tell you one thing.
Okay.
And that one thing was huge.
Like in the scuffle with Chris, it wasn't just really an argument. I made the comment about the girl that he has a crush on, and he got angry at that. But then he came back with, maybe you should just kill yourself. And that's when I turned around and punched him straight in the face.
A fist fight. This was a new detail he'd never mentioned. Pedro was now admitting to leaving his buddy by the side of the road, bleeding from a sock in the nose.
Now I'm starting to believe that there might be something more to this than just a missing person.
But what? While investigators tried to figure it out, they decided they couldn't let Pedro go home. So they charged him with depriving a victim of medical care, for bloodying Christian's nose and then leaving him on the side of the road.
I had a suspicion that, the meeting took a wrong turn and that they got into an argument, and what could have happened? What exactly is Pedro capable of?
Meanwhile, the search for Christian was only getting bigger, and for his family and friends, more desperate.
What's going through your head? Is it like, it's me, Alex, I'm out here in the woods, I'm trying to find you, where are you?
Yeah, I think when we were searching, it was just more just to do something because you feel so useless and so helpless. So you're just there looking.
And what posters are going up?
We're hanging posters, we're handing out flyers during the football game because this was football season.
Gainesville police were doing their own searches too, as they focused more and more of their attention on Pedro Bravo and his wobbly story. They executed a search of his apartment less than 2 days after Christian had gone missing. And what did they find stashed way up in Pedro's closet?
We find Christian's backpack hidden inside of Pedro's backpack, then hidden inside of a suitcase.
So why would a friend have another friend's backpack?
That's our concern. Why would Pedro hide his backpack so excessively? Because it was very well hidden. So we thought this is Pedro trying to cover up.
Pedro is gone from being a person of interest to a suspect in his disappearance.
It was very quickly, I felt that all happened. And it's hard to swallow something that huge when it's, this is somebody you've known for so long.
Erica had to face the possibility that maybe she and Christian hadn't been so good at keeping secrets. Maybe Pedro had known all about their relationship, and it had sent him over the edge.
But I overheard police officers discussing that I, like a love, jealous, rage kind of thing, like a love triangle, I think they had said.
So how'd you bear up with that?
I didn't want to think of that. I couldn't imagine somebody doing something so horrible, especially somebody as smart as Pedro.
But when the crime scene techs processed Pedro's SUV, there it was, blood. Now the police believe Pedro hadn't just punched out Christian, they believed he killed him. On the Friday, a week after Pedro Bravo had helped report his good friend missing, he was charged with first-degree murder.
With the blood evidence, with the backpack being hidden, and with him being away and not heard of for so long, that's why we decided to upgrade the charge to murder.
So Pedro, your high school boyfriend who'd been in your life for a long time, is now charged with the first-degree murder of the guy you were describing as the man of your life.
Yes, that is exactly what happened. Very strange life I have.
But there's an axiom in homicide work: no body, no case. Investigators hadn't found Christian's body. So what else were they finding out about Pedro Bravo?
Coming up, the case heads into court, and the star witness?
I didn't want to see him, I didn't want to be around him, I just wanted him gone.
The young woman at the center of it all, now facing Pedro and a painful past.
I got really emotional, I got really thrown back. I was just like, why do you want to show me this?
When Dateline continues.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning, because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all
begins. Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
As Pedro Bravo sat in jail, charged with the murder of his friend Christian Aguilar, the search for Christian continued. His family clinging to hope, but fearing the worst.
You're there looking all day from sunrise to sunset with people you are meeting along the way, a bunch of volunteers, police officers.
But after 3 weeks of searching,
just down this road here is where those two men found human remains on Friday afternoon.
2 hunters walking through some acreage came across a body buried in a shallow grave. It was Christian.
In a way, we had expected it. We were just waiting for that phone call to actually happen.
Erica could not absorb the news.
You never want to just accept that kind of news, but at least we were able to find him.
State of Florida versus Pedro Bravo.
Nearly 2 years after Christian died, his high school friend Pedro was now on trial for murder. He pleaded not guilty.
Erica, your personal belief, do you believe that Pedro killed Christian?
Yes.
Why? For what reason?
I think it was a mixture of jealousy academically and a mixture of jealousy involving me.
Central to the prosecution's case, simple high school geometry, a love triangle. Christian, his new girlfriend Erica, and her ex, Pedro Bravo. A motive as old as time, the prosecutor said.
Mr. Bravo's plan is not just to murder Christian Aguilar. That's just a part of it. He's got to reunite with Erica.
The prosecutor painted a picture of a teenager not just depressed over the breakup, but obsessed with getting Erica back. And his star witness was the very object of Pedro's obsession, a very nervous Erica.
I didn't want to see him. I didn't want to be around him. I didn't want his family near him. I just wanted him gone.
With Pedro barely looking at her, Erica read just some of the nonstop text messages Pedro had been sending her.
I came all this way, and I miss you like crazy, and I love you despite everything that's happened. And maybe I'm stupid, but I can't help the feeling, and I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
On the stand, the prosecution asked Erica to read out loud sections of Pedro's journal, thoughts that would show the jury just how fixated on her he was.
I can win her back. I will win her back. I want to give up everything to be with her again.
But it was the sight of an evidence bag containing Christian's backpack, his personal stuff from a carefree, happy time, that caused Erica to lose it on the stand.
I got really emotional. I got really thrown back. I was just like, why did you have to bring this out? Why do you want to show me this?
And the prosecution wasn't done. There was more to its theory of motive. Despite their best efforts, Christian and Erica hadn't done a very good job concealing their relationship from Pedro.
Pedro went into Christian's Facebook and email accounts and read conversations between Erica and Christian.
So Christian was the romantic rival, and he needed to go, argued the state.
We know that he knew about it prior to them going off that day.
And this wasn't simply a crime of passion the prosecution charged. It was a cold, premeditated murder. The prosecution alleged Pedro started plotting his friend's murder on September 16, 2012, 4 days before Christian disappeared.
He's at home, and he's on his computer.
Google searches were found on Pedro's laptop. Questions like, what is chloroform? Can rubbing alcohol knock someone out? And what kinds of murders get solved? And here on security video is Pedro at a Walmart buying a sleep aid product, 55 yards of duct tape, and a hunting knife. In his hand was a shovel he just bought at Lowe's.
He literally bought the murderer starter pack.
And as the prosecution theory goes, Pedro used those items to drug and strangle his friend right inside his car.
A 920 at 411, that blue Blazer pulls in.
They show the jury surveillance cam video of Pedro's SUV in a Walmart parking lot. Investigators believe inside the vehicle, the murder is going down.
They sit there for a long period of time and then pull up a little further and sit there for another long period of time.
When he leaves that parking lot, Christian Aguilar's dead. He murders him in the car.
Forensics confirmed that was Christian's blood that investigators had found in Pedro's SUV. And they discovered even more intriguing evidence in the trunk. An empty Gatorade bottle caked with residue from a sleep aid and an antihistamine.
Putting those two combinations together in a large quantity would cause someone to lose consciousness.
Once Christian was dead, Pedro had to dispose of his friend's body. And the tale of how that happened, the prosecution said, was told by Pedro's phone. His iPhone had been on airplane mode for more than 5 hours that night. But investigators could see that Pedro had used an app, the flashlight app, for 48 minutes.
He's using the flashlight. He's burying Chris's body.
And the prosecution had yet another piece of physical evidence it said tied Pedro beyond a reasonable doubt to the murder: duct tape.
When we found Christian Aguilar's body, he had duct tape wrapped around his ankles, his wrists, and his neck. A piece from his ankle was identified as being torn from the same piece of tape that was inside Pedro Bravo's windshield.
When Pedro was done burying his friend, the prosecution said, he stopped at McDonald's for that bite to eat. Then he drove to a car wash.
So at 1 o'clock in the morning, we have Pedro Bravo pulling up to a car wash and washing his vehicle for 12 minutes. Tells me that he's trying to get rid of evidence.
When he got home, Pedro washed his clothes and crawled in bed in time to get Erica's 4 a.m. phone call asking of Christian's whereabouts.
Who duct taped him? Pedro Bravo. Who put him in the grave? Pedro Bravo. Who killed him? Pedro Bravo.
After calling nearly 50 witnesses to the stand, the prosecution rested its case. The defense, though, thought it needed only one witness in response. Pedro Bravo was about to take the stand.
Coming up,
I still loved her.
he would have a dramatically different story to tell.
Did you drink the concoction in the Gatorade bottle?
Yes, I drank the concoction that was in the Gatorade bottle.
Could the evidence presented against him actually help clear him? When Dateline continues.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammond.
All right, it just fit too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammond.
All right, it just fit too.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, nice to see you.
we're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
The prosecution's portrait of Pedro Bravo was clear and unforgiving. He was so fixated on winning back his former girlfriend, he would kill anyone who got in his way. Anyone.
I didn't think Pedro ever deserved to walk the streets. I didn't think it would be safe for anyone for him to be out in the real world with normal people. You know, I think he could be borderline sociopath.
But the defense had a flip side to the Pedro Bravo narrative.
18-year-old, honor student from Miami, Charter Academy, but he had issues that he wanted to talk to his best friend about.
His best friend. That's what the defense said Christian was to Pedro right up to the time he disappeared. His lawyer insisted that Pedro never saw Christian as a romantic rival. That's because he didn't know that Christian and Erica were dating until that day in the police station.
Do you know Christian?
Yeah.
How do you know?
And now the jury was about to hear from Pedro himself, and only Pedro, the sole witness for the defense. And when he took the stand, the jurors didn't see some hulking psycho killer, but a pale, intelligent, lovesick boy in a tidy suit.
I graduated from Doral Academy, yes.
With any distinctions?
I graduated magna cum laude.
Though he denied any malice toward Christian, Pedro did concede another key element of the state's case. He was desperate to rekindle his relationship with Erica Freeman.
I still loved her. I was still very enamored of her, and I really wanted to get back with her.
And when it became clear that she wasn't coming back, he told the jury he sank into a deep depression about Erica and everything else in his sad, disintegrating life.
Basically, how I felt like a failure. Everything's a mess. Everything feels like a mess, and I feel like I'm breaking apart piece by piece.
That's why he made plans to hang out with Christian that afternoon. He wanted help from his old friend.
Chris was one of the people I could talk to about this because he had also gone through the same thing.
So how did that man-to-man talk end up in a fistfight? Pedro says it started after Christian said something terrible.
And he tells me, why don't you go kill yourself?
So what happened next?
I turned around and I hit him in the nose with my left fist.
While you're driving?
While I'm driving, yes.
That punch in the face could explain how Christian's blood ended up in the car. Next, Pedro told the jury that he pulled over and the fight moved into the street. But after a few minutes, Pedro left the scene.
What is Chris's condition when you leave?
All I could tell was that he didn't get up right away, but that he was still moving.
Still breathing?
Yes.
When you did this, did you have any malicious intent to kill Christian Aguilar?
No, it was all spur of the moment.
All right, and you decided to leave?
Yes.
And have you come to regret that decision?
I feel like I'm going to regret that decision for the rest of my life.
So Pedro admitted he fought Christian, but claimed he didn't kill him. And as he drove away, Pedro said the only person he wanted to destroy was himself. That's when he says he decided to do it, take his own life.
Now, was this just suicidal ideation, or were you going to act on it?
I was going to act on it.
So all that evidence presented by the prosecution wasn't about murder, it was about suicide. The drug-laced Gatorade cocktail wasn't meant for Christian, it was meant for Pedro himself.
Did you drink the concoction in the Gatorade bottle?
Yes, I drank the concoction that was in the Gatorade bottle.
Obviously an unsuccessful suicide attempt. But the defense argued Pedro's desire to end his own life was very real. Pedro was combing the web for information about chloroform, rubbing alcohol, and sleeping pills because he was planning his own death. He even brought along the shovel as part of his plan.
At the beginning, I was going to go and dig myself my grave.
So the jury had to decide, who is Pedro Bravo? a killer without a conscience, or a self-destructive lovesick boy. But before they got the case, prosecutors gave the jurors something else to consider. Some of the weirder evidence ever to come from a jailhouse snitch.
Could you state your name, please?
Michael Charles Angelo.
Michael Angelo, who had cut a deal with prosecutors in exchange for leniency in his own case, was a cellmate of Pedro Bravo. And one day,
He said he needed my help, so he slid a chip bag under my door that it had a note in it.
the note asked the cellmate to find someone on the outside to commit a series of murders similar to Christian's killing, suggesting that the real murderer was still at large and he, Pedro, was innocent. He wrote, 3 to 4 people unfortunately must die. They are random individuals, but preference would be 2 UF students. Tased to incapacitate and strangled to kill, then have the hands duct taped.
It's basically a plan to convince the world that Christian Aguilar was murdered by a serial killer who is still out there.
So just as the jurors struggled to get their heads around this bizarre twist, the trial came to an end, and the fate of Pedro Bravo was in their hands. So much for one family to go through. You could see the tension on their faces as they began waiting for the verdict.
We all talked to each other. That day wasn't a day to celebrate whatever the jury had decided.
Whatever the jury decided, Erica knew there would be sorrow all around. In fact, the jurors came back in less than 4 hours, and they found Pedro Bravo guilty of murder in the first degree. A verdict the family wanted. But there were no winners that day. About an hour later, Pedro Bravo faced the judge at his sentencing, insisting to the end.
I did not kill Christian Aguilar. I know in my heart what I did, and I know God knows what I did.
Clearly unmoved, the judge sentenced Bravo to life without parole. The day after the verdict, Christian's family made a heart-wrenching visit to the place where their beloved son's body had been found. Since his death, they've created the Christian Aguilar Search and Rescue Foundation, which supports the use of tracking dogs to find the missing. And Christian's brother Alex embraced an opportunity that had a bitter sweetness to it, graduating from the University of Florida in Gainesville.
I've always followed his example in school, and now that example's gone, so I have to, I guess, just follow my own route.
Erica got her degree in Gainesville, along with memories that she will carry forever. She can't forget that fleeting moment when she fell in love with Christian, and then he was gone, just like that.
We weren't even dating that long, and we had the death talk. We had, what happens if something happened tomorrow and he got hit by a car? And he looked at me and he was just like, I don't know what I would do without you. I don't know what I would, And I looked at him and I was like, I'll tell you what you're gonna do. You're going to find somebody and you're gonna live your life.
Do you ever get up in the morning just shaking your fists in outrage at the heavens? Pedro, why did you do this to me? Not just Christian is the victim. You become a victim too.
It's so difficult sometimes to think of it that way. I would still give anything for Christian to be here. There's not going to be another joke he tells and another smile I see when I look up from working or something. It's not going to happen again. They're just memories.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us. Bombs.
They said, this is C4 explosive. We're going to strap it to you.
Terror.
A guy is driving to the bank right now and he has a bomb strapped to his chest.
Robbery.
They said to me, we want $4.2 million in cash.
Families taken hostage, told to commit a crime or else.
They're going to keep the son and the wife while he goes in and robs the bank.
Striking again.
She looks up and here's a guy with an assault rifle.
And again.
For every minute that he was late, his wife was going to lose a finger.
A high-stakes stalemate.
The bank employee refuses to open the vault.
A high-speed car chase.
He's just hitting a third vehicle. Stop!
How did the gunmen know everything about their victims? Their secret weapon could turn every one into a potential target.
They would find people on social media. Be careful what you put out for the world to see. It's a mouse click away.
A threat, a twist, and a plot that's a ticking time bomb. I'm Lester Holt, and this is Dateline. Here's Dennis Murphy with a villainous plan.
It's a beautiful September day in the western mountains of North Carolina. A beautiful stretch of interstate. North Carolina State Highway Patrol is running radar, and you see a Ford Edge blow right by. It started off as a routine traffic stop, but it was anything but routine. All of a sudden, you see the SUV pull over. You see the passenger side door open briefly, and then shut, and then take off again. You hear the sirens. You hear the unmistakable roar of the engine. You see the vehicle swerve into the big truck. It takes off its driver's side mirror, goes flying off, and you see his ominous brake lights go on. And then you see him ram the side.
He's hitting vehicles. He's just hitting a third vehicle.
Our story begins in 2015 with 46-year-old Matt Yussman, a chief financial officer of a credit union in central Connecticut.
I've been playing hockey for 30-something years. Play every week, sometimes twice a week, all summer long, all winter long.
Money management pays his bills, but hockey fuels his passion. He's the goalie for a team called the Trash Pandas.
So your league plays on Sunday night. How'd you do that night?
We won our game, which was a good thing, but it was a late-night game.
Matt's glow from a nice victory that February night ended after he headed home. He pulled up to the garage of his Bristol, Connecticut house around midnight. He didn't know two men were watching.
I would just open the garage door, get out, take all my equipment out because I'm a goalie, have a large bag.
Matt's 70-year-old mother, Valerie, a retired nurse, was inside the home they shared, watching the Academy Awards. Matt moved his mom into the house after his dad, her husband of 40 years, had passed away.
It was the night of the Oscars, and they didn't finish till it was just about midnight or a few minutes after, and it was right after that when I heard the garage door open.
As I'm walking back to the car to pull it in, I see somebody coming running down my driveway, yelling, "Get on the ground," and I see he's pointing a gun at me. Tells me to kneel on the garage floor. As I'm kneeling there, he walks up behind me and sticks the gun right behind the back of my ear, presses it against my head, and says, "Lie face first on the ground."
You heard him, he'd
Yes.
arrived home, huh?
Yes, and I was waiting for him to come into the house, and he wasn't coming in.
As I'm being zip-tied, I look up, and I see another guy running down the driveway.
Matt says the gunmen were covered head to toe in multi-layers of heavy clothing and dark ski goggles. Based on Matt's recollection, we created these images of those men.
Could you have made out their faces?
No, they had no distinguishing things that I could see.
Did you even know what race they were?
Everything was covered.
The only features he could make out, one was a tall, slender guy, the other heavy-set.
I got up to go out to the garage, and when I went out there, I saw Matt laying face down in the garage, and there were two masked gunmen over him holding guns on him. One of the gunmen swung around with his gun and pointed it at me and said, "Come down into the garage here." He said, "Kneel beside your son."
So this is all going bad very quickly.
Yeah, this is going bad very quickly.
And I went down and I knelt beside my son and I said, "Please don't hurt us, please don't hurt us." I said, "We will do whatever you want."
Mother and son quickly realized they were the victims of a home invasion. Neighbors couldn't see what was happening because their ranch house is set far back from the road on an isolated cul-de-sac.
I guess you're thinking this is going to play out hopefully in the garage, and we'll get past this.
That was my whole thing was, you know what, take what you need, leave me, go, and I thought that was going to be the end of it.
But it moves into the house.
But it moves into the house.
Inside, Matt was led to a couch.
They immediately put a small knit hat over my head and duct taped the hat to my head so I couldn't see anything.
Why didn't they just grab some valuables and leave? He could never have guessed what their villainous plan for him really was.
This was much more than just a home invasion. When we come back, the gunmen say they have a problem, and Matt Yusman is the solution.
We owe some very bad people a lot of money, and you're going to get it for us.
How much money?
$4.2 million in cash.
And that was nothing compared to what Matt heard next.
They said, this is C4 explosive. We're going to make an explosive device, and we're going to strap it to you.
When Dateline continues.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and this is...
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Live from studio.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters.
This is where it all begins.
Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Two armed masked men were holding Matt Yusman and his mother hostage in their Connecticut home. Matt's mom was brought into her bedroom where they turned up the volume on her TV. She says she was instructed to lie down on the bed and stay there. Then she was left alone, but she could hear something alarming going on in the other room. That's where Matt was seated on a couch, his hands zip-tied, his eyes covered with a blindfold.
I tried to listen to what they were saying to Matthew. They were putting on some headphones on him. I heard them say that.
And they'd put earphones on, and I'm just getting static and static. And I don't know what's going on, and all of a sudden, I get a voice that sounds very synthesized, electronic, and the very first thing they said to me was, "This is not a robbery. This is not a typical home invasion.
By using a device like this, the kidnappers could disguise their voices.
You know, that, not about a home invasion. That just gave me the creeps there, because that sounds very similar to what they did.
Then they outlined their complex big plan, explaining why mom and son were being held captive.
We're looking for a large sum of money. We owe some very bad people a lot of money, and you're going to get it for us.
How much money?
It was very specific. They said to me, we want $4.2 million in cash.
And there was something else that was unusually specific. The kidnappers knew intimate details about Matt's life.
They knew where I worked, what I did, that I had my mother in the house.
Matt, the CFO of a chief financial credit union, was told the next morning he would go to one of his branches and take $4.2 million out of the vault. Matt told them a credit union would never have that much money on hand. Still, he could get them something.
This is where I lie for the first time, and I'm like, I can get you guys $1 million. And they said, oh, $1 million?
Hours passed. Matt says he sat on that couch tied up and blindfolded, wondering what was going to happen next.
It had to be around 3 o'clock in the morning, I think. They get me up and they say, you know what, we're going for a ride. That was the second time I got really scared, because now I'm like, they're taking me away from the house.
That's a line out of the bad movies. We're going to take you for a ride, right?
The gunman next went into his mom's room, carrying rolls of heavy-duty duct tape. They told her she was going to stay behind.
And they wrapped my feet with duct tape to the bottom of my bed. And they said, it just a precaution so that I wouldn't go anyplace while they went away. And I said, I will stay wherever you put me. I didn't dare try to get out of the bindings.
Matt says he found himself in the back seat of one of the two vehicles he owns.
They had actually put a pillow in the back seat of the car. Don't know why, but they told me to stick my face into the pillow and not to move. We then proceed out my driveway, and we drove for maybe 15 minutes. We parked, and I heard gravelly or just cracking snow, like we'd gone off the side of the road. And I was like, wow, what's gonna happen here? Are they taking me out in the woods? They're gonna put a bullet in my head?
One of them got out of the SUV. Matt says he heard another car start up. Suddenly there was movement in his vehicle, and they were back on the road. He was relieved to eventually find himself back home. Then, according to Matt, the kidnappers asked him an odd question.
Set me on the couch and asked me if I wanted to take a shower.
Shower?
Shower.
After all of this?
And after all that. So I said, sure, I'll take a shower.
A shower? After terrorizing him for 3 hours, how strange. What was going on? And then Matt's story took another bizarre turn. He says he was led into the kitchen where something was waiting for him on a table.
They said, do you know what this is? And I said, no. And they said, this is C4 explosive. We're gonna make an explosive device and we're gonna strap it to you because we don't trust you that you're gonna do what you're told.
C4, a plastic explosive used by the military and terrorists. It can be molded like clay into any shape and detonated remotely. Hearing what was happening in the other room, Matt's mom began to cry.
And then I could hear them unwrapping duct tape, lots and lots. I could hear that unwrapping, and that must have been when they were strapping it around him. And I began to cry harder and really panicked, because as you're laying there, and I'm thinking they're putting a bomb on him.
Matt was left alone, a bomb tightly wrapped around his waist. His anxiety was building as each minute seemed the last before eternity. It was just before daylight. Matt's mom says one of the men came back into her room and said something unexpected.
One fella came in and said to me, I don't want you to get alarmed, but we're going to be using the vacuum. And I thought, what?
Your vacuum?
They came in and I could hear them vacuuming out in my living room, and then they came in the bedroom and were vacuuming all around the bed and things.
6 hours into their ordeal, the sun was soon to rise. The two assailants told Matt his workday was beginning, and he'd soon be leaving to rob his own credit union. And to ensure his cooperation, they advised him they were leaving an insurance policy in his mom's bedroom.
They said, we're not taking any chances. We're going to put a bomb under her bed. And if you deviate from the plan, we're going to detonate both of your bombs.
Matt says that plan included the threat to detonate his or his mom's bomb by cell phone at any time they wanted. At 10 a.m., they would text him the location of where to drop off the money. And to make sure he stayed on time, they also attached a timer to his bomb that would automatically explode at 11 a.m. That was less than 3 hours away.
And then at some point, they came over to me and said, it's time. They bring me to my car. At this point, they take the blindfold off me. They cut the zip ties off me.
So rob the bank, we'll meet you at the drop-off place.
We'll meet you at the drop-off place.
Coming up.
I did exactly what they told me. I called my boss. I said, this is my life, don't play with it. Don't call the police.
But his boss does.
As I turn the corner around to the front of the branch, I see all the police cars. That's when pure panic sets in.
When Dateline continues.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Crews, officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Yeah, you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly save lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It was 8:30 a.m., 8.5 hours since the start of Connecticut executive Matt Yussman's nightmare. He was on his way to one of the branch offices of his credit union, claiming kidnappers had strapped a plastic explosive to his belly and rigged another device beneath his mother's bed back home where she lay bound.
I'm driving to the credit union, And now for the first time, I start to think of, wow, how's this gonna play out? What's gonna happen?
So wait a second, are you meant to drive yourself? Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
they actually wanted me to drive my own car.
How are they gonna control you?
And I figured they were just gonna follow me around and watch me the whole time.
2 bombs, he said, that could be detonated by the touch of a cell phone. And oh, by the way, a timer on his device that would go off at the stroke of 11 a.m.
I called my boss and I said, my mother and I are victims of a home invasion. I'm currently sitting in my car right now strapped to an explosive device. And I'm coming to the credit union to empty the vault. You need to evacuate the branch.
Are you using any code words or any
Nope,
pre-assigned?
there's no, this is real. I said, this is my life, don't play with it.
And don't notify the police.
And I said, don't call the police.
Matt's boss ignored his plea of no cops.
911, what's the emergency? I just received a call a few minutes ago from one of our VPs, and he's instructing me to vacate our New Britain branch because they're going to come and rob it.
That 911 call eventually ended up here, police headquarters in New Britain, Connecticut, where the credit union was located.
I was a brand new sergeant. We had just gotten done with a roll call in the morning. The phone rang at the main desk of the police department. You know, there's a bank robbery going on, and a guy is driving to the bank right now, and he has a bomb strapped to his chest.
This is not your usual Monday morning, Sergeant.
You know, we're trying to figure out if it was a joke or not.
It was no joke. Sergeant David McCarsky was one of the first out the door. What do you know at that point, Sergeant?
So the only thing that we knew is they gave us a plate on the car. It was a red car.
The sergeant had Matt's license plate number and the model of the red car he was driving.
I get to the credit union and I don't see anything. There's no cars, and I'm like, fantastic. As I turn the corner around to the front of the branch, that's when pure panic sets in. Now I see all the police cars.
The kidnappers told Matt not to call the police, and now there they were, curtains. He now had 2 hours and 15 minutes until that bomb would explode. Matt eased into a parking spot.
I roll down my window, and they're all screaming, get out of the car, get out of the car.
He gets out of the car, we get out of our cars, and there was like a good 15 seconds of silence. Him looking at us, and us looking at him, and trying to figure out what was going on.
McCarsky's partner drew his gun, aiming straight at Matt.
And I said, I'm wearing an explosive device. And they're like, show us. So I lift up my shirt, show them what I was wearing.
And we're like, holy cow, I can't believe this is real.
You were persuaded something was there, huh?
Oh, 100%.
Because it was a frigid 9 degrees out that February morning, the sergeant told Matt to get back in his car. Then he and his partner protectively stayed about 100 feet away. Jim Wardwell was at that time New Britain's chief of police, overseeing a force of 165 officers for the 73,000 people who live in this central Connecticut city. Word of this extraordinary crime immediately ran up the ranks, and the chief, along with his top command staff, rushed to the credit union. What do you do to secure the area?
Immediate response. Pretty much all available personnel were sent to the area. We cleared buildings in the areas. We put schools in lockdown.
They closed off the surrounding streets and shut down a major thoroughfare. SWAT teams and heavy equipment rolled in, and the state's bomb squad was called to get the device off of Matt.
Shutting down an interstate is not a small decision. Calling in other agencies to assist is not a small decision, and all those decisions had to be made, and they were made very, very quickly.
Back at the credit union parking lot, Sergeant McCarsky, a member of the crisis negotiation team, became the point man to communicate with Matt. The sergeant yelled his cell number to Yussman, and they started to talk over the phone. So what's the demeanor of this man who says he got a bomb on him?
Even-keeled. You know, he was very calm for the situation.
At least for now. Members of the state police bomb squad, meanwhile, were scrambling, traveling in from different parts of the state. But precious time was melting away. Then, at 10 a.m., the kidnappers started texting. They wanted their money. 1 hour to go until the bomb was supposed to explode.
Coming up.
I say to the police, I'm like, what do you want me to tell them?
Matt needed answers. and he didn't have much time to get them.
Now your mind starts to think about weird things like, am I going to know it when it goes off? What are you going to feel?
When Dateline continues.
It was now close to 10 a.m., almost 90 minutes since Matt first drove into the parking lot of the credit union.
You're just sitting in the car and you're strapped to explosive device.
An explosive device due to go off in about an hour.
I'm like, are my employees watching this? And I'm like, I don't want anyone to see me blow up. I'm like, this is not what I wanted to be doing. So that next hour was just awful.
The pressure was becoming unbearable.
Now I'm starting to cry.
And you're waiting for the bomb squad.
And I'm waiting for the bomb squad.
As the state police bomb squad headed to the scene from different parts of Connecticut, Sergeant David McCarskey was talking to Matt by cell phone from his car.
My big thing was just trying to keep him calm and keep him talking and, assuring him that we had help on the way and, we were going to get through it.
He is my one and only contact, my only person that I'm talking to. He tried to keep me from losing it.
Terrified as he was, Matt was still able to tell the police about his mom's dire situation. 9 miles from the credit union parking lot, the Yussman house in Bristol, Connecticut was eerily quiet. Matt's mom was convinced the kidnappers were gone, but to where she didn't know. She decided to work herself free from her bed.
It took me a while to get out of it because they had wrapped that duct tape around and around.
She had no idea that the authorities were descending on her home in force.
As I got myself out of the restraints, I could see right out into our driveway. And when I looked out there, it was full of police. When I opened the door to holler out, one of the policemen with a big rifle pointed right at me and he said, walk up to the driveway.
Matt's mom was unharmed, at least physically. Emotionally, she was alarmed as she talked to the police.
And they said, lift up your shirt. And I thought, what are they doing? Apparently they thought maybe I had a bomb on myself. So I lifted up my shirt. They checked me out and okay, and they put me in a police car.
Back in the credit union parking lot, Matt was told his mom was okay. He was not. Precious minutes were ticking by.
Meanwhile, you've been told that there's a timer.
Right.
On this belt,
I've been
which
told
is going to go kaboom at 11 o'clock.
At 11 o'clock, and the original plan was that I would be done at 10.
The kidnappers told Matt they would text him at 10 a.m. with an address where he was to drop off the $1 million taken from his credit union. The text, they said, would be sent from his mother's cell phone, which they'd taken from her.
I mean, right at 10 o'clock, I get the first text, are you done yet?
From the home invaders.
From the criminals there. And I say to the police, I'm like, what do you want me to tell them?
I talk to Matt and we go, listen, we're gonna roll with it. We're gonna tell them that you're still working hard to get the money that they need. What we need to do is just buy a little bit of time.
Matt texted, it is more money than I anticipated, moving as fast as I can. The kidnappers texted back, that is good.
In fact, he hasn't made it into the bank at all.
He never made it into the bank.
He doesn't have any money.
No, zero.
And this is all keep him talking, keep him on the line.
Yes.
At 10:24 a.m., 36 minutes before the device on Matt was due to explode, the kidnappers texted again with an address where the money was to be dropped, a nearby cemetery. Matt should leave the money at the flagpole. At the same time, cops were able to trace where the texts were coming from, near that cemetery. They raced over, but found no one.
Whoever was in that specific area was no longer in the area. We probably missed them by minutes.
And that only upped the ante for Matt. Tick tock.
Now it's 10:35, and I'm like, oh crap. I'm like, I don't see the bomb squad. And I'm like, where's the bomb squad?
It was 25 minutes before the device would detonate, and thoughts, terrible ones, raced through Matt's mind. He recalled the shocking story of the pizza delivery guy in Erie, Pennsylvania, who said he was kidnapped and had a bomb locked around his neck.
I knew that he was forced to try to rob a bank, that it didn't go well, that he was actually killed during all this.
Matt thought about the end of his life.
Now your mind starts to play the tricks, and you start to think about weird things like, Am I going to know it when it goes off? Do you hear the noise first? Do you see a flash first? Well, what are you going to feel?
For Matt, the excruciating wait continued as the clock counted down to 11 a.m.
I'm just sitting there. There are no more texts from the criminals. They've stopped. They expect me to be at that drop-off point. We're getting closer. It's 10:45. It's 10:50. I am now in full panic mode.
Coming up, Tick Talk.
10:58, 10:59. It's just like the movies. The guy's wearing the big suit, and he walks up to me, and they're examining it.
And it didn't look good.
We saw multiple wires running through the tape and around that organic material.
When Dateline continues.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
As federal, state, and local officers secured the area with armor, Matt Yussman was in a panic. The improvised device duct taped to his waist was set to go off at 11 a.m., just minutes away.
I start asking, like, where's the bomb squad? It's getting closer to 11. This thing is supposed to go off.
The bomb squad was now on the scene.
That was the first and only time I responded to an incident with an individual that had a device actually attached to their body.
Connecticut State Police Trooper Mike Avery, now retired, was on the bomb squad. Avery's team assembled a bomb robot, thinking they could use it to inspect the device and maybe defuse it from a safe distance. The bomb squad didn't know what it had walked into.
We didn't know if this individual was a suspect or a victim.
Unbeknownst to Matt, 4 police sniper teams were getting into position around his car, targeting him.
he has an explosive device on him. And if he doesn't follow our instructions, and in the event if he rushed out of that perimeter towards us or towards other law enforcement personnel, deadly force would have to be utilized.
Getting the sniper teams in place, deploying the robot, and figuring out a safe approach all ate up more of the clock. It was just 2 minutes to 11.
I sat there and watched that clock because I had my cell phone there and it went, 10:58, 10:59, and I'm thinking this is it.
Tick-tock.
Absolutely. He's looking at his watch, I'm looking at my phone, and it's clicking closer to 11 o'clock.
To be honest, I didn't pray. I didn't know what to do. I just sat there and counted it down and waited. And when that phone hit 11, my heart stopped and I just sat there.
There was no explosion.
And I looked around and nothing happened.
After 11 o'clock passed, there was definitely a sigh of relief by everybody there. The last thing we wanted was for anything to happen to Matt.
And I'm like, why am I not dead? Finally, it was about 11:05 or so, 11:06, somewhere in there, where I said, well, maybe they lied to me. Maybe there is no timer.
No one except the kidnappers knew what was wrapped around Matt. After about 10 minutes, the bomb squad ordered Matt out of his car.
We could see that there was something attached to his torso, but we could not get a good visual on it.
Avery and his partner abandoned their bomb robot plan because they could get a better sense of the device with the naked eye from the safety of an armored vehicle. They drew alongside Matt.
At that time, he slowly lifted his shirt up and exposed the device to us. And it was completely wrapped around his body with like a heavy-duty gorilla tape, and you could not see anything else other than the large mass in front of his torso.
Then Avery made his move, volunteering to remove the device by himself. He suited up and approached Matt. This photo was taken at that moment. It had been 11 hours since Matt and his mother said they were first kidnapped. Now, here he was, on his knees, without a coat. It was 9 degrees out.
And it's just like the movies. The guy's wearing the big suit, and he walks up to me, and they're examining it.
The cops decided to x-ray Matt's torso right there in the lot. Using a portable x-ray machine, it took just 1 minute to create an image.
We saw multiple wires running through the tape and around that organic material. At that point, we couldn't determine, is it actual C4 or some type of explosive, or is it just a chunk of clay to simulate a hoax device?
And they're looking at it and coming up with a plan of what they're gonna do. Finally, the guy says, we're gonna take this off you.
So I went down with a couple cutting tools, had him remain on his knees facing away from me, lifted his shirt up and slowly started cutting the tape up his back.
As if Matt hadn't already gone through enough this day, another sticky problem came up.
He was extremely hairy. This was gorilla tape, and it was wrapped around his entire torso. So while removing it, we were causing quite a bit of pain because it was removing all the hair from his torso.
We finally get the bomb off me, and it goes down to my feet, and he goes, kick it away, and then run with me and go behind the truck. Well, I go to kick the bomb away, and it gets stuck to my shoe, and I start to run, and I start dragging the bomb with me, and the bomb squad guy starts screaming at me, you're dragging the bomb, you're dragging the bomb, and I'm like, oh my God, and
Man, I'm sorry I'm laughing, but this is a funny thing. It's stuck on your shoe like a piece of toilet paper.
Yes, exactly. And at the time, I wasn't laughing, but God, if looking back now, that was one of the more comical moments of the whole ordeal.
Avery says it didn't happen quite like that. He thinks Matt's memory may be affected by his emotional trauma.
We did not tell him to run, and it was not stuck to him.
But at last, Matt's ordeal was over, or so he thought.
As I get to the first SWAT guy, I tap him on the shoulder, and I'm like, thank you. And they immediately grab both my hands and put me in handcuffs and throw my hands behind my back. And I'm like, I don't understand what's going on here.
Coming up.
They're like, we're doing this for your own safety. And I'm like, my own safety? You're the ones with the guns.
But police had their reasons to be suspicious, especially after what they heard about Matt from his relatives.
One of the first things they mentioned was that you're a big gambler.
When Dateline continues.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Matt Yusman was finally free of the device that had been taped to him, but was shocked to find himself now confined in handcuffs. The local station, NBC Connecticut, caught the moment he was led into an ambulance.
And I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm the victim. Are you arresting me? And they're like, no, we're doing this for your own safety. And I'm like, my own safety? You're the ones with the guns. And they're like, we're going to take you to the hospital.
At the hospital, investigators had Matt checked out. They took these photos. Matt's waist, red and raw from where the bomb tech pulled off that duct tape. And they took pictures of the device itself. It turned out that after the massive bomb scare, the multi-agency security operation, and all the white-knuckled fear, the supposed bomb was a fake. Nothing more than modeling clay with wires running through it that connected to nothing. There was no timer counting down to 11 a.m. And there wasn't any kind of explosive device beneath the bed of Matt's mom, Valerie. So Matt and Valerie would have some explaining to do.
Why don't you start at the top for us?
Okay.
By now, at Bristol Police Station, detectives were questioning Valerie and were learning some strange details about the kidnapper's M.O.
What did they use to bind your hands?
They didn't. They left my hands free.
Your feet were just tied together and to the bed?
Yeah.
But your hands were free?
But my hands were free, yeah.
Why would real kidnappers leave her hands free? And another weird detail. According to Valerie, the kidnappers behaved like gentlemen.
They were trying not to hurt me or do anything that was bad. After he taped my feet to the bed, he kind of hugged me and he said, don't worry, we're not here to hurt you. He brought me in a can of soda. I had cookies on the counter and stuff. He brought them in so I wouldn't be hungry. I mean, you know, he was being very nice to me.
Okay. Investigators took Valerie's clothes as evidence as she offered more strange details. The criminals cleaned her home.
He said, I'm going to vacuum the floors. And I almost wanted to say to him, oh, you do housekeeping too, you know, as a side? I thought that was funny.
She said they even called her ma'am. Val, what is going on? These guys that are calling you ma'am and giving you cookies and juice and now they're vacuuming your house?
Yeah, I thought.
But they're still terrorizing.
Yeah, I thought this was bizarre.
Investigators would hear more bizarre details when they brought Matt to New Britain Police Headquarters.
We have a ton of questions for you.
What was up with that nighttime shower he took while the kidnappers were in his home?
Did you find that odd?
Yes, I did. Actually, I don't know why they would.
It was their idea?
Yeah.
As for that strange nighttime drive the kidnappers took Matt on, he didn't have a convincing explanation.
Do you know which way you went?
They kept making turns.
And why did kidnappers speak to Matt using a digitally altered voice?
You know, like when they do it on TV and they change some guy's voice and something like very similar to that.
Definitely not a human voice.
Definitely not human, yep.
Former New Britain Police Chief Jim Wardwell was getting reports on what was being said in those interview rooms.
I can see how your guys are concerned about what it is you have here. He's talking about these kind of wacko, unorthodox kidnappers, home invaders, who do strange things.
The investigators were not ruling out any possibility. Mr. Yussman was telling a version of events that, by a lot of accounts, would make people pause and say, really?
So much of Matt's story didn't add up. As he sat in the police interview room, the atmosphere turned chilly. The detective's questions suddenly had sharp edges.
Financially, there's no issues.
Yeah,
as far as it goes for you.
Well, yeah.
What Matt didn't know was that morning, right after his credit union boss called the police,
strapped to a bomb.
Investigators started to dig into his life, reached out to people he knew well, found out stuff.
When we talked to your brother and nephew, one of the first things they mentioned was that you're a big gambler. They said you owe money, that you gamble a ton.
And that's completely false. I mean, I don't gamble a ton.
This was the troubling picture coming together for police. A guy with possible money problems, kidnappers who were friendly to his mom, who then let him drive himself to rob his own credit union with a bomb that turned out to be a fake, and no trace of any criminals themselves. They figured he had to be somehow involved.
There's just too many things. You have the ability and the access to do it, okay? So that's why I think maybe you're an unwilling participant in this thing, that somebody leveraged you or forced you into this.
And if the kidnappers did in fact disguise their faces and voices, that didn't help Matt.
There's only one reason they do that, and that's that they know you, okay?
Had Matt gotten himself tangled in a scheme to get rich that had spun out of control?
This is your opportunity to put it all on the table. If there's something else, going on, we can help you. If someone's trying to leverage you or play hardball with you,
completely honest, there is nothing. I can say unequivocally that I have nothing indirectly, directly to do with this.
But as detectives pressed Matt to fess up, his answers didn't satisfy them.
I'm just going to put the cards on the table because I don't have really time to play games or anything with you. It's the implication that you're somehow involved in this, not as a victim. Okay, by that we mean that it's some sort of inside job.
Investigators seemed so convinced Matt wasn't being straight with them, they wondered if his mom was somehow part of the scheme.
Have you lied to us at all while you've been in here?
No.
You haven't told us any untruths?
Not that I know.
In order to protect Matthew or anyone else?
No.
If there is something else going on,
If
there's something else going on, now's the time to find out.
Police were undeterred. They took Matt's DNA.
So it's going to be a little uncomfortable.
Then they asked him to sit for a polygraph, warning him.
It's going to be bad for you if you fail the polygraph.
I don't see any reason why I would fail a polygraph.
Oh, it would turn out to be bad. Very bad for Matt.
It's all under investigation. Very, very fluid.
New Britain's then police chief, Jim Wardwell, held a news conference to calm his nervous community. The city was on edge after being partially shut down when Matt Yussman showed up at his credit union strapped with an explosive. The bomb turned out to be a fake.
Certainly, we're considering all possibilities, whether or not he was coerced, doing something against his will, or a suspect.
Could your guys even determine whether the story was true at that point?
Could not. You could not determine exactly what the facts were.
But you're not finding any corroborating evidence in his vehicle or at his home? Huh?
There's no corroborating evidence other than his mom.
No evidence to support Matt's story. Investigators searched his house and car with a fine-tooth comb looking for fingerprints or DNA from the kidnappers, but found nothing. What's more, Matt did take a polygraph test and failed part of it. Results indicated he wasn't telling the truth when asked if he had any involvement in the scheme.
I know I'm in trouble. I know that I'm needing an attorney and that this is not going to go well for me.
Matt was right. In the following days, authorities got search warrants for his home. They collected computers and phones, subpoenaed his bank records, and started digging into his finances. Then Matt was placed on paid leave from his job.
You're investigated not only by the authorities.
I'm actually now getting investigated by my own credit union to make sure that they can clear me.
But what no one knew is that this unbelievable tale on reeling in Connecticut was only on Chapter 1. While Matt tried to save his reputation, investigators in another part of the country were about to uncover a whole series of similar crimes. Crimes that would span 3 states, involving high-speed chases and even more victims. This is where the story takes a turn south, to Tennessee. It was April 28, 2015, 2 months after the Connecticut home invasion. An assistant U.S. attorney happened to be in the middle of the Great Smoky Mountains National Park when he got an urgent message.
Hey, please call the FBI when you get cell reception. I got something about a kidnapping.
That man was David Lewin. He learned that earlier that day, a guy named Mark Ziegler was on his way to work as the CEO of the Y-12 Federal Credit Union in a suburb of Knoxville. As he was pulling out of his garage, he noticed a garbage can was knocked over.
So he puts his car in park, gets out of the car, goes to fix the garbage can, at which time he is accosted by 2 masked men wearing dark clothing, ski masks with guns drawn.
As an assistant U.S. attorney, Lewin was assigned to help the FBI investigate the Ziegler story from that first day. He knew nothing about the Connecticut case, but the descriptions of the 2 suspects were similar. One slender and tall, the other stockier.
The first guy with the gun had a big sunburst tattoo on his neck that mask was pulled up so that was exposed. Distinctive. And then another person came through who appeared to be a black male with a black bandana and sunglasses, but a black bald head, again with guns drawn.
The assailants forced Ziegler back into his house. His wife and teenage son were inside. All 3 frightened family members were handcuffed and placed in the living room. Mark Ziegler was then given a 3-page note. It contained chilling details on what was about to happen. He was going to rob his own credit union.
Coming up.
He is to empty the vault of $3.4 million. For every minute that he was late, his wife was going to lose a finger.
And later, a high-stakes stalemate.
The bank employee refuses to open the vault.
And a high-speed car chase that could crack the case.
He's just hitting a 3rd vehicle.
And I was like, well, what's about to happen next, Am I about to be caught out in a shootout in the middle of the interstate? What are these guys doing?
And then the doors open and here come 2 guys, huh?
Yeah.
When Dateline continues.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number 1 issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on. Now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? Returning to our story, an executive says he was kidnapped by gunmen and ordered to rob his own credit union.
They said, this is C4 explosive. We're going to strap it to you.
The bomb was fake. Was his story fake too?
It's going to be bad for you if you fail the polygraph.
But it was about to be deja vu all over again. More kidnappings.
She said, they're going to kill me, they're going to kill my child.
More bank robberies.
He is to empty the vault of any and all gold bullion.
A dramatic roadside arrest. And a mystery is solved.
So, agents, who is this?
Here again is Dennis Murphy.
800 miles from Matt Yussman in New Britain, Connecticut, unsuspecting authorities near Knoxville, Tennessee, had no idea they were about to be a part of the same story, only that they were dealing with an unfolding crime of their own. Mark Ziegler was CEO of the Y-12 Federal Credit Union. Two armed assailants were holding Mark's wife and son hostage in their home outside Knoxville, Tennessee, and had ordered Mark to rob the credit union he ran. Assistant U.S. Attorney David Lewin was helping the FBI investigation.
He is to empty the vault of $3.4 million, as well as any and all gold bullion.
The CEO was given a strict deadline. He had less than 45 minutes to get the cash and gold. If he failed, the consequences would be devastating.
For every minute that Mr. Ziegler was late, his wife was going to lose a finger.
Oh.
And when she ran out of fingers, their adult daughter, Brittany, who lived in Texas at the time, they have people watching Brittany in Texas.
They had eyes on the daughter.
They had eyes on the daughter, and they were going to chop her up and mail her to the family if Mr. Ziegler failed to comply.
How do they have so much knowledge about this family?
We don't know.
But they're getting their facts right.
They're getting their facts right.
Mick Nocera was the lead investigator for the FBI. He said what happened next took an even more bizarre turn.
The tall, slender guy, white male, went outside. A few minutes later, a white female comes in through the back door. And
Female?
A female.
So now you got three assailants.
Three. The white female comes in and says something about that he told me to come in and get milk for the baby.
For the baby? So now you got 4 players here. One of them is an infant, apparently.
An infant that needs milk.
So is this a gang, or what's going on, do you think?
Obviously, we're dealing with a crew.
Ziegler arrived at his credit union as captured on security cameras. He went to the vault and started loading cash into a black bag given to him by the kidnappers. And he slipped one of the employees this note.
911, what is your emergency? My CEO sent me a note that says home invasion, call police. He has bags and wants into the vault.
Ziegler filled the black bag with over $200,000 in cash. Then he got in his car and headed towards the parking lot exit where an arriving police officer stopped him. The criminals were listening into everything through a cell phone in Ziegler's pocket.
Mark Ziegler is telling them through the phone that the police are here, they're approaching me, what do you want me to do? And what he heard through the phone was 2 words, abort, abort, and then the phone went dead.
In the meantime, the kidnappers blindfolded Ziegler's wife and son and loaded them into the family's SUV. They drove to a parking lot and dumped the vehicle, with Ziegler's wife and son still inside. Eventually, the 2 freed themselves and found someone to call police.
So in the end, the family got out alive and the bank robbers got no money from it.
No money, but they escaped.
The Zieglers provided a detailed description of the suspects, which authorities used to create this sketch of the black male and this one of the female suspect who came in the house looking for milk.
Now, I'm sure the crime scene techs processed the house and the vehicles within an inch. Did they get lucky? Did they find anything?
We found nothing. It was clean.
Fingerprints, fibers?
No fingerprints, no DNA. Nothing was left behind.
Nothing to stop the next attack. And there would be a next one.
Coming up, a young couple and their baby barricaded behind locked doors.
Pry bar is now being used on the master bedroom door.
And a high-stakes stalemate.
The bank employee refuses to open the vault.
She says they're going to kill me unless you do this thing for me.
Yes, she said they're going to kill me, they're going to kill my child.
When Dateline continues.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top Story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Connecticut, July 2015. For 5 months, Matt Yusman remained under a heavy cloud of suspicion. By that time, he'd read about the Tennessee credit union CEO held hostage and told to rob his own vault. Yusman told investigators in Connecticut it must be the same guys who kidnapped him and his mother.
Found this to be very odd that another credit union executive was forced to try to rob his credit union. It's the same people. There's no way that this is a coincidence. They told me it was just coincidence, copycat doing this.
Matt had been allowed to return to his job, but he was still under investigation. The FBI had taken over his case from the local police, and according to Matt, there were serious doubts about his innocence.
I was told there wasn't a 95% chance I was guilty, there was a 100% chance I was guilty. And I said, I'm in trouble.
Back in Tennessee that same month, it would be another family's turn to be traumatized. A young couple was beginning their day, the Harrises. Tanner, Abigail, and their 5-month-old son.
He and Abigail were just in this cute little love phase. They had the new baby and they were very happy.
Jamie Satterfield covered this story for the Knoxville News Sentinel.
She remembers just having this really goofy grin on her face. And she leaves the baby with Tanner, and she goes down the steps. She's going to take a quick jog. And frankly, she said she might come back and get a little flirty with her husband. So that's why she had the goofy grin on her face. So she gets down to the bottom of the steps, opens the door, and then boom.
As soon as she opened the garage, she saw 2 masked men, ski masks, dark clothing, with guns. She immediately slams the door shut.
Using a crowbar, one of the assailants ripped open the door.
He's now in the kitchen of the house.
Abigail ran upstairs. She's trying to warn her husband.
They then chase her up the stairs. She runs down the hallway to the master bedroom. She slams the master bedroom door shut.
Then her husband locked the door.
They immediately hear that door frame starting to crack because the pry bar is now being used on the master bedroom door.
Where she's huddling with her husband and child.
How absolutely horrifying.
There's only one place left to go. They go into the master bathroom.
They get all the way back into the farthest point they could get away. And Tanner's trying to hold the door, and the baby's crying at this point. It's just chaos.
And that's the last doorway.
Yes.
The 2 invaders forced themselves into the bathroom. Then one drew a gun and delivered a refrain the other families had also heard.
You're going to rob your bank today for us.
Tanner, as you may have guessed, worked at a local bank as a loan officer. He was handcuffed, and both he and his wife eventually were blindfolded. The attackers then loaded the entire family in the Harris's car, including their 5-month-old son. The attackers knew where Tanner worked and drove there with the family. FBI agent Mick Nocera.
They're going to keep the son and the wife while he goes in and robs the bank.
This is a child in arms. This is a baby.
It's about a 5-month-old baby.
Does this make this a special case?
You're definitely ramping up when you're starting to talk about a defenseless infant.
Tanner went into the vault as seen from this bank surveillance camera and loaded a black bag with cash. He then went out to the bank's parking lot to the car where the kidnappers were holding his family.
You see the car stop and the passenger side door open. You see Tanner Harris hand over a very large bag, but you can see a very brief struggle.
Tanner demanded that the kidnappers let his wife and child go before he would turn over the cash.
At which time, bag is yanked, door is shut, car speeds out of the parking lot, and an image of a husband and father left in that parking lot by himself, watching the car speed away.
2 armed desperados have taken his family.
Yes.
The kidnappers eventually left Abigail and her son in their own vehicle while they took off in a getaway car. They had escaped once again, but this time they netted $195,000 for their efforts.
So in this case, you believe you have 2 middle-aged white males?
Correct. We don't
as the
have,
bank robbers.
Right.
It's not 3.
Not 3.
There's not a woman.
No woman, no black male, no tattoo reported.
So after you had 2 of these things, how was it playing as a story? How was Knoxville hearing about it?
I can't say that people were universally frightened. I think the greater harm initially was that people were suspicious of these families. That's what I heard. I had cop friends who were suspicious. We as journalists were kind of suspicious. Like, really? They kidnap you, but then they let you go? And, you know, it just sounded unbelievable.
Unbelievable? Maybe, but it would happen again. This time in northern Tennessee. 3 months after the Harris case, a young mother was starting her day and struggling to get her toddler son secured in her car.
He wants candy for breakfast, and he is throwing a fit. So she's quite distracted anyway. When all of a sudden, you know, she feels movement.
Brooke Lyons didn't have time to think. In an instant, she and her 3-year-old son were under attack.
And she looks up, and here's a guy with an assault rifle pointed at her.
2 male attackers forced Brooke into the car with her son. That's right, they headed here, this credit union in Elizabethton, where she worked as a $9 an hour teller.
The people knew where Brooke worked. They knew how to get to her bank without being told.
Jeff Blanton is a special agent for the FBI. He investigated Brooke's case and says she was instructed to go inside and get $350,000 or else.
She's been told by these 2 guys, if the police are called, if she doesn't do as she's instructed, then there's going to be a shootout, that she and her child will be in the middle of it.
A frantic Brooke entered the credit union, screamed that she needed the vault opened and the bags loaded with money because her 3-year-old son was being held hostage outside. That's when Brooke's day got even worse.
She finds her boss in the bank and says, 2 men have Carson with guns. I need to get into the vault. Her boss refuses to open the vault.
Who of us can be judgmental in that kind of circumstance? But.
Right.
Masked gunmen have her child outside the door.
Brooke Lyons' response was singular. She pointed at her and said, "You just killed us."
The credit union's security cameras caught the excruciating moments Brooke was desperately running around looking for help.
All she can think about is her son. She runs out of the bank, opens the passenger side back door of her car, throws the bag in there, drapes herself over Carson, begs them not to shoot her, and tells them to drive because the cops are being called as they speak.
Surprisingly, the criminals eventually let both of them go, leaving them in her car while they took off in another vehicle. They didn't get any money. 2 bizarre robbery stories had the Knoxville rumor mill buzzing about inside jobs. But now there were 3. People were wondering who would be next. FBI investigators were frustrated. They had no solid leads. By that time, they'd already released sketches of the suspects from the attack on the Ziegler family, hoping that might advance the case. No one would have guessed that the big break in the investigation would happen when this assistant restaurant manager took his fiancee's little red car for a drive on the highway.
Coming up,
once he hit me, I knew at this point, you know, these guys are running.
a high-speed car chase that could crack the case.
He's just hitting a 3rd vehicle.
When Dateline continues. Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border. Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today? Closer to the Gaza border.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it is it.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
It was surreal. It was like, you're not going to believe what happens.
This is Adam Russo. No, he isn't a bank executive or a teller, not another victim of the violent bank-robbing gang terrorizing East Tennessee. Back in September 2015, more than a month before Brooke Lyons' ordeal, Adam was an assistant restaurant manager on his way to a job interview, driving west on I-40 in North Carolina in a car he borrowed from his fiancée.
What kind of car she have, by the way?
It's a 2005 Ford Focus. So when
It's a little car, a little compact.
Yeah, a little car. You know, it gets you where you need to go.
If you tried telling Adam he was on his way to becoming perhaps the most crucial player in a case that had befuddled an army of investigators, he'd have thought you crazy. But that was exactly what was about to happen.
I remember looking in my rearview mirror and I could see, you know, a couple of cop cars, their sirens, and a black SUV. I was up, that guy got, you know, this must have been going too quick, you know, and he's getting pulled over.
I'm attempting to take over a vehicle traveling I-40 westbound.
This is the dash cam video from one of the police cars, and you may recognize it. It's that same dramatic high-speed chase footage we showed you at the beginning of our story.
I looked back and they were still following this guy. And that's when I kind of knew something was a little off. You know, I was like, why is this guy not pulling over?
T535 Newton Low Band.
Instead, the driver pulled up to Adam's little red car in the right-hand lane.
And all of a sudden, this black SUV is on my tail.
545 Newton, we'll be 1043.
He's making these swerving gestures, you know, kind of like swipes, like, you know, in this type of motion. All I know is I remember putting two hands on the wheel. He hit me.
People were ramming cars trying to run them off the roadway, just struck one red Ford vehicle.
Adam, freeze frame that moment, though.
Yeah.
What the heck is going on?
Right. Once he hit me, I knew at this point, you know, this guy's running. You know, obviously, I was like, you know, you're not going to just hit me and just keep going with two cops on you unless something's going on.
Adam then watched in horror as the black SUV hit another car with such force.
He's just hitting a third vehicle.
It spun out of control and crashed into the barrier.
And I was like, well, what's about to happen next, Am I about to be caught out in the shootout in the middle of the interstate? What are these guys doing?
And then the doors open and here come two guys, huh?
Yeah.
Adam saw the driver and a passenger leap out of the car carrying black bags.
Two guys started sprinting. Across the concrete barrier like an Olympic track runner, and sprinting through the wooded area.
Attention all cars, jump and run, I-40.
North Carolina troopers decided not to give the men chase, not until reinforcements could arrive. Adam called his fiancée.
I was like, babe, you don't believe what just happened? She's like, no way. Are you serious? Like, she couldn't believe it. It sounds like a movie scene.
And that should have been it. A crazy tale maybe to tell the grandkids at Thanksgiving's hence. But that's where this story took a left turn into the twilight zone. Adam's fiancée called her dad, Brian O'Hare.
So I received a call from my oldest daughter who told me, basically, you're not going to believe what happened with Adam. And immediately I thought there was a problem en route to his job interview. My future son-in-law has messed up a job interview.
Let me put you on pause there and back you up and add an interesting biographical detail here, because you are not only Adam's prospective father-in-law, what else are you?
I'm a special agent in the FBI.
And his years of FBI experience told Agent O'Hare that some things he heard about that chase were rather strange. Like the way the driver tried to ram Adam's car from behind. O'Hare recognized that as a police tactic called a pit maneuver.
It's a police intervention technique. It is a trained technique.
And what's the goal? That would end the hot pursuit and you get away?
The goal is to get that engine to shut down and then get a hold of the driver and make your arrest. If you're a criminal and you spin vehicles around, you can wreak havoc on the pursuing law enforcement officials.
And there was something unusual about the way those men fled.
I had no clue as to why they felt it so important to grab those bags or why they would choose to cross an oncoming interstate to make that getaway. It just didn't make any sense.
It confounded the North Carolina troopers, too. And despite searching the area, authorities never did find the two men. Agent O'Hare didn't think much more about it until a little more than a month later when he was assigned to help on a case up in Elizabethton. As luck would have it, the Brook Lyons case.
So you've had a bank robbery, a woman at gunpoint abducted, told to hold up her own bank. What little details stuck in your mind?
It was very well organized.
And that jogged Agent O'Hare's memory back to that high-speed car chase on I-40. It had, he thought, a similar sophistication.
It struck me that those people had discipline. They had purpose.
Both cases also involved two suspects and black bags.
I thought that it's not a guarantee that they're one and the same, but I wasn't aware of anyone else who would fit the bill.
And so you're not pulling this out of a computer. Your gut is telling you something's going on here.
It was some experience and some instinct that led me to believe that the two episodes could be connected.
What started as a hunch was about to break this case wide open.
Coming up, an abandoned GPS with a roadmap of a crime spree.
It looked that they were casing the bank.
Leading to another high-speed chase with a slightly different ending.
Get on the ground! Get down now! He immediately says, hey, I'm not involved. I don't know what's going on. I'm hitchhiking. I was just trying to get a ride.
When Dateline continues.
Are you comfortable with the role the Supreme Court is playing in the 2024 election?
Is there not more that Israel can do to help the humanitarian crisis? Should abortion be the #1 issue in 2024? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Tonight, the state of emergency here in Baltimore. How is it that traffic was stopped in time?
State law enforcement officers, they undoubtedly saved lives.
Should people be concerned about the safety of flying today?
Closer to the Gaza border.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great.
Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
A sophisticated bank robbing crew was on the loose in East Tennessee. They'd already terrorized at least 3 unsuspecting families.
We had no clue who was responsible for this.
Agent, how bad are these guys?
I would consider these 2 individuals some of the most dangerous criminals to walk in East Tennessee.
Tips were coming in, and investigators chased down every lead, but turned up nothing. By late October 2015, all the FBI was left with was that hunch Agent O'Hare had that a bizarre highway chase miles away in North Carolina had something to do with the Tennessee bank robberies. He shared his inkling with Agent Jeff Blanton.
I remember Agent O'Hare telling me, hey, not for nothing, but this happened. It might be something, it might not. So at this point, it was really the only last remaining stone that we needed to go turn to see if there was anything to it.
So they took a close look at what happened in North Carolina. Agent Blanton and Agent Nocera learned that whole crazy car chase started with a routine traffic stop for speeding. And they wanted to take a look at the dashcam video of the suspects fleeing the crash.
The descriptions were similar. You had 2 white males, one tall and athletic and one a little bit thicker and stockier, and the black bags stuck out because both the Zieglers and the Harrises had described these individuals when they came into their house that they had black bags.
Your first pass through this, Agent, what'd you think?
I knew we had bad guys. I thought we may have something here, enough to continue investigation. At this point, I did not know if it was our bank robbers or if it wasn't.
Turns out investigators had gone through the suspect's black banged-up SUV, and they found a GPS device.
So it could be a goldmine of information.
It can be.
Tell me where you've been.
It can.
An FBI special agent searched the device and found something intriguing. One of the locations marked on the GPS was a credit union near Knoxville.
It looked that this was set up, that they were casing the bank and looking for escape routes and the like away from that bank. I talked to Jeff and I said, they may not be our bank robbers, but they're somebody's bank robbers.
Another GPS route led to a luxury rental home in Maggie Valley, a beautiful North Carolina tourist destination near the Smoky Mountains. Investigators reached out to the property manager, Melissa Pless.
The FBI basically stated that
They just had some concerns and needed to know who was staying in the home.
Melissa told the agents that about 5 months earlier, she'd received an inquiry. Two men, a writer named Ron Bradford and his assistant, were looking for a place to stay while they worked on their book. Melissa showed them around. They were in the market for something secluded with a garage.
We traveled around the area, looked at a couple of homes, and they chose one.
The men were staying in a home aptly named Southern Comfort. It was a month-to-month rental, and they paid in cash. Melissa said they were some of her best tenants.
These guys treated me with utmost respect. They were very kind. On an occasion, they actually brought me a potted plant and a thank you card for, being such hospitable rental company, I guess.
They hardly seemed like gun-wielding kidnappers. Agent Blanton ran down the name of that author, Ron Bradford. Did the name check out?
No, the name did not check out.
For Blanton, the clincher came when he talked to the property manager about the renter's car.
I asked her if she had ever seen Ron in a black Lexus SUV, because I know that one of the robberies in Knoxville, there was a black SUV that was burned after the robbery. She said yes, they had a black SUV, a Lexus, earlier in the summer, but that she hadn't seen them in it in several months.
Did you think I got you? I'm on you now.
At this point, I was convinced this was our bank robbery crew, yes.
It was time for a good old-fashioned stakeout. Agent Blanton assembled a team to keep tabs on the two men.
You see them coming and going?
We did. We saw them coming and going. We were not able to identify who they are, but we were able to see them.
And investigators learned the men were not alone.
The surveillance team was able to ascertain that there was a female at the cabin.
Do you know who she was?
We did not know who she was.
Remember the Ziegler home invasion? There was that woman who came in the house and asked for milk for her baby. Could this be her? Authorities waited patiently for an opportunity to take the suspects down. 2 weeks after they started their surveillance, they finally got their chance. Assistant U.S. Attorney David Lewin.
The day before Thanksgiving, law enforcement sees them get into a silver Nissan Pathfinder with stolen Maryland license plates. The decision was made to stop the vehicle.
It was another high-speed chase, sirens blaring. The SUV weaved around traffic, then suddenly slowed down.
We see the SUV pull over. We see the passenger side door open. We see a person get out of the vehicle holding a black bag, and then the SUV takes off.
Get up! Get on the ground! Get down now! Don't you move! Put your hands up!
One down, one to go. But the man on the ground, well, he wasn't behaving like a criminal caught in the act. He was behaving like a victim.
He immediately says, hey, I'm not involved. I don't know what's going on. I don't know who this guy is. I'm hitchhiking. I was just trying to get a ride.
Did the cops get the wrong guy? They'd have to sort that out later. There was still a man on the loose barreling down the highway.
Coming up, there's more than one way to catch a crook.
Driver jumps out and takes off on foot. The red pickup truck pins him under the rear wheel.
Runs him over?
Runs him over.
You can't make this stuff up.
Can't.
When Dateline continues.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
North Carolina state troopers were back on the tail of the SUV after its passenger bolted out to the side of the interstate. But as the SUV fled, the driver made a serious error. He cut off a red pickup truck.
The red pickup truck didn't like that.
Road rage exploded. The driver of the red pickup took off in hot pursuit of the SUV, leapfrogging the state troopers.
The police are now following the red pickup truck who's following the silver Pathfinder.
So the lead position is Mr. Road Rage.
Mr. Road Rage.
Why'd you cut me off?
Right.
With the trooper and the pickup driver still giving chase, the SUV left the interstate, drove to a construction site, and went right into a ditch.
Driver jumps out and takes off on foot. The red pickup truck pins him under the rear wheel of the pickup truck.
Runs him over?
Runs him over.
You can't make this stuff up.
Can't.
That's the end of the chase.
It's the end of the chase. The police pull up. They take the driver into custody.
The driver of the SUV was banged up with a broken collarbone, broken ribs, and burns. Both he and the passenger who rolled out of the SUV were taken to a local jail. But who were they? Investigators learned the driver was Brian Witham, a guy with a rap sheet dating back to when he was in his 20s, with convictions for armed robbery.
He gave you the impression that he was the guy who would sit there and talk to you, and given the chance, he would kill you and think nothing of it.
Agent Nocera tried to get answers from Witham, but his suspect was Mom.
Witham comes in and right away says he's not going to rat.
The passenger who claimed to be a hitchhiker said his name was Michael Benanti. He was initially charged with felony possession of a stolen car. Here in an interview room, he ranted about his arrest.
There should be no arrest here. I did not. I got thrown out of the car on the highway. Why? You know what I mean? There's no nothing. I didn't do nothing.
And bragged to the guard that he was a big deal executive.
I'm the CEO of a company. 8 years I've been building it. And this stupid little arrest is going to destroy me.
Investigators learned that Benanti in fact founded a company and was even profiled in the Wall Street Journal in 2014. His company was called Prisoner Assistant, and it managed finances for inmates in prison. Turns out Benanti had a lot of experience in that area.
He has multiple felony convictions to include attempted murder of a police officer, robbery, theft of property, and most importantly, a federal conviction of conspiracy to commit bank robbery.
And what did you make of this business that he had?
Bonatti was actually stealing from that business. Part of the reason the banks were being robbed was so that he could repay some of the monies that he owed to inmates that he was stealing from.
Of course, he wasn't some random hitchhiker who happened to get into Witham's car, as he originally told police. The two were in cahoots, and they had a long history together. They'd met in the late 90s at a prison in Pennsylvania and devised a plan to escape, but the attempt failed. Then both of them were sent to the Supermax prison in Colorado. Now, again in custody, Bonatti paced about while he called his sister, asking desperately that she bail him out.
Danielle, I'm very, very sorry to have you give you this call. I love you. I'm in prison.
Then FBI agent Blanton arrived to interview him.
Agent, first impressions, who'd you see?
Well, he was extremely arrogant.
Pompous as well, Blanton said.
He is the smartest person in the room, no matter what room he's in. He was very proud that he was a graduate of Supermax and that he had been to Supermax prison. Bonatti was proud of his credentials at being a criminal.
By now, they were sure they had the right guys, in part because of something that happened when Bonatti was arrested.
Bonatti is white-knuckling something in his hand, clenched fist. His fist is opened up, and there's a crumpled piece of paper.
The feds took a look at it. That crumpled paper had details, names and numbers that sent a chill down their spines.
3 names, handwritten. Bank executives in Greenville and Spartanburg, South Carolina. Their titles, their bank locations.
Prosecutor Lewin believed these were the next victims. So, with a search warrant in hand, FBI agents and Lewin spent Thanksgiving Day and Black Friday of 2015 in the Smoky Mountains at a house called Southern Comfort. There, they found evidence of a sophisticated criminal enterprise, and evidence that would finally reveal who that mystery woman was, the woman who wanted milk for her baby.
So, agents, who is this?
Coming up, the answer and a warning.
Be careful what you put out for the world to see. The minute you hit post or hit send, you have no guarantee who's going to be able to access that.
That baby picture's out there.
The baby picture's out there.
When Dateline continues. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, and this is
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
all right, and this is
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hand.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great.
Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
It was Thanksgiving Day 2015 in a house in the mountains of North Carolina. But there was no family gathering inside, just FBI agents and a prosecutor. They were searching for evidence to tie Michael Benanti and Brian Witham to that string of kidnappings and bank robberies in eastern Tennessee.
When we originally walked in, the amount of evidence and items that were in the house was staggering.
Including weapons, electronic devices, cameras, fake law enforcement IDs, fake tattoos, and massive amounts of photos. Among them, this picture of Benanti and Witham, plus an inadvertent selfie. Benanti's face seen in a car's side mirror taken as they cased a bank. When the agents told Brian Witham what they had, he went from mum to spilling everything he knew to the feds.
He laid out the entire scheme, his role in the scheme.
It was a chilling criminal enterprise that involved learning every detail about their intended victims' lives. Step by step, they gathered intelligence. First, they identified the bank.
They would go to that bank, they would look on its social media page and hopefully get names and pictures of the people they thought would be worthy targets.
Then they stalked the bank employees online.
They could find them on LinkedIn. They could find them on Facebook.
Victims would rise and fall on their target list depending on the quantity and quality of social media evidence that they put out there for the world to see.
For example, in the Harris case, they saw pictures of the couple's newborn baby on Facebook.
With the Harris, they were planning on doing that one earlier, but they noticed that Miss Harris had given birth and they pushed the date back.
And Facebook also revealed that the Zieglers had an adult daughter who lived in Texas.
And this enabled them to say, we got people surveilling your child in Texas.
Once their victims were picked out, the spying turned up close and personal. Witham would surveil them at home, hiding in their yards, watching and documenting their every move.
Commando style, GoPro cameras would be set up around the house. Brian Witham would camo up, have some food, and he would put himself up in a tree, sometimes right next to the play sets of these families with the children in the backyard, and watch quietly, making notes of when lights go off, when they come on, when people go to the kitchen table, when they go out to get the paper.
The duo would then take all the information they'd gathered, reams and reams of personal details, surveillance photos, maps, and compile them into a victim packet. Agents found over a dozen of these packets or dossiers in a black briefcase in the house.
We have numerous packages that have names, address, children, grandchildren.
Without revealing it, I'm seeing Spartanburg, which is South Carolina.
That's correct.
Georgia, Clayton, Georgia.
Georgia.
Future business.
Yes, sir.
Future victims, which included some of the names and addresses on that crumpled piece of paper that Benanti had clutched in his hand.
And we found thousands upon thousands of photographs on SD cards of some of these houses, locations, people.
The dossiers weren't just of future targets. The agents also found one of a target they already knew very well, Brooke Lyons.
What's the quality of their surveillance work?
So I'm our division SWAT team leader, and these targeting packs that they have are of a quality that I could use for a hit.
Or execute a search warrant or anything else.
In talking to Witham, the agents learned why they never found any physical evidence. No DNA, fingerprints, or fibers. He and Benanti made sure not to leave a trace behind.
Witham even shaved his body to try to eliminate as much DNA as possible.
While he was up in a tree all night doing surveillance, he brought a jug along with him.
He relieves himself in the jugs so that he doesn't break surveillance and so that he doesn't leave any DNA behind.
But now, even with the two men in custody, the feds still didn't know how many others were involved. Who was the African-American man and the woman the Zieglers described? Was there anyone else involved?
3, 4, 5, 6 people? Are we looking for 2? What are the races? What are the genders that we're looking for?
Brian Witham gave them the answer. They'd bought masks.
So agents, who is this?
That's the white female from the Ziegler robbery in April of 2015.
The one who said the baby needs some milk?
Yes.
Remember, the FBI had released a sketch of her to the public. It was eerily close.
So what's actually happened here?
Brian Witham had a fake tattoo on his neck, walked outside, put that mask on, and then came in and acted like a female coming in, looking for milk for the baby.
As for the African-American man, he was a mask as well. Benante's DNA was found on it. Pretty good masks.
Yes, they spent roughly $1,500 a piece, we later found out, to purchase these masks.
They were sewing in deception and red herrings and things designed to confuse the victims.
The gender switch, the racial switch, the masks?
All of that, because the victims then are going to report all of that to the police, and the police will then be looking for a black man, a woman with long brown hair.
And it worked. Witham also told the agents that he and Benante didn't strike just in Tennessee.
He lays out a crime spree up and down the eastern seaboard that began in the summer of 2014.
He told them about a heist the two of them pulled off in 2014 in a small Pennsylvania town. And sure enough, there was a tall, slender man and a heavy-set guy. They held the tellers at gunpoint and made off with $156,000.
And sure enough, we go up and we learn that that bank robbery was still unsolved.
Then Witham told them about another job. It was in Connecticut. And that's when the FBI finally connected the Tennessee cases to Matthew Yusman.
And the poor victim had been regarded as a suspect, and he lived under the stigma of that until Witham gave up the story, didn't he?
Right.
Yes.
The investigators up there, they were looking at other leads and running things down. They were striking out the same as we were down here.
Of course, Matt Yusman didn't know any of this yet. He was still very much under suspicion. In fact, he just appeared before a grand jury.
It didn't go well. It was very obvious that they were going to recommend an indictment.
That was November. Then on December 1st, Matt thought his worst fear had come true. His boss said the FBI was coming to his office.
And I tell him that I'm not going to allow them to arrest me right in front of all of my staff.
The meeting was about an arrest, all right, but it wasn't Matt's.
He said, we've apprehended 2 individuals down in North Carolina. We have overwhelming evidence that connects them to your case. You are now no longer a suspect. You are now completely exonerated.
Matt and his mom had been telling the truth all along.
The overwhelming emotion, I actually broke down and cried in the office because all the emotions just came out that I'd been bottling up for 9 months because I was trying to show that I was truly innocent.
And as he learned more about his kidnapper's MO, some of the strange details about his story made sense. For instance, remember how his mom said the kidnappers used her vacuum to clean up? That's because they didn't want to leave any evidence behind. And Matt learned his captors found him on his credit union's website. Then they saw his picture and learned where he lived on Facebook. The criminals began their watch.
You were surveilled. Yeah, I was surveilled. To this day, I still can't handle that I had people surveilling me and I didn't notice. If I had just paid more attention, would I have stopped this?
In 2017, Benante was convicted on 23 counts, including armed bank extortion and kidnapping. He's now serving 4 consecutive life sentences plus 155 years, but he still maintains his innocence. Brian Witham, who struck a deal, was sentenced to 30 years.
So what's the lesson for people here?
Be careful what you put out for the world to see. The minute you hit post or hit send, you have no guarantee who's going to be able to access that at some point.
That baby picture's out there.
The baby picture's out there. You talking about where you run in your neighborhood and how long, It's all out there.
And these guys exploited all of those things you just mentioned.
They mined it all.
As for Matt Yussman, he's still upset at how he was treated by the FBI and local authorities. Former police chief Jim Wardwell. He'd like to have taken a swing at you guys.
And rightfully so. Mr. Yussman was through so much. For any of us to have added to any of his anguish is regretful. He is a victim of a horrific crime and a good man and a courageous man.
And while the men behind this crime will be in prison for years and years into the future, all of their victims seem to have been deeply traumatized. Reporter Jamie Satterfield.
They will never be able, really, I think, to ever fully rest easy in their own homes. That's the price I think they paid, was security.
Your life can never be the same. It never will be, no matter how much I put on that face and tell everybody that I'm fine. I'll never be the same after this.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments.
Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hello, this is Sky News Today with me, Simon Mawson. It's 10 o'clock. The headlines. Exchanging blows. Rishi Sunak and Sir Keir Starmer clash over taxes in their first election debate.
You want to put everyone's taxes up by £2,000.
This £2,000 he keeps saying it's going to cost is absolute garbage.
The King to join veterans at commemorations to mark the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings. The UK is urged to do more to help the young and injured in Gaza. President Biden to close the US-Mexico border under a new executive order clamping down on asylum seekers. Amanda Knox is back in court in Italy as she seeks to overturn a conviction for slander. And the Premier League faces a legal battle with reigning champions Manchester City over the league's commercial rules. Good morning. In a heated first debate of the election campaign, Sir Keir Starmer rubbished suggestions from Rishi Sunak that a Labour government would raise taxes by £2,000. The pair also clashed on the economy, immigration and the NHS, with the debate's host often asking them to lower their voices and stop talking over one another. Deputy Political Editor Sam Coates has more.
The two men vying to lead the country head-to-head on the debate stage for the first time, addressing an audience in Salford, but the country beyond is their real target.
I'm seeking your backing to change our country, to make it work once again for you and your family.
You know what I would do? I'll cut your taxes, protect your pension and reduce immigration.
The cost of living, the first topic from a voter struggling to pay their bills.
Our economy is growing again, wages are rising, and crucially, we are able to now start cutting your taxes. But I know you're only just starting to see the benefits of that, as you described.
He says the plan is working. So the question for him is, why has he called the election now? He's called it now because he knows, and I'll ask him this, he knows inflation is going to go back up. He knows energy prices are going to go back up in the autumn. That's what he's not telling you.
The two leaders trading blows from the off and hard to control.
Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer, I am going to draw a line under this part of the debate.
The NHS, the next battleground. The PM had pledged to get waiting lists down.
We went through the best part of 2 years where the NHS couldn't conduct all the treatments it normally would, and it is going to take time to recover from that. But we are now making progress. The waiting lists are coming down.
You said you'd get them down. 7.2 million, they're now 7.5 million. I'd like you to explain how they're coming down.
Because they were coming down from where they were when they were higher.
7.2.
And they're now on their way down.
That, the first laugh of the night.
Yes, because
Rishi Sunak needed to land blows. Tax, his big target.
He would put up everyone's taxes by £2,000. You want to put everyone's taxes up by £2,000. Keir Starmer is going to put your taxes up by £2,000.
The Labour leader denied that charge. On immigration, Labour says it would end flights taking migrants to Rwanda.
If I'm your Prime Minister, the planes will go to Rwanda, we will have a deterrent. So the simple question for Keir Starmer is, what will you do with people who come here illegally? What will you do with them? Well, very simply, what will you do with them? That's what I'm going to do. We'll have a deterrent. What are you going to do?
We need to smash the gangs that are running this vile trade, making a huge amount of money, putting some of the most vulnerable people in boats.
We do need to smash the gangs. Keir Starmer voted against those laws. So, as ever, you say one thing here, but your track record says something completely different, and you can't be trusted to tackle immigration.
Rishi Sunak in attack mode.
What are you going to do? Just tell everybody. What are you going to do with illegal migrants who arrive?
Please, can we please, gentlemen, we will lower our voices.
Between the shouting, there was a pattern. Starmer attacked the present. Sunak claimed he had no vision for the future.
14 years with nothing to do but think about the future, but you have nothing to say about it, and all you can do is talk about the past. And it's clear, there are no big ideas here.
On the one hand, he says these are all the big ideas that Keir Starmer's coming up with, and they'll cost a fortune. Then he says he hasn't got any big ideas. I do appreciate why he doesn't want to talk about the last 14 years. He's ashamed of the last 14 years.
Rishi Sunak needed to change the narrative in this debate. A Snap poll saw 51% rating him the best, 49% for Keir Starmer. But the true verdict will only come a month from today. Sam Coates, Sky News, Salford.
And our political correspondent, Mari Aurora, joins me now with the details and the reaction. So, Mari, what did you make of this debate? And what did, more importantly, the voters make of it?
Well, the debate last night, realistically, as Sam Coates was explaining, was somewhat tetchy in places. Rishi Sunak clearly frustrated and, raising his voice, having to be told by the moderator to kind of calm down almost. But interestingly, when you look at the reaction that we've seen, so comes some snap polling in reaction to the debate. So the first one we had emerging last night from YouGov was a snap poll that found that actually the two were almost neck and neck, but that Rishi Sunak actually beat Keir Starmer. So he was on 51%, Keir Starmer on 49%. Now that was saying from YouGov. Interestingly, a new poll has come out this morning from Savanta. Now, Savanta has a slightly different picture. Savanta say Starmer won 44%, Sunak 39%, and 17% say they don't know. So actually, if you look at different polls, it's not necessarily clear-cut. I mean, the most obvious message from this poll coming out, several polls coming out last night and this morning, is that actually people aren't really convinced massively in either direction. And there's still a reasonable percentage of people who remain undecided, essentially. So that's the first thing to say. Now, the debate was on a wide range of topics. Both candidates, as it were, to be Prime Minister received applause for different things they were saying. One of the key dividing lines, which was quite interesting, was about the European Court of Human Rights. Rishi Sunak said that essentially the UK's membership of that court would never be as important as national security and being able to protect our own borders, whereas Keir Starmer, when asked if he would ever countenance leaving the ECHR, said no, he does not want to leave that court. It's a court that was set up in the aftermath of the Second World War, and essentially he doesn't want to be in a government where there's a question over whether they are keeping to international law or not. Now, interestingly, when it comes to empathising, Rishi Sunak might have been slightly more robotic in terms of his responses to the people in the audience last night, compared to Keir Starmer, who was trying to resonate with them. But nonetheless, I think some would argue Keir Starmer was potentially too much kind of smiling and laughing and taking the mick, as it were, out of Rishi Sunak's record. And Rishi Sunak was trying to say, let's not talk about the past, let's talk about the future. Whereas obviously, for Keir Starmer, the most useful thing electorally, is to talk about the past, and the past 14 years to be precise.
Exactly. Mari Aurora, thanks very much indeed. The UK is hosting its national commemorative event for the 80th anniversary of D-Day in Portsmouth today. Today's event celebrates the operation that took place on the 6th of June 1944, where the Allies carried out an unprecedented amphibious operation to invade Normandy in Nazi-occupied France. The King and Queen, the Prince of Wales and the Prime Minister will attend the event alongside armed forces personnel and thousands of members of the public. Royal correspondent Laura Bundock is there.
80 years ago today, it was a very different scene. Assembled here and right along the coast, the world's biggest ever seaborne invasion force. And for those troops who'd been training for this moment, the time had come. They were about to cross the Channel for a journey and for battles which had absolutely no guarantee of return. 156,000 Allied troops taking part. D-Day, the scale of it was simply staggering. And here in Portsmouth, the departure point for thousands of troops heading for Sword Beach is the focus for the national commemoration event taking place on South Sea Common. The stage is set behind me. It'll retell the story of D-Day through readings, through music. The King, the Queen, Prince William will be here, but it'll be the veterans themselves who will be taking centre stage. 17 are expected here today to remember friends, brothers in arms who didn't make it home. And it'll be a poignant moment for the King too. He was here 5 years ago for the 75th anniversary, sat next to his mother, the late Queen, and he knows how much this anniversary always meant to her. He will then be heading to northern France himself this afternoon. But for the veterans who are able to make it here to Portsmouth today, their number might be dwindling, but what's really significant is the fact hundreds of children have been invited to ensure their legacy lives on, that those who risked and gave their lives are remembered, and of course because they all helped change the course of history.
Campaigning is continuing in Scotland. Scottish Labour are on the campaign trail in Glasgow, where the party's leader is pledging to tackle food poverty. Well, Anar Sawa is currently visiting a food poverty charity. He joins us live with our Scotland correspondent, Conor Gillis. Conor.
Yeah, we're here at a food bank warehouse in Glasgow with the Scottish Labour camp who are out campaigning today, the day after that television debate where clearly the Conservatives and Rishi Sunak were attacking Labour on their tax plans, alleging that a Labour government would mean £2,000 of additional taxes for people across the country, and Rishi Sunak saying that they were plans that were drawn up by the civil service. Well, there has been some doubt cast by a senior civil servant in the last half an hour or so. Let's chat to Anna Sarwar from Scottish Labour. Just set the record straight here. Will Labour put up taxes by £2,000?
No, this is a straight-up lie from a desperate Prime Minister in Rishi Sunak, who is trying to scaremonger across the country because he wants to hide away from his own record. Labour has been very clear that the only tax we're looking to raise is on the super-rich. We want to close the non-dom tax loophole to put more money into our NHS. We want to tax the oil and gas giants making record profits to help bring down people's bills and invest in clean energy, something that will disproportionately benefit people here in Scotland. So a straight-up lie, and this is another desperate attempt from this Conservative Party to follow up what's happening here in Scotland, where the SNP is pretending that there's going to be some kind of privatisation of the NHS. Our politics has to be better than two political parties in government telling blatant lies in order to desperately keep a hold of their seats and power. And I think the public can see right through it.
But here we have this letter from the senior civil servant released in the last hour or so. That was sent to your party 2 days ago. Why did Keir Starmer not mention that last night, if this was an outright lie?
Well, we thought the Prime Minister would have more integrity than what he showed last night. We didn't think he was the same ilk as the Liz Truss, the Boris Johnson style politics, but clearly Rishi Sunak wants to go down that same rabbit hole that those two failed Prime Ministers went down.
But was Sir Keir Starmer too late to defend that? Because that was the criticism last night, that he let the Prime Minister say this. If you're saying it's a lie, why was he not quicker to defend that and get on the front foot?
Look, Keir Starmer is a man of integrity and decency. And I don't think he wanted to get down the use of the words like lie and misinformation, because he was using the debate last night rightly as an opportunity to speak not just to the audience in the room, but to speak to people across the country who are really worried both about a cost of living crisis and an NHS crisis. And I think there was a clear difference shown last night between Rishi Sunak, who will say anything, do anything, lie about anything to try and keep a hold of power, with a compassionate, caring man of decency and integrity who wants to do the right thing by the British people because he believes in public service. That's what politics is about.
Was his performance good enough?
Absolutely, because more than anything else, I think people are looking for a leader of this nation who's going to tell the truth, who's going to act with compassion, and who believes that politics is about bigger things than just themselves or an individual political party. This is a man that believes in public service and government being about serving the people, not being served by the people. And that's the big difference between Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer.
What is the big lesson from last night going into the rest of this campaign and more head-to-head TV debates? Do you think that Keir Starmer needs to get out quicker when claims like that are made that you are saying are not true? Do you think that's one of the big lessons from last night?
Well, look, of course we have debunked the lie from Rishi Sunak that he told last night. We debunked it last night. We are debunking it again today. But I think as long as Keir Starmer can continue to do what he did last night, which is demonstrate honesty, be straight up with the public, don't pretend we can fix every problem straight away, recognise that we have 14 years of Tory chaos and failure that is going to take time to fix, but you only get the chance to fix it and change our country if we elect a Labour government on the 4th of July. And that's an opportunity Scotland and the UK cannot afford to miss.
Let's move on now, talk about GB Energy, which we are hearing from your party will be based here in Scotland, potentially with the jobs that come with that. I thought it was interesting last night that Keir Starmer said that it will generate energy. Is that true?
Yeah, look, let's just clarify this. I know there's been a bit of debate about
That's what he said, it will generate energy.
Well, absolutely. Look, it's the wind turbines that generate energy. The companies invest in that generation, make the profits from that, and then try and distribute those profits. The problem you have right now is the only governments that are investing in our industries and our renewable future is governments from abroad who are then making profits from that to deliver their own public services.
I appreciate that, but let's just be clear, because he said it before that it would be an investment vehicle, GB Energy. Last night he said it will generate energy, despite being asked last week the same question, and he said no to that.
Let me just clarify. When a company, this will be GB Energy, a publicly owned energy generation company, headquartered here in Scotland, it will make investments, and those investments it makes, for example, in a wind farm, those wind farms will generate energy, that will generate an income and a receipt, and we will use that to make further investments or indeed distribute that to the taxpayer who will own GB Energy. So I don't think there's any dubiety here. A publicly owned energy generation company tasked with bringing down people's bills, creating more jobs, delivering energy security and showing climate leadership. That is good for the taxpayer, good for the North East, good for Scotland, good for right across the UK, but only happens if we elect a Labour government on the 4th of July.
And if you do get the keys to 10 Downing Street next month, how quickly and how will we see the first jobs being set up in Scotland?
Look, we want to move straight away.
What does straight away look like in terms of jobs, getting jobs?
Look, of course, there's a time and a process in terms of identifying headquarters and all the rest of it, so we want to get cracking with this.
Have you already identified headquarters?
Not yet. What we've said is we want it to be headquartered in Scotland.
Do you know where in Scotland?
It'll be somewhere in Scotland. There's lots of strong pitches. I've got lots of Glasgow candidates wanting it in Glasgow, lots of Edinburgh candidates wanting it in Edinburgh, Aberdeen candidates wanting it in Aberdeen.
You must have an idea. Come on.
I think there's a strong case for it definitely to be in Scotland, which is a commitment we have made. There's clearly huge potential in the North East, and Aberdeen in particular, where we have an energy hub right now, which is, of course, something we want to support and back those workers and those companies in that region. But
so is Aberdeen top of the list, do you think?
We haven't set any location for it at all. What we're keen to do, though, is get this election over the line. We have 28 days to get rid of this rotten Tory government. 28 days, and we can wake up to this Conservative Party being gone. And that's an opportunity Scotland and the UK can't afford to miss. And once we get that Labour government, we'll set up the work of delivering GB Energy to bring down your bills, to create more jobs, to deliver that energy security and make sure we're maximising Scotland's energy potential.
Just final question, because we've overrun our time here, or I have, with the questions. The SNP are saying...
I'm happy to keep going if you like.
The SNP were saying there was not a single mention of Scotland in that debate last night by either of the two candidates vying to be Prime Minister of this country. What does that say about their requirements for caring about Scotland?
Look, again, I think this is just symbolistic nonsense from the SNP. When Keir Starmer was talking about clamping down on non-doms and putting more money into the NHS, that benefits Scotland. When Keir Starmer talks about delivering a new deal for working people, that means a pay rise for people here in Scotland and stronger employment rights for people here in Scotland. When Keir Starmer talked about the VAT on private schools, that's more money for Scotland's education system. When he talked about economic stability to help bring down the cost of your mortgage, that's mortgages, cheaper mortgages for people here in Scotland. So this pretense from the SNP that somehow this is not a government that will be on the side of Scotland is just for the birds. People in Scotland can see that the choice in this election is 5 more years of Rishi Sunak and their sleazy, corrupt mob, or a Labour government. And I know what Scots will choose in that election. But it's an opportunity we can't afford to miss, so you've got to vote Labour on the 4th of July.
Anna Sarwar, Scottish Labour leader, thanks very much indeed for your time live on Sky News. Symbolistic nonsense, according to Labour there at the SNP attack line, that Scotland did not get one single mention in that televised leaders' debate head-to-head between Rishi Sunak and Sir Keir Starmer last night, trying to get some detail from Labour there on their plans for GB Energy. There's that commitment to bring it and base it here in Scotland. Will it be Glasgow? Will it be Edinburgh? There was a strong hint, I think, there that it could be in Aberdeen. Clearly, that is looking at a situation where oil and gas is in crisis in the coming years, clearly around jobs and the threat, potentially, that some would say Labour brings with the non-continuation of future oil and gas licences there. So that is what the Labour camp are saying in reaction. More to come, no doubt, over the coming hours.
Conor Gillis, live from Scotland and in Glasgow. Thank you very much indeed. All right, let's bring you up to date on other news today. And Welsh First Minister Vaughan Gething will face a vote of no confidence in the Senedd later today. The motion brought forward by the Welsh Conservatives comes after a series of rows in Cardiff Bay, including the collapse of a cooperation deal between Labour and Plaid Cymru. Amanda Knox has returned to court in Italy today to clear her name once and for all over an historic slander charge. The American was previously cleared of the 2007 murder of her 21-year-old flatmate Meredith Kircher in Perugia. However, the slander conviction for initially accusing a Congolese bar owner of the killing remains, having withstood 5 court rulings, which ultimately cleared her of the murder. TikTok says it's worked to stop a cyber attack that's targeted several high-profile accounts, including news network CNN and reality star Paris Hilton. The platform insists the number of accounts compromised is very small and is working with affected account owners to restore access if needed. Cash is king. Banknotes featuring Charles's portrait will go into circulation today. The new banknotes will be used alongside those featuring his late mother, Queen Elizabeth, in a slow transition process. Those who want to get their hands on the notes today can try at selected post office branches. Well, back now to commemorations marking the 80th anniversary of the Normandy landings. The King is expected to make his most high-profile public appearance since his cancer diagnosis. To mark the event, he will, of course, be joined by dignitaries from around the world. Joining me now is Deputy Chief of Mission at the US Embassy, Matthew Palmer, who's representing the United States in Portsmouth for the D-Day commemorations. Good morning to you. It was this time 80 years ago that Allied troops were gathering to get on their way for that unprecedented 5,000-strong armada, and simultaneously British and US Air Force troops were taking off.
That's absolutely correct, and it's important, I think, that we pause on this day to acknowledge and remember what happened 80 years ago tomorrow and the sacrifices of those thousands of young men on the beaches of Normandy. There are some important lessons for us today going forward about those sacrifices, the importance of unity of purpose, the importance of sacrifice in defense of freedom, in defense of democracy. And those are lessons that are deeply relevant to us today.
It's why these events annually, and in particular, of course, on the 80th anniversary, hold so much, don't they, in terms of the emotion, the power of the moment, and then, as you say, going forwards. And, of course, you're representing the United States there at this commemoration. The King will be there, the Prime Minister will be there. How important is it for the US and the UK to continue with the bond that was built during the war?
The relationship between the United States and the United Kingdom is like no other partnership that we have, like no other partnership that there's ever been. I know it's something of a cliche to refer to the relationship as special, but it is special. It's a unique bond. Right now, the United States, the United Kingdom are standing shoulder to shoulder in the Red Sea, defending freedom of commerce. We're standing shoulder to shoulder together, leading on Ukraine. This partnership is as much alive and vibrant and relevant today as it was 80 years ago.
Yeah, of course. So we have wars raging on the border of Europe, in Ukraine, in the Middle East, and it's important for, of course, the United States and the United Kingdom to continue. And President Biden will also be attending the event tomorrow in Normandy, won't he?
That's correct, yes. The president will be there along with other world leaders representing the great powers responsible for pushing back against fascism and Nazism in the West.
Tell us about what the United States is doing to commemorate the D-Day anniversary.
Right. Our veterans are spread out across a very big country. So the commemorations tend to be localized, places where local communities can honor their veterans. At this point, the youngest of the veterans still with us are 97, 90, 98 years old. But it's an opportunity to pause, to reflect, to honor the veterans, to learn from them, and to make sure that the younger generations understand the sacrifices that their grandfathers and great-grandfathers made in defense of their liberties.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned the next generation, of course, because for you and I, perhaps, we've grown up with so much talk about the war, but now it's 80 years ago, which seems incredible. How do we ensure that the next generation understands the importance of the war, of D-Day, and of recognising the sacrifices by our veterans?
By telling the stories of the veterans. That's why events like today's are so important. It's an opportunity to acknowledge the sacrifice, to acknowledge the contributions of each and every veteran, and in particular those who stormed the beaches in Normandy 80 years ago tomorrow. It's important that those stories be human, that those stories be immediate, that people understand the connection between their own freedoms, their own liberties, and the sacrifices of earlier generations. I think you've seen some television series about the 101st Airborne Division, about the U.S. Bomber Command. These are the kinds of stories that can also help connect a younger generation with events of the past and to help them understand the enormity of the sacrifices of earlier generations.
Matthew Palmer, Deputy Chief of Mission from the US Embassy in the UK. Thanks very much indeed for joining us on Sky News.
Thanks so much for having me on your show.
This is Sky News Today. Coming up, how the UK government is hampering evacuation efforts for injured children in Gaza. We'll get reaction to last night's leaders' debate from a former advisor to Gordon Brown and Tony Blair, and who he thinks performed best. Plus reports that Manchester City are suing the Premier League over the competition's financial rules.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth,
Joanne, nice to see you.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth,
Joanne, nice to see you.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Child deaths and injuries are spiralling in Gaza, and questions are being asked about the UK helping the war's youngest and most vulnerable. Britain is yet to take in any patients for specialist treatment, despite evacuation efforts by several charities. A warning, this report from our Middle East correspondent Alistair Bunkle contains distressing images of wounded children from the outset.
The pain was so excruciating that Kareem begged the doctors to cut off his leg. Because of the war, they had to do it without an anaesthetic. His screams were so loud that people on the floor above thought that someone was giving birth. This 14-year-old boy, who was top of his class and dreamt of owning his own bike, now thinks he'll never ride one again.
فكريم انا قاعده باجله له ايش بقول لي يا ماما بقول له نعم بقول لي ياما في دبابه على باب الدار.
Kareem started yelling that there was a tank down the street near our house that was telling us to evacuate the area. I ran outside with my daughter to check on him and my husband. They were rushing towards me when a tank opened fire.
Two British charities, Project Pure Hope and Save a Child, have written to the Foreign and Home Secretaries, asking them to evacuate Kareem and 10 other children to the UK for specialist treatment. Money for their travel and medical costs has already been raised. Their stay in Britain would only be temporary for the course of their treatment. It just needs the British government to sign it off, and they haven't done so. Zaina was injured in a fire after an airstrike on the camp that she was living in. More than a fifth of her small body is covered in second and third degree burns. Her thighs, the palms of her hands, her chest, back, neck, face and forehead. These children aren't just suffering physical pain, they're experiencing deep trauma too.
Her pain keeps getting worse, and sometimes she wakes up screaming at night. She barely eats. Whenever she sees someone in a medical uniform, she panics and starts screaming. She is always afraid.
The hospitals, so damaged by the fighting, cannot give the children the treatment they need. Asleep or awake, they're haunted by the pain of the injuries and the sounds of war. They have a small chance of recovery. Britain, if only they could go there. Alistair Bunkle, Sky News, in Jerusalem.
You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, a former advisor to Tony Blair and Gordon Brown gives us his reaction to last night's leaders' debate. Stay tuned.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling?
feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man with everything.
All right, it just did too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Welcome back. Rishi Sunak and Sir Keir Starmer's differences on the economy, NHS and immigration took centre stage in last night's leaders' debate, with both sides claiming victory. It was the first time in the election campaign for voters to see the Conservative and Labour leaders go head-to-head. And there were several heated exchanges, especially on tax.
You want to put everyone's taxes up by £2,000, and this is really important. Yeah. Independent Treasury officials have costed Labour's policies, and they amount to a £2,000 tax rise for every working family. No, this is important. Mark my words. Labour will raise your taxes.
Well, what's happened here is it's a classic. They put in pretend Labour policies to the Treasury, and then they get a false readout. So I'll just tell you, what they've put in for this analysis is a mental health policy that isn't the Labour Party's policy. He's put in one of his own policies. He's asked the civil service to cost it, and they've come up with this figure of £2,000.
If your Rwanda plan is blocked by the courts, and will this appear in your manifesto, that you would remove the UK from the European Convention on Human Rights? Is that part of your plan? Will that be in your manifesto?
I'm crystal clear. I believe all our plans are compliant with our international obligations, but if I am forced to choose between securing our borders and our country's security or a foreign court, I'm going to choose our country's security every single time.
So that's a yes. Excuse me, can I be clear? That is a yes.
I've been crystal clear. I will choose our country's security ahead of membership of a foreign court every single time.
Oh, joining me now is Director of the Social Market Foundation, Theo Bertram. And Theo, of course, you have prepped Gordon Brown for the 2010 TV debates as well. So, look, gosh, there's so much I want to talk to you about this. Let's start with perhaps, we'll come to policy and all of that in a minute and landing punches. How do you think they came across? Because that's the point of the TV debates, right? It's the first time we get to see them taking each other on. Did they come across well?
I'm really sorry, I can't hear anything. I'm getting another studio in my ear.
Oh, what a shame. Let's come back to you, Theo. Let's try and sort that out, because we did check, and then I think we've had some crossed wires. Theo, can you hear me now? OK, look, we're going to try and get back to Theo. He is a coiled spring to talk us through the election debates. Let's move on then, shall we? All right, I'm being told that we have our political correspondent, Serena Barker-Singh, with us. Serena, tell us, where are you, and what's the latest on the election campaign trail?
Yes, so we're back on the Labour bus. Obviously, the debate last night was in Salford. We're driving down to Portsmouth. So the Labour leader, Keir Starmer, will join members of the royal family. They're marking the 80th anniversary of D-Day, and he'll be with military veterans and service personnel at a ceremony in Portsmouth with the King, of course. Now, that does come with tangible promises from the Labour Party. They are hoping for new legislation on armed force communities. They're promising a new armed force commissioner today, but it's the second position themselves with veterans. Earlier this week, he shared a stage with 10 veterans who are now Labour candidates going into this election. So it's clear the messages he wants to send, and I think also he's hoping to get away from this tax row that has emerged from the debate yesterday. So we'll see that a bit later on.
Serena, live from the campaign trail. Thanks very much indeed. It's great that we get them on a bus on the campaign trail, isn't it? Right, Manchester City are taking legal action against the Premier League, according to the Times newspaper. The Citizens claims that the league's financial rules around commercial and sponsorship deals are unlawful and incompatible with UK competition law. Well, let's speak to our business presenter, Ian King, about all of this. So, Ian, a really significant move here with widespread implications. Tell us what Manchester City are talking about.
Yeah, this is quite a complicated story, but nonetheless with enormous ramifications potentially for the Premier League. Now, Manchester City's complaint, as you said there, is that something called associated party transactions are contrary to competition law. Now, these are transactions, sponsorship deals, for example, with companies that are associated to a club's owner. Manchester City has some 10 of these in place, most notably with Etihad, which has the naming rights to its stadium and also its shirt sponsorship. There are other clubs as well that have similar arrangements in place, and actually the rules were put in place in December 2021 following Saudi Arabia's takeover of Newcastle United, and were toughened up in January this year. Newcastle is another club with some of these associated party transactions. They have a shirt sponsorship deal with Seller, which is a Saudi related company. Chelsea's shirt sponsorship deal is also an associated party transaction. Now, City, as I say, believe that these rules are illegal and contrary to competition law. They say also that they haven't been enforced sufficiently toughly in the past, and they feel that this is rather unfair. They're pointing out, for example, that previously clubs such as Manchester United, their crosstown rivals, of course, were able to monetise their brand in a way that City are now prevented from doing so. The other leg of the allegation is the Premier League's voting rules, whereby you have to have 14 out of the 20 members of the Premier League voting in favour of a proposal for it to go through. City say that this amounts to what they call the tyranny of the majority, and they feel that in some cases other clubs are ganging up on them. Now, the case was brought to the Premier League in February of this year. The league notified other clubs at that time. It comes to court next week, on the 10th of June, in fact, and really some 14 clubs, we understand, or the Times has reported, have come forward with witness statements. The Times also says that one of those clubs is in sympathy with Manchester City. Now, one would have to assume that that probably would be either Chelsea or Newcastle United. The backdrop to all of this is that City have been charged by the Premier League with 115 offences that are related to breaches of financial fair play regulations. And there is a school of thought that Manchester City have brought these charges to try and make those go away. In other words, you drop the charges against us, we'll drop this legal action against you, the Premier League. But obviously, if City are successful with this challenge, then potentially it opens them up to some really, really big deals and potentially entrenches their position within the Premier League as the wealthiest club. If you look, for example, at what happened in France, well, France have got similar rules here, but Paris Saint-Germain have been able to exploit the wealth of their owners from Qatar even more strongly than Manchester City have been able to thus far in the UK. And that has implications, obviously, for the competitiveness of the league.
Ian, thank you. President Joe Biden has ordered a halt to asylum seekers at the US border with Mexico. The executive order is effective immediately, but only kicks in when illegal crossings surge. Sky's US correspondent Martha Kellner reports from the border at San Isidro.
They are the lucky ones, in a way. The final group of migrants entering the United States before everything changes. Dawn brings a new era on immigration, and a tougher one. If illegal crossings reach a certain level, this border will now be sealed, according to an order issued by the president.
This action will help us gain control of our border, restore order into the process. And if the United States doesn't secure our border, there's no limit to the number of people who may try to come here.
After processing, the migrants are dropped on a roadside in San Diego. Some don't even know what city they're in. Messages are sent to relatives on both sides of the border. Back home to let them know they're safe, and to those already in the United States to let them know they're on their way. I've heard about the new order, says Aurelio from El Salvador. I feel fortunate to have arrived before it takes effect. It's my dream to be here. Derley has come to escape gang violence in Colombia, where she owned a shoe shop. I come here fleeing my country, she says. If Biden changes his laws, I don't know where I'll go. Proponents of the policy say it will help relieve an overwhelmed system, but it's a surprise. This order represents a stark turnaround by President Biden. This is a man who came into power criticising Donald Trump's draconian restrictions on immigration. Now we see him making a move reminiscent of his predecessor. Critics say it's a cynical action, 5 months out from an election, with immigration a motivating factor for voters.
Also, it's setting a very bad precedent, right? A precedent that making decisions that are politically motivated to gain political points in an election year are more important for President Biden than respecting human rights. That is the message.
Children who cross the border unaccompanied are exempt from the new order. Nevertheless, this is the most restrictive border policy by a Democrat president in recent memory. It is a shutout, which shows just how much the politics around immigration have shifted to the right. Martha Kellner, Sky News at the San Isidro border.
Now, in last night's leaders' debate, there was a clash over tax, which is making the headlines, with Rishi Sunak's claim that under a Labour premiership, taxes would go up by £2,000. Well, Rachel Reeves has been in Glasgow this morning and has faced questions on last night's debates from reporters.
Is this becoming a bit of a dirty campaign, do you think, with you know, tactics like this going back and forward?
Well, it's Rishi Sunak who lied 12 times in the debate last night about Labour's tax plans. The truth is, it's the Conservatives that have taken the tax burden to the highest it's been in 70 years. That is the Conservatives' record and their legacy.
It looks like the Permanent Secretary of the Treasury wrote to Darren Jones a few days ago about this. Why didn't Keir Starmer have this in his back pocket last night as a rebuttal in the debate?
Well, Keir Starmer was really clear last night that what the Prime Minister said was utter garbage. I would go further than that. The Prime Minister lied in the debate last night about Labour's tax plans. Labour will not be increasing taxes on working people. I am very clear about that. And everything in our manifesto will be fully costed and fully funded.
Well, let's speak to Theo Bertram, a former advisor to Tony Blair and Gordon Brown, and of course, director of the Social Market Foundation. Theo, look, we've just got that clip in from Rachel Reeves speaking now. So she's clearly coming back fighting against Rishi Sunak's fighting talk in the debate. Perhaps Keir Starmer should have said some of that. But let's talk about that. Do you think Rishi Sunak really landed a punch there, or will it last, or was it just for the purpose of the debate?
Well, it certainly wasn't a knockout blow, but I think he did do an effective job in constantly jabbing away at this allegation of a £2,000 tax increase. And the Tories will be very happy today that that's what we are talking about. And so in that sense, it's a success. But I don't think that will be sustainable into the next debate or through the campaign. And you can see Labour is fighting back strongly on that today. I think Labour will also take plus points from people engaging with Sunak and laughing at him on the NHS. And also, I think there was a moment where Starmer really connected with the audience at the very start of the debate.
Theo, thanks for bearing with whatever hammering is going on in the room next door to you.
Yeah, sorry about
that. Well done, Theo. You'd do well in a debate then, wouldn't you? Look, let's talk about that, how they came across, right? Because that's the purpose of these TV debates. How do people come across on television? Keir Starmer chose to sometimes look into the camera. I noticed the debate host, Julie, often saying to him, address Rishi Sunak. Rishi Sunak trying to be really firm because because really he had everything to gain from the debate, didn't he?
Yeah, and I think we've seen quite a lot of TV debates now, and I felt that this one, you could see some of the flaws in the structure of this debate. So the fact that it was a 45-second answer really made both leaders were rushing their answers, and then the fact that they could constantly put questions to each other really made them focus on each other. And I think that was at the loss of the ability to communicate with the audience at home, with the audience in the studio itself. I think there were very few moments where you really felt they were connecting with you at home. I think my advice to them would be focus more on the empathy with the people asking the questions and look to talk to the audience rather than trying to score points off each other.
Yeah, interesting. You mentioned connection there. There were a number of times when they were asked about how they connect with the average voter, given who they are and the lives they've led. Some people I've heard this morning, and some people are reporting that, you know, look, Keir Starmer over-egged the whole son of a toolmaker, wife's in the NHS, and Rishi Sunak, of course, tried it too with the mother and father, a GP and pharmacist. Is that too much, or isn't it what we're all looking for, that they know what we are going through? Well, I guess there's a sort of group of us that are always interested in politics, and for us, when we hear Starmer talking about the toolmaker or Rishi Sunak talking about his parents, that's all old news to us, and we sort of roll our eyes. But the point about election time is you've got 90% of the population that really start to engage that maybe haven't heard these things before, and they will both know that when they do talk about these things for the first time in focus groups, it goes down really well. So that's why they'll be repeating those lines. But for the rest of us who do follow politics more closely, obviously it comes across as a bit more hackneyed, a bit more boring. But I do think those are important lines. But I don't think you connect with people by telling them where you're from or who you are. You connect by showing empathy. And I think Starmer showed that briefly in his answer to a woman called Paula at the very start, where he really sort of put himself in her shoes. But then both of them became distracted by fighting with each other, and that wasn't great to watch. Yeah, so the nature of the timings of the debate might have lent itself to that. So, of course, you've prepped Gordon Brown for his TV debate in 2010, yep. if I'm right. So give us a few tips. We've got about a minute left. Get a few tips for both. I'm sure they're watching Sky News right now. I think the key thing would be, for the next one, make sure that you are more empathetic to the audience. Look for opportunity to connect with the people at home. I would talk less across each other, because I think that just comes across badly. And remember, when you're not talking, that how you listen, what you're doing when your opponent is speaking, is something that people will watch and take notice of, and make judgments on what kind of person you are, depending on how you listen to people, not just how you talk. Theo Bertram from the Social Market Foundation, thanks very much indeed for joining us and for bearing with the building works, which, by the way, are not in the Sky studio, they are next door. Thanks. Thank you. Bye. This is Sky News Today. Stay with us. Coming up, a campaign check for you. Ed Conway will be here looking at some of the tax issues raised in last night's debate. We'll break it all down for you. Stay tuned.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.